Chapter 1. Rebirth. Yining opened her eyes to find herself gazing at a dull, gray ceiling. Anxiously, she placed her hand on her chest. Yet to her astonishment, she felt no pain as she had anticipated. This was perplexing. She distinctly remembered being pierced through the heart. How about you being scathed now? Wait a moment, it seemed she didn't even possess a chest. Just then, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a boisterous voice rang out, "You wretched girls, get up and start working." With that, the newcomer began to drag the girls from their beds. It was then that Yining realized she was in a simple room, furnished only with a large Kong bed. She was covered with a grimy, stiff quilt, lying among a dozen other girls, with herself positioned at the end of the bed. Upon hearing the commotion, the girls sprang into action, and though Yining was uncertain of the circumstances, she obediently followed suit. As she dismounted the bed, she hesitated, noticing a pair of filthy shoes on the floor, so dark that their original color was indiscernible. Reluctantly, she slipped her feet into them, observing that the other girls were gradually exiting the room. Upon stepping outside, she found herself in a courtyard, where a well and a crooked loquat tree stood nearby. The ground was paved with green bricks, and there was a grapevine trellis, although the grapes were still unripe, appearing as small, green clusters on either side. There were two houses made of blue bricks and dark tiles, reminiscent of a wealthy household. The more she observed, the more familiar it felt. Wasn't this the home of the man who had purchased her after her parents sold her? She glanced at her hands. These were the hands of a child. Yining's keen eyes noticed a mole on the inner side of her pinky. It was unmistakably her own. Before she could ponder further, a round-faced girl rushed over, her expression fraught with concern. "What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Nyo." With that, she handed Yining a water bucket and hurried off to gather firewood. Memories surged back, and upon hearing the name Nyo, Yining grasped the significant truth. She had returned to the age of 8. The girl beside her was a fellow villager who had also been sold. With too many daughters in the family and a newly born son, her father, elated by the arrival of a boy, deemed it prudent to sell his daughters to provide better sustenance for his son. Although her mother was reluctant, she did not intervene, believing the son to be of greater importance. This moment marked the recent sale of Yining by her parents, now under the care of Madame Su, where she would serve alongside other girls who had been sold. Lost in thought, she continued her tasks, moving to the well and straining to operate the pulley. After much effort, she finally drew up half a bucket of water, carefully pouring it into a water tank taller than herself. She proceeded cautiously, a habit ingrained from her previous life, aware of her tender age and the absence of anyone to tend to her should she fall and injure herself. After a long day of toil, her evening meal consisted of half a stale bun and a bowl of thin porridge. Yining felt her stomach, realizing she was still hungry. She glanced around and knew the other girls were equally unsatisfied, yet no one dared to voice their discomfort. Lying in bed, Yining meticulously recounted her past. If her memory served her correctly, after being sold by her parents, the very next day, Su Mama, a human trafficker, took her and several other girls who had been sold to board a carriage. They traveled for 2 days and finally arrived at Su Mama's home, where they stayed for over half a month. During this time, people came intermittently to select girls, and she was not chosen until the end of the month when someone from the Tianxiang building came for her. The thought of it filled her with anger. After arriving at Tianxiang building, she lived in constant trepidation, serving the young women there, fetching tea and water, and learning the skills every girl was required to master: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Despite her meticulousness, at the tender age of 14, she was violated by a man. She dared not confide in the matron of Tianxiang building, for the establishment's rules dictated that if a girl's loss of virtue was discovered, she would be assigned to the lowest-tier clients. These lowly patrons were nothing more than common laborers, offering meager payments, and the establishment would show no concern for their well-being. Typically, girls who entertained such clients found themselves meeting a tragic end. At just 14, she could not fathom how long she would survive under such circumstances. After desperately managing to conceal her situation until the age of 15, her luck ran out the night before her anticipated first client. As customary, the matron examined the girls destined to entertain clients, and she was found out. The terror of that moment remained etched in her memory. She lay on the bed, her legs forcibly spread apart, her gaze fixated on her own exposed limbs. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled, yearning to implore the matron for mercy, yet she could not utter a single word. Once the examination concluded, the matron hurried to whisper to the head of Tianxiang Building, Mama Li. After hearing her report, Mama Li cast a glance at Yining and approached her for personal inspection. It was then revealed to her that her physique was deemed extraordinary, as the matron had claimed it would easily captivate men and was a rare treasure capable of generating profit for the establishment. Thus, Mama Li spared her from being assigned to the lowest clientele. After enduring 2 or 3 arduous years, she finally secured a few regular patrons who provided her some semblance of stability, allowing her to enjoy a measure of peace. One day, while resting on her bed, savoring a cheese pastry, she contemplated how her cautious service to clients over the years had finally led to a more comfortable existence. She had her own room, a maid to attend to her needs, and the ability to indulge in her desires. She even began to accumulate some wealth from her patrons, estimating that within a couple of years, she could buy her freedom and acquire a home of her own. Suddenly, she was startled by a commotion outside. Afraid to venture out and risk harm, she decided to wait until the disturbance subsided before returning to her nap. Before long, however, the door was violently kicked open, and a man clad in black brandished a knife, striking at her. She narrowly avoided the first blow but could not escape the second. He kicked her, sending her crashing to the floor beside her bed. Before she could react, a sword pierced her from behind. In her final moments, she vaguely heard a voice shouting outside, "Is my woman someone you can bully?" Along with Mama Li's pleas for mercy, that Yining surmised that the man was referring to a girl who had been sent to their establishment as an official courtesan just days prior. She had visited, and the woman was clad in flowing white garments, ethereal as a celestial being, possessing a rare and serene grace. Before she could ponder further, she succumbed to death. Yining felt a sense of injustice regarding her demise. After diligently toiling for over a decade, she was inexplicably slain. She inwardly cursed the man for his insanity and began contemplating her next steps, whether to await the arrival of the Tianxiang Tower personnel, to escort her, or to devise another plan. Though Tianxiang Tower had its flaws, it at least offered sustenance and the chance to survive. In her previous life, she had nearly seen the light at the end of the tunnel, and venturing into unknown territories was fraught with uncertainty. Lost in her thoughts, perhaps due to the exhaustion of her youthful form, Yining gradually drifted back into slumber. Chapter 2. The return to Tianxiang Building awakened once again by the resounding voice of Madame Su early in the morning. Yining, though unaccustomed to this routine, resigned herself to rise and continue drawing water and performing her duties. Having toiled since childhood, she possessed the foundation to withstand such labor, and thus her body could endure it. However, her spirit faltered. Yining had enjoyed a few years of relative comfort at Tianxiang Building. As she contemplated the prospect of returning there, a wave of hesitation washed over her. Life at Tianxiang Building also entailed work, and she would not be free from labor until half a year before the arrival of guests. That time would be dedicated to nurturing her health and skin. Before the guests arrived, she would merely be a maidservant at the mercy of the young ladies in the building. In truth, Yining considered herself rather indolent. After experiencing the ease of life at Tianxiang Building, she had come to realize the comfort of being free from daily toil and the relentless pursuit of skills. She was never particularly clever, surviving through careful navigation of her circumstances. Having never dared to dream of such a fortunate life once she attained it, she found herself unwilling to return to hardship. With her thoughts adrift and uncertainty clouding her mind, Madame Su, the intermediary, entered through the door, promptly locking it behind her. Madame Su, in her 30s and of ample stature, bore the hallmark of someone who enjoyed a comfortable life. Dressed in a blue silk robe adorned with auspicious patterns and sporting a silver hairpin, she radiated an aura of prosperity, distinctly unlike an ordinary intermediary. Calling out to the girls in the courtyard, she commanded their attention. After delivering her message, she stood expectantly, and Yining, recognizing the cue, swiftly moved to provide Madame Su with a chair. "Madame Su, please have a seat," she said with a smile tinged with servility. Pleased with Yining's demeanor, Madame Su settled into the chair leisurely. As the other girls gathered around, Yining joined the formation. Madame Su surveyed the group before speaking again. "Do not say that I, Madame Su, Unkind. Today, I have taken the liberty to arrange a connection with the Leaf family of the capital, specifically the esteemed Leaf family of the Northtown Marquis. Upon hearing the title Northtown Marquis, the girls began to murmur excitedly. Madame Sue, reveling in her status, took pride in being the intermediary for such a renowned military family, knowing that her association would bring her a measure of respect. I presume you have heard of their reputation. I shall not elaborate further. Shortly, we will head to the Marquis's residence, so return to your quarters and prepare yourselves. We shall depart in half an hour. The girls, invigorated by the news, hurried to tidy themselves, while Yining found herself at a loss, recalling nothing of the Northtown Marquis from her previous life. Nyo, hurry up, urged a fellow maid, who had approached her with a hint of concern. It was then that Yining remembered an incident from her time with Madame Sue when she had caught a cold. Fearing infection, Madame Sue had confined her to the woodshed for 2 days. Fortunately, the illness was not severe, and she had suffered little, which is why it had slipped her mind until now. It dawned on her that perhaps during those days, someone from the Northtown Marquis' household had indeed come to visit. Thank you, I understand now. You should tidy up as well, Yining said with a smile to the girl beside her. Yining pondered that if Yi's news was indeed accurate, it would be most advantageous to visit the Duke of Jinbei's residence. She had heard of the Duke, yet the intricacies within remained a mystery to her. In her past life, she had been timid, avoiding interactions and failing to forge any meaningful connections. The girls in the room buzzed with anticipation, chattering about how splendid it would be to visit the Duke's estate, but Yining felt little excitement, primarily believing that she might not be selected. She hurriedly tidied her belongings and, grateful for her recent bathing and laundering, noticed no unpleasant odors clinging to her. She swiftly went to the water tank to wash her face and hands, then adjusted her hair. Half an hour later, Mama Sue called out in the courtyard, and the girls filed out of the room, following Mama Sue to the waiting carriage outside. The carriage moved slowly, and after about an hour, they finally arrived at the side gate of the Duke's residence. Mama Sue was the first to disembark, straightening her attire and smoothing her hair, ensuring her appearance was impeccable before approaching the door to knock. Before long, a middle-aged woman, plain in appearance, opened the door. Mama Sue bowed slightly to the gatekeeper. Madam, I am from a Sue family and am acquainted with Madame Wang, who is close to the lady of the house. Madame Wang has asked me to bring the maidens today. Might you kindly relay our arrival? Mama Sue's smile was somewhat ingratiating. The gatekeeper scrutinized her briefly before glancing at the carriage. Please wait. I will inquire, she replied before closing the door and retreating. Mama Sue remained patient, standing quietly for a little over half an hour until the door was finally reopened. Accompanying the gatekeeper was a striking young maid, around 15 or 16, adorned in a light green wrap dress, with a pink floral sachet tied at her waist and golden hair ornaments gracing her head. Yining couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Duke's residence. If she could gain entry, perhaps she might find a less arduous position. After these taxing days, she sought not riches but rather a more manageable life, as she found herself overwhelmed by fatigue, which weighed heavily on her spirit. The young maid spoke cheerfully. You are from the Sue family, correct? Bring your companions and follow me. Once inside, keep your eyes to yourself, lest you invite trouble. With that, she turned and entered the gate. Mama Sue, maintaining a cordial demeanor, beckoned the girls to follow. Upon hearing her words, the group dared not lift their heads, hastening to follow, yet their peripheral vision caught glimpses of the estate's grandeur. Deep courtyards adorned with intricately carved beams, continuous pavilions and towers, diverse flowers and plants, and serene corridors and ponds, all indicative of a lineage steeped in affluence. After a short while, they finally arrived at a quaint courtyard, flanked by tender green bamboo and a large water tank likely harboring ornamental koi, with a few green lily pads yet to bloom. The ground was paved with smooth blue stone slabs, imparting an air of elegance and coolness to the entire courtyard. In the center of the courtyard sat a matron, approximately in her 40s, clad in a dark green cross-collared long dress. Her hair was styled in a casual bun, adorned only with a pair of simple silver hairpins. With a pale complexion, she raised a teacup to her lips, sipping delicately. Surrounding her were several women of varying ages. Upon their arrival, The matron did not lift her gaze. Instead, the maid in charge of guiding them urged everyone to arrange themselves orderly. After they stood in line, roughly a quarter of an hour later, the matron took another sip from her teacup, set it down, and began to address the gathered assembly. P.S. A gentle reminder, this is not a 1v1 narrative. The female protagonist harbors affections for more than one individual. Please be mindful of this to avoid later discussions regarding her fidelity or accusations of indecision. Chapter 3, Entering the Marquis Mansion. I am Madame Wang, the matron of the household. This time, the lady has entrusted me with the task of selecting a few young maidservants. Those with scars, unclean bodies, or dubious family backgrounds should step forward. Otherwise, it will be much more complicated when we uncover the truth later. The girls standing in the courtyard exchanged glances, and ultimately, a third of them stepped out. The little maid who had been guiding them led these selected girls aside and had everyone else line up again. At this moment, Madame Wang stood up and walked leisurely, scrutinizing each girl. Yining felt somewhat anxious, unsure of whether the matron preferred cleverness, clumsiness, beauty, or average looks. After pondering for a long while without reaching a conclusion, she decided to remain inconspicuous. Madame Wang assessed the young girls before her. The primary aim this time was to supplement the heir's courtyard. The heir had been brought to the border city for training since the age of 9 and was now 13. There was no need to worry about the older maidservants, as they were already in high demand within the mansion. The task at hand was to find a few young girls to assist with cleaning the courtyard and the kitchen, as well as to recruit a few embroiderers. The garments in the mansion were all crafted by their own embroiderers. A few days prior, the matron overseeing the embroiderers mentioned a shortage, so the lady's instructions coincided perfectly with the need to gather them. After walking back and forth several times, Madame Wang inquired whether any of the girls had learned embroidery. Those who should step aside. Yining did know how to embroider, but she was not particularly skilled. In her past life at the Tianxiang building, she had studied various arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and embroidery, but her proficiency was quite ordinary. Instead, she excelled in the art of enjoyment. Yining thought that embroidering every day would surely be beyond her capabilities. Who knew? She might even go blind one day. Contemplating this, she chose not to step forward. One by one, a few girls moved to the side. Madame Wang instructed them to be taken to see Matron Li of the embroidery pavilion and continued her selection. In truth, Madame Wang felt somewhat conflicted, uncertain whether to choose the beautiful or the plain. Ultimately, she made a decisive choice and selected the timid ones. The positions for older maidservants in the heir's courtyard had already been fiercely contested, making it sufficiently lively. If she selected a few more with complex personalities, it would lead to daily disturbances, and she would be the one to handle the aftermath. Madame Wang cast a slightly irritated glance at the crowd and chose a few of the most docile-looking girls, those who had not dared to lift their eyelids even once during this entire time. Coincidentally, Yining was among them. Once the selection was complete, she gestured to the little maid responsible for guiding them and turned to leave. The young maid bowed to see Madame Wang off and then looked at the selected few, assessing their appearances, which were quite decent. She was 3 or 4 years older than the heir and found herself lacking in prospects. Recently, she had observed the commotion among the matrons with daughters in the lady's presence, all vying for positions among the older maidservants in the heir's courtyard, which had been quite a spectacle. Now, seeing these youthful maidservants, she felt somewhat disinclined to speak with them and merely waved to the little maid beside her. Xiaohe, go find Matron Chang from the heir's courtyard and inform her that we have selected the girls here, so she should come and take them away. The designated little maid bowed her head. Understood, Sister Lioli. With that, she turned and hurried away. Yining could hardly believe it. It was just that simple. She had been chosen. Am I truly favored by the heavens, destined for rebirth? Is it possible that overwhelming fortune is on the horizon? Yining felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress the smile that danced upon her lips, fortunate that no one seemed to notice her. After a brief interlude, a sound of footsteps approached. Leading the way was a woman in her 40s, adorned in a long purple dress intricately embroidered with diamond patterns. Her raven hair was elegantly swept behind her ears, held in place by 2 silver hairpins. Her demeanor appeared somewhat aloof, and her fair complexion exuded an air of authority. Upon her entrance, a young maid named Liuli hurried to greet her, bowing respectfully. Madame Chong, she began. These young ladies were selected by Madame Wang on behalf of the mistress. I have troubled you to come this way. Please take a look and let me know if there is anything amiss. At this moment, Madame Chong also wore a smile. Liuli, you needn't speak so. I have complete trust in Madame Wang's judgment. I apologize for the inconvenience, and I appreciate your patience in waiting for me here. You must be weary from standing. Today, our little kitchen has prepared a nourishing dish of bird's nest soup, a delightful and restorative delicacy. I shall have one delivered to you shortly. For young ladies like yourself ought to indulge in such wholesome nourishment. The maidservant, Liuli, beamed as she curtsied, expressing her gratitude. I am most grateful to you, madam. Your fortune is truly remarkable, as the young master holds you in high esteem. Should any matters arise, I hope you will take me along. After a brief exchange, Madame Chong formally approached to assess the several young maidens selected today. Seated in her esteemed position, she scrutinized the 7 or 8 girls, all around the tender age of 10, none particularly striking in appearance. She felt a sense of satisfaction, for it was preferable to have maidens of modest beauty, avoiding future troubles of aspiring for higher status and the potential reprimands from a mistress. Turning to Liuli, who stood nearby, Madame Chong remarked, Liuli, I find them quite suitable. Indeed, Madame Wang possesses a discerning eye. I shall take them with me now. You should return and rest early, and I will have one of the kitchen maids bring you the bird's nest soup shortly. Liuli responded with a smile and a respectful bow. Madame Chong, I will inform Madame Wang upon my return that you are pleased with her selections. She was quite anxious before her departure. She was afraid you might be displeased, thinking her taste was poor. But I told her then, both of you possess the most exquisite discernment. And now you see, wasn't I absolutely right? The ever-smiling Granny Chong remarked playfully, and after her words, she strode forth with several young maidens in tow. As she walked, her mind wandered to the placement of these maidens. The first-tier maids were not a concern, as the lady of the house would decide their fates. Her primary focus lay on those responsible for the maintenance of the courtyard and a few additions to the small kitchen. Neither of these areas held significant importance. A mere selection on her part would suffice. Her thoughts then drifted to the young master, whom she had watched grow since childhood. With his return, she pondered how much taller he had become, as it had been several years since their last meeting. Chapter 4. The third-rank maidservant Yining followed the others behind Mama Chong, and before long, they arrived at the courtyard where the heir, Shize, resided. The courtyard was vast. Stealthily, Yining observed her surroundings, entering from the western corner gate. To the right lay a small kitchen, while to the left was presumably where the servants resided. Passing through a flower-adorned gate, they reached the main house. Directly opposite the entrance was the hall for receiving guests, with the heir's bedroom on the right and a study in the western wing. The pathway of blue stones was flanked by numerous wintergreen shrubs, and a large water jar in the courtyard cradled a few languidly emerging water lilies. Nearby, a corridor featured a grand ginkgo tree, beneath which stone tables and benches were arranged. Through the corridor, she surmised that the rooms beyond belonged to the heir's concubines. Standing in the inner courtyard with the other maidens, Yining gleaned from the conversation between Mama Chong and a young lady named Liuli that they were indeed in the estate of the northern town Marquis' heir. Contemplating her potential duties, she mused that if assigned to the heir's side, her stature seemed too diminutive. Thus, her prospects lay in menial tasks or kitchen duties. Mama Chong had already settled into a chair brought by an observant little maid, with tea prepared and resting beside her. Feeling parched from her recent journey, Mama Chong leisurely sat down, gently blowing on the hot tea. Once it cooled enough to sip, she took a mouthful and set the cup down, feeling somewhat refreshed. Looking at the gathered maidens, Mama Chong spoke deliberately. Our household categorizes maidservants into 3 ranks: first, second, and third. First rank maids receive a monthly salary of 1 tael of silver and 2 sets of clothing each season. Second rank maids earn 500 coins per month and receive 1 set of clothing per season. Third rank maidens earn 300 coins and also receive 1 set of clothing per season. She lifted her cup for another sip of tea. You're all newly arrived, classified uniformly as third rank maidservants. Your monthly wages will be distributed at the end of each month, and you're entitled to 1 day off. Should your parents visit, you may see them at the side entrance of the rear courtyard. Yining contemplated the modest sum of 300 coins. It would suffice for snacks each month. But purchasing anything else would be challenging. When her monthly cycle began, she would need to acquire supplies for that as well, and should she desire jewelry, it would likely prove difficult. It appeared that the living conditions within the Marquis' estate were rather lackluster. Should you wish to bring anything from outside, you may ask the matrons at the side entrance to procure it for you. The primary rule of the courtyard is to diligently attend to your own tasks. Refrain from wandering and avoid gossip. Should you be discovered, you would be dismissed. Do you understand? Mama Chong instructed. The maidens bowed in unison. Mama Chong surveyed the group. Zhang Mama, the 4 on the left will be responsible for cleaning. Please take them with you. Li Mama, the 4 on the right will assist in the kitchen. You may go about your tasks. The maidens bowed once more to Mama Chong and were led away. Yining followed behind, relieved that she was not assigned to the kitchen, where the smoke and heat would surely mar her appearance. Yet, she felt disheartened. Cleaning also meant exposure to the elements. Yining cherished her complexion, having been rather charming and striking in her previous life. While beauty was indeed a gift, she wished to preserve it. However, this is not the prevailing appearance in the great Xia kingdom today. Nowadays, parents generally prefer their sons to marry women who are dignified and graceful, while men are attracted to those with a cool, ethereal beauty. In her previous life, her delicate and stunning looks were far from popular. It was her fair, rosy complexion and ample bosom that retained a few regular patrons, ultimately leading them to empty their wallets. Sparing her from the arduous task of entertaining different guests day and night, and allowing her to enjoy good food and comfortable living. Yining silently resolved to control her appetite, using her monthly earnings to purchase skincare products instead. Unfortunately, her plans never materialized, having been in the courtyard for 2 months. She heard that the legendary heir was expected to return by the end of the year. However, she could not afford to dwell on such matters, as she was utterly exhausted. Her daily responsibilities included sweeping and tidying the back courtyard, alongside 3 younger maids who were 2 or 3 years her senior. The 4 of them rose at dawn each day, tidying up after breakfast before commencing their cleaning duties. The front courtyard was temporarily managed by a few favored girls under the supervision of Granny Zhang. Starting at around 3/4 past the hour of Chun, Yining was tasked with sweeping the back courtyard rooms. After she finished, 2 of the maids would kneel to wipe down surfaces, while another maid took care of the tables and flower pots. Following the back courtyard, they would then sweep the inner courtyard, which did not require wiping down with cloths. Each day, it took them 2 full hours to complete the task, and by the time they finished, the sun was high in the sky. Yining's cheeks would flush a deep red from the sun, and within 2 months, she had transformed into a living embodiment of a little black coal. Eventually, she sought Granny Zhang's assistance, allowing her to clean the inner courtyard in the afternoon, which provided some relief. At night, Yining lay on the roof, tilting her head to glance out the window. The moon shone brightly in the sparse, starry sky, casting a slanted light into the room. The interior was simply furnished, featuring the bed she lay upon, a square table at the center, and a wardrobe in the corner. She shared the room with the 3 other maids, all of whom were third-tier servants, receiving the same monthly allowance and of similar age. Their playful banter was tolerable, free from serious troubles, a rather mundane existence. However, Yining was timid as a quail, hesitant to engage with others, always fearing betrayal. Her past experiences had instilled in her a deep-seated dread, making it hard for her to see anyone as a good person. When the other maids conversed, she remained silent, merely listening. The others, noticing her reticence, chose to ignore her. In this marquis, there were not many foolish individuals, those who could easily discern her lack of family background and her dark, unremarkable appearance saw little point in expending energy on her. Instead, they focused on how to curry favor with Granny or the senior maids. Rumor had it that the heir would return by the year's end. While some things were beyond reach, the human heart is naturally inclined to yearn. She found herself unable to sleep, unaccustomed to sharing quarters with others. Sleeping in close proximity felt unbearable, devoid of any personal space. Oh well, what could a mere third-tier maid like herself expect? in terms of personal space. Yining chuckled to herself. At least she had enough to eat. The cuisine of the Marquis was satisfactory. Her quilt was soft and cozy, and she wore freshly issued cotton garments. Once again, she contemplated slipping some money to the cook in the small kitchen, hoping to procure a delightful treat. Had she known earlier, she would have ventured into the kitchen herself to indulge in some delectable morsels. The current task of cleaning was indeed a thankless endeavor, exposed to the elements. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yining found herself reminiscing about the latter years of her past life. After a lengthy reverie, her cravings became unbearable, and she eventually drifted into a hazy slumber. Zizi, Chapter 5. An incident with the winter jasmine not long after, a significant event transpired. Yining, being somewhat out of touch with the news, only learned of it after washing her clothes and bathing in the evening. The other 3 maidservants were huddled together, whispering excitedly, and it took Yining a while to grasp the situation. Typically, there were 4 main maidservants by the side of the young master, and the competition among the esteemed matrons for these coveted positions was fierce. As it was, the young master had returned from his New Year celebrations, now 14 years old. Being close to him during this time would foster a bond. Even if it didn't blossom into romance, it would still signify companionship. If fortune favored them, one might even rise to the status of a concubine, which would be quite remarkable, as they would be among the first to accompany the young master. Within the Marquis' household, tensions ran high, with disputes echoing for 2 to 3 months before 10 or so candidates were finally selected and presented. After the lady of the house reviewed them, she decisively chose 4 maidservants. These 4 maidservants joyfully moved into the quarters adjacent to the main house, and Yining had previously met them, each a beauty in her own right. However, within a fortnight, an incident occurred. It began when one of the main maidservants discovered a man's handkerchief on another's bed, leading to much speculation. The lead maidservant, Qinglian, animatedly recounted the tale, pausing deliberately, prompting the other 2 maidservants to urge her to continue. Qinglian, do tell us. You are the most informed among us. Given your mother is an old matron in the household, they implored, shaking her arm eagerly, while Yining listened with curiosity, with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Qinglian shared. It was Qing Dai who found the handkerchief on Dongren's bed. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. But Dongren is effectively a maid of the old mistress. How could Qing Dai dare? Qinglian, aware of their thoughts, gestured for silence. Initially, Qing Dai had refrained from speaking out, so she approached Baiji and Banxia for assistance. And then what happened? The 2 maidservants asked, their hands clasped to their faces, eyes sparkling with intrigue. Word had it that Qing Dai, Baiji, and Banxia had devised a plan to keep watch each night. Finally, last night, Baiji witnessed Dongren stealthily rise from her bed, open the door, and after a moment of hesitation, she followed. What do you think Baiji saw? Oh my, Sister Qinglian, please do not keep us in suspense any longer. Just tell us. The 2 young maidservants grew increasingly impatient. Qinglian cast them a displeased glance. If you possess the capability, why not inquire for yourselves? Very well. I shall divulge the matter. Baiji followed behind, observing Rindan cautiously evading the patrolling guards of the estate. After a considerable while, they arrived at the garden in the rear courtyard, only to find it devoid of people. Baiji found it rather peculiar how the area had suddenly emptied. She tiptoed around, searching, and when her patience waned, she contemplated returning to rest when she heard a faint sound akin to a cat's meow emanating from the rockery. Seeing the 2 maidservants beside her with sparkling eyes, Qinglian continued. Baiji was bewildered. Although there were cats in the estate, this seemed rather coincidental. As she approached, she realized the sound was not that of a cat, but rather the seductive murmurs of a woman. Baiji felt her cheeks flush crimson and hurried to locate the patrolling guards. Upon hearing that the torchlight illuminated the scene before them, they discovered both individuals were unclothed, with the man's members still within Rindan. They gasped in astonishment, and Yining expressed her surprise as well. How could Rindan dare to engage in such behavior? She was a top maidservant to the young master, and a favored one at that. Not only in the estate, but within the courtyard. Many speculated she might become a concubine. The 2 young maidservants exchanged remarks. They learned that due to the delicate nature of the situation, they could not disturb the matron last night. Early this morning, Mama Chong took Rindan and the man to her. After some questioning, it was revealed that Rindan and the man were childhood sweethearts who had secretly committed to one another long ago, unbeknownst to Rindan's parents. With the opportunity to align with the young master, her parents could no longer restrain themselves. Coincidentally, her aunt was part of the matron's dowry, and upon seeing Rindan's beauty, the matron consented, leading Rindan to become a chief maidservant. The man, too, was from the estate, the son of a steward from the outer courtyard. Once the steward discovered the situation, he hurriedly sought to intercede. Conversely, Rindan's parents claimed their dignity was tarnished and instructed the matron to handle the affair. What became of Rindan afterward? One of the maidservants inquired. The matron declared that their indecency in the back courtyard had brought disgrace upon the Ho residents and ordered them to each receive 20 lashes. Rindan, clutching her abdomen, claimed she was with child. Her parents, feeling further humiliated, kicked her, causing her to lose the child. The matron, sensing compassion, expelled the man from the estate and instructed Rindan's parents to take her home to recuperate, promising that once healed, she could serve as a third-rank maidservant. After relaying this, Qinglian felt fatigued, pausing to sip her tea twice before continuing. The matron's benevolence was evident. She understood that a woman in such a predicament would face dire straits if cast out. Allowing her parents to take her back for recovery and offering her a chance to serve as a third-rank maidservant, thus providing her a path forward. Alas, Rindan's lack of self-respect and clarity was striking. At merely 15, she engaged in such indiscretions without a proper match, showing utter disregard for her dignity and the consequences to follow. The three conversed animatedly, lamenting the plight of women and vowing to exercise caution in the future, ensuring they would not be so easily deceived by men, leading to unwanted pregnancies and lost children, which would obliterate any prospects of marriage. The ramifications of such actions were indeed overwhelmingly severe for a woman. It was remarked that had she been candid from the outset, perhaps she would now be adorned in a phoenix crown and a flowing gown, celebrating her union with that gentleman, and the child would not have been forsaken. The crowd sighed in lamentation. Chapter 6. Past life lying in bed at night. Yining recalled the conversations of the maidservants earlier, which brought back memories of her days at Tianxiang Pavilion and the man who had violated her. At the age of 8, Yining was sold into a brothel, believing at first that she was merely entering an ordinary household as a servant. Only after arriving did she realize the truth. She had no desire to become a courtesan, for even as a child, she had heard adults speak of such women with disdain. She attempted to escape several times, but each time she was caught and beaten severely until she no longer dared to flee. Being young, her daily tasks involved serving tea and water to the older sisters in the pavilion, while also spending time learning music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and embroidery. Madame Li of Tianxiang Pavilion, aiming to maximize future profits, hired tutors specifically to educate the girls in these refined arts. Madame Li also organized schedules for the girls. Some attended lessons in the morning and worked in the pavilion in the afternoon and evening, performing chores like serving tea, washing dishes, or laundering clothes, while others had lessons in the afternoon and worked in the morning and evening. Even at a young age, there were clients with unsavory preferences, but fortunately, she avoided the worst. As she grew older and her body developed, it became common for clients to take liberties while she served them tea. By the time Yining turned 12, she had her first menstruation, and her beauty had begun to blossom, her delicate features growing more refined, her figure slimming, and her bosom beginning to swell. Fearing she might be deflowered prematurely, Madame Li assigned her to serve one of the courtesans exclusively. This was standard practice once the girls developed, but before they came of age, they were kept away from clients and instead apprenticed to an experienced courtesan. This prevented drunken patrons from forcing themselves upon the young girls, as had happened before at Tianxiang Pavilion, while also allowing them to learn the art of seduction from their mentors. Yining's first mentor was a courtesan named Yearns, whom she had long admired. Yearns was beautiful, gentle, and kind to her sisters. Under Yearns' guidance, Yining learned much: how to please men, how to arouse their desires, how to speak in a way that would ensnare their hearts and keep them returning. Yearns taught her that their bodies were their greatest weapons and must be protected, and how to discern whether a client carried disease. Later, Yinner even allowed her to watch through a window as she entertained a patron. It was Yining's first direct exposure to such acts. Through the window, she watched the man atop Yinner, feeling both fear and gratitude. Knowing Yinner was preparing her for the inevitable. If she was to remain in the brothel, she had to learn how to survive and thrive. Over a year later, Yinner joyfully announced she was leaving. She had finally saved enough to buy her freedom. Yining remembered how radiant Yinner's smile was that day. The most beautiful she had ever seen. Yinner's hands were warm and dry, comforting as she clasped Yining's and spoke to her. Sister is leaving. If you wish to depart in the future, find a worthy goal and then strive to please that patron, encouraging them to spend generously on you. Once you have saved enough, you can redeem yourself. Do not place your trust in men, nor invest your emotions in them. I have already purchased a house outside. Should you ever need anything, you may come to me. This is my address, understand? Sister Yining embraced Yinner with reluctance, refraining from urging her to stay. She understood that once Yinner departed, they would likely never meet again. Yet, Yinner was venturing forth into a world of wealth and property, far superior to life at Tianxiang Tower. Her parents, devoid of affection, had sold her without hesitation. Yinner was the only person who had ever treated her with genuine kindness, and Yining sincerely wished for her well-being. After that, Yining never heard Yinner's name again. She had always been timid and fearful, living cautiously merely for the sake of survival. However, after meeting Yinner, a flicker of hope ignited within her. She envisioned a future where she too could save diligently like Yinner, eventually redeem herself, buy her own home, and lead an independent life. Years passed, and upon reaching maturity, she had indeed managed to save a substantial amount, only to be tragically murdered. At Mama's place, there were no vacancies, so she was instructed to wash dishes in the kitchen for several months. One day, a new sister arrived in the building. The commotion drew her attention, and she could not resist peeking in. The newcomer sat languidly on the couch in her room, appearing somewhat haggard, yet her ethereal presence could not be concealed. Adorned in a soft, rosy garment and with her hair styled in a lofty bun, she wore no embellishments. Her delicate brows resembled willow leaves, and her lips were plump like cherries, her eyes radiating a sorrowful beauty that suggested she might ascend into the heavens at any moment. Everyone was momentarily captivated, yet they were soon shooed away by Mama. As she listened to the whispers of the sisters within the building, Yining learned that the young lady was none other than the renowned talent Pei Wu'er from the capital. Unfortunately, her father had been implicated in corruption, leading to the downfall of their esteemed family, with the male members exiled and the women consigned to become courtesans. This revelation did not significantly impact Yining. She continued her dishwashing duties. A few days later, the matron approached her. You are aware of the new girl, are you not? The matron inquired with a smile. Yining, feeling flustered, assumed she had erred. Matron, I know of her, but I have not interacted with her. I have been in the kitchen washing dishes. Seeing her distress, the matron felt a pang of sympathy. The women in the building were all unfortunate souls, navigating life with caution. That is not the matter. Mama has instructed you to attend to this young lady. You shall refer to her as Wu'er from now on. If there are no objections, you will serve her until your coming of age. Very well, matron. When shall I commence my duties? Yining nervously fiddled with her apron, feeling a sense of relief upon realizing she was not being reprimanded. You may go tomorrow morning. For tonight, ensure you cleanse yourself well. Being in the kitchen has left you with a strong scent of oil and smoke, which might displease her. I shall speak to the young lady this evening, informing her that you will be her attendant henceforth. With that, the matron turned and departed. The next morning, Yining deliberately rose at the auspicious hour of Chun, meticulously inspecting her attire. Satisfied that everything was in order, she proceeded to the kitchen, fetched hot water, and gently rapped on the door of the enchanting young lady. Chapter 7. Pei Wu'er. After a while, silence enveloped the room. Yining gently bowed her head. Miss Wu'er, Momily mentioned that I will be attending to you now. Would you like to freshen up? I have prepared warm water. Wu'er remained silent, and Yining understood that her lack of response signified acquiescence. She poured the warm water into a basin and meticulously assisted Wu'er in rinsing her mouth and cleansing her face. Once completed, she helped her with her grooming and attire. Subsequently, Yining disposed of the dirty water, returned downstairs to fetch clean water, and prepared tea for Wu, standing respectfully to the side. The preceding days had been relatively tranquil. Yining discovered that Miss Wu was actually quite agreeable, displaying neither anger nor harshness, though she could be somewhat fastidious and reticent. However, considering that she had not endured hardship, a touch of fastidiousness seemed only natural. 3 days later, Mama Li arrived. Wu, it is not my intention to rush you, but you have been here for a week, and according to protocol, you should be receiving guests. Mama Li's smile bore an insincere quality. Yining observed Wu, who sat gracefully on an embroidered stool, adorned in a delicate green gauze dress, with a single jade hairpin nestled in her hair. Her fair complexion and luscious lips radiated a serene and ethereal beauty. Yining felt a pang of envy as she gazed upon Wu's tranquil visage. I shall not receive guests, Pei Wu replied calmly, unfazed. Miss Wu, I regret to inform you that you must comply. It would be remiss of you to refuse, Mama Li stated, her tone devoid of empathy. Having already granted her 7 days, Mama Li deemed herself exceedingly lenient. The daughter of a guilty minister, she had encountered many women like Wu, proud and pure, yet ultimately rendered inconsequential in this place. Miss Wu, I shall inquire once more. Are you certain you will not receive guests? If you persist in your refusal, I shall be compelled to take immediate action. Mama Li's voice took on a sharp edge. Yining felt a surge of urgency. She understood the implications of Mama Li's words and wished to shield Wu from such a fate, despite her desire to remain uninvolved for fear of repercussions. She could not suppress her voice. Sister Wu, please heed Mama Li's advice. Pei Wu chose to ignore both of them, prompting Mama Li to stride toward the door and call for the broker. Sister Wu, please acquiesce. They will administer drugs to you and summon men. Engaging in unspeakable acts before the final step, Yining implored, her voice trembling with anxiety. She had witnessed several sisters in the establishment lose their sanity after enduring such experiences. Pei Wu looked at Yining, astonished. Please, agree quickly, or it will be too late, Yining urged, her voice breaking with emotion. At that moment, the broker and several men ascended the stairs, with Mama Li leading the way. Pei Wu, I shall ask you one final time. Will you receive guests? Mama Li's tone was calm, yet her eyes glinted with menace as she settled beside Wu and took a sip from her teacup. Will you receive guests? Mama Li repeated, fixing her gaze upon Wu. Sweat beaded on Wu's forehead. My father is deceased. Do you know who my fiancé is? He hails from the esteemed Su family, the son of the esteemed official Su Yan. Do you dare to force me to receive guests? Mama Li's expression remained impassive. She merely raised her hand, and the broker's men seized Wu, carrying her down the stairs. Pei Wu immediately cried out, Dare you touch me and see what happens. My fiancé will not spare you. Yining trembled in fear, yet dared not utter another word, as Pei Wu's voice grew fainter. Li Mama nonchalantly cleared her ears and said, Yining, pour me some more tea. Yining hurriedly complied, refilling the cup. Li Mama continued, Tell me, do you think her fiancé will come? If he intends to arrive, why hasn't he shown up these past few days? Yining was at a loss for words, her expression betraying her confusion. Li Mama regarded her with a bemused smile, recognizing that she was merely a girl who had grown under her watchful eye. On the 3rd day, Pei Wu was returned, and the kitchen maidens whispered that she had been force-fed a multitude of potions. Initially she had cried and screamed, but eventually she began pleading with the burly men. Yining understood that such a concoction was potent, and with so much administered, she felt hesitant to confront Pei Wu. The kitchen maids, reading her demeanor, understood her thoughts. They had all endured similar experiences, only to find themselves relegated to the kitchen as they aged. You ought to go and keep watch over her. After all, you are her maid. Coming to terms with this is beneficial, and a shift in mindset is entirely natural, one of the kitchen maids advised her, all the while scrubbing dishes. Yining nodded, realizing that as the maid specifically assigned by Li Mama to attend to Pei Wu, it was indeed best to ensure her comfort, to assist her in cleansing herself, and to provide sustenance. Very well, I shall go and prepare some congee for Sister Wu, and then heat some water, Yining declared, rising to begin her tasks. After a while, Yining gently pushed open Pei Wuer's door, placing the kanji on the table before stepping outside the curtain and calling softly, "Miss Wuer, would you like some kanji?" When Pei Wuer did not respond, Yining called a few more times, her concern growing that she had acted foolishly, prompting her to part the curtain. Pei Wuer lay there, her eyes shut, her face flushed, strands of damp hair clinging to her face, draped in a sheer garment. Her skin mottled with bruises. Yining hastily closed the curtain, fearing that Pei Wuer would feel even worse upon realizing she had been seen. After 2 or 3 hours, Yining called out intermittently, until finally Pei Wuer's voice emerged from within, hoarse and devoid of emotion. "I wish to bathe." Yining responded softly, affirming, and descended to fetch warm water. Once the water was ready, Yining felt a sheen of sweat upon her brow. She called softly, "Miss Wu, would you like me to assist you with your bath? I have placed your garments behind the screen." "You may leave," Pei Wuer replied. Yining understood that she likely preferred solitude at that moment. "Very well, Miss Wuer, call for me once you have finished your bath," she said, stepping out and closing the door behind her. Yining waited patiently outside Pei Wuer's door, and nearly an hour later, she finally heard a voice from within. "I am done. You may come in," Pei Wuer called. Yining entered, only lifting her gaze once she saw that Pei Wuer was properly clothed. She bowed deeply and asked, "Miss Wuer, would you like some kanji? If so, I can bring you a bowl." The kitchen maids mentioned they have silverfish kanji, colorful shrimp kanji, barley and lotus seed kanji, and ginkgo kanji today. "I shall have the ginkgo kanji," Pei Wuer replied faintly, her gaze hollow as she stared out the window. Yining served the porridge, observing as Pei Wuer consumed it, then proceeded to cleanse her bathing tub, discarding the soiled water. As she turned to descend the stairs, Pei Wuer spoke up. "I shall begin receiving guests in 5 days. From now on, you will be responsible for attending to me." Yining promptly replied in the affirmative. Chapter 8. The first encounter with Zhao Yining. 5 days later, in the afternoon, Yining gently dried Pei Wuer's long hair after her bath, meticulously applying her makeup, and finally assisting her in dressing. As Yining gazed at Pei Wuer, she was struck by her beauty, her lustrous black hair styled in an elegant flying fairy bun, adorned with 2 intricately carved golden hairpins, her delicate willow leaf eyebrows, and her fair, luminous skin, all enhanced by a soft green gauze dress that was simply enchanting. Once Pei Wuer had completed her preparations, she quietly sat in anticipation of the evening. The Tianxiang Tower was more bustling than usual that night, the lively atmosphere bringing immense satisfaction to Mama Li, who delightedly observed the crowd before her. These were all individuals eager to bid for Pei Wuer's first night. Indeed, she was a coveted treasure, strikingly beautiful and of noble birth as a high-ranking official's daughter. One could only imagine how many more would line up to experience the allure of this once celebrated talent from the capital. Just as Mama Li prepared to summon the auctioneer to announce the commencement of bidding for Pei Wuer's first night, a man cloaked in black appeared before her. "Our young master wishes to speak with you, Mama Li," he stated, fixing his gaze upon her without elaborating further. Mama Li immediately recognized him as a guard from a prominent family, likely seeking to secure Pei Wuer's first night. As long as the price was sufficiently high, she was certain she would sell to him. She calculated internally, yet feigned composure, shaking her head slightly while wearing a disingenuous smile. "May I inquire which young master this is?" The man in black remained silent, merely revealing the sword in his hand, inscribed with the character for Zhao. Mama Li was well aware of the Zhao family, a renowned and esteemed lineage. She recalled Pei Wuer mentioning her fiancé belonged to the Zhao family just days prior. Though her legs felt somewhat weak, she maintained her facade of calmness. "Please, lead the way," she replied with a sycophantic smile, gritting her teeth as she followed him. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a private room on the upper floor. The man in black cupped his hands together and announced, "Young master, the person has arrived. Come in." A melodious voice belonging to a youthful man resonated from within. The man in black opened the door and gestured for Mama Li to enter. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, she stepped inside, only to find herself face to face with the famed Su Gongzi, known throughout the capital. She had always assumed that the flattery directed towards Su Gongzi was merely superficial, given his esteemed position and the multitude of admirers he must have. However, seeing him in person, she realized what it truly meant to be a scion of a prestigious family. He stood tall, clad in a jade-colored round-collared robe, with a dark jade belt cinching his waist. His hair was elegantly tied up, and he stood by the window, holding a cup of tea. Upon noticing her entrance, he turned, revealing a countenance as refined as jade, his features strikingly clear, and his fingers, holding the teacup, were pale and well-defined. Su Gongzi, Mama Li stammered, bowing respectfully. "Are you Mama Li?" Su Yining spoke softly. "Su Gongzi, I do not deserve such honor," she replied, her thoughts racing to her actions, causing her legs to buckle as she knelt. "Mama Li, Pei Wu'er is under your care. I hear you intend to auction her first night tonight." Detecting an undercurrent of anger in Su Yining's tone, Mama Li realized he was unaware of the deed she had committed against Pei Wu'er. Hastily, she bowed her head in reverence. "Su Gongzi, I truly had no choice. However, Pei Wu'er is an official courtesan and must attend to her guests. If we were to refuse them, we would certainly face repercussions," she concluded with fervent bows. "In the future, there is no need for her to entertain guests. I shall provide you with silver every month." After speaking, the man in black beside him produced a banknote. 1,000 taels each month. "Is that sufficient?" Su Yin's tone was somewhat frigid. "Su Gongzi, more than enough. This could be considered as receiving guests, and the court should not trouble me." "Thank you, Su Gongzi." He then bowed deeply. "All right, take me to see Wu'er." Su Yin's voice betrayed a hint of impatience. Mama Li quickly rose to her feet. "Su Gongzi, please follow me." Yining was currently accompanying Pei Wu'er, waiting for the upcoming auction. She wished to say something comforting, but was at a loss for words when she heard a knock at the door. Hurrying to open it, she found Mama Li standing there, along with a man she had never encountered before. His hair was elegantly tied with a jade crown, embodying the grace of a refined gentleman. Instantly, she felt a flush of embarrassment. Quickly let this esteemed Su Gongzi in," Mama Li urged with a hint of urgency. Yining promptly stepped aside, and upon hearing Su Gongzi's name, Pei Wu'er turned her head. The gentleman surnamed Su entered through the opening Yining had created. Mama Li swiftly pulled Yining aside and instructed, "Su Gongzi, please converse." With that, she closed the door behind them. "You foolish girl, can't you read the situation? Try to be more observant in the future. You nearly put me, Mama Li, in a difficult position." Mama Li's tone was somewhat sharp, and only then did she notice Su Gongzi's two black-clad attendants standing behind her. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she forced a smile. "Gentlemen, would you care for some food and drink downstairs?" "No, we must remain here to keep watch," they replied. "If you require anything, simply call for us." Mama Li did not linger, casting a stern glance at Yining before heading downstairs. Yining, sensing the urgency, quickly followed. Upon reaching the lower level, Mama Li hastily summoned the innkeeper, instructing him to apologize to the gentleman, stating that there would be no auction today and that they would cover all the tea expenses. A guest was causing a disturbance, and when the innkeeper approached, Mama Li swiftly made her way over. The guest, somewhat portly with a prominent belly, was wreaking havoc in a private room. Upon entering, Mama Li found the innkeeper and a woman beside the guest bowing in her direction. "Mama Li, I've become a regular here. What is the meaning of this? Are you toying with me?" Mama Li approached, grasping the guest's hand. "Master Zhu, please calm your temper. You know Mama Li, have never deceived you." She even rubbed her chest against his hand in a conciliatory gesture. Master Zhu's anger began to dissipate. "Mama Li, what do you mean by this? Is there someone above protecting that woman?" he inquired, an inkling of understanding dawning upon him. "Ah, Master Zhu, you possess great insight. I truly find myself in a difficult position. I am but a weak woman. With your generous heart, how about this, for the next half-month? You may come at any time and choose whichever girl you desire," Mama Li said with a sultry smile. Hearing this, Master Zhu ceased his complaints. Recognizing that if Mama Li spoke truthfully about someone backing the woman, his outburst could offend that individual. "Mama Li, you certainly know how to navigate these matters. I shall not be polite any longer. Tonight, I require two." His voice was hearty. "Master Zhu, you are a man of great generosity. please feel free to choose." After exchanging a few polite words, Madame Li led Yining downstairs. As they turned the corner into the backyard, Madame Li paused. "Yining, you must be more astute from now on. Your current behavior could bring about your own demise. Moreover, do not entertain any foolish notions about someone like young Master Su. Such aspirations are beyond the likes of us. Now go." Mother Li finished speaking and waved her handkerchief. Yining gazed at Mother Li's enigmatic expression concealed in the shadows of the night, understanding that she was offering a subtle reminder. "Mother Li, I am aware," she replied, bowing slightly. Chapter 9. The tug Yining returned to Pei Wuer's chamber, where she found her two fellow guards stationed outside, with her positioned on the left and the others on the right. After standing for over an hour, Yining felt her legs growing weary. "Brothers, would you care for a bite to eat? I can fetch you 2 bowls of noodles. It's quick and convenient," Yining suggested, hoping to relieve her own hunger, as she had yet to dine. The 2 men exchanged glances. It was indeed late, and they had not had their supper either. They felt a gnawing hunger, uncertain of when their master would conclude her affairs. "That would trouble you, miss," they replied, clasping their fists in gratitude. Yining hastily descended to the courtyard, effectively addressing the most pressing issue. After washing her hands, she made her way to their modest kitchen. "Granny, is there any noodles left in the kitchen?" Yining inquired with a smile. "Indeed, there is, though the whistle has run out. The turtle master and the guards just finished it off. I'll prepare some for you," the old woman replied, ready to begin her work. Yining quickly interjected, "Granny, please chop the vegetables. The kitchen staff will be overwhelmed shortly with so many guests tonight. However, I may require some of your spicy sauce." With that, she rolled up her sleeves and set to work, first dicing the pork into small pieces, then heating oil in a pan with minced ginger, followed by the ground meat, and finally adding the granny's secret spicy sauce and sour pickled beans. The tantalizing aroma of sour and spicy wafted through the air, intensifying Yining's hunger. She then boiled a separate pot of noodles, drenching them in a generous helping of meat sauce. With everything prepared, she carried the dishes upstairs. "Brothers, please enjoy." Yining offered the bowls and chopsticks. The 2 men, not one to be polite, thanked her and began devouring their food heartily. Seeing them relish their meal, Yining joined in, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of slurping noodles and sipping broth. Suddenly, the door at the back swung open with a loud bang. The 2 guards hastily set down their bowls. One of the men, with a dark countenance, stubbornly lifted his bowl for a sip of soup. Noticing his master's displeased expression, he promptly set it back down. This moment marked the first exchange of glances between Su Yining and Yining. Su Yining's eyes were deep and troubled, his brow furrowed in irritation. Yining held a large bowl, its contents a vibrant mix of red and green from the spicy sauce and scallions. She had just been sipping the soup, with a hint of broth at the corner of her mouth, and her wide eyes, startled by the sudden opening of the door, only added to her innocent charm. Yining recognized that from that moment on, she was ensnared. No amount of warning from Mama Li could change her fate. She had never encountered a man like him before, nor could she have imagined such a presence. Noble and exuding the air of a gentleman from a prestigious family, he commanded attention without even needing to regard his appearance, a fact that had already captivated her. Moreover, Su Yining was indeed handsome. Initially furious, Su Yining contemplated leaving, but upon seeing the 2 foolish guards and Yining's naive gaze, he found his irritation slightly abated. He turned back to comfort Pei Wuer. The 2 guards exchanged glances and then moved forward to close the door. After a while, noticing their master showed no signs of emerging, they resumed their meal, albeit this time with muted sounds. Once they finished, Yining took the bowls back down and returned to attend to Pei Wuer. After a little over half an hour, Su Yining emerged, his complexion slightly improved this time. He waved his hand, and the 2 guards followed him. Only when they were out of sight did Yining turn back and enter the room. "Miss Wuer, would you like to eat something? I noticed you haven't had anything this afternoon," Yining inquired with concern. Pei Wuer's eyes were already swollen. She sat on the couch, contemplating Su Yining's earlier words. The notion that he could not take her away made her feel increasingly wronged, and tears streamed down her face. Yining, unsure of how to comfort her, had yet to grasp the complexities of such emotions. She hurried down to the large kitchen below. She returned with a plate of flaky honey cakes, a platter of vegetables, a dish of osmanthus sweet lotus, and a bowl of fish fillet porridge, placing each item carefully on the table. Miss Wooer, these are all that the kitchen has for now. Please eat a little. Pei Wooer gazed at Yining, whose skin appeared as delicate as snow under the light. Her pink silk attire accentuating her fair complexion. Her peach blossom eyes, filled with a hint of worry, reflected her inner turmoil. Did Zhao Yining have another woman outside? Did he know she had been bullied, which was why he refused to take her away and would not claim her? He had once doted on her so much. And Pei Wooer found herself spiraling into despair. Yining, please step outside for a moment. I need some time alone, Pei Wooer said, feeling increasingly restless. Yining glanced at her, realizing that any words might be futile. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. Miss Wooer, I shall take my leave then. The food is still warm, and there is hot tea on the table. In the following month, Zhao Yining visited almost daily, but never mentioned taking Pei Wooer back. She grew increasingly anxious, while Yining remained oblivious to their situation, spending her days guarding the place with the other two guards. Pei Wooer did not trust anyone from Tianxiang Pavilion, so she refrained from confiding in Yining. By the second month, Pei Wooer could no longer endure the situation. Fearing that prolonged exposure would lead Zhao Yining to learn of her experiences at Tianxiang Pavilion, she resolved to provoke him. She began to avoid him, drawing the curtains tightly in her inner chamber. Whenever he approached, she would cry and fuss, leading Zhao Yining to call for Yining to bring tea. As the months wore on, Zhao Yining visibly deteriorated. Each night, after visiting her, he would return to his duties, having already entered the civil service. He juggled the demands of his responsibilities, striving to uphold the Zhao family's reputation while ensuring he could maintain his position as the heir. Each day, he also needed to find time to soothe Pei Wooer. Consequently, he often brought work with him. Yining believed Zhao Yining genuinely cared for Pei Wooer. In her time at the brothel, she had never witnessed a man act in such a manner. Over the 2 months, Yining found herself becoming increasingly enamored as well. Realizing that some men could indeed behave this way, though she had never considered that Zhao Yining's actions were not for her. This was what it felt like to fall in love for the first time, an experience marked by blind ignorance yet profound depth. However, Yining also recognized the impossibility of her feelings, thus refraining from engaging Zhao Yining in conversation, only stealing glances at him when she occasionally delivered tea. Did Zhao Yining ever notice Yining's furtive glances? He is aware, yet it matters little to him. The women who adore him are as numerous as the fish crossing the river, ranging from noble ladies to servants in the household. However, his heart belongs solely to Wooer, to whom he has long promised marriage. Zhao Yining sometimes feels a sense of helplessness as Wooer fails to comprehend his explanations. He understands her anxiety, yet he is currently unable to take her away. Her family has recently fallen into disgrace, and all eyes are upon them. They must wait at least a year or so, proceeding with caution. Initially, he came here discreetly each day, with the intention of remaining undetected, lest Wooer find herself further ensnared in the brothel. Chapter 10. The humiliation in the 3rd month, Pei Wooer began to venture outside, entertaining guests, which led to a fierce quarrel with Zhao Yining. As Pei Wooer frequented the pleasure quarters and experienced various events, her family, upon hearing the news, was left in despair. Overwhelmed with anguish, she yearned to cling to Zhao Yining, yet he neither touched her nor took her away. In her desperation, she contemplated taking drastic measures. She started hosting guests, hoping to convey the gravity of her situation to Zhao Yining, hoping he would either rescue her or claim her for himself. However, Zhao Yining remained indifferent. Despite their argument, he continued to visit daily, though Pei Wooer often chose to be absent from the room, leaving him to wait for her for 2 hours before departing. One day, while Yining was tidying Pei Wooer's garments by the bed, a somewhat inebriated Zhao Yining entered, closing the door behind him. Upon seeing the figure by the bed, his emotions erupted after a few drinks. As a scion of a prestigious family, he had always been the center of admiration and had endured considerable grievances for Pei Wooer. If she desired him, he would take her, extinguishing the lamp. He embraced Yining from behind, sensing her struggles within his grasp. "Isn't this what you wanted, Pei Wooer?" he murmured, flipping her onto the bed. Yining, bewildered and disoriented, had just been arranging things when darkness enveloped her, and she found herself in Zhao Yining's arms. Upon recognizing his voice, her heart raced, and she felt as though her very soul had vacated her body. It was both a dream realized and a source of panic. Deep down, she wished for Zhao Yining's affection, yet reality dictated otherwise. She dared not cry out, fearing for her life. Should he become enraged, Pei Wu'er would surely abandon her. In an attempt to placate Pei Wu'er, Zhao Yining would disregard her entirely. Knowing this, the tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "Young Master Zhao. It is I, Yining." Zhao Yining paused momentarily, but soon became even more reckless. Pressing against her, it seemed as though the pent-up emotions of the past months found an outlet. Yining's garments were torn away and discarded carelessly. "Young Master Zhao, I beg you." "I am Yining," she pleaded, trembling with fear, her voice breaking as she spoke in fragmented phrases. Zhao Yining remained silent, his actions relentless, and Yining felt the pain nearly render her unconscious. After an hour had passed, Zhao Yining finally rose to light a candle. Donning his clothes without a glance at Yining, who lay on the bed, bruised and battered. After a brief moment of stillness, Yining realized that Pei Wu'er might return at any moment. She summoned her strength to rise and find a nondescript garment belonging to Pei Wu'er to wear, then changed the bedding on the couch. Spotting the crimson stain on the bedding, she felt a wave of injustice wash over her, tears threatening to spill once more. Yet she stifled her cries, striving to remain silent. Once she had tidied up, she clutched the soiled bedding and the tattered clothing as she exited. Zhao Yining did not utter a word. The two guards at the entrance exchanged glances but remained silent. Trained in martial arts, they possessed sharper senses than ordinary folk and were aware of the events that had transpired within. Yet they found it peculiar that their master, despite being of marrying age this year, lacked a devoted companion, as they had heard he was merely waiting to welcome Miss Pei into his home. During this time, Miss Pei exhibited an abundance of patience, clearly showing her concern. However, today, something seemed amiss. Zhao Yining felt a tumult of emotions within, upon hearing the voice. He recognized it was not Pei Wu'er, yet he struggled to restrain himself. The following day, Zhao Yining returned, this time refraining from any advances towards Yining, who hesitated at the threshold, opting to wait outside obediently. On the third day, as Yining stood outside, Zhao Yining's voice beckoned her in to serve tea. Yining yearned for assistance. Her gaze wandered anxiously around her surroundings. Yet, words eluded her. With trepidation, she stepped inside. "I bow to you, young Master Zhao. I shall pour your tea." With trembling hands, she proceeded to serve. Zhao Yining observed her hands, adorned in a pale pink embroidered wrap dress. As she grasped the teapot's handle, the delicate hue of her attire accentuated her luminous complexion, revealing an even more porcelain-like skin. Her lips were a vivid crimson, and beneath her gently arched brows lay a pair of enchanting, expressive eyes, sparkling under the light. Zhao Yining had initially intended to dismiss her with some monetary compensation, but now his resolve wavered. She had disrupted the boundaries he had vowed to uphold as a scion of a prestigious family. Pei Wu'er's persistent pleas had gone unanswered for this very reason. In a moment of chaotic contemplation, he thought, having crossed the line, why not continue to transgress? Before he could fully grasp his thoughts, his hand had already found its way to her chest, and she gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. "Young Master Zhao, I implore you." Zhao Yining felt a mischievous urge to tease her, asking, "What do you seek from me?" Yining faltered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. He pondered whether she looked similarly affected when stirred by emotion, her face awash with the blush of spring blooms, gazing at him with those glistening eyes. Her lips slightly parted, softly pleading for his mercy. "Please do not do this," she uttered, tears of shame cascading down her cheeks. Zhao Yining, unable to restrain himself any longer, pulled Yining onto his lap. Throughout the entire ordeal, she could only stifle her sobs, resisting even the urge to cry out in pain, fearing discovery or disdain from him. In the ensuing visits, whenever Pei Wu'er was absent, Zhao Yining seized every opportunity with Yining. Over a month passed. Pei Wu'er, perhaps realizing her threats bore no weight, remained in her quarters awaiting Zhao Yining. Yining felt a flicker of relief, wishing to evade this torment, for each encounter was excruciating, leaving her trembling in fear of exposure. As usual, Yining stood outside with 2 guards, when Zhao Yining's voice summoned her once more to serve tea. Reluctantly, she entered, head bowed, and after pouring the tea, retreated outside. That day, as Zhao Yining departed, he cast a shadowy glance her way. For half a month, Yining successfully evaded him. Just as she rejoiced in Pei Wuer's apparent clarity, recognizing the futility of her efforts, she was abruptly pulled into a private chamber while drawing water downstairs. Zhao Yining sat within, and in a panic, Yining knelt before him, trembling and speechless. The inevitable transpired, and an hour later, Zhao Yining made his way to Pei Wuer's chamber. Chapter 11. Coming of age. Fortunately, after that occasion, Zhao Yining did not come around again. Yining dared not inquire about it. She merely focused on her tasks with utmost caution, striving to avoid any mistakes. However, one day, Pei Wuer suddenly expressed to Mama Li her desire for a change. Mama Li let her attend to clients. This arrangement is quite unsuitable, Pei Wuer remarked somewhat nonchalantly. Mama Li cast a worried glance at Yining, who was kneeling at the doorway. Miss Wuer, are you dissatisfied? I can arrange for a more capable girl. Pei Wuer did not elaborate, merely glancing at her with faint indifference. After saying this, she resumed examining her nails, which Yining had just dyed for her, appearing even more exquisite under the sunlight. Mama Li escorted Yining downstairs, leading her to the back courtyard. What did you do to offend her? Yining felt an unspoken burden. She had truly done nothing to provoke Pei Wuer. Mama Li, I swear I haven't, she insisted, a hint of panic in her voice as she sought to defend herself. Mama Li scrutinized Yining closely. Her beauty had grown increasingly alluring and charming. With beads of sweat forming on her forehead and her doe-like eyes appearing misty, Yining began to grasp Pei Wuer's intentions. I shall inform others that you have commenced receiving clients. Go assist old Zhang in the kitchen. As for formally attending to clients, we shall adhere to the customary rules of the establishment. After your coming of age, you shall no longer emerge from the kitchen. Yining recognized Mama Li's kindness, and tears, long held back, streamed down her cheeks as she knelt. Thank you, Mama. With that, she turned and retreated to the small kitchen. What Yining was unaware of was that 2 months later, Zhao Yining returned. His absence during this time had been due to matters in the southern regions, a fact known to Pei Wuer, though she was oblivious to the details. Zhao Yining arrived once more at Tianxiang Pavilion, and upon hearing the news, Mama Li could not suppress a dramatic eye roll. Yining, I have missed you so, Pei Wuer said, clinging to Zhao Yining with a delicate demeanor. Seeing her thus stirred his heart. Pei Wuer, who usually exuded nobility and aloofness, seemed to have endured great distress to appear in such a state. He gently caressed her back. It is all right now. This time, I can take you away. Pei Wuer gazed at him in surprise, and Zhao Yining spoke softly, his eyes filled with tenderness and resolve. Did I not tell you to wait a year or so until things settled down before I could take you away? You have been here for half a year now. It is about time. I will speak with Mama Li shortly. Just wait for me peacefully. A smile of happiness graced Pei Wuer's face as tears began to fall. Yining, thank you. Zhao Yining felt joy for her and anticipated the day he would bring her out, arranging a new identity for her in a couple of years. However, Zhao Yining found it strange that he had not seen Yining that day. Wuer, where's your little maid who attends to you? Pei Wuer timidly lifted her head. But Zhao Yining sensed something peculiar. Such timidity should not characterize Pei Wuer, but rather that little maid. Yining, what is the matter? Mama Li sent Yining to attend to clients last month. Oh, it is nothing. I will find Mama Li now and take you away today, Zhao Yining replied nonchalantly. He wandered downstairs in a daze, feeling an emptiness within him, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. Pei Wuer gazed at Zhao Yining's seemingly lost silhouette, her eyes filled with resentment. The last time he visited, he carried the lingering scent of Yining and himself, as if he believed she was oblivious to it. The one who vowed to cherish her for a lifetime had betrayed her, yet she felt powerless. All she could do was cling to him. Pursuing another man would be laughable, for how many could rival his noble status and outstanding demeanor in the brothel? Madame Li observed the departing carriage of the two. her heart filled with scorn. Was it still the same as before? With that thought, she dismissed it and swayed her way back to her room for an afternoon nap. Yining remained unaware of these matters until 2 days later when she learned from Zhang Pozi that Pei Wu'er had been taken away. A wave of relief washed over her, accompanied by a bittersweet pang in her heart. She felt as though she held no worth, unworthy of being cherished. Half a year later, upon reaching maturity, a more daunting reality awaited her, a verification of her purity before her wedding night. She lay in bed, her legs spread, her body trembling uncontrollably as a matron approached Madame Li. She wished to plead for mercy. The matron, her expression grim, whispered a few words to Madame Li at the door. Madame Li turned, her gaze clouded with uncertainty, and waved her hand dismissively. The matron exited. Was it that Pei Wu'er's old lover? Yining bit her lip and nodded. You are quite astute. Had you revealed this to Pei Wu'er, she would not have spared your life. Her old lover values her, and despite knowing we had drugged her, he remained silent. Yining looked at Madame Li in shock, not expecting her to endorse her actions. According to the rules, someone in her predicament would typically be directed to entertain lower-tier clients. But the matron claimed that her physique was exceptional, a promising asset for profit. In a few days, she would begin receiving clients. She was advised to seize the opportunity wisely. With that, Madame Li swayed out of the room. Yining felt a tremendous sense of relief. She rose from her bed and, filled with joy, headed to the small kitchen to prepare a dish of cheese pastries for Madame Li and the matron. This way, she could strive to earn money, redeem herself, and purchase a home, just like her sister Yener. Madame Li, observing Yining's demeanor, also sighed in relief. In a world of courtesans, the greatest fear lay in contemplating the impossible. In the ensuing 2 to 3 years, Yining diligently learned how to please and serve her clients. Though there were moments of hardship, thoughts of her sister Yener and Su Yinan always bolstered her spirit. Gradually, she attracted several clients willing to spend lavishly on her, and she was nearing her goal of accumulating enough money. Just as a brighter future seemed within reach, tragedy struck, and she was brutally slain. As Yining pondered these events, she drifted into a heavy slumber. Chapter 12. Persimmons as October descended. The crispness of autumn enveloped Yining the moment she stepped out into the courtyard, where a scattering of leaves had already begun to fall. Reflecting on the past few months felt like traversing a different lifetime. The chill of the wind made Yining shiver slightly. She prepared warm water in the small kitchen to wash her face, then joined the others for breakfast before heading to the back courtyard with several young maidservants to tidy up. The autumn breeze whispered through the air, causing leaves to flutter down gently. Granny Chong instructed Yining to sweep twice daily, and, as the cold wind nipped at her, Yining contemplated the challenge of winter, where she would have to allocate part of her meager allowance to purchase frostbite ointment, which was truly disheartening. Watching the maidservants diligently fulfilling their tasks brought a smile to Granny Chang's face. The return of the young master would surely bring even more excitement. Since the departure of the maidservant Jindong, the lady of the house had been in a foul mood, and no one dared to propose selecting another maid. In truth, Granny Chong felt it unnecessary. A young master of such stature typically would not mingle with women before reaching maturity, unless from a family lacking decorum, where one might take a concubine or associate closely with maidservants prior to marriage. As they walked into the back courtyard, the sight of the persimmon tree laden with golden fruit was quite festive. Granny Chong immediately called for the young maidservants to fetch a few guards to help with the harvest. Yining observed the lively scene before her. A feeling of joy blossomed within her as she felt a sense of belonging to this life. She was assigned to prepare the persimmons for drying. Taking a small stool, she settled in the courtyard, carefully peeling each golden fruit and arranging them on bamboo mats, having heard from Granny Chong that they were to be dried into persimmon cakes. This was a new experience for her, yet it felt like a simple joy of life that she had never encountered before. She mused wistfully about the happiness of living a humble life in her own home, savoring pomegranates in summer, harvesting lotus roots, picking persimmons in autumn, and enjoying mooncakes under the moonlight during the mid-autumn festival. How delightful it would be to share such a life with someone special, to slowly savor life together, perhaps with adorable children to cherish. After dinner with everyone, Yining felt a renewed sense of anticipation for life. As the new year approached, the courtyard grew increasingly lively with the impending return of the young master, Shize. Granny Chong was busier than ever, her feet scarcely touching the ground. However, Yining had little time to focus on this, as her frostbite had worsened. She had spent all her allowance on ointment, yet it proved ineffective. With the snow falling, she found herself sweeping several times a day, fearful that the noble ones might slip and fall. Despite her efforts, she could not escape the necessity of spending hours outside each day. At least the winter clothing provided by the Marquis' residence was reasonably thick. That night, as Yining lay in bed, she pondered how to make her life less arduous. When the young master returned, the courtyard was adorned with lanterns, radiating joy. Yining had rarely seen the young master, as he seldom ventured into the back courtyard. But on the day of the new year, she caught a glimpse of him. From a distance, he stood tall in a long black robe, a jade belt cinched at his waist, his dark hair elegantly tied up. His expression somewhat stern, a figure reminiscent of a spirited young general. Thanks to the young master, she enjoyed several days of exquisite meals, and Yining felt a heartfelt gratitude towards him. After the lively celebrations of the new year, the young master departed once more, leaving the courtyard inhabitants in a somber mood. Yet, Yining was brimming with joy, for she had received a red envelope from the Marchioness containing a full tale of silver. Gazing at her frostbitten hands and feet, she felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Without hesitation, she generously commissioned the gatekeeper, Granny Li, to procure 3 boxes of frostbite ointment for her. Granny Li, too, was delighted. The Marchioness had bestowed upon her a red envelope as well, and indeed, every servant in the estate had received one. With the household now flush with coins, she anticipated a surge in requests for her procurement services, surely a lucrative opportunity. Beaming at Yining, Granny Li observed how the girl had flourished over the winter. Her complexion had regained its snowy fairness, her lips bloomed with a rosy hue, and the estate's nourishing meals had softened her once frail frame with gentle curves. She had blossomed into a strikingly lovely child. Yining, such extravagance this time, Granny Li remarked with a smile. Buy 3 more boxes, Yining remarked, observing the cheerful figure of Granny Li clad in a vibrant red coat. She understood that the old woman had a kind heart. Each time she brought items, she selected them with great care. Even a single box of frostbite ointment was not deemed insufficient, and the profit margin was minimal. Since the lady of the house had bestowed a red envelope, Yining felt inclined to make the purchase. A slight blush tinged her cheeks, as she usually felt a pang of reluctance, even when buying just 1 box. Very well, my dear, I shall bring them for you. Come by this side in the afternoon the day after tomorrow to collect them. Thank you, Granny Li. Farewell, Yining replied, a hint of joy illuminating her expression. Granny Li watched her retreating figure, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance that such a young girl, without any support in the household, would likely face difficulties in the future due to her beauty. Chapter 13. The study maid in the 21st year of the Qinghe era, Yining was approaching her 14th birthday. The past 5 years had brought little change to her life. However, a significant event occurred shortly after the beginning of the previous year. Shiyu, the elder sister responsible for cleaning the heir's study, married the son of the steward. Within 2 months, she became pregnant. As the steward had only 1 son, the news of his daughter-in-law's pregnancy was a cause for celebration, and he naturally wished for her to refrain from work. After discussions, Shiyu approached Mama Chong to resign from her duties. Mama Chong had no choice but to ask Mama Zhang to find a more dependable person to oversee the cleaning of the study. That evening, Mama Zhang returned home, pondering who would be suitable for the important task, as the study was a place of great significance and could not be entrusted to someone frivolous or clumsy. She considered Yining but hesitated, recalling her somewhat uncoordinated manner of working. Other candidates came to mind, yet they either lacked the necessary composure or were of an age that raised concerns about their intentions. Should the heir return and develop inappropriate thoughts, it would reflect poorly on Mama Zhang. The mistress had issued a stern directive. No one was to influence the heir negatively, or they would be dismissed without exception. After much contemplation, she could not identify a suitable candidate and finally fell into a troubled sleep in the early hours of the morning. Within a few days, the news had spread throughout the courtyard, prompting some to discreetly offer gifts to Mama Zhang, who began to waver in her resolve. The following day, as Mama Zhang sat on a couch, cradling a hand warmer and munching on melon seeds, a young maid informed her that Mama Chong was seeking her. Instantly, Mama Zhang set aside her seeds and followed the maid. Upon entering, she found the room warm and inviting. Before her stood a square table adorned with 4 embroidered stools, a dressing table by the window, and a simply arranged bed. Mama Chong sat on the couch behind the table, where a small plate of sweet pastries, a dish of floral cakes, and a small bowl of milk were laid out. Dressed in a deep purple robe with silver embroidery, her hair secured with silver hairpins, Mama Chong remained silent upon Mama Zhang's arrival. Nervousness gripped Mama Zhang as she stood to the side, a bead of sweat forming on her brow, uncertain whether Mama Chong had received some unwelcome news. After a moment, having finished her milk, Mama Chong finally spoke. Mama Zhang, is it truly so difficult to select someone to clean the study? How is it that the entire courtyard is already aware of your search? Mama Zhang trembled like a leaf and fell to her knees. Sister Chong, it was my folly. I was thoughtless. Please show mercy. Get up. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, you will find yourself cast out by the mistress soon enough, Mama Chong replied, lazily picking up a piece of floral cake to taste. Thank you, Sister Chong, I understand. Mama Zhang wiped her sweat and rose. Secretly relieved, she had not accepted any bribes. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mama Chong, she hurried back to her own room. Once back, Mama Zhang began to seek out the young maids responsible for cleaning. Yining recognized this as an opportunity. If she were assigned to the study, it would spare her from the sun and rain. Beside the study, there exists a small room where the page used to reside. However, the young master has no page, only personal guards. If she were to take on the responsibility of cleaning the study, she could move in there. The elder sister who previously managed the cleaning knew of this arrangement and preferred not to stay in the large dormitory any longer. As she matures, having experienced her first menstruation at the end of last year, she finds herself increasingly sensitive, seemingly influenced by her past life. She yearns for a private space to conceal certain matters from prying eyes. As dusk approached, Yining prepared to meet Granny Zhang. Since noon, Granny Zhang had instructed the young maids responsible for cleaning to take turns attending to her. Clad in a pink coat provided by the household, Yining opened the door to her room, only to be greeted by a chilling gust of wind. She quickly tightened her coat around herself, glancing at the overcast sky, anxiety creeping into her heart. If she were unable to access the study this time, she dreaded the thought of enduring such weather for countless years, spending hours in this cold environment. It would surely take a toll on her health, especially as she now experienced the beginnings of discomfort associated with her menstruation. Yining knocked softly on the door. Granny Zhang, you called for me? Come in. The voice of Granny Zhang resonated within. Yining pushed the door open and lifted the curtain as she entered the inner chamber. Granny Zhang was seated on an embroidered stool, sipping tea. A few visitors had just departed, leaving her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. As she gazed at Yining, her complexion was a delicate blend of white and pink, with a refined nose and rosy lips. Such innocence seemed rather inappropriate. She sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Yining slightly raised her head. Granny Zhang, noticing her enchanting eyes that shimmered like water, found her charm even more unsuitable. Granny, what did you summon me for? Yining inquired. Oh, it's nothing. You may return. Madame Zhang raised her hand impatiently, unwilling to stir up trouble as she was already quite vexed. Yining, feeling somewhat anxious, allowed him to leave without inquiring further. Mama, I have heard that the study is in need of a maid for cleaning duties. It's none of your concern. You may return now. Zhang Momo spoke with a tone laced with irritation. Momo, I wish to go. Yining's voice rose slightly. Zhang Momo looked up with unexpected interest, surprised that the usually quiet and diligent maid had such thoughts. Do explain your reasoning, she prompted. Momo, the sweeping and cleaning in winter is unbearably cold, and my hands and feet are afflicted with frostbite, Yining replied, her voice lacking confidence, fully aware that lamentation would yield no results. What maid tasked with cleaning does not endure hardship? If you cannot bear this little suffering, perhaps you should pack your belongings and leave the Marquis's residence. Surely, it is the life within the Marquis's household that has granted you such comfort, is it not? Madame Zhang was already perturbed and seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations. Yining hastily knelt down and bowed her head. She felt somewhat vexed by her own ineptitude in expressing herself. Madam, that was not my intention. Then what do you mean? Madame Zhang's eyes glinted with derision. Madam, prior to entering the residence, my father was a scholar, and maintaining the study was more manageable for me, as I can read. Oh, Madame Zhang's interest was piqued. Moreover, if I were to clean the study, I would ensure to do so when a young master is away, regardless of whether it be in the dead of night or before dawn. I would never disturb him while he attends to official documents. Should you ever catch me deliberately presenting myself before the young master, you may expel me without hesitation. Yining, trembling with emotion, endeavored to articulate her strengths. If you do not wish to meet the young master, then why venture into the study? Inquired Grandma Zhang, her curiosity piqued. Grandma, I have been sweeping the snow outside every day, and now, with the onset of my monthly cycle, I endure excruciating abdominal pain. I have no family, and I find myself feeling quite frightened. Upon uttering these words, Yining's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Having experienced this phase herself, Grandma Zhang, upon witnessing Yining's distress, was somewhat convinced. Very well, let me be clear with you. The sole requirement for maintaining the study is that you must not harbor any foolish notions of climbing into the young master's bed. Should I discover any such intentions, or if you deliberately position yourself before him, neither I nor the lady of the house will tolerate it. Do you understand? Yining promptly bowed her head in acknowledgement. Thank you, Grandma. I comprehend fully, and you need only to oversee my conduct henceforth. Grandma Zhang waved her hand dismissively. Recognizing her reluctance to engage further, Yining respectfully exited the room. Chapter 14. Arrangement. Upon exiting the room, Yining beamed with joy, relieved to escape the frigid air outside. The prince's study, equipped with a heated Kong, promised warmth, and she anticipated relocating to the adjacent side room, where she could likely enjoy the same comfort. After a few days of anxious waiting, news finally emerged from the courtyard. Yining had been appointed as a second-class maid, tasked with the upkeep of the prince's study. In celebration, Yining purchased treats for her sisters in a room before happily carrying her belongings into the side room of the study. The space was modestly sized, rectangular in shape, with a round table at the entrance adorned with several embroidered cushions. Behind the table stood a simple wooden bed crafted from wangwali, and Yining excitedly sat upon it, tracing the intricate patterns of the wood and inhaling the unique fragrance of the wangwali. A sense of anticipation filled her heart, as though the image of her dream home was gradually taking shape. At the window stood a dressing table, also made of wangwali. However, it was originally a scholar's desk. After the previous maid responsible for cleaning moved in, she transformed it into a dressing table. Opening the window revealed a picturesque view outside. Not far away lay a pond adorned with lotus flowers, yet to bloom, while a persimmon tree stood nearby, a remnant of the several planted in the backyard. Yining, peering through the small window, mused about whether the persimmons would fall once ripe. In the following days, Yining meticulously cleaned the room multiple times, spending all the savings she had accumulated over the years. She could not resist adorning her space with various decorations, curtains, vases, and a bronze mirror. She even purchased a treasure chest, envisioning placing her monthly earnings inside it. Additionally, she acquired several pieces of colorful silk fabric, intending to hang fragrant sachets by her bedside. As her embroidery skills were modestly proficient, she also splurged on fabric to create a new garment and shoes, as well as to make door curtains. The elderly woman Li, who tended the side gate of the backyard, chuckled at Yining's daily visits and remarked that one might mistakenly think she was preparing a dowry. Yining silently reflected that these items were far more significant than any dowry. She did not yearn for marriage. Rather, she aspired for an increasingly better life, and this was merely the first step toward that goal. As Yining observed her room taking shape gradually, she reveled in the experience. Over the next 2 years, she dedicated herself to her work, although the study required little labor and spared her from the elements. As a second-class maid, she earned 500 coins monthly. Initially, She thought she could save more by avoiding frostbite ointment. Yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to acquiring more items for her room and indulging in snacks, resulting in little savings over those 2 years. With the arrival of spring, Yining turned 14. One day, as she diligently dusted the books in the study, the outside suddenly erupted in commotion. It was the return of the prince, Shize. Yining had heard that he would likely return after the spring, but she did not expect it to happen so soon. The last time he had come home was 5 years prior. Initially, he had intended to remain in the capital, but an unexpected conflict arose in the border towns, prompting him to join the battlefield. This engagement lasted 2 years, and upon its conclusion, he was tasked with garrison duty there, which served as valuable experience for the prince of the Li family. This year, the countess was particularly eager to see her son return. Yining contemplated that the crown prince might not linger long this time. The task of tidying her study was both effortless and joyous, devoid of interpersonal interactions and conflicts of interest. Now, the sisters outside had grown considerably more affectionate toward her. However, Yining was mistaken in her assumptions. Shize's return served 2 purposes. First, he was to inherit the title of the Marquis. Second, having reigned for 21 years, the Emperor Qinghe's sons had all matured, with the crown prince already in his 30s. Not to mention, there were already 6 or 7 who had entered the court and begun their duties at the age of 20 or above. The emperor's summons for the people of the north to return to the capital was, in fact, intended to assign Shize the responsibility of safeguarding the city, as he harbored concerns about his son's ambitions. The Li family's esteemed reputation and influence within the military were undeniable. As long as they remained loyal and present in the capital, his position would be both stable and secure. The return of Shize ignited excitement among the people. After 10 years, the cornerstone of their courtyard had finally returned. Old Mama Chong shed tears of joy. Having guarded an empty courtyard for a decade, her heart ached, especially since she had been Shize's wet nurse. She hurriedly instructed everyone to welcome him at the courtyard entrance. Chapter 15. The heir returns home as noon approached. Shize had yet to return from the company of Lady Ho and the matriarch. In the main hall of the Ho residence, both generations of elders were misty-eyed. For Shize was the sole heir of the family, and they had endured a decade of absence from him, from the age of 9 to 19. Lady Ho, momentarily disregarding her composure, wept openly in her son's embrace, while the matriarch, witnessing her daughter-in-law's sorrow, discreetly wiped her own tears with a handkerchief. Who among them did not yearn for his return? Observing his mother, who lay weeping against his chest, and his grandmother with reddened eyes, Shize felt a pang of guilt for not having returned in 5 years. He tenderly consoled his mother until her sobs subsided, then knelt before his grandmother. "Grandmother, mother, I, Shize, have been unfilial to have caused you such worry." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, the matriarch rose and embraced Shize, crying, "My grandson, how could you be so cruel? My dear grandson." The others in the room soon followed suit, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. After some time, once everyone had calmed down, Shize joined his mother and grandmother at the dining table, where they watched him eat with smiles, continuously instructing the maidservants to serve him. Once the meal was over, they held his hands and inquired about the events of the past 5 years. Shize recounted only the more amusing anecdotes, such as the inexplicable disappearance of horses from the military, which turned out to be a case of them sneaking off to steal the villagers' pig feed, and the time he prepared for battle only to discover he had donned his armor incorrectly, bringing laughter to his elders. Though naturally reserved and taciturn, he exerted great effort to entertain his family. After lunch, noticing the fatigue on his mother and grandmother's faces, Shize rose to take his leave, promising to return the next day to pay his respects. Lady Ho, recognizing his weariness, urged him to retire to his quarters for rest, knowing well the toll of his arduous journey. Madame Chong and the others awaited news until the 3rd watch, when a servant hurried in with good tidings. "Madame Chong. Madame Chong, the young master has returned to the courtyard." The kitchen maid rushed over, her voice ringing out. Madame Chong beamed, presenting the maid with a red envelope as a reward. Yining, standing nearby, felt a twinge of envy. She had been left behind. chilled to the bone by the biting wind. Had she been more astute in seeking information, she could have taken a stroll to warm herself, and perhaps received a red envelope as well, a thought that left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Before long, Shize made his entrance, flanked by 2 personal guards. Yining, however, did not catch sight of him, having been pushed to the back by the throng of taller figures. Everyone knelt in unison, and Madame Chong rushed forward to grasp Shize's hand, exclaiming, "My lord, you have finally returned after 5 long years." Shize gently patted Madame Chong's shoulder, saying, "Madam, it's rather chilly. Let's move inside." Subsequently, the crowd followed him into the courtyard, where Madame Chong instructed everyone to disperse and return to their duties, allowing Yining the opportunity to retreat to her room to warm herself. The spring breeze was bitterly cold, and that evening, Yining fell ill with a fever. Fortunately, her foresight led her to request ginger soup from the kitchen in the afternoon and evening. Though she grew feverish, she soon recovered, awakening the next morning full of vitality, only to learn from her sisters that several others had succumbed to illness. Yining is once again deeply impressed by her own astuteness. Subsequently, tranquil days ensue. On the following day, Shize enters the palace to pay his respects to the emperor, subsequently taking charge of the capital's defense. While the position within the capital military command is not particularly prestigious, Shize, already holding the rank of 3rd-grade commander, is directly invited by Lord Li to inherit the title of the Marquis, thus smoothing his path in the capital. Shize is occupied from dawn till dusk. Upon returning to the capital, he finds the internal affairs exceedingly intricate, with the study's lamp extinguishing only in the dead of night. Granny Zhang is quite pleased with Yining, having not witnessed her intentionally appearing before the young master in the past 2 months. It is always the young master who takes the initiative to tidy the study, prompting Granny Zhang to privately consider herself a discerning judge of talent. While Yining remains untroubled, a significant issue arises with Qingdai, the head maid in Shize's residence. Late at night, Yining hears commotion outside, and recalling the painful lessons of her past life, she refrains from venturing out and becomes increasingly anxious, contemplating ways to barricade the door. Disturbing cries and pleas for mercy reach her ears, instilling fear that prevents her from sleeping. The following day, she appears at the study with faint dark circles under her eyes. At noon, her former roommate, Qinglian, arrives, stating that Granny Zhang has summoned her. Yining's apprehension mounts, suspecting that something untoward occurred the previous night. Standing outside Granny Zhang's door, she speaks with concern. "Granny, Sister Qinglian mentioned you were looking for me." "Gumin." Granny Zhang's voice calls back. Yining lowers her head respectfully as she pushes the door open. Granny Zhang regards Yining. "Do you know what transpired last night?" "Granny, I am unaware of the details, but I did hear crying. I suspect something happened, although I have not inquired further," Yining replies honestly, acutely aware that Granny Zhang could easily replace her. "Oh, what do you surmise it to be?" "I speculate it could either involve a lost item or something pertaining to the young master." Yining responds in a hushed tone. Granny Zhang regards Yining with approval, appreciating her candor. "You are not mistaken. Last night, when the young master returned, it was Qingdai's turn to attend him. While she was meant to assist him with his bath, she inadvertently disrobed and entered the tub herself." Yining's eyes widen in astonishment, a revelation that exceeds her expectations. Granny Zhang takes pleasure in Yining's shock, feeling justified in her late-night efforts to gather information after escorting Qingdai away. The young master, infuriated by her actions, hastily exited the tub, donned a robe, and called for Granny Chong. Yining, still in disbelief, meets Granny Zhang's gaze and inquires, what happened next? Once Granny Chong arrived, she summoned Qingdai, ordered her to leave, and arranged for her to be sent to the woodshed. This morning, after informing the lady, she became so enraged that she smashed a cup and expelled Qingdai from the residence. Is Qingdai safe?" Yining asks with concern. Granny Zhang calmly sips her tea. "She lives, but has suffered 20 lashes. She must recuperate well to survive. She has no family to rely on, and her future remains uncertain." "Madame Zhang, I am well aware. I shall not act in such a manner." Yining hurriedly expressed her loyalty, understanding that Madame Zhang had summoned her today as a subtle reprimand. Chapter 16. A cautionary tale. Madame Zhang cast a fleeting glance at Yining. I am aware of your recent compliance, but it is imperative that you maintain this demeanor. You have no family outside the estate, and today I have the time to speak with you, mainly out of concern that you might inadvertently invite trouble upon yourself. Yining hurriedly knelt and bowed her head. Please, Madame Zhang, speak. Rise, Madame Zhang replied calmly. You may stand and listen. Yining complied, her curiosity piqued by the topic at hand. In her previous life, she had never encountered such matters, and in this life, she remained somewhat of an outsider, only occasionally eavesdropping on the conversations of others. In esteemed families like the Li clan, men typically waited until they reached maturity to marry, refraining from taking a wife beforehand. This practice not only underscored their adherence to the traditions of a noble lineage, but also reflected the protective instincts of families that cherished their daughters, who would be reluctant to marry men already entangled with other women. Thus, within the aristocratic circles, it was generally accepted that men were to maintain their virtue until marriage, enhancing their family's reputation. Yining pondered this notion. It was no wonder that in her previous life, Zhao Yining had delayed his union with Pei Wu'er. He likely perceived her as a woman of ill repute and acted without restraint thereafter. Now, as she attempted to engage with the heir, deliberately trying to win his favor, she realized that even if the heir genuinely liked her, it would be of no consequence. She would be courting her own demise. For the lady of the Marquis would show no mercy. Do you not recognize the importance of family, power, and status? Madame Zhang inquired, scrutinizing Yining. Do you grasp the meaning of my words? Yining nodded thoughtfully. Madam, I understand. It is wise to keep my distance from the heir. Even if you were to take a liking to me, my life would still be at risk. Madame Zhang grew anxious and approached Yining, gently tapping her on the head. No, what I mean is that if you truly entertain such thoughts, you may wait until the heir has taken a wife. It is entirely permissible for him to take concubines afterward. If you were to secure a position as a favored concubine in the Marquis' household and bear him a son or daughter, you would attain immeasurable wealth. Ah! Yining's eyes widened in astonishment. Madame Zhang, feeling exasperated, waved her hand dismissively. I knew you were a simpleton. You have not even seen what the heir looks like. Have you? I do not know. Yining replied softly. Forget it. You are of no use. Do not dwell on such matters. I have always considered myself lacking in intellect, yet I am astonished to discover that there are those even more foolish. Being excessively naive will not serve you well, especially now that the heir has returned and your position is under scrutiny. Exercise caution in the future. With that, she gestured for Yining to leave. Yining found herself rooted to the spot, her expression a mixture of despair and apprehension. Madame Zhang, what am I to do? My legs have grown weak from fear. Madame Zhang, observing Yining's timid demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Though she prided herself on her discerning eye for talent, she lamented the lack of ambition in her chosen protégée. Struggling to regain her composure, she sipped her tea to soothe her nerves. Very well, let me impart this wisdom to you. There are primarily two pitfalls: greed in men. If you remain unambitious and do not covet the Marquis' wealth or any particular man, you should encounter few troubles. Also, be vigilant. Observe your surroundings for any unusual or unexpected items. Yining nodded vigorously, feeling as though her surroundings were teeming with unseen dangers. She grasped Madame Zhang's hand tightly. Grandmother, I understand now. I shall diligently work and save money, being vigilant for any items that may be tossed into my room. Off you go. I intend to take a nap. With that, Zhang grandmother turned away towards the bed, revealing her slight annoyance. Yining quietly exited the room, feeling a tinge of sadness. She was acutely aware of the complexities of the world around her, much like Zhao Yining's desires towards her and Pei Wu'er's hostility. Having been inexplicably murdered in her previous life, she hoped for a somewhat stable entry into the Marquis' residence in this life, yearning for just a peaceful place to live. Being fragile and easily trampled upon by others made her existence all the more arduous. Yet, she still wished to thrive. Upon returning to her chamber, she composed herself and proceeded to tidy up the study. Life progressed at a leisurely pace, and Yining became increasingly cautious. Before long, June arrived, and Shize became busier than ever, leaving early and returning late. Yining scarcely caught sight of him, let alone had the need to hide. After finishing her cleaning duties one day, Yining returned to her room and, as was her custom, meticulously inspected for any new items. To her astonishment, she discovered an intricately carved golden hairpin beneath her bedding. Weighing it in her hand, she felt its substantial heft and silently resented whoever intended her harm. Did they truly wish to disrupt her in the study rather than simply approach her for money? Pondering this left her with no clear answers. That evening, Yining knocked on Zhang's grandmother's door. Zhang's grandmother was indulging in her dinner, savoring a piece of pig's head meat paired with peanuts, followed by a sip of osmanthus wine. Yining couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The glistening red meat, adorned with chili oil and garlic, looked increasingly tempting under the candlelight. As a second-tier maid, her opportunities to enjoy meat were scarce, her monthly wages mostly given over to the kitchen. Only first-tier maids and grandmothers in charge had access to the small kitchen, where they enjoyed separate meals, while those like Zhang's grandmother had the privilege of choosing whatever they fancied, as long as it wasn't overly extravagant. Zhang's grandmother continued to eat, seemingly oblivious to Yining's presence. Yining wished to maintain her dignity, yet her gaze remained fixated on the enticing dish. It wasn't until Zhang's grandmother burped that she slowly took a sip of rice wine and inquired, "What brings you here at this late hour?" Yining quickly offered up the golden hairpin. "Grandmother, as you advised me last time, I must be cautious. I check my room daily, and today I found this." Zhang's grandmother was taken aback, recognizing the gold hairpin's significance. Why didn't they leave a heavier gold bracelet instead? Yining sensed the hint of regret in Zhang's grandmother's voice and hesitated before responding, perhaps because the bracelet holds greater value. These individuals were unwilling to invest any substantial resources, proving to be quite petty and troublesome. After a careful examination of the hairpin in the candlelight, she flicked it with her finger. "It's genuine. I understand now. You may return." Zhang's grandmother gestured dismissively. Yining, knowing that Zhang's grandmother intended to protect her, felt relieved as she made her way back. That night, snuggled under a blanket, Yining fell into deep contemplation about how to ascend to the status of a grandmother herself and attain the freedom to indulge in pig's head meat. Alas, the temptation was too great. Chapter 17. Pork belly. Though temptation loomed, desire intertwined with lust. As Yining matured, her body became increasingly sensitive. She pondered whether it was a consequence of excessive medication in her previous life or perhaps past experiences. She recalled that during her last existence, she did not harbor such cravings. Zhao Yining's visits were fraught with trepidation, as the pain was unbearable due to his considerable size and the prolonged encounters. After she came of age and began receiving clients, she never encountered anyone of such proportions again. It was no wonder she felt as though she might perish from the pain. The more she suffered, the more her body trembled, and Zhao Yining's responses grew ever more intense. Despite having once disliked such matters, she now found herself yearning for someone to treat her in that manner. A truly maddening contradiction. Drawing back the curtain of her chamber, she stealthily peered through a narrow gap in the paper window, discovering the courtyard enveloped in silence. Everyone must have retired for the night. Yining gently retreated, shedding her garments and burrowing into the warmth of her bed, her mind drifting back to how her former clients had brought her pleasure. Shize was in his study, perusing official documents with a hint of irritation. The candlelight flickered out, yet he paid it no mind. Rising after a moment, he stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. It was the middle of the month, and the moon hung round and luminous, casting a gentle silver light across the land. Breathing in the fresh, cool night air, he felt his mood begin to settle. Suddenly, he heard a sound akin to a cat's mewling. Shize dismissed it at first, but then discerned some rustling noises. Growing annoyed, he recognized it as the sultry cries of a woman. Though he had never indulged in such pleasures, he had witnessed enough to know it was likely a pair of amorous lovers. Just as he was about to close the window, irritated, he realized that the room adjacent to his study belonged to his boy attendant, meant for convenience in serving him. However, Yining was oblivious to this arrangement. The thought of a maid engaging in such indiscretions within his study enraged him, as it sullied the sanctity of his books. He approached and opened the window to peer inside, only to behold a radiant, fair-skinned woman reclining on the bed, her hand clutching, emitting a continuous sound that resembled both weeping and wailing. Shize's heart raced like thunder. After a considerable time, the woman fell into a deep slumber, and Shize found himself staring at his own hand, momentarily entranced. The following day, Shize awoke later than usual, haunted by dreams of himself atop that woman, her voice soft and timid, pleading and weeping before him as he indulged in the night's revelries. Early in the morning, the maidservant Banquet, tasked with assisting her in dressing, blushed as she beheld Shize. The young master was strikingly handsome, with a prominent nose and a cold demeanor. Years of martial training had bestowed him with broad shoulders and long legs, his muscular physique undeniably appealing. The scent that enveloped him, fresh and invigorating, made her cheeks flush even deeper. After Shize departed, Banquet prepared to wash the garments he had discarded. To her shock, she discovered they were his undergarments, and her face felt as though it might ignite with embarrassment. It was no wonder that Qing Dai had sought to entice him, being a year older than him. She surely understood the allure of such encounters, especially with a man who represented immense wealth and privilege. Banquet harbored her own ambitions. Having come here with the hopes of securing a prosperous future, her parents supporting her endeavors, having gone to great lengths to send her on this path. Initially, she intended to proceed cautiously, engaging with the heir gradually to foster some emotional connection, hoping that once he married, she might become a secondary consort. However, upon encountering the heir in person, she found herself growing impatient. At 18, waiting until his marriage would mean she would be 20. It was imperative that the heir spent time with her first. Meanwhile, Shize hurriedly departed with his guards, only to discover the door to the side chamber adjacent to the study tightly locked. During his months of absence, he had yet to see the maid responsible for cleaning, and after casting a lingering glance, he turned away. For several consecutive days, Shize seemed to develop a habit of refraining from opening the concealed window. Instead, he sat in the darkness, quietly listening to her breaths, her restless sighs, and her cautious footsteps. He felt as though he had transformed into someone beyond his own imagination. Each night, the absence of her sounds made it difficult for him to find slumber. Yining, on the other hand, remained blissfully unaware of these nuances. She felt fortunate to have become the maid responsible for the study's cleanliness. Otherwise, she would have had no personal space and would have likely endured a far more unbearable night, with so many people sharing the same quarters. The thought of engaging in her shameful acts becoming common knowledge was unbearable. She recalled the last time she had given a hairpin to Granny Zhang, only to realize that its true owner had not yet appeared. The absence was more frightening than she had anticipated, leaving her in a state of constant anxiety. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to Granny Zhang and the pig's head meat she had consumed that day, which had tantalized her for several days. She dreamed of the day when she could indulge in such delicacies as freely as Granny Zhang did. Yining's heart ached for the sumptuous meals she had relished in her previous life at Tianxianglu, lamenting that the food in the Marquis' residence was scarcely comparable. As her discontent grew, she rummaged through her treasure box, extracting some silver with determination, and made her way to the small kitchen. She resolved to spend money on food. After all, what if, like in her past life, she met an untimely end before she had the chance to enjoy herself? With each step, she comforted herself. In the kitchen, Aunt Sue was unfazed. "What would you like to eat today?" "Granny, pig's head meat like what Granny Zhang had." Despite her numerous visits, Yining still felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Very well, but that kind will cost extra." Aunt Sue swiftly began preparing the dish. "Isn't the meat 50 a plate? Why the extra charge?" Yining felt a surge of annoyance. "The kind with red oil, spicy and fragrant, costs more," Aunt Sue replied indifferently. "Do you want or not?" With great reluctance, Yining fished out her purse, her voice barely audible. "Granny, how much extra?" 10 You can pick it up in the evening." Reluctantly, Yining handed over the coins, counting her meager monthly allowance of 500 Aunt Sue, observing her hesitance, thought little of it. This young maid was always reluctant to part with her coins, yet it did not deter her from spending. That evening, Yining stealthily returned with the pig's head meat, savoring the delightful taste that made her feel elated. Granny Zhang certainly had an eye for delicious food. She was truly deserving of her status in the Marquis' residence. From now on, she would inquire more about Granny Zhang's culinary preferences. Content with her meal and sleeping soundly, Yining washed the plate before returning it to the small kitchen, praising Aunt Sue for her excellent cooking and subtly probing into Granny Zhang's other culinary favorites. Madame Sue, naturally, did not let the opportunity for profit slip by. Although she worked in the small kitchen of the heir, the third-tier maidservants were reluctant to indulge themselves, while the first-tier maidservants and matrons had no need to pay her any heed. She could only rely on Yining, who, possessing some wealth and a willingness to spend, became her confidant. They engaged in a detailed conversation for nearly half an hour. Afterward, Yining, feeling delighted, completed her evening routine and returned to a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Shize heard not a single sound throughout the night, ultimately choosing to sleep in his study by midnight. Chapter 18. The embroidered handkerchief. Yining savored a delightful meal of pig's head meat, and the following day, she found herself brimming with vitality as she toiled away. With a joyful gaze, she admired the array of books lining the shelves, growing increasingly fond of her current occupation. It was a splendid job, and she mused that becoming a wet nurse would be even more splendid. Determined to secure her position, Yining resolved to bribe Granny Zhang, hoping to continue in her role and perhaps even ascend to the esteemed title of wet nurse. She rummaged through her quarters and unearthed a piece of lake green silk fabric, which she had procured earlier in the year as a birthday gift for herself. Having previously embroidered a bodice, she estimated that she could craft 2 handkerchiefs from the exquisite material. With meticulous care, Yining selected silk threads to complement the floral designs. For the next several days, Yining devoted herself to embroidering handkerchiefs, while Shize, separated by a mere wall, felt himself on the brink of madness. He was perplexed by the peculiarities of her endeavors, questioning whether he had somehow erred, yet each evening his feet inexplicably led him to the study. Banksia observed that the young master had become increasingly occupied, often sequestered in the study, neglecting even the late-night snacks she used to bring him. Growing anxious, she wondered about his well-being. Finally, on the 4th day, Yining completed her creations, one adorned with peonies and the other with water lilies. As dusk settled, she timidly knocked on Granny Zhang's door. "Granny, it is I, Yining." "Come in." Madame Zhang remained seated on the couch, savoring her evening meal, while Yining, somewhat unconsciously, inhaled the delightful aromas wafting through the air. This time, it was steamed base, the tender flesh complemented by a distinctive sauce that exuded an enticing fragrance. Beside it lay a vibrant dish of stir-fried rabbit meat, one Yining recognized from her visits to Tianxianglu. Additionally, there was a plate of crisp, spicy radishes, likely crafted by Granny Sue herself, whose culinary skills Yining was well aware of. These dishes were quite homely. In the context of the Ho residence, they were not considered exquisite fare, yet surprisingly aligned with Yining's palate. She discreetly swallowed, contemplating when she might indulge in such delicacies. Noticing Yining standing there in silence, Madame Zhang's irritation flared. "What brings you here so late?" she inquired, her tone somewhat brusque. "Mama, I embroidered 2 handkerchiefs for you as a token of my appreciation for your care over the years," Yining replied, presenting the handkerchiefs with a gentle gesture. Madame Zhang, initially about to decline, was taken aback upon seeing the handkerchiefs offered to her. "Oh, it is crafted from pure silk. The embroidery is quite commendable, with a harmonious blend of green and pink threads. As long as you, dear madam, are pleased, that is all that matters." Yining feels a sense of satisfaction, as though she has successfully flattered her elder. Observing Zhang madam's beaming countenance, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, and her ebony tresses held up by a single silver hairpin, it is apparent that she has not adorned herself with any makeup. Yet her face resembles the delicate blossoms of spring. A sigh escapes her lips. With such enchanting beauty, it is impossible for her to remain concealed within the confines of the Ho residence for long. It would be wiser to find a responsible son-in-law sooner rather than later. Generally, a family with generations of heritage would have some savings, making it feasible to enjoy a life of comfort and prosperity. Yining, would you like me to introduce you to a suitable gentleman? Zhang Madam tentatively inquires. Yining was somewhat taken aback. In truth, most individuals would prefer to avoid such murky waters. Introducing a young maid without power or influence to a suitor within the household is hardly a commendable task. Observing her wide-eyed expression, Mother Zhang found her appearance increasingly endearing, yet she felt a twinge of regret. Could an ordinary family truly seek someone of such caliber? Is my appearance too striking? Yining felt a touch of self-consciousness. Madame Zhang believed she had a disagreement with her. As if I said nothing, she thought. Madame, that is not my intention, Yining said, anxiously grasping Madame Zhang's hand. Then what do you mean? Do not play tricks with me. It is quite irritating. If I were to seek a husband, I would desire one who could provide me with a life of indulgence. Yining expressed her thoughts. Moreover, he must treat me with kindness, abstain from alcohol, avoid violence, and possess a gentle temperament. Madame Zhang observed Yining's gradually lowering head and her flushed earlobes, unable to suppress her urge to shatter her illusions. As for perpetual kindness, that is difficult to ascertain. In my experience, I have yet to witness a couple that remains in love throughout their lives. There are always some troubles. As for abstaining from alcohol and violence, that is something to consider. What should I do then, madam? Yining inquired, perplexed. How would I know? I merely made polite remarks about finding you a husband, and yet you present me with so many demands. Very well, I shall not pursue it. Perhaps it is better to remain single for life, amassing wealth as I do, indulging in pleasures. Madame Zhang felt she should not engage in conversation with Yining, regretting her earlier softness in yielding to the two handkerchiefs, finding it increasingly vexing. Madame, that is not my intent. I simply do not know how to become like you. Please do not be angry. Noticing Madame Zhang's irritation, Yining grew flustered. If I were to die, would you take my place? Just leave me be. Madame Zhang was so infuriated she considered throwing a cushion from the couch, but thought better of it upon recalling its newness. Yining returned to her courtyard like a defeated rooster, uncertain of where she had erred in her words. She pondered what she would do if Madame Zhang truly despised her. Chapter 19. The first encounter with a troubled mind, I struggled to find rest that night, and the following day, as I began my sweeping duties. My thoughts were in disarray. The chaos in my mind led me to contemplate various matters, which only deepened my sense of despair and cast a shadow over my spirit, filling me with apprehension about the future. For days, I had not heard a word from Shize. My thoughts were consumed by the little maid next door. I resolved to seek out this maid personally. If my assumptions were correct, she tended to avoid me, only venturing out during the midday hours to tidy up the study. Thus, I planned to return home at noon to observe her. That day, I concluded my duties at midday and, upon entering the gates of the Marquis's residence, dismissed my guards. I then made my way into the courtyard. The outer courtyard housed the maids and kitchen staff, while the inner sanctum comprised the main house, study, and several rooms. Preferring solitude, I shared this space only with Yining, along with the first-tier maids, Qing Dai and Baiji, and the ever-present Mama Chong. Beyond lay the garden and a few vacant rooms in the rear courtyard. As my heart raced inexplicably, I found myself drawn to the study, my footsteps unwavering. I intentionally lowered my voice, for it was midday, the sun blazing outside, and the courtyard was devoid of people. Upon entering the study, I intended to search for the little maid when I was suddenly met with the sound of soft weeping. Following the sound, I discovered Yining in a corner of the spacious room. Her petite form was seated in the shadows, seemingly lost in thought, occasionally brushing away tears from her cheeks. Her dark hair was arranged in a single loop, and she wore a delicate pink silk garment. Her brows were thick and expressive, her lips slightly pouted, and her complexion was luminous and fair, embodying both vulnerability and charm. My heart quickened further as I watched her in silence, at a loss for words. What troubles you? A chilling male voice pierced the air. Yining was somewhat startled, gazing anxiously at the figure before her. He was tall, clad in a dark-patterned black robe, with a jade-colored belt cinched at his waist. His hair was elegantly tied up, and his brows were sharp, with elongated phoenix-like eyes and a high nose. Yining realized she was in serious trouble. It was undoubtedly the air. In a flurry, she attempted to rise and adjust the bookshelf, only to hesitate at the thought of it toppling over, which would present yet another dilemma. Terrified, her outstretched hand retracted, and in the process she lost her balance, teetering dangerously close to falling. Shize swiftly caught her, enveloping her in his embrace. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she sensed her fate was sealed, her body trembling slightly. Shize, wrapping his arm around her waist, drew her closer, feeling her slight shivers. Amused, he inquired, "What is it? You seem rather unsteady." Yining attempted to push him away, only to discover her efforts were futile. "If you push me, what if you fall again?" Shize found it rather amusing. "Me? The heir apparent. I didn't fall, I just lost my balance for a moment." Yining trembled even more violently, recalling how Qingdai had been thrown out of the manor merely for embracing the young master. Tears welled up in her panicked eyes as she gazed pleadingly at Shize. "My lord, please release me. I did not intentionally flirt with you. I do not wish to be cast out of the Marquis. Shize gazed at her, his attention drawn to her softly parting, crimson lips and her tear-brimmed eyes. Reluctantly, he released her. "Be careful, do not fall again." "Yes, young master," came her response, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. "I did not accuse you of flirting. There is no need for concern." The mere utterance of those words made Shize blush and his heart race. "Then, young master, will you not punish me?" Yining looked at him with a glimmer of hope. "I shall not. But why were you crying just now?" I. Yining struggled to find an explanation. Was it the betrayal of a scoundrel? No. She fervently shook her head, knowing that such rumors would be detrimental. "Who were you thinking of?" "Not anyone." Shize nodded in understanding. Since she had no affections for another, he felt unencumbered. "Since you have no beloved, I wish to hold you as before." Having spent years in the military, he was not one to shy away from affection. In the border towns, if a couple found favor in each other's eyes, they could easily come together. He contemplated that if he desired her, he would simply take her as a concubine. If she were unsatisfied, he would not marry. The strength of the Marquis did not necessitate a wife. Yining looked up in shock at his words, wondering what he meant, but the earnestness in his gaze was undeniable. As she reflected, the prospect of being with the young master, even as a concubine, felt appealing. The wealth he could offer would provide her with a lifetime of comfort. In her previous life, she had pursued such goals, and she found herself unopposed to the idea of a man like him. Believing he had overstepped, Shize prepared to clarify, but Yining leaned closer. Feeling her warmth, he felt his ears flush. "Young master, is this permissible?" Yining asked nervously, embracing him. Shize looked at the woman in his arms, his voice trembling slightly. "No. Hold me tighter." She complied, tightening her embrace. "Is this acceptable? Lift your head. I wish to kiss you." His tone was cool, yet Yining sensed his desire. Obediently, she raised her chin. Shize carried her to the study couch, kissing her passionately for an extended duration, his hands wandering to her chest, seeking to unfasten her clothing. "Young master, this is not right." Yining knew that any indiscretion now would surely be discovered, and she hastily intervened. Shize assumed her hesitation was due to shyness, and he held her on the couch. After a while, Yining grew anxious about being found out. "Young master, I must return." Reluctantly, he responded, "I will discuss with my mother in the coming days about bringing you into the household." Yining recalled what Granny Zhang had warned her about and felt a twinge of fear. "Young master, I simply wish to be with you. The thought of being a concubine frightens me." Shize played with her hair, his voice gentle. "Why do you say that? There are too many who wish to be your concubine in this household. It terrifies me. I only need you by my side." In her previous life, others had sought to redeem her. She had never placed her trust in such promises. Those who came from families with wives were not to her liking. After her experiences with Zhao Yining, she realized that she desired not love but wealth. "Young master, as long as I can be with you every day, I will be content." Yining leaned her head against Shize's embrace. "Then, when you think of it, tell me. Come over to keep me company at night." Shize did not press her. What he desired at this moment was merely her presence. Yining responded with a muffled and after a gentle kiss, Shize allowed her to leave. Chapter 20. Together upon returning to her chamber. Yining recalled that Shize had invited her to the main residence that evening. She pondered where she would go, realizing that with Banxia and Baiji, the matron, present. It would be inappropriate to enter the main house. She inwardly cursed her own lack of clarity at that moment for failing to inquire further. After taking her evening bath, Yining waited anxiously. She worried that Shize might have misunderstood her intentions and truly expected her to come to the main house. Sitting on the embroidered stool, she gazed at the flickering candlelight, enduring the wait with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Shize awaited Yining in his study, having meticulously prepared for her arrival. He had bathed with care and donned a fine dark green round-collared robe, cinched with a jade belt, adopting a serious demeanor as he perused official documents. Yet as the candlelight dwindled, she still did not appear. As the night deepened, Shize decided he could no longer wait idly and resolved to check on her. Noticing the timid demeanor of the young maid earlier that day, he surmised she might not approach him independently and took it upon himself to do so. Rising, he considered knocking on the door to her quarters, but recalled her earlier words about her fears of becoming a concubine. Resigned, he opened the hidden door, pondering why a noble scion like himself should feel as if he were sneaking around. Upon entering, his gaze met Yining's. She was seated at the round table, the dim candlelight casting a soft glow that accentuated her delicate beauty and vulnerability. "Young master, how is there a door here?" Yining exclaimed, startled, having lived there for 2 years without noticing it. Shize explained, "This is the room of the scholar's assistant. It was designed to facilitate service to the master." After speaking, a silence enveloped them. Yining's mind raced as she desperately recalled lessons from her past life. But the more she thought, the more blank her mind became, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. No, she thought, having come this far, as the old matron had said in her previous life, all that remained was to take the final step and secure the reward. "Young master," Yining called hesitantly. Shize felt a twinge of nervousness as he pondered whether he should stand or sit. "Please, sit for a moment," she suggested. He obediently complied and took a seat beside her. Their eyes met, creating an awkward tension. Yining felt she could not perform as expected, unsure if it was due to years of disuse. Steeling herself, she resolved to take action. Moving closer to Shize and draping her arms around his neck as she settled onto his lap. As they drew near, their gazes locked, and Yining suddenly felt uncertain. She perceived no desire in his eyes. Their encounter lacked the fervor she had envisioned. Feeling a sense of defeat, she contemplated withdrawing, yet Shize remained still. "Are you truly willing?" he asked, his gaze steady as he sought clarification. Yining studied him, noting his noble features and sharp brow. He was undoubtedly a man of privilege. She had never intended to marry, only to secure her fortune. So why was she hesitating? Gradually, she leaned in and softly pressed her lips against his, responding to his inquiry through action. Shize was taken aback, a jolt of emotion surging within him, prompting him to return the kiss. Their breaths became heavy, the air thick with intensity. Shize lifted Yining and laid her gently on the bed, carefully unfastening her garments. Up close, she appeared even more enchanting than he remembered. Under the luminous glow of the moonlight, he trembled with excitement as he gently embraced her. In her previous life, Yining had accumulated considerable experience. Yet this time she still quivered in pain. Shize, much like Zhao Yining, was overwhelming in his size, and she felt a pang of wanting to give up. But Shize had no intention of relenting. The long night passed, and by morning, Yining's body felt as though it had been crushed beneath the wheels of a cart. Sore and aching throughout, Shize opened his eyes, enveloping Yining in a satisfied embrace. He knew he was not mistaken. Every part of her was to his liking. As he prepared to rise and dress, Yining was roused from her slumber. "Sleep a little longer. I shall head to the study first. I will have my personal guards attend to my needs. You may stay in the main house." Staying in the main house would be no different than being cast out once the matron or the lady of the house found out. "My lord, you may visit me, or I can come to the study," she suggested. Shize understood her concerns and did not press her further. He gazed at the crimson sheets and leaned down to kiss Yining before departing to the study. "Why has he left me with nothing of worth? This is entirely different from what I had envisioned." Yining lamented, her appetite absent as she lay in bed, famished. By noon, she still felt hunger pangs but had to tidy up the study, followed by washing the bedsheets and garments in the afternoon. Thus began their cohabitation, sometimes on the couch in the study, other times in Yining's room. Yining did not harbor much aversion to this arrangement, primarily because Shize was young, healthy, handsome, and attentive. Most importantly, he was quite generous. On their first encounter, he gifted her a golden hairpin, intricately designed and adorned with gemstones, which she recognized as valuable. However, she knew it could not be taken outside the Marquis's residence. Recently, she had learned that when joyous occasions arose in the Marquis's household, the old matriarch would allow everyone to redeem their freedom, thereby canceling their servitude. Yining's greatest aspiration remained to live independently, just as in her past life. So she resolved to earn money while with Shize. In the study, Shize held Yining close as she playfully clung to his neck, evoking a sense of bashfulness in him. "My lord, I wish to purchase some cosmetics," she expressed. Shize observed her rosy complexion and vibrant lips. "You need not wear such things," he replied. "But my lord, I want to buy them. Will you get them for me?" She insisted. With a hint of exasperation, he retrieved silver notes from his sleeve. "Are you concealing something from me?" "Not at all. I am not frivolously spending. I merely wish to buy some items," Yining answered, a tinge of guilt evident in her voice. "Even if you were to spend extravagantly, it would not matter," Shize remarked, handing her all the silver notes he had on him. Yining's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated that within a mere month, she would earn enough to purchase a 2-entry residence in the city. In the realm of the affluent, even a trickle of wealth felt like an immense fortune to her, and she found herself eagerly yearning for the day she could leave the estate. Chapter 21 Encounter. Again, Yining patiently awaited the opportune moment to leave the residence, yet unexpectedly encountered Zhao Yining, a figure from her past life, within the Marquis's estate. Shize and Zhao Yining had known each other since childhood. Shize, the son of a prominent military family, was the heir of the northern Marquis, while Zhao Yining was the legitimate son of the esteemed Zhao family. Known for its scholarly lineage, their social standings were comparable and their ages not dissimilar, leading to an inevitable sense of rivalry. Nevertheless, they maintained a cordial relationship, exchanging letters occasionally during Shize's decade-long service in the border city. Upon his return to the capital, where he assumed the position of military commissioner, Zhao Yining had already entered the imperial court as an official. As both belonged to elite families, their interactions became increasingly amicable, and their elders encouraged their companionship. Noticing Zhao Yining's recent despondency, Shize often invited him out for drinks or strolls in the outskirts of the capital. He was aware of the troubles befalling Zhao Yining's fiancée, whose family had been subjected to exile and forced servitude by the imperial decree. Zhao Yining had been tirelessly advocating for the Pei family. Thusly, Shize extended an invitation for tea to uplift his spirits. In the garden pavilion, the two indulged in their libations, growing increasingly inebriated. Banxia attended to them, while Baiji, having succumbed to a chill, was recuperating at her parental home. Today, however, the heir had returned with companions and was inebriated. Banxia resolved that this was a propitious moment to act discreetly, having surreptitiously added a potion to their drinks, hoping for favorable outcomes that evening. "Brotherly, I sincerely appreciate your support for my emotional state during these trying times," Zhao Yining proclaimed, his hand unsteadily lifting his cup, betraying his intoxication. "They say I must cease my concern for Wu, but how can I? She is the one I have chosen as my wife since childhood." Shize, unmoved by romantic sentiments, had only ever interacted with Yining thus far. A man stands firm in the world. If one is willing and unburdened by guilt, that is sufficient, he replied, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. Zhao Yining sighed. "Brotherly, it is reassuring that you understand. Regardless of what transpires with Wu, I must not abandon her. If I fail to safeguard her, that would be my negligence. To cherish a woman is to protect her. That is the duty of a true man." Having spoken, Shize succumbed to his inebriation, resting his head on the table. His attentive guard apologized for the oversight and carried him back to the main house, with Banxia hastily following. As the maidservants were absent, Matron Chang had no choice but to summon the second-tier maidservants. Just as Yining prepared to rest, she was called forth. "Sister Yining, the heir has received esteemed guests, but Sister Banxia must attend to him, and Sister Baiji is resting due to her recent ailment. Matron Chang requests that you assist in serving. The young maid appeared to be somewhat anxious. All right, I shall go at once. Yining, not daring to decline, promptly followed suit. Upon entering the pavilion, upon sighting the man within indulging in wine, Yining felt a rush of blood surge through her veins. Zhao Yining, that scoundrel from her past life. Her emotions towards Zhao Yining were profoundly complex. He was the most exceptional man she had ever encountered, and she had once been infatuated with him. Yet, he was also the one who had taken her innocence without uttering a single word, ultimately leading to the departure of Pei Wu'er, leaving her with a tinge of resentment. The tumultuous emotions of love and hate are undeniably complex. One had thought that they would never meet again in this lifetime, yet fate decreed otherwise. And there he was at the Duke's residence. A maid behind Yining gently nudged her, rousing her from her reverie, and she quickly resumed her duties. After enduring the evening until Zhao Yining, inebriated, was escorted to rest, Yining felt an immense sense of relief, determined to sever all ties with him for the remainder of her life. However, as night fell and thoughts of the day's events lingered, sleep eluded her. With a resigned sigh, she stepped outside, wandering to the rear courtyard, which was expansive, featuring a pond, a garden, a viewing pavilion, a quaint bridge, and a meandering stream. Yining decided to stroll there, reassured by the solitude of the unoccupied space. Meanwhile, Zhao Yining, though somewhat intoxicated, paradoxically found clarity amidst his inebriation. He recalled the troubling revelations he had unearthed days prior. After entering the brothel, Wu'er had been drugged, resulting in a series of events that, while not culminating in her loss of purity, were nonetheless distressing. He felt a pang of guilt for failing to protect her, and though exhaustion beckoned, a fiery restlessness surged within him, leaving him in turmoil. As he pushed open the door, he discovered the temporary gatekeeper had succumbed to slumber. Seeking to clear his mind in the evening breeze, he wandered toward the rear courtyard, where an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, stirring an intense reaction within him. He surmised that someone had indeed administered a drug, yet his feet carried him inexorably toward the source of the alluring scent. At that moment, Yining sat by the stream, soaking her feet in the cool, refreshing water, which brought her great solace. She reclined on the grass, gazing up at the stars, contemplating Zhao Yining, who remained as she remembered, an aristocrat molded by privilege, handsome and gentlemanly, yet his beautiful exterior could not mask the malice within. Following the captivating scent, Zhao Yining arrived at a pavilion in the courtyard, and there, upon the grass, lay a woman. Under the full moon of mid-August, the gentle light bathed the earth, illuminating her fair skin, which shimmered ethereally. As she reclined, the gentle rise and fall of her form revealed an enchanting purity, akin to an otherworldly spirit untouched by the harshness of life, igniting a fierce desire for destruction within Zhao Yining. With a sardonic smile, he recognized the cunning behind the drugging and such a ruse. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he approached her quietly. Yining, sensing his presence, opened her eyes and was met by the visage of a man, his features akin to jade, with strikingly clear eyes, dressed in a dark, round-collared robe, resembling a dashing figure of the tumultuous world. Realization dawned upon her. It was indeed Zhao Yining. Overwhelmed and confused by his unexpected presence, she hastily grabbed her shoes. Ready to flee, Zhao Yining's gaze fell upon her, his peach blossom eyes glistening with surprise. His raven hair cascaded down his back, and his rosy lips, coupled with skin that glowed under the moonlight, rendered him increasingly alluring. Her delicate feet appeared exquisite and translucent. In a swift motion, Zhao Yining seized her. The summer attire was light, and the closeness of her body caused him to intake a sharp breath. Without uttering a word, he tore away her garments, revealing a dark green bodice beneath, complemented by her rosy lips and porcelain skin. Without hesitation, Zhao Yining removed the bodice, pinning Yining to the ground. Yining had barely the chance to resist when Zhao Yining pinned her beneath him, her mind paralyzed with fear. She could only think of the dire consequences should Li Shize discover this. Her grave would be overgrown with grass by next year. Master Zhao, please get up. I am but a maidservant of the Marquis' household. Yet, Su Yining paid no heed to her words. He carelessly tore open their garments and proceeded without restraint. After an hour had passed, he finally ceased his actions, leaving Yining trembling, wishing to escape and cleanse herself before Li Shi's arrival the next day. However, Su Yining seized her, exclaiming, "Where do you think you are going? Isn't this what you desired?" Chapter 22. Panicked Su Yining caressed the skin of the person in his arms. This body brought him comfort, and he found no aversion to it. He could take it back with him. Yining, listening to that familiar voice and feeling the echoes of a past intimacy, felt as though she had returned to a previous life. Su Yining held her tightly, refusing to let her go, embracing her, or allowing her to lie down as he kissed her slowly, each encounter filling her with a blend of shame and fear. Deep down, Yining harbored a resentment for the man before her, who had always treated her as an object, disregarding her will and well-being. "Young Master Su, I must return. I am due for duty soon," she asserted. "I know. I saw you in the pavilion just now. Tomorrow, I will take you back to the Su residence." "You need not worry," Su Yining replied with a detached demeanor. "Young Master Su, I only wish to stay at the Marquis' residence. I grew up there, and I cannot bear to leave," Yining pleaded. Su Yining felt a surge of anger. He had drugged himself and was now feigning innocence. He pinched Yining's chest with force. That hurts," Yining exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing her cry, Su Yining reacted, rolling over to pin her down again, disregarding her struggles. "Young Master Su, please, it hurts too much," Yining whimpered, her fear escalating as she worried about leaving marks that Li Shi's might see. "What's this pretense? Don't you want to return to the Su residence?" Su Yining's voice was breathless, but Yining trembled in terror. The man before her was far more ruthless than Li Shi's. Li Shi's, though cold in appearance, had a softer heart and was easy to appease with a few gentle words. Su Yining, however, was inscrutable, his sweet demeanor masking a bitter heart. Having terrified her in a past life, determined to take a stand, Yining resolved that she must not allow Su Yining or Li Shi's to speak of her. Otherwise, she feared that Li Shi's might abandon her as well, leaving her with no escape. "Young Master Su, I belong to the heir," she stammered through her tears. Su Yining paused briefly, casting a deep glance at her before falling silent, only releasing her when dawn approached. Yining hurriedly dressed and limped back. Su Yining observed her retreating figure, aware that he had pushed her too far, yet he remained silent, watching her disappear into the distance. He then rose to dress himself, only to notice the grass beneath him bore no fallen petals. A sense of discomfort stirred within him, an unnamed anger seeking an outlet. Yining, striving to appear unaffected as she walked, quietly made her way to the small kitchen for hot water. Fortunately, it was still early and the kitchen was empty. After cleansing herself, she glanced down to find her body covered in bruises, several areas swollen. If Li Shi's were to see her now, she would surely perish on the spot. That day, Yining was seized by a fever from a fright. Meanwhile, Ban Xia was fuming. Having witnessed Li Shi's sleep soundly through the night without any reaction, when she attempted to touch him, he had yelled at her. In truth, Li Shi's had not consumed the bottle of wine. He had already been inebriated long before, the wine having been consumed by Su Yining. Ban Xia, in her anxiety, had failed to notice. Li Shi's arose and summoned someone to attend to him. After bathing, he inquired about Su Yining. Returning to the heir, "Young Master Su left early after his bath," a personal guard replied, kneeling. "Very well, you may go," he dismissed. Li Shi's didn't mind at all, accustomed as he was to military life where rough camaraderie between men was perfectly normal. Su Yining boarded the carriage at the Marquis' estate gate. Having come directly with Li Shi's after his duty shift yesterday, he hadn't brought his personal guard along, so they came to fetch him in the morning. Noticing the faint shadows beneath his eyes and his somewhat haggard appearance, the guards grew concerned, suspecting some discord might have arisen between Su Yining and Li Shi's. "My lord, are you quite all right?" Zhao Yi inquired with a hint of caution. Su Yining recalled the indulgence of the previous night, feeling a sense of discomfort wash over him. If, as that woman had claimed, he was indeed the property of the crown prince, then it was not she who had administered the drug, for she could not have known he would venture to the back courtyard. Moreover, he had noticed that initially the so-called fragrance he detected was merely the woman's natural scent, which became more pronounced with her perspiration. In this light, it seemed he had unwittingly overstepped, despite her being the crown princess. He found himself untroubled by the thought of being with her. Zhao Yining lowered his gaze and rubbed his temples, feeling utterly exhausted by the recent events. Reluctant to dwell on them further, he murmured, "Take me to Tianxiang Tower." Pei Wuer's eyes lit up upon Zhao Yining's arrival. She had spent 3 months at Tianxiang Tower, acutely aware that seizing the opportunity with this man was paramount. She was no longer the esteemed daughter of the Pei family, as her kin had perished, leaving only him as her means of escape from the confines of the establishment. Yining, Pei Wuer's voice held a delicate tremor, yet today it struck Zhao Yining as jarring. This was not the voice he associated with Pei Wuer. She was regal, aloof, and above all else, while this tone bore the essence of the woman from yesterday, playful, beguiling, and pitifully submissive beneath a man. "Yining, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Pei Wuer noticed Zhao Yining's complexion appeared rather pallid. "Indeed, I was occupied with matters throughout the night, hence my absence yesterday." "My apologies, Wuer." Zhao Yining harbored genuine affection for Pei Wuer, thus his apology was sincere. "Yining, it is of no consequence." Pei Wuer leaned her head gently against him, resting upon Zhao Yining's shoulder. She once would have felt pride, for he was among the most distinguished gentlemen in the capital, unparalleled in lineage, status, appearance, and intellect. She had been the envy of noble ladies, both openly and in secret. Yet now, with the Pei family fallen into hardship, she sought solace in his presence, her sole lifeline. But today her heart grew cold. The scent of wine lingered upon him, and though he had bathed, another fragrance clung to him, one reminiscent of a woman's perfume. It seemed he had spent the night in another's company, then hastened to cleanse himself before meeting her. How bitterly ironic. After a brief while, Zhao Yining rose to attend his duties. Pei Wuer's expression remained unchanged, her response but a quiet "very well." Observing her docile demeanor, Zhao Yining found some measure of reassurance. He understood Wuer's desire to depart the Tianxiang Pavilion, though the time for such liberation had not yet arrived. Chapter 23. Kindness. Yining felt a fluctuating chill, realizing she was running a fever. She contemplated calling for assistance to procure medicine, yet her body betrayed her, and she drifted back into a hazy slumber. It was not until Zhang Mama noticed Yining's absence from her routine cleaning of the study that she sensed something amiss. "Zhao Yining, are you there? Do not let me catch you shirking from your duties, or you shall face dire consequences." Zhang Mama called out at the door. When silence greeted her, an unsettling intuition stirred within her. Yining had never been one to neglect her responsibilities. Summoning aid, she forcefully opened Yining's door, only to discover that the girl was feverishly delirious. Zhang Mama hastily instructed a young maid to fetch antipyretic medicine from the estate's physician, knowing that the physician might be reluctant to come for a mere second-tier maid. Observing Yining's pale visage, she mused to herself how this unfortunate girl still appeared strikingly lovely even in illness, with strands of hair clinging to her forehead, further accentuating her delicate and pitiable state. Zhang Mama felt a surge of relief, grateful for her timely intervention. Had she not acted upon noticing the absence of cleaning in the study, this fine young lady could have succumbed to her fever. As Zhang Mama reveled in her own commendable actions, the other young maids echoed their praises, lauding her as a benevolent figure who never chastised them. This delighted Zhang Mama, her gums showing with joy. After Yining took her medicine, Zhang Mama instructed Qinglian, Yining's former roommate, to return in the evening to administer another dose and monitor her recovery. Fortunately, by afternoon, Yining's fever had subsided. Upon awakening, she spotted Qinglian seated at a round table, a bowl of medicine before her. "Qinglian," Yining called softly, her voice slightly hoarse. Upon seeing Yining awake, Qinglian rushed over. "You're awake. I notice your fever has broken and intended to wait until the medicine cooled before waking you. How do you feel? Do you have any lingering discomfort? May I assist you in sitting up?" With that, Qinglian helped Yining to a sitting position. Yining felt surprisingly well. The fever had left her mind clearer than before, devoid of the anticipated discomfort. "Thank you, Qinglian," she expressed, touched by the unexpected support. "It's nothing." This time, It was primarily Zhang Mama who discovered your condition. Otherwise, you might still be suffering. Our Zhang Mama is truly kind-hearted. Be sure to express your gratitude to her later. Qinglian approached with a medicine bowl. Now, please take your medicine. I will fetch you some porridge from the kitchen. You've perspired profusely and should consider bathing. I will prepare some warm water for you afterward, so you can bathe after your meal. Yining caught a whiff of herself, realizing the extent of her sweat, and felt the need for a wash. A hint of embarrassment washed over her. She had never required such assistance before. Recognizing the shift in Yining's demeanor, Qinglian, having lived together with her for some time, understood her aversion to speaking and her penchant for cleanliness. Very well, I shall fetch your porridge first. Wear your linens. I will bring you a fresh set. She urged Yining to speak up, not to be shy. Yining, feeling bashful, pointed towards the wardrobe. In the bottom compartment of the wardrobe, Qinglian, after speaking, she cast an apologetic glance at her. All right, I will go get your porridge. You should rest for now and prepare a change of clothes for your bath. After bidding farewell to Qinglian, Yining hurriedly exited the room. In her heart, she contemplated that next time, she ought to embroider 2 sachets and 2 handkerchiefs for both Zhang Mama and Qinglian. That night, as Yining reclined on her bed, freshly bathed, her hair had been gently dried by Qinglian and her roommate Qingyu with a cloth. The two had also taken her garments and quilt to wash and hang out to dry. Lying in bed, Yining felt a wave of emotion wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears. She was not adept at accepting the kindness of others. In the middle of the night, Shize returned, finding her in a peaceful slumber, and did not awaken her, but instead embraced her as he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, as Shize contemplated his tasks, Yining timely roused and grasped his hand. My lord, I am unwell. I had a fever yesterday. Upon observing her delicate features, Shize recognized her pallor. You must nourish yourself. Otherwise, there is no need for you to hide away. You cannot eat properly in this manner. I do not wish to. I feel somewhat afraid. My lord, I am merely a second-tier maid. I do not dare to do these things. Noticing her trepidation, Shize understood that the role of a concubine might currently bring her misfortune. After some contemplation, he devised a plan. From now on, I shall dine in the study. You may join me. Thus, Yining began a routine of sharing breakfast and dinner with Shize each day. She would bring her meals over, while he would discard his leftovers into the pond behind, feeding the fish. Each time, Yining watched him toss the food perfectly into the center of the lake. She found it amusing. A formidable general, known for his ruthlessness in battle, solemnly discarding his meal. Once the task was completed, they would share Shize's food together. As winter swiftly approached, within merely 3 months, Yining visibly blossomed, thriving on ample nourishment, becoming increasingly charming and alluring. Yet, she harbored concerns regarding Zhao Yining possibly speaking to Shize about something. However, observing Shize's unwavering demeanor of late, she speculated that Zhao Yining would not dare to speak out. After all, in terms of identity and status, Shize and Zhao Yining were relatively comparable. The power held by the civil officials was formidable, and the Zhao family was a prominent force. Nevertheless, the Li family was equally noteworthy. Although military officials in the Daxia kingdom did not enjoy the same privileges as their civil counterparts and faced considerable suppression and restrictions, the Duke of Beibei was a well-known figure, wielding military power and serving as a stabilizing force in the kingdom. Yining cast these thoughts aside, contentedly following Shize's lead, indulging in food and drink, filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 24. Bewilderment in the Depths of Winter. A heavy snowfall blanketed the entire Duke's residence in a pristine white. Within the study, Shize's chair had been transformed into a couch. Yining nestled in Shize's embrace one moment, and the next, she curled up in the warmth of a fox fur, engrossed in a novel, occasionally savoring a grape, and requiring Shize to retrieve the seeds for her. The room was warmed by a heated platform, rendering the cold outside inconsequential. Shize perused official documents. As the emperor was preparing for a hunt, contemplating how many troops to bring along, his responsibility lay solely in the outer defense. The elite guards would handle the critical areas, and he need not concern himself with routes or encampments, allowing for a somewhat leisurely pace. In truth, he preferred the frontier towns, where the clamor of war was palpable, finding the silent tension of the capital somewhat vexing. He glanced at Yining in his arms, contemplating that once the transfer of power occurred in a few years, he would take her to the border towns to ride horses, stroll through markets, and perhaps even start a family. Yining studied Li Shize's profile. His demeanor was both austere and dignified, with a pronounced nose and fierce phoenix eyes. As if you're lost in thought, his lips pressed together in concentration as he meticulously inscribed something on paper. Despite having taken countless lives on the battlefield, he remained uncomplicated, sincere, and virtuous, not yet married. Though he bore the countenance of a cold aristocrat, Yining perceived a man who could be won over with genuine affection. She felt a pang of reluctance to part with him. Sensing her gaze, Li Shize inquired, "What is the matter?" "Li Shize, has anyone ever told you?" Li Shize appeared puzzled. "Told me what?" "That you were exceedingly handsome." A flush crept upon Li Shize's cheeks. He had gone to the border town at 9 and returned at 19, spending years amidst soldiers, and upon returning, he took command of the military, patrolling the capital daily with a sword in hand. The complexities of court life left him little time for socialization, and his interactions were largely limited to Zhao Yining. Thus, he had never received such compliments. Noticing his ears turning crimson, Yining felt a twinge of shyness and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek before retreating to the couch with her book. As Li Shize observed Yining curled up in the couch, he suddenly realized that the political landscape of the capital might not be as burdensome as he had imagined. He recalled that Yining had never ventured beyond the residence. Perhaps this time, he could take her out to explore. He had heard that the hunting grounds on the outskirts of the capital offered breathtaking scenery, maintained by dedicated caretakers. Given his role in the outer defense, along with his own courage and intent, he yearned to show Yining the beauty of the world, just as his mother, the Duchess, frequently enjoyed outings. He felt a sense of indebtedness for having confined her to his study while his father had provided his mother with such opportunities. Li Shize carefully deliberated the feasibility of this idea. The following day, he consulted the commander of the elite guards, and that evening, he held Yining close, gently stroking her hair, unable to contain his excitement as he shared his thoughts with her. "Yining, would you like to take a stroll outside?" Yining had no recollection of the outside world. Her past life had been spent in the Tianxiang Tower, and in this life, she had remained within the Duke's residence. Li Shize's question left her momentarily speechless. "Yining, I am considering that you could see the world outside, observe people, experience the sights, the markets, the cosmetics, and the jewelry. Are we to part ways?" Yining had initially thought that Li Shize wanted her to leave, but now she found herself reluctant to part ways. He was the first person to provide her with such a stable and warm existence. "No, do not think too much," he said. "I was merely considering whether it might be too confining for you to be trapped in this study every day." Yining had never imagined that Li Shize would contemplate her feelings in such a manner. She felt somewhat disoriented. Throughout her life, no one had ever truly valued her thoughts. In the darkness, she gazed at the outline of Li Shize, meticulously tracing his features in her mind. She replied sincerely, "Shize, my current life is already quite good for me. I enjoy delicious meals with you and sleep soundly." Upon saying this, tears welled up in her eyes. No one had ever cared for her in such a way. She had always been the one left behind. Now that she had encountered Li Shize, she felt immense gratitude, but dared not reciprocate any feelings. The vast difference in their social standings made her aware that such dreams were beyond her reach. She did not even dare to dream of them. Li Shize, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently wiped away Yining's tears. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind her sorrow, he sensed the sadness in her words. Once Yining had calmed down, Li Shize softly stroked her back and continued, "I plan to take you for a stroll in the countryside to witness the city of Jingchang frozen in ice and snow. Perhaps we might even catch a glimpse of some small animals like rabbits or tigers. I intend to show you around the city first. My subordinates have mentioned that the freshly roasted chestnuts are delightful. I suspect you might enjoy them. There is a renowned restaurant in the city known for its sweet and sour fish, which is said to have a perfect balance of flavors. Additionally, we can explore exquisite clothing and jewelry. If we venture out, it will be quite cold, so I shall buy you a few fur cloaks to keep you warm. I wear one myself in the border town. Yining had never experienced such delicate words, which were both warm and reassuring. She was unsure how to listen or what language to use in response. She leaned in and gently kissed the corner of Li Shiai's lips. Although he was somewhat perplexed, he sensed that Yining might appreciate such gestures, and he returned the kiss, leading to another night of tender intimacy. Chapter 25. Request for leave. A few days later, Yining approached Granny Zhang to request a leave of absence. The servants of the Ho residence were entitled to a day off each month, and following Li Shiai's suggestion, she sought a half-month leave. Granny Zhang, as usual, lounged on the couch, nibbling on sunflower seeds and sipping floral tea. She scrutinized Yining, sensing something amiss. Clad in a delicate pink satin dress, the girl's complexion was so radiant it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. This transformation in Yining over the past few months was too striking for Granny Zhang to overlook. From her understanding, the fare in the Ho residence's grand kitchen could not possibly nourish such a vibrant maid. Moreover, it was evident that Yining's cheeks glowed with vitality, suggesting she had been under the care of someone quite formidable. It was uncommon for an ordinary man to bestow such lavish care upon a woman. Why then did she suddenly seek such an extended leave? As she spoke, Granny Zhang shifted her posture and resumed her seat. Granny, a message has arrived from my family, so I intend to visit outside the manor, Yining said, her face betraying neither blush nor trepidation as she uttered this falsehood. Granny Zhang, however, harbored her doubts, sensing something amiss. What will become of the cleaning? You plan to be gone for quite some time. I have spoken with Sister Qinglian and asked her to assist me in tidying up the study, Yining replied. Very well then, since Qinglian has offered her assistance, I shall refrain from further comment. Ensure that you provide detailed instructions to avoid any missteps. Yining graciously bowed and, feeling somewhat elated, stepped outside. On the third day, upon hearing that the young lord would be responsible for the hunting expedition at the imperial family's outskirts, Granny Zhang estimated he would not return to the Marquis' residence for about 10 days. With a decisive clap of her thigh, she began to pace around the room. I suspected that the girl was not as she seemed. How could the meals from the grand kitchen nourish her so splendidly? Now, everything has been laid bare. Granny Zhang secretly rejoiced at her discovery of this tantalizing gossip. At that moment, Qinglian knocked and entered. Granny, Qinglian said with a somewhat flattering smile. What brings you here? Running about in this frigid weather? You've blown away all the warmth in my room, Granny Zhang replied, still caught up in her excitement and reluctant to engage. Granny, once Yining returns, I wish to take leave as well. I have already discussed it with her, and she will assist me then. Qinglian's expression was fraught with anticipation. She too wished for a respite of about 10 days. She proposed that Yining attend to the sweeping in the courtyard. Granny Zhang, longing for longevity, mused that if she were to be so closely protected by the young lord, who could say what fortune might await her in the future? That's not acceptable. Zhang Momo replied, her tone somewhat frosty. Qing Lian's expression fell. Momo, you're biased towards Yining. Zhao Yining has been in the residence for over 6 years without a single day off, while you often allow her to take an extra day or 2 off each month. Is that fair? Zhang Momo cast a sidelong glance at Qing Lian and took a sip of tea, reminding herself that one cannot expect every subordinate to be ambitious. The following day, Yining successfully exited the residence. As she stepped through the gates of the Ho residence, she turned a corner, as per Li Shiai's prior instructions, and spotted a carriage. Li Shiai's was standing nearby, waiting for her. Upon seeing Yining dressed in a delicate lotus-colored gown, her hair styled in a side bun, her hands gracefully lifting her skirt, and her bright eyes sparkling with joy as she ran towards him through the swirling snowflakes. The world seemed to lose its color for a moment, and Li Shiai's heart raced fiercely. Year, today we shall first dine at Pingu for lunch. Afterward, we can stroll through the clothing and jewelry shops. For dinner, we can decide what you wish to eat, and later we shall admire the lanterns. Yining, filled with excitement, drew back the carriage curtain, observing the bustling crowd outside as snowflakes danced down from the sky. Children were joyfully engaged in a snowball fight, their laughter resonating through the air. The streets were adorned with a myriad of shop signs, some of which displayed vibrant silks, while stalls were covered by tents. emitting clouds of steam from pots filled with delicious fare. Vendors shouted cheerfully to attract customers, revealing the lively scene of the marketplace. Shize, noticing the sparkle in Yining's eyes, realized he had made the right decision. She needed to be taken out more often, rather than being confined within the courtyard day after day. As he dismounted the carriage, he handed her a hooded cloak. "Inger, wear this for your safety," he said. Yining obediently donned the cloak. As she prepared to alight, Shize descended first and extended his hand to assist her. Yining gazed at his long, slender fingers, feeling a unique emotion that only he could evoke. Assuming she was fearful of heights, Shize lifted her down, secretly thinking how timid she truly was. Upon entering Yipin building, they proceeded to the private room Shize had reserved in advance, at which point Yining removed her hood. Shize ordered a selection of the restaurant's signature dishes, feeling a tinge of anxiety about his choices, as he rarely dined out. The sweet and sour fish tantalized the senses, while the fragrant Longjing shrimp appeared fresh and devoid of any fishy odor. They also ordered the richly aromatic roasted suckling pig, ham stew with turtle, Huangshan braised chicken, and a delicate chicken broth with shredded dry tofu, culminating with a dessert of milk cheese. Yining's eyes sparkled with delight. Although she had enjoyed sumptuous meals alongside Shize over the past 2 months, the delicacies from them were often too refined, and the flavors of the outside world seemed to be more vibrant. Shize sipped his tea, watching Yining relish her meal, occasionally serving her dishes that were slightly out of her reach. He began eating only after she had nearly finished, having grown accustomed to the swift pace of dining in the military, ensuring that they concluded their meals around the same time. Feeling pleasantly full, Yining noticed Shize ordering a sour plum drink to aid her digestion. After their lunch, he took her browse through the ready-made clothing shops. Considering the chilly weather outside, he thought it prudent to acquire a few fur coats, along with some inner garments and fur-lined boots. Chapter 26. Pei Wu'er and Zhao Yining in a manner reminiscent of her previous life. Pei Wu'er spent half a year at Tianxiang Tower before Zhao Yining brought her out. She is now residing in a villa of the Su family. One day, while contemplating the purchase of some garments and accessories, having no desire for anything from Tianxiang Tower, Zhao Yining, taking advantage of his day off, decided to take her out for a leisurely stroll. As Zhao Yining was showing Pei Wu'er a magnificent ruby headdress, he suddenly heard the voice of Shize. Glancing over, he indeed spotted Shize accompanied by a lady clad in a lotus-hued skirt, admiring jewelry. What do you think of this?" Shize inquired, presenting a striking hairpin adorned with a large pearl to Yining. Could Yining possibly respond that it was unsightly? Observing his joyful demeanor, it was challenging to respond. "As for me, I believe the pearl is rather sizable. You possess an exquisite eye, my lord. This is indeed a South Sea pearl, and our establishment has but this singular piece." The shopkeeper immediately interjected, recognizing the potential for a significant transaction. Shize's gaze brightened somewhat. "It is truly unique, and I believe it suits you splendidly." Who could ascertain whether the shopkeeper's claim of only this one was genuine, or if he had already sold hundreds prior? Yining pondered inwardly. Shize, feeling a tinge of regret, set down the hairpin and led Yining to another section. Meanwhile, Zhao Yining, upon hearing that voice, was instantly reminded of the woman who had accompanied him that night. An inexplicable surge of anger coursed through him. How could she be so fickle, standing beside Brother Li without a trace of remorse after having shared a bed with him? He glanced briefly at the counter and spotted a pearl hairpin adorned with rubies, contemplating that it might be befitting of that woman. The dark tresses complemented by the pearl pin would accentuate her innocence and charm, akin to that day when she appeared as an ethereal being, untouched by worldly affairs. Despite these thoughts, his feet found their way toward Yining and the others. "Brotherly," Zhao Yining feigned surprise. "I thought I had mistaken my eyes just now." "Brother Zhao, you two are here," Shize responded, noticing Pei Wu'er beside him. "I hadn't seen you these past few days. It seems you have been in the company of a fair maiden." Zhao Yining's words carried a subtle implication. "Indeed," Shize candidly acknowledged, his eyes gleaming with delight. Yet he expressed a hope that Yining would keep this matter confidential. Zhao Yining was somewhat taken aback by Shize's open admission. Individuals of their status typically refrain from such declarations unless the woman is one confirmed to enter the family. Upon hearing this revelation, Yining felt a jolt of fear and instinctively retreated behind Li Shize. She observed Zhao Yining's demeanor, characterized by gentlemanly composure, along with the woman accompanying him. A sense of dread enveloped her, as she found Zhao Yining's presence somewhat haunting, apprehensive of what he might discuss with Li Shize. Conversely, Pei Wu'er felt a twinge of envy. Despite being on par with Zhao Yining in terms of status, Li Shize was able to acknowledge the woman's position beside him. The attire and demeanor of this woman suggested she was not of noble birth, yet she now, disturbed by the situation, Zhao Yining resolved to invite Li Shize for a casual meal. Having not seen Zhao Yining for a while, Li Shize readily accepted the invitation. Why wait for an auspicious day when today could suffice? Brotherly of Yin Shui building. Have you not been there? Since your return from the border town, you have been preoccupied and undoubtedly lack the time. There are also storytellers there, discussing the most popular novels of late. Li Shize felt a stir of emotions within him. He was aware that Yining had a penchant for reading storybooks, yet he hesitated, contemplating inquiring about her thoughts. He had initially intended to dine with Zhao Yining on a different day. Here, would you like to go? Li Shize turned his gaze towards Yining. Zhao Yining cast a deep, penetrating look at Yining, his eyes dark and inscrutable. Yining could discern the veiled threat in Zhao Yining's gaze, just like in her previous life, whenever he forced himself upon her or when she resisted. This was the very expression he wore. Yining glanced at Li Shize with a trace of fear, reluctant to lose him. Yining responded softly. Very well. Then the three of us shall proceed to Yunshui Lu Brotherly. Please wait a moment. Li Shize also noticed the woman behind Zhao Yining and had a fair idea of who she was. Wu'er, return home first. Brother Li and I will have a simple meal, Zhao Yining said gently. Pei Wu'er understood she couldn't accompany them. Very well, Yining. Then let me escort you back. Zhao Yining led Pei Wu'er out, helped her into the carriage, and murmured something to his guards. Is there anything you fancy? Choose something now. It won't be convenient later during the meal, Li Shize inquired with concern. Then the pearl hairpin you selected. Will you put on for me? Yining felt an urgent need for Li Shize's tenderness to soothe the fear gnawing at her heart. Li Shize flushed slightly, but swiftly paid the merchant and explained the situation. The shopkeeper then guided them to a private chamber at the back. Li Shize removed Yining's veil and, with somewhat clumsy hands, secured the hairpin in place. As he gazed at her, the dim lighting of the room accentuated her luminous complexion, the delicate blush on her cheeks, and the shimmering pools of her eyes. Yining, in turn, observed the starlit warmth in Li Shize's usually cool and composed gaze, an unexpected tenderness swirling beneath the surface. An intimate atmosphere enveloped them. Meanwhile, upon his return, Zhao Yining found no trace of Yining or Li Shize. Upon inquiring with the shopkeeper, he learned they had retreated to the private chamber. An inexplicable tightness gripped his chest, further cementing his belief that the woman was nothing but a temptress, incapable of resisting the urge to ensnare men, even in public. He strode into the courtyard and called out softly, brotherly. Hearing the voice outside, Li Shize prepared to escort Yining out, but she refused to release him. Looping her arms around his neck, she rose on her toes and pressed a fleeting kiss to his lips. Li Shize's breath hitched, cradling the back of her head. He captured her mouth in a searing kiss, only breaking away moments later, both of them breathless. Let's go. Li Shize placed a veil hat upon Yining's head, gently grasping her hand as they prepared to depart. Stepping outside, Li Shize made his way towards Zhao Yining. Brother Zhao, let us be on our way. Zhao Yining glanced at Li Shize's noticeably flushed ears, then looked at the woman trailing behind him, her attire evidently wrinkled. He chuckled and spoke, Brother Li, you need only follow my carriage. Chapter 27. Cloud, Suading. The trio arrived at Cloud Suading, where Li Shize escorted Yining down from the carriage. Upon entering, he was struck by the elegant and antiquated decor, which indeed surpassed the more modest settings he had previously chosen for Yining. He felt a sense of satisfaction, silently acknowledging Zhao Yining's reliability in such matters. Zhao Yining led the way, warmly welcoming the pair. Brotherly, you have chosen a splendid place, he remarked. Do try the dishes and see if they suit your palate. With that, he beckoned to the staff, to bring forth the culinary delights. Shize clasped his hands together and began to assist Yining in removing her cloak and veil, noting that the room, warmed by a charcoal fire, was rather toasty. Zhao Yining cast a glance at Yining's face. After 3 months apart, she appeared even more enchanting, her eyes shimmering with a spring-like glimmer, clearly indicative of having been cherished over the past few months. While contemplating this, he continued to engage in conversation with Shize. "Brother Li, I presume you will be joining the royal hunt tomorrow?" he inquired. "Indeed, as I am responsible for the city's defenses, I must attend. However, the Imperial Guard primarily oversees the royal party. My role is to secure the perimeter and attend to the officials' families. Will you be going, Brother Su?" Typically, Zhao Yining refrained from participating in such events, yet today he seemed intrigued. He could discern that this woman was neither Shize's concubine nor a mere paramour. She appeared to be a hidden gem, likely brought along for the hunting expedition. "I may not attend this time, as I have been rather occupied with numerous matters," Zhao Yining replied. "However, do take the opportunity to explore. I have heard that the scenery at the outskirts of the capital is quite splendid." As the two engaged in lively conversation, Yining remained hesitant to lift her gaze. Having spent a few months in his company in her previous life, she possessed a modicum of understanding about him. Zhao Yining was someone she had no desire to offend. Soon, the dishes began to arrive: tender, fragrant steamed lamb, enticing lamb hooves and bamboo shoots, perfect for the winter season, along with 5-flavor apricot duck, honey-glazed pigeon, dompa tofu, and more, filling the table to the brim. Finally, a pot of tangerine wine was presented. Shize admired the spread, praising Zhao Yining for his excellent recommendations. Encouraging his companions to partake, Shize, accustomed to dining with Zhao Yining, felt no need for formality, inviting Yining to join him. Yining cautiously stole a glance at Zhao Yining, who held a wine cup with his elegantly tapered fingers, tilting his head back to consume the tangerine wine. Although their eyes did not meet, the movement of his Adam's apple left her momentarily dazed, suggesting that the situation might be more complex than she had anticipated. Zhao Yining resembled a dark-hued beast lying in wait, ready to pounce on his unsuspecting prey. As their conversation flowed, one of Shize's personal guards approached him to whisper something discreetly. "Shize, is there something amiss?" Yining inquired, a hint of worry in her voice. "Yes, Yining. There is a matter at the military commission that requires my attention," he replied. "Brotherly, what has occurred? If it is a brief task, we can wait for you here," Zhao Yining interjected gently, his tone imbued with concern. Shize glanced at Yining, noticing she had yet to finish her meal. Estimating that he would be occupied for about an hour, he clasped his hands towards Zhao Yining and said, "Brother Su, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I must attend to a matter at the military commission. I shall return in approximately an hour. Do not worry, Brotherly. I shall wait for you here." Yearns said, "Then please wait for me a moment." Shize gently grasped Yining's hand. Yining felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Shize might have urgent matters to attend to, and her presence would be an inconvenience. "You go ahead. I shall wait here for you." With that, Shize turned, accompanied by his bodyguards, and descended the stairs. Yining, feeling increasingly restless, made her way to the window, watching as Shize's carriage vanished from her sight. "Yeah?" The sound of thunder echoed in her ears, leaving Yining momentarily stunned, her eyes clouded with fear. "Brotherly calls you Ear. Does he know of the things we have done together?" Zhao Yining's voice dripped with mockery. Yining turned to face him. "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing of consequence. I am merely curious why Brotherly treats you with such kindness. Does he truly know the person you are?" Zhao Yining nonchalantly drained his cup of wine. Yining regarded him, clad in a muted gray robe adorned with subtle patterns, his demeanor refined, hair neatly tied, and fingers pale and delicate as he held the wine glass, exuding an air of a gentleman. "The orange wine is somewhat diluted. Come, join me for a drink." "I have no desire to drink." "Oh." Zhao Yining approached her, causing Yining to retreat step by step until she found herself cornered against the wall. He observed her trembling form, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding fragility and allure. Zhao Yining conceded he was once again captivated. The last time was due to intoxication, but this time, for another reason altogether. Without a moment's contemplation, He leaned in to capture her luscious lips in a kiss. Release me, Su Yining. Yining thrashed desperately, yet found it nearly impossible to budge him. Continue to scream. What shall we do if Brother Li's coachman hears you? Su Yining gasped, his tone laced with menace. Yining halted her struggles. A flicker of hatred in her eyes, swiftly replaced by a cold indifference. She believed she could endure, yet she soon found herself weeping, hastily covering her mouth to stifle the sound, fearful that the coachman below might hear. The pain in her body was overshadowed by a deeper heartache. She had become emotionally attached to Li Shize over these past months. The thought of what might happen if he discovered the truth was unbearable. Yet Su Yining remained unfazed, continuing his advances. Half an hour later, he contentedly fastened his clothing, while Yining attempted to dress as well, only to be thwarted. Su Yining kept her nestled on his lap, his hands exploring her bosom. Yining felt a profound sense of humiliation and dread at the thought of Li Shi's returning. Sir Su, I beg of you. Su Yining understood her unspoken plea, but chose to ignore it. Yining's desperation brought forth tears. I implore you, Sir Su. Su Yining tightened his grip, causing her pain, and her tears flowed onto his hand. He paused, feeling as though his heart had been seared despite the tears falling on his skin. He lifted her chin, gazing at her tear-streaked face. Her eyes and nose flushed from crying, rendering her even more pitiable. Frustrated, Su Yining released her. Yining hastily donned her clothes, attempting to smooth out the wrinkles. Yet finding it impossible, she let out a soft cry, her thoughts racing as she remembered that Li Shi's would soon return. Wiping away her tears, she meticulously arranged her garments and hair. When Li Shi's returned, he noticed that the corners of Yining's eyes were slightly red. Assuming she was feeling overheated, he exchanged a few words with Su Yining before taking his leave with Yining. Chapter 28. Milk tea on the following day. Li Shi's set out with Yining towards the forest farm on the outskirts of the capital. Yining sat quietly in the carriage, lost in thoughts about the events of the previous day. She found herself perplexed. Su Yining, who evidently did not recognize her in this life, had repeatedly targeted an unfamiliar woman without any apparent motive. If one were to consider the previous life, one might argue that he mistook her for someone else inebriated, or perhaps vented his frustrations on a mere servant girl. But in this life, what could possibly justify his actions? Moreover, he was well aware of Li Shi's presence. Was he inherently malicious or perhaps mentally unhinged? Unable to fathom the situation, Yining glanced at the food box beside her, filled with an assortment of dried fruits that Li Shi's had prepared the night before. Reclining in the carriage, savoring the dried fruits, she found comfort in the soft and warm fox fur beneath her. With each passing moment, she felt an increasing fondness for Li Shi's, who was not only handsome but also considerate and robust. The carriage ambled along with the main troop, and Yining lifted the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside. A blanket of pure white snow enveloped the landscape, presenting a vast expanse of shimmering whiteness that showcased the majestic beauty of the mountains and rivers. After a while, her eyes grew weary, prompting her to lower the curtain and succumb to sleep. She was not one to dwell on thoughts. In both lives, she had learned that overthinking was futile, and it was far more rewarding to relish the present moment. In the evening, when Li Shi's returned, they found that soldiers had already set up their tent. With a sore back from the carriage ride, Yining had retreated into the tent early. She was curiously observing the milk tea sent by the palace maids, which was simmering on a small stove. Upon entering the tent, Li Shi's was greeted by the sight of Yining perched on a small stool beside the stove, her face illuminated by the warm glow of the fire. Rosy and wide-eyed as she watched the copper kettle, the tent was filled with the bubbling sounds of the milk tea in the kettle, accompanied by the delightful aroma of both milk and tea. Yining, why are you so engrossed in watching the copper kettle? Li Shi's voice carried a hint of amusement. Yining approached him, assisting him in removing his heavy cloak and hanging it aside. This milk tea smells wonderful. Well, you shall taste it shortly and see if you enjoy the flavor. I often indulge in this delicacy at the border town. Ah, do the people in the neighboring town indulge in this? Yining expressed a hint of surprise. Li Shi's rubbed his hands together, as his fingers felt somewhat chilly from being outdoors all day. Indeed, I often shared delightful moments over milk tea and roasted lamb with the soldiers of the border town. I wonder if it is colder there than in the capital. Yining has even provided him with a small stool by the hearth. Curious about Li Shiai's life in the border town. The border town is indeed frigid. At times, the snow can fall to waist height. However, in spring, the entire landscape transforms into lush green pastures. When one is in a melancholic mood, a stroll can significantly alleviate the sense of gloom. Yining rests her chin in her hand, quietly listening to Li Shiai's recount the customs and culture of the border town. He appears markedly different from anyone she has encountered before. As a scion of a prominent family, his air of arrogance and mannerisms are quite evident. Yet, he possesses a remarkable openness. Despite his seemingly icy demeanor, he seems capable of embracing the myriad complexities of the world. Let us be on our way. I shall take you for a stroll. Don your fox fur cloak and those long rabbit fur boots, for it will be rather chilly outside. Yining listened attentively, though her long boots felt a bit tight, and she struggled to pull them on. Li Shize, who was polishing his long knife, noticed her clumsy attempts and set aside his weapon to approach her. Are you unaccustomed to wearing these? However, they provide warmth in the snow. I wear them all the time in the border town. With that, he knelt down to assist Yining in donning her rabbit fur boots. As Yining gazed at Li Shiai's face illuminated by the dim candlelight, she was taken aback by the sight of a man kneeling to help a woman with her shoes. Once she was properly attired, Li Shiai took her hand and guided her out of the tent. He then mounted his horse, extending his hand to help her up. Yining looked up at him, realizing for the first time how strikingly handsome a man could appear while mounting a horse. His movements were fluid and graceful. Clad in a flowing black cloak, with his battle armor already removed, leaving him dressed in a simple black robe. Despite the biting cold wind, he showed no fear of the snowstorm. In the great Xia, the ideal of a refined gentleman who composed poetry and displayed elegance was highly esteemed. Yet, Yining found herself captivated by the strength and vitality emanating from this man. With a bright smile, she responded affirmatively. Having only witnessed others riding before, she had always admired the majesty it conveyed. This was her first experience on horseback, and she discovered that riding brought a sense of freedom and exhilaration. Curiously, she surveyed her surroundings. The moonlight tonight was particularly bright, illuminating the pristine white snow, allowing her to discern the distant path even in the night. The entire landscape exuded a solemn grandeur, a sight she had never encountered before. The snowstorm is rather cold. If you are sensitive to the chill, you might want to nestle within your fox fur. Li Shiai's voice echoed from above. It was then that Yining realized the coldness. Yet she hesitated to bury her face within the warmth, instead turning to meet the wind and snow, savoring the exquisite taste of freedom that the world offered. Chapter 29. The thoughts of Pei Wu'er as night fell. Su Yining approached Li Shiai's, carrying a wine jug, intending to engage in conversation while observing the discomfort of a certain woman. The mere thought of her brought him delight, causing his steps to feel lighter. Upon reaching Li Shiai's tent, Su Yining prepared to call out, but was halted by the alluring voice of a woman inside, reminiscent of a cat's beguiling purr. He froze momentarily, contemplating retreat, yet ultimately opted to stealthily circle around to the rear of their tent. Within, the woman's voice was unmistakable, soft and seductive, as though it were spilling forth from her lips against her will. Though she made an effort to suppress her tone, Su Yining, despite his upbringing in a scholarly family, had trained his body in martial arts from a young age, granting him keen senses. Clenching his fists, he found himself disdainful of the woman. Just yesterday, she had wept tenderly in his embrace, prompting a flicker of sympathy. Yet today, she was subservient to another man. Glancing down at the evident bulge beneath him, he chuckled derisively. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to leave. Once silence enveloped the tent, Su Yining made his way back to his own, the moonlight casting an elongated shadow behind him. Yining, you have returned. Pei Wu'er hastily rose to greet him at the door, assisting him to sit. Vuya, do not concern yourself with me. You should rest. Su Yining replied wearily, resting his head in his hands, feeling overwhelmed by recent events spiraling beyond his control. Yining, did you not go to drink with young Masterly? Why do you appear so disheartened? Pei Wuer gently pressed her hand against Su Yinen's head, puzzled by his demeanor. It was unlike him to return from an outing with friends, looking so forlorn. After returning home the previous day, Pei Wuer felt a sense of unease, prompting her to summon Su Yinen under the pretense of feeling unwell. Upon learning of his plans for a hunting expedition, she expressed her worry that some noble lady might take an interest in him, suggesting that she had not ventured out for months and asking him to take her along for some fresh air. Su Yinen, feeling a pang of sympathy, obliged and brought her along. Young Masterly was not present, so I drank alone, Su Yinen said as he grasped Pei Wuer's hand on his forehead. Vuya, I am fine. You should rest, he spoke softly. Yet, Pei Wuer felt a twinge of sadness. Since he had brought her to his residence, his visits had dwindled. Once a daily occurrence at Tianxiang Tower, now he came only sporadically, spending less time with her. As his woman, she wondered why he did not desire her. Coupled with the lingering scent of another woman on him from months past, her heart was plagued with unrest. She gazed at Su Yinen, who remained unchanged, a handsome scion of a noble family. Clenching her teeth, Pei Wuer slowly began to shed her garments, unwilling to part from him. After comforting Pei Wuer, Su Yinen noticed her silence and assumed she had gone to rest. His mind was in disarray. The wine had not intoxicated him, but rather was he who felt drunk. Turning, he beheld Pei Wuer's garments slipping away. Wuer, please dress yourself properly, he urged. Su Yin's voice was tinged with a hint of anger, though he could not comprehend the source of his ire. Logically, Pei Wuer was the wife he had chosen. Previously, it would have been inappropriate to claim her from the Tianxiang Tower. Yet, having now brought her out, he intended to soothe her heart and later bestow upon her a new identity as his bride. Still, he questioned the reason behind his frustration. Pei Wuer did not retrieve the garments strewn on the ground. Instead, she approached Su Yin, her bare form embracing him. Having been sedated during her 3-day stay at the Tianxiang Tower, she had learned the art of pleasing men and, having endured such experiences, her body sometimes yearned for intimacy. Sensing Su Yin's desire, she felt a flicker of joy. Yin, you desire me too. I am willing. Will you accept my body? Outside the tent of the Shize and his companions, Su Yin heard her words, which only deepened his discontent. Struggling, he pushed her away. Please. Dress yourself. However, Pei Wuer was unwilling, tugging at his robes. Su Yin, inebriated and lacking strength, found himself drawn into her embrace. Moments passed, their bare bodies pressed together. Yet Su Yin remained unresponsive. Pei Wuer, feeling anxious, reached out once more. Pei Wuer, Su Yin's voice broke through, but all she saw was his cold visage. Devoid of emotion, anger welled within her. You promised to take me as your wife. What does this mean? Do you feel nothing for me? Then who do you feel for? Su Yin regarded Pei Wuer, still the same ethereal beauty he had once cherished, her noble demeanor a perfect match for him. Yet now, he felt an aversion. Obey me, and in time I shall grant you the status of a legitimate daughter of the Su family, allowing you to find a suitable husband in the ancestral home of Yinzhou. Upon uttering these words, he felt a profound sense of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. His lack of affection for Pei Wuer rendered any promise of a future together impossible. He could deceive himself for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Pei Wuer discerned the threat in his words. She did not wish to leave, fearing the unknown fate that awaited her in Yinzhou. She encircled his neck, her body gently swaying as tears streamed down her face, her voice laced with desperation. Yin, I do not want to go. I truly love you. I recognize my mistakes. Please, allow me to stay by your side for now, and I shall depart later. I have no family left, and without you, I would perish. After a decade of companionship, Su Yin felt a pang of compassion. He lifted a hand to tenderly stroke her hair. Vuya, I'm sorry. A moment of silence passed before he spoke again. You may remain here until you have sorted out your feelings. Pei Wuer replied softly, rising to don her clothes. Once dressed, she turned to assist Su Yin in putting on his garments. Observing him, a new thought occurred to her. If he would not accept her, what if she were to become pregnant? Su Yin, though kind-hearted, was not the type to act harshly toward his own child. If she could remain by his side long enough, Perhaps anything was possible. Chapter 30. Peril. The following morning, Yin dispatched someone to escort Pei Wuder back. With no other women by his side, he felt compelled to pay another visit to Yining. Calculating the time, he surmised that Shize must be on duty, as the recent royal hunt left little room for the officials to linger in their tents. With this thought, Yin set forth towards Yining's tent. The royal entourage, consisting of concubines and princes and princesses, had come for the hunt, and the palace guards were attentive to their safety. Additionally, several officials had brought their families and servants along, with meals and water provided by palace maids, while other services were rendered by their own attendants. Shize had brought Yining along under the pretense of her being a personal maid. With no guards stationed outside, and the officials distracted by the festivities, Yin lifted the tent flap and entered. Inside, Yining lay on the bed, enveloped in a fox fur, the tent radiating warmth. Her face resembled a peach in early spring, her lips slightly pouted and resplendently rosy. Yin observed her for a moment before leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon her lips. Noticing she was still asleep, he seated himself by her side, awaiting her awakening. Last night, Yining had been exhilarated by her horseback ride with Shize. Upon their return, she eagerly attended to him, and their spirited engagement lasted until the early hours, with Shize personally tending to her before sleep claimed them. This morning, he called for her to rise and partake in breakfast, but she remained lost in slumber, feeling a warmth that prompted her to push the fur aside. Shize, concerned for her comfort, had procured numerous furs, which were strewn across the chair, bed, and carriage. In her drowsiness, Yining sensed a presence beside her. The dimness of the tent led her to mistakenly believe it was Shize returning, prompting her to call out softly, "Shize, Shize." The figure nearby stiffened momentarily before leaning down to kiss her tenderly, gently disrobing her. It was then that a sense of disquiet washed over her. Shize bore a scar upon his chest, yet this man did not. Yining's eyes flew open in terror as she recognized Yin above her. "Yin," she gasped, her voice laced with panic, her body trembling. "How dare you enter Shize's tent? Have you lost your mind?" Her tone was sharp, yet it was evident she was striving to keep her voice low. "I desire you." Yin's quiet words resonated in the air. He sought to converse with her, refraining from coercion. He kissed her again, lingering on her lips, before rising to fasten his garments. Yining felt as if struck by lightning, her predominant emotion being fear. In her eyes, Yin had transformed into someone utterly unhinged, a madness that instilled dread within her. He had dared to intrude upon Shize's domain, uttering such deranged sentiments. If their previous encounters had merely reduced her to an object for his desires, now, she was a woman who had traversed the path of Shize. His presence here, uttering such words, left her bewildered. Yining's gaze fixed upon him, yet she found his eyes ablaze, as if intent on consuming her, wishing to bind their fates together in flames. She felt a tremor of fear and could scarcely sustain her gaze. "Yin, you must leave now. When Shize returns, I can act as if nothing has transpired." "I will not touch you," he replied. Yin discerned the fragility within her words, yet he remained unconvinced. As the most esteemed scion of the capital, he believed that she would inevitably be swayed by his proposition. After all, in Shize's company, she was nothing more than an inconsequential concubine. He leaned down to kiss her lips, and it was then that Yining realized she had only been wearing a single garment to sleep, which he had already unfastened. Now, she found herself entirely exposed, and as he leaned closer, she felt paralyzed with apprehension, fearing what he might do next. Yin merely tenderly kissed her body, and once he was done, he gently dressed her again. "I shall wait for you outside," he murmured before stepping out of the tent. With no alternatives, Yining donned her clothes, and before exiting, she adorned herself with several hairpins and a dagger. Yin waited not far from the tent, and as Yining gazed at him, she observed his gray fur cloak and his hair elegantly tied back. He strode gracefully through the snow, exuding an air of gentlemanly composure. Yining couldn't help but stifle a laugh within. His appearance was indeed deceptive. Upon seeing her, Yin's eyes sparkled momentarily. "Follow me," he commanded, then proceeded ahead. After a while, they had distanced themselves from the tent. Yin's personal guard held a horse, waiting for them. He mounted swiftly and extended a hand toward Yining. Anticipating his intention, she reached out, and, as she climbed onto the horse, he urged it forward without hesitation. The steed galloped through the snow at a brisk pace, and Yining felt a growing urge for him to slow down. However, upon glancing at her nestled in his arms, he did not relent, as if the emotions he had harbored these past few months were finally unleashed. Yining grew impatient. They had been riding for an hour, now leaving the royal grounds, venturing into the depths of another forest. The jostling of the horse began to cause her discomfort, though thankfully, the cloak shielded her from the cold. "Zhao Yining, how much longer must we ride?" she inquired. "Not long, year," he replied. Yining could not resist a scoff at the endearment. However, she resigned herself to the situation. After all, she could not afford to offend him now. "Let it be. I shall simply endure. In a few days, we will return to the Marquis, and then I shall remain there, away from him." Resolving this, she chose to ignore Zhao Yining. He led her deeper into the mountains, intent on visiting a temple on the outskirts of the capital to seek a red thread from the deity of marriage. Initially a skeptic, he now found himself yearning to believe. As a legitimate heir of the Zhao family, he belonged to a lineage known for its integrity. His father had other concubines, resulting in several half-siblings. His mother harbored great expectations for her sole son, and from a young age, Zhao Yining had strived to embody the ideals of society, appearing gentle and refined, yet inwardly harboring a streak of obsession. Suddenly, the horse stumbled, and before they could react, they tumbled heavily into a concealed pit, obscured by the deep snow. Fortunately, Zhao Yining managed to catch Yining in his arms, though his leg was pinned beneath the horse. As they landed, Yining quickly rose to assess her condition, relieved to find herself uninjured. Turning her gaze to Zhao Yining, she saw him sprawled on the ground, his legs still trapped beneath the animal. Yining hastily moved to one side to assess the current situation, intending to extricate Zhao Yining. However, she found that she could not pull him free. Although the trap was not particularly deep, the horse was ensnared within, emitting pitiful cries. Yining felt a pang of sympathy, yet she recognized that rescuing Zhao Yining was of utmost importance. She observed intently, and when the horse strained once more to break free, Yining swiftly seized Zhao Yining's leg to drag him out. After considerable effort, she finally managed to pull him free, only to discover that Zhao Yining had lost consciousness. It was uncertain whether he had sustained injuries, and she hesitated to remove his clothing, aware that she lacked both the knowledge of where to procure medicine and which remedies would be effective. She feared that disrobing him might lead to frostbite, and she suspected his leg might be injured, though she was unsure how to address it. After contemplating the situation, she decided it was best not to meddle recklessly. Chapter 31. Food. Yining surveyed her surroundings and noticed a wooden cabin not far off, suspecting that this area might be the perimeter of the enclosed grounds, with dedicated personnel patrolling it. She glanced around and saw that apart from the cabin, the area was densely wooded, devoid of any signs of human life. Estimating the distance, she realized the snow was quite deep. It would take her approximately half an hour to walk there. If she called out for help and found no one upon her arrival, not only would it waste time, but it would also deplete her energy further. She gathered some vines used for binding firewood and, using the dagger she carried, trimmed away the excess branches. Wrapping Zhao Yining in his large cloak, she exerted considerable effort to bind him securely with the vines. Casting a final glance at the whimpering horse, which seemed to understand her plight and gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, Yining felt a pang of sorrow. Nevertheless, she hoisted the rope and began dragging Zhao Yining towards the wooden cabin. Initially, she had anticipated reaching the cabin in an hour, but it took nearly 2. Though the cabin appeared near, the distance was deceptive. The snow made walking somewhat challenging, and the uphill terrain added to the difficulty. Yining, always meticulous in her endeavors, proceeded cautiously, stopping frequently along the arduous journey. Fortunately, they both emerged without additional injuries. Upon arriving at the cabin, Yining set Zhao Yining down and opened the door, discovering it was indeed the residence of the patrol personnel responsible for the enclosure. Inside, she found bedding, cookware, and a modest supply of rice. Ordinary hunters would not part with such provisions easily, If there were indeed occupants, they would simply need to wait for their return. Last night, she had inquired thoroughly with Shize about the patrol schedule. It was understood that those responsible for guarding this area would typically make rounds every 3 days to check for the presence of large wild beasts that might endanger the nobles. Yining prepared a bed for Zhao Yining, then exerted herself to drag him inside and remove the cloak. She discovered that his fur cloak was quite warm, and thankfully, he bore no signs of frostbite. After laboriously settling him onto the bed, she gathered firewood left by the cabin's owner and kindled a fire, gradually warming the interior. She draped her fox fur coat over Zhao Yining and placed his cloak near the flames to dry. Next, she unfastened his pant leg to assess the severity of his injuries. Upon inspection, she found no excessive bleeding, only some bruising and swelling on his lower leg. Uncertain if there were any injuries to his bones, she removed his clothing and noted the abrasions on his back and right arm, which had already begun to swell, presenting a rather alarming sight. Turning her attention to his head, she observed a significant swelling on the right side of his occiput, leading her to suspect that this injury was the cause of his unconsciousness. Unsure of her next steps, Yining decided to lie down for a moment, utterly fatigued. Gazing at the wooden ceiling, she felt the urge to succumb to sleep. After a quarter of an hour, she struggled to rise, realizing that if she slept through until dusk, it would complicate matters. Frustrated with Zhao Yining for bringing her to this predicament, she recalled how he had selflessly cradled her during his fall. Resigned, she divided the remaining rice in the cabin into 3 portions and set one to boil for porridge. Yining gazed into the pot, observing the scant amount of rice, the water reflecting her visage. She stepped outside, scanning the surroundings of the house, and discovered a small bamboo grove nearby. Yining unearthed 2 fresh bamboo shoots and found a wild rabbit in a small pit, presumably caught in a trap set by a patroller. After retrieving the rabbit, she carefully recovered the pit with branches, placing a light layer of snow atop. Hopeful for another encounter in the future, she returned indoors, boiling the snow water, and proceeded to prepare the rabbit, adding some bamboo shoots and rabbit meat into the porridge, while roasting the remaining meat over the fire. As the rabbit meat neared completion, Yining glanced at the sky, noticing the sun was beginning its descent. Zhao Yining had yet to awaken, and she contemplated pinching him to rouse him, though hesitated. After some thought, she carried the porridge over. Yining exerted herself to prop him up, first offering him water. Just as she was about to feed him porridge, Zhao Yining stirred awake. "Zhao Yining, you're awake. How do you feel?" Yining inquired, her heart lifting. In the vast expanse of falling snow, she had felt a tinge of fear being alone, the silence around her amplifying her trepidation. Dragging him to the wooden cabin had taken all her courage. Zhao Yining experienced a throbbing headache, recalling how he had heavily bumped into Yining while lifting her, but his primary concern lay with his feet. Any injury there could jeopardize his career. "Yining, please. Give me some water," he rasped. Yining hastily brought the water to his lips. After consuming 2 bowls, he felt somewhat better and attempted to move his feet, relieved to find no broken bones, only severe bruising and a slight twist. "Is your leg all right?" Yining asked, noticing his movements. Concern etched across her features. "I'm fine. Just a sprain and a bit swollen." "Thank you," Zhao Yining replied, his voice still hoarse. He recognized that dragging someone through the snow was no small feat, and Yining's resilience deepened his appreciation for her. This must be a temporary shelter for the patrols around the area. If so, we need not worry. Someone will arrive in the next couple of days. I likely won't be able to leave, and forcing it would only cause you more trouble, Zhao Yining said softly. After a moment of silence, he added, "Yining, I'm sorry." The apology startled Yining. Zhao Yining had never uttered such words to her in this lifetime or the previous. No need for that. Please eat some porridge," she replied, spooning the warm food into his mouth. Zhao Yining's back and right arm were somewhat injured, limiting his movement. In the flickering light of the firewood, Zhao Yining looked up at Yining, who usually behaved like a little hedgehog around him. It was the first time he saw her so gentle, her features softened, radiating warmth. After finishing the porridge, Yining tore pieces of rabbit meat from a bone, feeding him before offering water. Zhao Yining quietly consumed the meal, occasionally glancing at Yining, who, feeling a bit awkward, chose to ignore his gaze while silently wishing for Li Shize to arrive soon. After Su Yining had eaten, Yining consumed the remaining food. She meticulously examined the items they would need and contemplated venturing outside to search for any fallen branches suitable for firewood. Concerned that the supply of firewood in the wooden cabin was dwindling, she spent a quarter of an hour seeking out suitable branches before finally dragging some back. As night fell, the two remained largely silent. Yining was unwilling to speak, while Su Yining found himself at a loss for conversation. Yining was markedly different from the women he was accustomed to. Initially, he had intended to negotiate terms with her that morning, but in light of recent events, he found himself at a loss for words, longing instead for Yining to remain by his side indefinitely. Noticing a flush on Su Yining's face, Yining suddenly recalled that he had sustained injuries to one leg and one arm, rendering him somewhat incapacitated. Su Yining, would you like to make yourself more comfortable? After a brief internal struggle, Yining finally mustered the courage to speak. Chapter 32. Deception. Su Yining gazed at Yining, illuminated by the flickering flames of the firewood. Each encounter with her unveiled a new facet of her character. Initially, he perceived her as a delicate and timid enchantress, a vision that haunted his dreams every night, ensnaring him in a web of infatuation that he found somewhat repugnant. As time progressed, he came to see her as gentle yet vulnerable, often retreating behind Li Shize, inciting a possessive urge within him that led to his shameless claim over her. Now, seated beside the fire, she retained her fragile appearance, her hair slightly tousled. Yet she emanated a resilient charm that was irresistibly endearing. Even if she were to draw the very essence from his soul, he would willingly surrender to her allure. After a moment of silence, Yining turned to him when he failed to respond, her patience waning. Su Yining's gaze was imbued with tenderness, as if a meteor had streaked across his eyes. Yining felt the heat of his stare, yet exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Her mind had ceased to function, and all she desired was sleep. Su Yining, are you coming or not? If not, I shall retire to rest, she declared, her voice soft yet tinged with impatience. Ultimately, Su Yining, face flushed, allowed Yining to assist him out the door. Upon returning to their quarters, Yining fetched water to cleanse his hands, while neglecting her own discomfort from excessive perspiration. Draping Su Yining's cloak around her, she used water to refresh her body. The sound of water cascading nearby was a novel sensation for Su Yining. It felt as if he were waiting for his bride to finish bathing, eager to indulge in their wedding night. He observed the slender shadows cast on the ground by the light, which delineated her silhouette. With a cloth in hand, she slowly wiped her neck, droplets cascading down her throat, following the gentle rise and fall of her chest, ultimately trickling down to her flat abdomen. Though obscured from view, this sight stirred his heart more profoundly than any previous encounter. At that moment, Su Yining contemplated a willingness to sacrifice his very soul. Once she finished washing, the stickiness that had clung to her skin dissipated. Yining then cleaned her inner garments and positioned herself by the fire to dry her clothes and hair. Though fatigue enveloped her, she was accustomed to cleansing herself daily. The thought of sleeping without a wash was unthinkable. After nearly half an hour of drying, she removed her outer garments, donning her inner attire instead. Stepping out, she discovered Su Yining still awake. Assuming he felt cold without his cloak, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing. Su Yining, I just used your cloak to shield myself. Are you feeling cold? Upon finishing her words, Yining retrieved his cloak from the rack, intending to cover him, but Su Yining grasped her wrist, pulling her close and pressing her against him. As Su Yining beheld Yining, her dark tresses cascading behind her ears, he was unable to discern whether he was trapped in a dream or reality. The sensation of holding her provided a tangible anchor. Yining struggled against him, not anticipating the strength he possessed, even in his injured state. Frustrated, she attempted to strike his wounded leg, but was swiftly restrained, her hand landing upon an indiscreet area. A flicker of pain crossed Su Yining's visage. Yining recalled the recently harsh sensation and understood what she had encountered. She had always been timid and frail, and in her heart, Su Yining had always been a lofty figure of authority, capable of crushing her like an ant. Much like Pei Wu'er, who, despite sharing the same status at Tianxiang Tower, could still torment her at will. Standing at the edge of the bed, Yining felt a surge of panic as her past memories collided with reality. Her trembling body was gripped by fear, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Su Yian. I'm so sorry." Su Yian was bewildered by her sudden transformation. Her nose and cheeks were flushed, and tears cascaded down in large droplets. Feeling anxious, he propped himself up on the bed and enveloped her in his embrace. It's all right," he gently soothed, caressing her back. Yining was utterly terrified by the events of her past life. Su Yian had bullied her, and Pei Wu'er had dismissed her with a single remark, claiming she was unfit for service and should entertain clients instead. Had Mama Li from Tianxiang Tower truly heeded those words, she would have been tormented to the brink of death within days. She had lived so cautiously for many years, laboring from dawn till dusk, skillfully avoiding the lewd advances and vile language of guests, never daring to offend anyone. A mere casual remark from Pei Wu'er could send her spiraling into despair, devoid of any hope, and she was genuinely terrified. Earlier at the jewelry shop, she had instantly recognized Pei Wu'er beside Su Yian, even after a lifetime had passed. The sight of Pei Wu'er instinctively filled her with dread. After shedding tears for a while, Yining fell into a deep slumber in Su Yian's arms, utterly exhausted from the day's tribulations. Su Yian gazed tenderly at Yining, taking in the delicate features of her brows, her eyes, and her lips. His gaze brimmed with a gentleness that threatened to overflow. He softly pressed his lips against hers, then lifted his eyes to the warm, dim glow of the wooden cabin illuminated by the flickering firelight. An intricate tapestry of emotions welled up within him, ineffable and profound. With a gentle yet laborious effort, he moved Yining to the inner side of the bed, covering them both with his great cloak as a blanket, then tenderly clasped her hand as they drifted into slumber. Chapter 33. Coexistence. On the following morning, Yining awoke from her dreams to find herself nestled in someone else's embrace, initially mistaking it for that of Li Shize, and readjusted her position to continue sleeping. The vibrations of a deep chuckle emanated from the chest beside her. As she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, she recognized the familiar wooden cabin from the day before, causing her to sit upright in alarm. It was then that she realized she had been in Su Yian's arms. Yining was reluctant to even glance at Su Yian, her growing awareness amplifying her disdain for him. Rising to her feet, she opened the door, only to be met with a white expanse of snow. The snow, which had reached her calves yesterday, had deepened to her knees today. It was clear that her leather boots would be inadequate for stepping outside again, and her trousers were bound to become soaked. After boiling water to wash her face, she inspected the remaining food supplies. She added some rice to the pot and stirred the congee gently to prevent it from sticking. Next, she chopped some bamboo shoots that she had dug up yesterday and mixed them into the porridge. Before long, the fresh bamboo shoot congee was ready. She served a bowl beside Su Yian, feeding him before settling by the stove to sip her own bowl of congee, determined to avoid further conversation with him. Several attempts by Su Yian to engage her were met with her deliberate ignorance or silence. "Yining, why are you pretending not to see me?" Su Yian finally inquired. Yining, head bowed, chose silence, wary of stirring trouble, knowing Su Yian was a source of complications. Observing her demeanor, Oyan rejognizit her anoyanje. He pretended to struggle as he slowly maneuvered himself off the bed, noticing Yining's stealing glances at him. Suddenly, he feigned a loss of balance and fell to the floor. Yining rushed to his side, her voice laced with urgency, genuinely concerned for his well-being. "Su Yian, are you all right?" As she reached out to assist him, he leaned against her, and when she helped him back on a bed, he spoke up. "Yining, please don't misunderstand. I called out to you because I needed to go out for a moment." Yining felt a rush of embarrassment. She realized that Su Yian was indeed physically challenged, and her earlier behavior had been inconsiderate. Blushing, she apologized. "I didn't know, let me help you." Su Yian, noticing her flushed earlobes, understood that his tactic was effective. Yining was quite tender-hearted. "All right." Throughout the day, Su Yian frequently called upon Yining for assistance, seizing the opportunity to engage her in conversation. As night fell, the same dilemma arose as the previous evening. Yining contemplated sleeping on the floor. Su Yian, observing her, spoke softly, Yining, "It's not that I wish to share a bed with you, but if you catch a chill and fall ill, it would be troublesome. I swear, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely hope we can rest well and avoid injury while awaiting rescue. Should I attempt anything untoward, you have every right to end my life, for I am currently a man hindered by my own limitations." Listening to Zhao Yining's words, Yining pondered the predicament. Individuals like him, who wielded power and influence, were most fearful of losing their lives. They lived high above, accustomed to indulgence, and it was unlikely they would willingly embrace death, much like her own reluctance to part with the opulence of the Ho residence after being cradled in the Shize's arms. He spoke with utmost reason. In such bitterly cold weather, fever is the most feared affliction. They were deep in the mountains, and who knows how long it would take for their rescuers to arrive. Should illness strike, one could perish here. She could not bear to part with Li Shize, nor with the hard-earned savings she cherished. While Yining pondered these thoughts, Zhao Yining understood that all would be well. Who would willingly invite trouble upon themselves? Observing how he had pulled her from the snow without sustaining an injury, it was evident that she valued her own well-being. A person who cares for others would never recklessly endanger themselves. "Come here. You sleep inside, and I shall take the outside. You cover yourself with your fox fur, and I will use mine. In this place, where heavy snow seals the mountains and silence reigns in all directions, we both wish for each other's survival." Zhao Yining whispered enticingly. Yining lifted her gaze to him. He was a paragon of virtue, gentle as jade, his eyes filled with sincerity, devoid of any ulterior motives. She could not help but nod, drowsily following him to the bed. It was only upon seeing Zhao Yining before her that she realized what she was doing. "Sleep now." "Ning ning," Zhao Yining urged gently. Yining found no words to object, for she had indeed agreed, and with a furrowed brow, she drifted into slumber. In the dim light, Zhao Yining feigned sleep, waiting for the rhythm of her breathing to steady as she gradually succumbed to dreams. The corners of his lips curled upward slightly as he cautiously reached for her hand beneath the warmth of her fox fur. Chapter 34. Rescued on the following day, Yining awoke to find herself nestled against Zhao Yining's waist. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, realizing that she had likely grown accustomed to the intimacy of holding Li Shize. She cautiously lifted her head, feeling somewhat anxious as she glanced at Zhao Yining, only to discover that his breathing was steady, indicating he had yet to awaken. Gently, Yining withdrew her arms and quietly slid to the edge of the bed, preparing to rise. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Yining had already been awake, and upon observing her flustered demeanor, he couldn't suppress a smile and ultimately spoke up. "Ning ning, you're awake quite early." He feigned a look of just waking from slumber. Yining's earlobes flushed with embarrassment as she replied softly. After having breakfast, Yining resolved to venture outside for a bit, hoping to gather some bamboo shoots since their rice supply was dwindling and would not last much longer. Thus, she began to prepare for her outing. "Ning ning, is the snow outside very deep? Are you sure you want to go out?" Zhao Yining inquired with a hint of concern. "Yes, I need to check. The food is running low, and I'm uncertain when the patrol will arrive." Yining replied in a hushed tone, deftly gathering her tools before opening the door and gently closing it behind her to prevent the cold wind from entering. Zhao Yining felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that it was a situation that had caused her to take such risks. He understood her reasoning, and given his own injury, he could only silently hope for her swift and safe return. The snow had deepened once more. As Yining stepped into it, the snow now reached above her knees. It did not take long before her trousers became damp, the cold seeping into her thighs and knees. With a long stick in hand, she prodded the path ahead, wary of any hidden pits that could lead to a sprained ankle. She took careful steps, intent on checking the nearby bamboo grove for fresh shoots, fearing the dangers of venturing too far, especially with the threat of wild beasts lurking about. What should have been a mere few hundred steps became a far more arduous journey than before. Fortunately, while the snow was deep, it had not yet frozen, remaining soft underfoot. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Yining beheld the dense thicket, each stalk blanketed in snow, a sight both enchanting and serene. She attempted to clear the snow to search for fresh shoots, but soon realized it was a futile endeavor. Although the bamboo had shielded much of the snow, The accumulation within the grove still reached her knees. Time was not on her side, as her trousers had already grown wet. If she lingered for another half-hour, her clothes would surely be soaked through. She could only explore delicately with her toes, carefully probing for any protruding shoots. When she encountered one, she would use her stick to remove the snow above it, and then employ her dagger to unearth the bamboo shoots. After a painstaking quarter of an hour, she finally unearthed 5 or 6 shoots, tying them in her garment before making her way back. As Zhao Yining watched Yining push the door open, her figure was cloaked in snow, her complexion pale from the cold, and he felt a surge of urgency. Ning Ning, hurry and warm yourself by the fire. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, Yining felt her lower body growing numb, a sign of impending frostbite. She immediately set about boiling water, changing out her wet clothes, and hung them on the wooden rack to dry. After consuming several bowls of hot water, she began to feel warmth returning to her body. Zhao Yining, still anxious, propped himself up with one hand. Ning Ning, arelo policht. Yining trembled as she cradled the bowl, sipping slowly. I am fine, she reassured. Only my clothes are a tad damp. I am preparing to dry them now. She had initially believed that drinking hot water would warm her body and alleviate her discomfort, yet she found herself beset by fever nonetheless. By afternoon, Yining fed the congee she had prepared to Zhao Yining, and after partaking in her own portion, she felt an overwhelming desire to sleep. Zhao Yining encouraged her to retire to bed, and she did not resist, succumbing to slumber shortly thereafter. Half an hour later, Zhao Yining noticed her body growing increasingly feverish. When he attempted to rouse her, he realized she was speaking incoherently. Ning Ning, he called, his heart racing with urgency. In the midst of the relentless snowstorm and desolate wilderness, she was the love of his heart, their only solace in each other. He understood the peril of their situation without medicine. It was indeed grave. He pondered carefully how to manage her fever. Gingerly, Zhao Yining descended from the bed and removed his inner garment. If his memory served him correctly, cooling measures were necessary for someone with a fever, alongside ample hydration. He hobbled to the door, retrieving the stick Yining had left outside, and knocked on the door. The frigid wind outside took him by surprise. He had grown accustomed to the warmth of Yining's presence. Braving the cold, he pressed forward, collecting a sizable bundle of snow in his garments before awkwardly re-entering the room. He gently wiped her forehead and palms with the snow, then offered her warm water and stoked the fire. He continued to venture outside for more snow, stumbling several times in the dark, and thus the night wore on. When Shize and his men arrived the following noon, Yining had begun to recover, while Zhao Yining lay by her side, afflicted by high fever. Shize surveyed the room, finding Yining nestled in bed with a rosy complexion, the atmosphere warm and inviting. Her cheeks were flushed, though her lips were parched. In contrast, Zhao Yining appeared disheveled, his usually pristine visage now flushed red. Shize began to comprehend the unfolding events. He touched Yining's forehead, relieved to find her well, then carried her onto a horse. He escorted young Master Su back to the Su residence, explaining that they had ventured out riding, but due to the severe blizzard, their horse had stumbled into a pit and was rescued by nearby villagers. With that, he rode away. Shize, preoccupied with official matters over the past few days, had not returned to the tent. The palace maid delivering meals assumed Yining was merely a lowly servant and thus did not note her absence. It was not until Shize returned the previous night that he discovered her missing. Upon inquiring with the guard station nearby, he learned she had followed Zhao Yining. He then mobilized his personal guards and a contingent of soldiers to search the area, ultimately discovering a frozen black horse and, nearby, a small wooden cabin. Inside, he found them together. Shize embraced Yining tightly, a slight tremor coursing through him as he rejoiced in her safety. Despite the anguish of seeing her with Zhao Yining, he resolved, from the moment he learned of her disappearance, that as long as she was unharmed, nothing else mattered. Chapter 35. The pavilion. Yining opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of a fragrant silk canopy above her. She was covered with a fine brocade quilt adorned with entwined lotus patterns. As her gaze wandered, she noticed a small round table made of golden sandalwood beside her, accompanied by an embroidered stool carved with floral and avian motifs. Near the small window stood a dressing table, also crafted from gold and sandalwood, displaying a lotus design. For a moment, Yining was taken aback. Had she perished once more? Was this her third life? And had she found herself in a haven of opulence? She quickly raised her hands to inspect them, discovering frostbite, along with some scratches and swelling. These were indeed her hands, but where was she now? As Yining propped herself up, her body, still recovering from high fever, felt somewhat frail. Just as she managed to sit up, someone pushed the door open and entered. "Miss, you are awake," exclaimed a young maid dressed in a blue skirt. Curtsying respectfully, Yining realized she did not recognize this girl. Had Zhao Yining brought her back to the Su residence? A sense of unease washed over her as she inquired, "Where's this place?" "Miss, this is the young master's pavilion. He carried you back and instructed me to inform you that he has some urgent matters to attend to, but will visit you as soon as he can." The maid replied cheerfully. A flicker of joy ignited within Yining. It seemed that Shize had rescued her. She pondered whether he would suspect anything between her and Zhao Yining. "Miss, would you like something to eat? The young master has ordered that the kitchen is ready to serve warm meals at any time," the maid continued. Feeling a bit hungry, Yining nodded, "Yes, please." The maid, slightly taken aback, quickly bowed again. "I shall fetch it for you." Before long, the maid and other servants brought in an array of dishes. The steaming, fragrant chicken porridge was accompanied by several plates of pickled vegetables, creating a refreshing and comforting meal. There were tender stuffed tofu, lychee meat, red date stewed with squab, creamy fatty fish, and a bowl of red dates and blood swallow soup. "Miss, the young master mentioned that you should have something light to eat," the maid said, assisting Yining as she got out of bed and carefully helped her with her grooming. At that moment, Yining felt her stomach grumble. She sipped a bowl of chicken porridge and sampled some dishes until her stomach felt at ease. "When did the young master bring me here?" Yining wiped her hands. "Miss, it was yesterday afternoon," replied the maid. "And what time is it now?" Yining asked. "Miss, it is currently the hour of the dragon." Nodding in acknowledgement, Yining realized she had been in a deep slumber for a day and 2 nights. No wonder she felt so famished. "You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while," Yining spoke softly. As she watched the maid depart, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She suddenly found herself at a loss regarding her future path, engulfed in confusion. Before encountering Shize, her aspirations had been to become a wet nurse, as being a maid was arduous, with meager wages, poor meals, and no means to buy her freedom. Being a wet nurse at least promised sustenance and clothing. However, after several months with Shize, she found herself reluctant to part ways. She had grown attached to him, to this life of luxury, and to the companionship that had blossomed between them. However, in recent days, the incident involving Zhao Yining has left her in a state of confusion. Can her stay by Shize's side endure? Yining sat vacantly on the embroidery stool, her shoulders drooping, her spirit seemingly extinguished. Throughout 2 lifetimes, she appeared to have been alone. In her previous life, despite the hardships and challenges, she endeavored to live earnestly. Yet at this moment, all her resolves seemed to dissipate. That evening, Shize rode hastily to the courtyard, his garments drenched from the relentless wind and snow. As he entered Yining's yard, the storm gradually subsided. Yet the bone-chilling cold could not quell his longing to see Yining. Shize's voice, crisp and refreshing, resonated in Yining's ears as he pushed open the door. Turning her head, their eyes met in the dim flicker of candlelight. Though only a few days had passed, it felt as though months or even years had separated them. Yining found herself at a loss for words. An unfamiliarity loomed between them, rendering her hesitant to reach out, even as her gaze lingered on the man before her. Shize approached and enveloped her in his embrace. Overwhelmed, Yining began to weep, releasing months of worry and fear, the trials of recent days, and an unprecedented sense of solitude that had enveloped her since the afternoon. Even the grievances and suffering from her 2 lifetimes surged forth in this moment, yearning to be expressed in Shize's arms. "Shize, I thought we would never see each other again. I am truly afraid," she cried, her sobs growing louder, tears cascading like a breached dam. In this moment, she acknowledged her deep need for Shize's presence, admitting her exhaustion and fear. Shize tenderly caressed her back, softly soothing her, "It's all right. I will always be here." You need not worry. This time, it is my fault for not protecting you. He too felt a pang of distress. If only he could offer Yining a rightful status, she would not have to endure such hardships. He longed for them to be together across lifetimes. After spending a few days in the courtyard, Yining's spirits gradually lifted. One day, she ventured outside to stroll through the garden. Miss, you have only just recovered. If the young master finds out you've gone out, we cannot bear the consequences. The round-faced maid from a few days prior interjected hastily. Kia, I'm fine. I merely wish to breathe some fresh air. If you don't speak of it, neither will I, and the young master will never know, Yining replied as she stepped out. The courtyard was modest, snow continuing to fall from the sky, blanketing the rooftops in white. A bare orange tree stood on one side, with a stone path meandering through the center. An elderly woman was sweeping the snow, and upon seeing Yining, she quickly bowed. Standing in the courtyard, Yining watched the snowflakes gently descend, reaching out to catch them, wishing time would pause at this moment. For she felt a profound sense of contentment. Before long, Shize took Yining back to the Marquis' residence. Through this experience, their affection for one another had only deepened. They were inseparable for several days, until an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 36. The expedition as the new year approached. Calamity befell the border town. This year's winter proved exceptionally frigid, with heavy snowfall commencing from August on the side of the Hu people. The relentless months of snow and hail led to the demise or dispersal of their cattle and sheep. Known for their propensity to pillage, they began their raids anew, consistently plundering whatever they lacked from the Great Xia Kingdom. Initially, they targeted the goods of the Great Xia merchant caravans, but finding it insufficient, they brazenly resorted to robbing the common folk. The border town and its surrounding cities suffered greatly, yet the presence of the Li family's army in the border town mitigated the losses. The situation was dire in the other two cities, prompting the officials to express their outrage and command Lord Li to expel the Hu people. Thus commenced the hostilities between the two nations. Shize was summoned to Ningzhou, the vicinity of the border town, where he was appointed as the chief commander responsible for its defense. Yining felt a twinge of reluctance as she quietly gathered her belongings. Casting a final glance at Shize, who was engrossed in official documents at his desk, he appeared as valiant and unyielding as when they first met. Draped in a black cross-collared robe, his hair meticulously tied up, his sharp brows and starry eyes exuding a cold demeanor. Though he typically bore a serious countenance, he emanated a sense of stability and reliability. Shize sensed her gaze upon him. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He longed to tell Yining to wait for him, yet a fear took hold. What if he inadvertently delayed her entire life? Approaching a nearby bookshelf, he slowly opened a drawer and retrieved a stack of silver notes. After a moment's contemplation, he returned some to the drawer, concerned that excessive wealth might bring harm to Yining. Shiza bikunatsufli. Yining obediently stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, stifling her sobs. In that silence, neither knew how to confront the sudden separation. Everyone understood that this battle would be perilous, with the Hu people lacking provisions. They were bound to fiercely seize a piece of flesh from the Great Xia Kingdom. Should they taste victory, their greed might compel them to continue their assault. Shize, too, was uncertain how long the conflict would endure. Gazing at Yining in his embrace, he sighed imperceptibly, his eyes lingering on her, filled with reluctance. He gently placed the silver notes in her hands. Here, use this for your snacks and cosmetics while I am away. I know your monthly allowance will surely fall short. His voice feigned a lightness he did not feel. Yining understood that Shize was heading to war, and she felt she ought to encourage him, to soothe his mind. Yet, words failed her, and every attempt at speech was drowned in tears. They sat quietly together for a long while, and that evening, Yining contemplated crafting a cloak for Shize. He quickly dissuaded her. Yining, in these remaining hours, I only wish for your company. Let us rest together. I will need my strength for the journey ahead. Time seemed to hasten. She had no chance to stitch a single cloak. Yining felt a pang of regret for not having cherished their moments together more diligently, realizing she had nothing to gift him upon their parting. The following day, upon awakening, Yining found the space beside her empty, and her heart felt equally hollow. Shize has already entered the palace, and by noon, news of his expedition spread, accompanied by a royal decree from the court. Yining learned of this only in the afternoon, and the atmosphere in the residence suddenly became lively, for it was revealed that Shize had entered the palace that morning, and the sovereign had decided to betroth his daughter, Princess Chongping, to him. Chapter 37. Redemption. Yining's heart ached profoundly, yet disbelief enveloped her. She thought that Shize would never deceive her. Each day, she forced herself to muster the energy to work, yet her figure visibly withered. On this particular day, she learned that the princess had personally come to pay her respects to the elderly Lady Ho and Lady Ho. Yining stealthily observed from a distance, and though far away, she could see clearly. The princess was an extraordinarily noble and endearing woman, while Lady Ho and the elderly Lady Ho held the princess's hand, laughing joyously. Yining quietly mused in the corner, pondering that the daughter-in-law the Ho family desired must be someone capable of bringing such happiness to them. Upon returning, old Madame Zhang knocked and entered her chamber. "I heard from Qinglian that you visited Lady Ho in the back courtyard today." "Yes," Yining replied weakly, seated quietly on her bed. "Did you see the princess? How was she?" The image of the young woman in a red embroidered garment, adorned with a golden crown and exuding an impressive presence, flooded Yining's mind. Such a lady was undoubtedly suited for Shize, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "I did see her, madam," she responded. Old Madame Zhang sighed and gently stroked Yining's hand. She too felt a twinge of regret. The young master was indeed a rare gem. Alas, with the royal family having betrothed him to the princess, how could he possibly take a concubine? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the imperial family? "You mustn't cry any longer. The entire household is rejoicing. Yet here you are in tears. It's rather inauspicious." Old Madame Zhang's tone turned slightly stern. "Madam, I understand. I simply have some discomfort in my eyes," Yining replied, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief and striving to manage a faint smile. "That is good to hear," old Madame Zhang said, preparing to leave. She casually remarked, "I've heard that recently the madam has permitted the servant class to redeem themselves, with all proceeds donated to the temple to pray for the young masteress' well-being." "Madam, are you implying?" Yining began. "No implication at all, merely sharing the latest happenings within the manor." Old Madame Zhang waved her hand dismissively as she stepped out of Yining's room. Sitting alone on her bed, Yining contemplated old Madame Zhang's words. If Shize were to marry the princess, should she consider departing? From her previous life, she had always envisioned purchasing her own home like Sister Yenner and living freely. Why, then, was she hesitating now? Yining felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she covered her eyes, tears slipping through her fingers. Why must this turmoil arise just when she yearned to trust Shize the most and be with him? She had resolved to be stronger, to fear nothing. With Shize by her side. In the evening, Yining knocked on old Madame Zhang's door. She had always been solitary, but in recent months, she had found someone to rely upon. Now that that support was gone, she would have to stand independently once more. "Kumin," old Madame Zhang's voice called from within, as if she had anticipated Yining's arrival. She had prepared a table of dishes and set out an extra pair of chopsticks. Dressed in a simple blue gown and a patterned overcoat, old Madame Zhang sat on the couch, as usual. "Come, sit with me. I just had Su Posey bring this over," she said, gesturing for Yining to join her, her attention focused on pouring wine rather than on Yining. Yining was aware that Granny Zhang was waiting for her, and she found it somewhat unexpected that the person who understood her best was indeed Granny Zhang. "Granny," Yining spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse, "let us eat something." Without inquiring about the reason for Yining's raspy voice, Granny Zhang merely urged her to partake in the meal. Obediently, Yining seated herself opposite Granny Zhang, sharing the meal together. To recount, she had not had a decent meal in the past 10 days, and upon savoring the warmth of the steaming dishes, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. As they neared the end of their meal, Granny Zhang began to speak. "I have inquired about the cost of redeeming a maidservant. 20 taels for a third-class maid, 50 for a second class, and 100 for a first class." After a brief pause, Granny Zhang lifted her gaze, studying Yining's pale, yet undeniably lovely face, pondering whether she ought not to have spoken such words. Would Yining be able to protect herself if she ventured out? If she remained within the Marquis's residence, would she merely wither away? It would be best if you could visit the mistress in the next couple of days and have a good talk with Granny Wang, who manages matters by her side. She will certainly report to the mistress. Yes, Granny, I understand. I will go tomorrow, Yining replied, her voice slightly choked. Do you have any small silver coins? I have some here. Yining realized that bringing silver notes would be unwise, and she was touched that Granny Zhang had considered this for her. Granny, Yining's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The path ahead relies on your own strength. The people in the Marquis's residence will no longer be involved with you. Granny Zhang lowered her head, picking at her food, and then retrieved a small purse from the side, placing it on the table. Take this for now, but remember to repay me. My money did not come easily. Though Granny Zhang's words were somewhat stern, Yining could sense the care behind them. Yining bowed slightly and exited Granny Zhang's room. As she left, Yining contemplated the possibility of asking Granny Zhang if she wished to leave the Marquis's residence, for she had felt lonely for too long and truly hoped for companionship. To her, Granny Zhang was not only a respected elder, but also a friend. Granny Zhang did not stop her. She understood that Yining would return. Sitting quietly on the couch, the candlelight cast a solitary glow around her. Granny Zhang had been sold into the Marquis's residence at the tender age of 6, and now, over 40 years had passed. She reflected on how swiftly time had flown. In her youth, she had opportunities for marriage, yet she had deemed the prospect too troublesome. Now, as the years advanced, she yearned for companionship. Human nature is indeed paradoxical. One wishes to avoid hardship, yet longs to reap the fruits. With a self-deprecating smile, Granny Zhang pondered her own contradictions. Chapter 38. Granny Zhang Granny. Yining softly called from outside the room. Please come in. She retrieved a banknote from her sleeve and placed it on the small table. Granny, this is for you. However, Granny Zhang did not reach for it, feeling a sense of melancholy at their impending separation. Granny, do you wish to leave the Marquis's residence? Yining asked nervously. Granny Zhang raised her gaze, somewhat surprised by Yining's inquiry. At my age of 50, I cannot bear hardships. I am not a diligent person. If I were to leave, I would be unable to carry burdens or fend for myself, and would still require someone to attend to me. Granny, I too cannot endure hardship. If you accompany me outside, I shall regard you as my elder. I have no relatives, and having you with me would bring me peace of mind. Otherwise, I feel as though my heart has no anchor. Listening to Yining's words, Granny Zhang felt a pang of sorrow and wiped her eyes. Yining, I understand your sentiments now, but I cannot sustain myself outside. Most of my monthly allowance has been spent on food and drink over the years. Yining gazed at the dishes on the table: perilla shrimp, braised stone chicken, sour pork, steamed bass, crispy fish bones, shrimp and tofu soup, spicy pig's head meat, and pickled radish. She comprehended that what Granny Zhang said was likely true. As a servant, she had direct access to the small kitchen. But if she were to choose her own meals daily, she would require a portion similar to that of a senior servant, and indeed, she had saved little money. Yining struggled internally, yet considered that if she were to venture out, would she truly eat poorly? With her silver, would she be frugal? Certainly not. Bringing Granny Zhang along would pose no problem, especially given the abundance of dishes. One could never finish them alone. Granny, do you mean to say that you are willing to leave the Marquis's residence with me, but you feel uneasy due to a lack of silver? Granny Zhang wiped away her tears and spoke gruffly. How can I not feel anxious? Of the 50 taels of silver I just gave you, 12 were borrowed from my old friends. Yining felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this, further solidifying her resolve to take Granny Zhang with her. She retrieved another banknote from her other sleeve. Granny, the heir left me some silver when he departed. You enjoy good food, and I do as well. This will not cost us much. Upon hearing this, Granny Zhang immediately fixed her eyes on the banknote in Yining's hand, her eyes widening in astonishment as she bashfully asked, May I count how much there is? Yining smiled as she handed over the banknote. Before long, the room was filled with Granny Zhang's hearty laughter. She held the banknote, her hands trembling slightly, yet her smile was undeniable. Yining, had you mentioned earlier that you possessed this silver, we could leave the estate and purchase a 2-entry courtyard. Moreover, we would have enough for a lifetime of sustenance and indulgence. Yining recognized that Granny Zhang possessed more worldly wisdom and life knowledge than she did. Having her company would not only provide companionship, but also aid her in establishing herself in the outside world. After all, she was merely a girl in her teens, and venturing out alone would be quite inconvenient. With Granny Zhang by her side, it would be significantly easier, and she could see that Granny Zhang had a kind heart. Granny, I share your thoughts. We shall venture out, acquire a 2-entry courtyard, and later hire 2 maidservants to care for us. This silver will suffice for our sustenance. Granny Zhang paused momentarily. Yining, are you truly willing to share your life with a woman of my age? Grandmother, I perceive your character and way of life to be quite admirable. You're not the type to remain stagnant, but rather someone who is easy to communicate with. I believe there will be no issues. Once we step outside, I shall treat you with the respect you deserve, as an elder. Upon observing Yining's sincerity, Grandma Zhang recognized that she was not one to utter falsehoods. When she made a promise, she would fulfill it. Yining, allow me a moment to contemplate. I shall respond to you by tomorrow morning. Yining did not press her further. She gracefully nodded and returned to her own quarters. She hoped that Grandma Zhang would accompany her to the mansion and, even more so, that it would be a voluntary decision on Grandma Zhang's part. Watching Yining's retreating figure, Grandma Zhang fell into deep contemplation. Accompanying Yining to the Marquis' residence would undoubtedly be a boon, alleviating her solitude in the latter years of her life. Moreover, the young master had left Yining some silver, which would render her departure a manageable endeavor. Having spent too much time in this enclosed courtyard, she realized that she no longer needed to dwell on her indecision. With a newfound clarity, Grandma Zhang turned to begin packing her belongings. The following morning, while Yining was tidying up the study, Grandma Zhang approached with a cheerful demeanor. Yining, she beckoned, waving her hand. Yining turned to see the joyful expression on Grandma Zhang's face, instantly recognizing her decision. Feeling a surge of happiness, she wiped her hands with a cloth and walked over. Grandmother, Yining greeted with a respectful bow. This morning, I inquired with Madame Wang regarding the necessary steps for the redemption. After paying the required silver, we simply need to bid farewell to the madam, as she will assist in nullifying the servant's registration. Grandmother, when do you propose we go? Rather than choosing an auspicious day, let us seize the moment and go today. I shall venture ahead to gauge the situation, and you may follow afterward. Do not disclose that we are together to avoid any complications. After surveying the area, Grandma Zhang was relieved to find that the inner courtyard was relatively empty. Very well. Grandmother, I shall heed your advice. You may go first. Grandma Zhang waved her hand at Yining and set off on her own. Watching the plump figure of Grandma Zhang traversing the snowy ground, Yining silently prayed for the success of their endeavor. An hour later, Grandma Zhang returned and gently knocked on Yining's door. Yining, I have successfully paid the silver. Madame Wang mentioned that the servant's registration will likely be annulled within half a month. Once that is complete, we can gather to express our gratitude to the madam, and then we shall depart with the proper documentation. Yining felt a wave of surprise. She had not anticipated the process to be so straightforward. Grandmother, I shall go at once. Grandma Zhang, equally elated by the ease of the proceedings, cautioned, you should go first and see what Madame Wang has to say. Remember to speak with the utmost respect. Rest assured, Grandmother, I understand. Please return to your rest and await my good news. Grandma Zhang, content to say no more, smiled and departed, feeling a sense of anticipation for life beyond the confines of the square courtyard, which had held her for far too long. Before long, Yining returned to her room, changed into a fresh outfit, and retrieved the small silver coins that Grandma Zhang had given her. Gazing at the pouch filled with silver and its weight, Yining paused for a moment, pondering, is this truly how it ends? Am I really to leave without waiting? Is it truly this simple for it to come to an end? She often finds herself oscillating between moments of resolute determination to embrace life and sudden bouts of profound sorrow. Yining glanced around, her gaze settling on the concealed door through which the Shize typically entered from a study. She rose and delicately traced its intricate patterns, her heart heavy with unbearable anguish. Chapter 39. Mistress Wang outside the residence of the Duke. Yining bowed respectfully to the gatekeeper. Madam, I am Yining, a maid responsible for cleaning in the heir's courtyard. I have come to see Mistress Wang. The gatekeeper, observing Yining in her delicate green dress, noted that although she wore the standard uniform of a second-class maid, she exuded an air of poignant fragility, setting her apart from others. "Please wait a moment. I shall inquire if Mistress Wang is available," the gatekeeper replied. Yining expressed her gratitude and presented the gatekeeper with a sachet. "Madam, this is for you to enjoy with your wine." The gatekeeper accepted it graciously, her demeanor softening further. "Please wait a moment. I will be right back." Yining watched the gatekeeper's retreating figure with a hint of apprehension. Soon after, the gatekeeper returned, a smile illuminating her face. "Mistress Wang is inside. She has asked me to escort you." Yining hastily bowed in thanks to the gatekeeper, who promptly led her into the courtyard. The residence of the Duchess was notably larger than that of the heir. The snow outside the main house was meticulously cleared each day, with limes scattered about to prevent the nobility from slipping. Bamboo was planted in the courtyard, offering a touch of verdant beauty even in the depths of winter. Servants hurried past, all maintaining an air of composure and efficiency. Yining marveled at the stark difference in the main residence of a prominent family. She felt fortunate to have been placed in the heir's courtyard, as the little maids here appeared to be far more industrious. The gatekeeper guided Yining to a side room adjacent to the main house, typically reserved for the rest of the maidservants. Mistress Wang, being a favored matron, would often take respite here during the day, avoiding the rigors of standing for hours like the lesser maids before returning to her own home at night. "Mistress Wang, I have brought the cleaning maid from the heir's courtyard," the gatekeeper announced with a bow at the door. "Come in," a young woman's voice beckoned from within. The gatekeeper held back the curtain for Yining, who hurriedly expressed her gratitude before stepping inside. "Mistress Wang," Yining murmured, lowering her gaze as she entered, hesitant to meet her eyes. Mistress Wang was enjoying grapes, attended by a small maid, while two other maids busied themselves by the stove, likely responsible for tea service. "What brings you here?" Mistress Wang inquired. "Madam, I have come to seek my freedom," Yining replied. "Oh, is life in the Duke's residence so unbearable that you wish to be redeemed?" Mistress Wang's tone was slightly frosty. Yining, taken aback by the implication, promptly knelt. "Madam, the Duke's residence is quite fine. It is simply that I miss my father and mother dearly. After they sold me, my mother weeps endlessly and my father is tormented, laboring daily at the docks, carrying heavy goods. Despite his back pain, he dares not rest, and now, at just under 40, he is already stooped. My mother works tirelessly washing clothes for others, braving the biting winter winds without pause, all in hopes of earning more for my sake. Recently, I heard that one could seek redemption from the mistress here. My brother rushed home to gather the family's savings, saying that my parents long for my return. Otherwise, they would find no peace in death." As she spoke, Yining feigned wiping away tears with her handkerchief. Within the room, several maidservants had reddened eyes, and Wang Momo let out a sigh, aware that those who could be sold were indeed unfortunate souls. Families that cherished daughters like this one were truly rare. "Very well. Hand me your ransom money, and I shall speak to the lady on your behalf. You may return and await news." Yining retrieved a purse from her sleeve, feigning reluctance as she caressed it, before passing the silver to the little maid beside Wang Momo. It was then that Wang Momo truly beheld Yining's countenance, a delicate face, skin as luminous as jade, complemented by a pair of glistening, doe-like peach blossom eyes that evoked a sense of pity. She was somewhat astonished. Never had she anticipated that the heir's courtyard would harbor such a captivating young lady. However, she had heard no whispers of the heir's closeness to this maid. Since the heir's return, the first batch of maidservants had all been sent back to the lady. Given that the heir was already betrothed to the princess, perhaps it was for the best that such a beauty departed. Resolving her thoughts, she gestured to Yining to take her leave, and Yining, understanding, gracefully withdrew. Upon exiting the lady's courtyard, Yining exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Now, all that remained was to await news from Wang Momo. She treaded cautiously, glancing up at the overcast sky, having been at the Marquis' residence for several years. Her constant vigilance, fearing missteps or offending others, had kept her from venturing beyond the heiress' courtyard. She had never truly savored the beauty of the Marquis' estate, and now, as she prepared to depart, she felt a tinge of nostalgia. Chapter 40. tidying up after the passage of 4 or 5 days. Yining noticed with a hint of concern that the monthly letter, which usually arrived punctually, had yet to make its appearance this month. According to the usual circumstances, it should have arrived by now. That evening, while seated on the embroidery stool, Yining gently caressed her abdomen, calculating the time. If she were indeed with child, it would be the offspring of Shize. Throughout her time with him, she had not taken any preventative measures, as she had never conceived in her past life, leading her to believe that she was incapable of bearing children. Should a child arrive at this juncture, it would be a blessing. She would not only be liberated from the whole residence, but would also possess the financial means provided by Shize to sustain a life with her child. Deep down, she harbored a desire for a child, as the solitude endured across 2 lifetimes made the prospect of having a blood relative a profound source of solace for her. Coming to this realization, she felt no further turmoil, only joy at the thought of a child's arrival. The following day, upon encountering Zhang Mama, Yining contemplated whether to confide in her regarding this matter. However, she decided it prudent to wait a few days until she could ascertain her situation more clearly. After all, she herself was still uncertain about the possibility of pregnancy, and she harbored concerns that Zhang Mama might divulge her secret. Another 10 days passed, during which Yining grew increasingly anxious, refraining from taking any heat-reducing remedies. With no sign of her monthly visitor after this prolonged period, her urgency escalated, prompting her to seek a physician to confirm her condition. Fortunately, on this day, a cheerful little maid from the ladies' courtyard brought news. Zhang Mama, all the maidens and women who are to be redeemed from your courtyard are to go to the lady, she announced brightly. Zhang Mama promptly expressed her gratitude and hurried to knock on Yining's door. Yining, it's me. Yining opened the door. Mama, what is it? Have you packed your things? Did you sew the banknotes into the cotton coat as I instructed? Zhang Mama's voice dropped to a whisper as she cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot. Mama, I have done exactly as you instructed. Good. Have you gathered everything? Now, put on that cotton coat underneath. After bidding farewell to the lady, we will take our leave from the whole residence. Mama, I will put it on now. Please wait for me for about a quarter of an hour. I have packed most of my belongings, but a few garments remain outside. Yining glanced at the sky. It was already midday. Mama, you should return to your room. I will come over shortly. Is it not too late to leave now? It should be fine. Once you're ready to depart, wait for me to go first. After a quarter of an hour, you can follow. We will exit through the back door. I will wait for you not far from there. Zhang Mama surveyed the surroundings once more. Do not inform anyone that we are leaving together. It is safer this way. Very well, Mama. I shall heed your advice. You may return, and I will be with you shortly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mama ceased further discussion. Knowing Yining to be a cautious individual, returning to her room, Yining donned the cotton coat with the concealed banknotes close to her body and then dressed in the attire of second tier made over it. She meticulously checked her neatly packed belongings, ensuring nothing was left behind, and then retrieved some snacks and a pouch she had embroidered, intended for her former roommates. After preparing to return from Madame Ho's courtyard shortly, Yining took a moment to reflect upon the empty room. Having lived there for several years, she had developed a sentiment for the space, and it was unexpected to leave so abruptly. Aware that she could not delay, Yining tidied up her belongings and proceeded to seek out Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang was already waiting for Yining, having finished her own preparations. She rose to greet Yining and invited her to depart together. Chapter 41. Meeting the Madame Zhang, Momo walked ahead, followed closely by Yining. Both were somewhat anxious, rendering them silent throughout their journey. Upon reaching the entrance of the Madame's courtyard, they encountered the same gatekeeper from their previous visit. Noticing Zhang Momo, the woman stepped forward, grasping her hand and leading her aside. Zhang Momo, are you truly leaving? I thought it was merely a rumor. Do you have relatives outside who can care for you? I've been restless these past few nights, worrying for you. Zhang Momo gently patted the woman's hand. Momo, I have spent far too long in the Ho residence, and having no children of my own, it seems my family has come to seek me. I wish to venture out and see them. Momo wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, feeling a pang of sorrow. It is precisely because you have no children that I worry more. Here in the estate, you have someone to look after you, but can those distant relatives, whom you haven't seen in decades, truly be relied upon? Finding it difficult to respond, Zhang Momo understood that Li Momo's concern was genuine. They had been together since their entry into the estate and had known each other for decades. She offered another reassuring pat on Li Momo's hand. "Do not fret over me. I have consulted my fate and will not suffer for sustenance throughout my life." Li Momo fell silent, recognizing that at this age, Zhang Momo's mind was resolute, and she did not wish to press further. "You should go inside now. The madam is in the main house, and Wang Momo is there as well. Go in, bow, and exchange a few auspicious words." Zhang Momo said no more, aware that speaking too much might provoke tears, which would be unbecoming before the madam. She turned and entered the courtyard, and Yining, watching, felt a twinge of sadness. Zhang Momo's willingness to depart with her was a testament to her trust. At her age, without children, as Li Momo had said, it was indeed best not to leave the Ho residence, where at least her needs were met. Lowering her head, Yining followed Zhang Momo into the courtyard. Upon reaching the main house, Zhang Momo greeted the young maid at the door, who promptly offered to announce their arrival. Before long, the maid lifted the curtain, allowing Zhang Momo and Yining to enter. This marked Yining's first visit to the madam's quarters. After nearly 7 years in the Ho residence, she had never been so close to the madam, knowing her to be the mother of Shize, and thus felt even more hesitant to meet her gaze. As soon as Zhang Momo entered, she knelt down. "Madam, I am Zhang Momo, responsible for the cleaning in the young master's courtyard. Today, I am leaving the estate and have come to express my gratitude." Yining followed suit, kneeling as well, her tongue tied and unable to articulate anything. So she simply imitated Zhang Momo. "Both of you may rise," spoke the madam gently. Wang Momo, standing nearby, helped Zhang Momo to her feet. Once they were standing, the madam began to speak. "Zhang Momo, I recall that you have served in the Ho residence for several decades. Now, do you have family accompanying you as you leave?" In response to the madam, "I have an elder brother outside who wishes for me to return. My parents have passed away, and on their deathbeds, they insisted that if I had the chance, he should take me back to visit their graves and offer incense." Zhang Momo replied, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. The madam sighed. "You have endured much during your years in the Ho residence." With that, she turned to Wang Momo, signaling her to fetch something from within. Wang Momo quickly returned with a pouch. "Zhang Momo, this is a gift from the madam, along with your release silver and the proper documents." Zhang Momo was somewhat taken aback, her hands trembling as she accepted the purse, and upon regaining her composure, she hurriedly knelt in gratitude. "Madam," she called out, her voice breaking into tears, unable to utter a second phrase. Having served in the residence for several decades, she harbored deep feelings for it. Yet she yearned to glimpse the outside world. Wang Momo instructed 2 young maidservants to assist her, and after weeping for a while, she once again knelt to express her thanks. When it was Yining's turn, she felt a bit anxious, thus she simply called out, "Madam." At that moment, Wang Momo interjected wisely, understanding that this inexperienced young maid might struggle to articulate her thoughts. "Madam, this is the cleaning maid of the young master's courtyard." The countess displayed little interest in Yining. Wang Momo comprehended her sentiment and promptly opened the box behind her, retrieving Yining's contract. "Zhao Yining, this is yours." Yining was taken aback by the simplicity of the moment and hastily bowed her head. "Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam." She then raised her head to accept her contract. Only then did the countess truly observe Yining, clad in a pink skirt and jacket, having grown slender from worry during this period, giving her a pitiful yet alluring appearance. The countess was somewhat astonished, unaware that such a charming girl was concealed within her son's courtyard. At this moment, Yining also caught a clearer glimpse of the countess's visage, which differed somewhat from her imagination. Sitting in the main seat, the countess wore a light purple wrap dress, her hair adorned with a golden crown, her complexion fair and demeanor gentle. Yining pondered that perhaps Li Shize resembled his mother more than she had anticipated. Having obtained the contract, Zhang Momo and Yining did not linger, as new maidservants soon arrived. After Yining and her companion exited, the countess turned to Wang Momo. "Momo, please inquire with Chang Momo about this young maid named Yining." Upon hearing this, Wang Momo understood the countess's concerns. Such a delicate and charming girl placed before a spirited young man could lead to unforeseen circumstances. "Madam, I have already inquired with Chong Momo. This Zhao Yining is a second-tier cleaning maid, somewhat timid, and rarely seen. She suspects that the young master may not even recognize her. The countess nodded in reassurance. Given that her son's marriage to the princess was personally sanctioned by the imperial family, she sincerely hoped for a smooth affair, believing that the absence of complications was preferable. Momo, I feel a bit fatigued. You may handle the rest, she said before rising and returning to her inner chamber. Chapter 42. Departure. Yining and Granny Zhang returned to the young master's courtyard, both feeling a sense of melancholy, their spirits subdued throughout the journey. Yining, you should head back first. I will leave in a while. Wait until I am out of the estate before you go, Granny Zhang whispered as they approached the courtyard. Yining nodded in agreement, responding softly with a good. Upon entering the room, her former companions gathered around her. Yining, are you truly leaving the estate? We will miss you dearly. Please take care of yourself once you are out, they chattered, their concern evident. Touched by their affection, Yining urged them to sit down and turned to retrieve the gifts she had prepared for them from the cupboard, snacks and embroidered pouches for each of them. The sight brought joy to the group. Qinglian teased, Yining, I had no idea you possessed such skills. Have you been hiding them from us for fear we would demand you to embroider pouches for us? Laughter filled the room, yet the shadow of parting soon enveloped them. After a moment of contemplation, Yining realized that some of her belongings would no longer serve her purpose. These items, acquired through her diligent savings, were now burdensome to take along. Concerned that her friends might disdain her old possessions, she tentatively suggested, the items in my room are all personally purchased. Those curtains, vases, and such. Please take anything you like. I cannot bring them with me upon my departure. The girls exchanged glances, their shared sorrow reaching a crescendo, and they could no longer suppress their tears. Yining's eyes glistened as she witnessed their emotional farewell. It is often in the final moments that one truly grasps the weight of certain feelings. Sometimes, it is only in the wake of separation that the absence of someone becomes painfully apparent. After bidding farewell to her sisters, Yining meticulously packed her belongings. Wary of straining herself with heavy items, especially with the possibility of being with child, she only took a few essentials. A fleeting desire to visit the study crossed her mind, but she hesitated. It felt inappropriate to linger in that space now that she was departing. As she waited in her room, she heard the voices of her friends bidding farewell to Granny Zhang. A wave of reluctance washed over her as she took in her surroundings. Though they had only shared a few months together, it felt richer than years of solitary existence. Every corner held memories of her time with Shize. With a bittersweet smile, Yining mused that perhaps leaving was for the best. She had begun to feel out of place in this environment. Strangely, she bore no animosity towards Shize. She had always understood their union was unattainable. These past months felt like a beautiful dream, filled with encounters she had never dared to imagine and the generous gifts he had bestowed upon her. A wave of nostalgia swept over her, reminiscent of her past life at Tianxianglu, where she exchanged goods for coins with her patrons. With her belongings in hand, Yining stepped out of the room, only to be surrounded once more by her companions. Their eyes glistened with unshed tears, likely having wept during their farewell to Granny Zhang. After exchanging a few more heartfelt words, they bid Yining a reluctant farewell, their hearts heavy with parting. Yining strolled leisurely, admiring the scenery of the mansion. The Northern Marquis residence featured gazebos every 10 paces and picturesque views every 5, with pavilions and towers gracing every corner, adorned with an array of exquisite flowers and plants. As she gazed upon the surroundings, Yining felt a pang of melancholy, reflecting on her foolish desire to associate with the son of such a family. It was indeed a whimsical daydream. How could she have been so naive after all these years? In her previous life, she had merely harbored a secret affection for Su Yan. Upon reaching the entrance of the rear courtyard, she bid farewell to the gatekeeper, Granny Su. The old woman was somewhat taken aback by Yining's appearance. She was dressed in her own attire, a modest yet elegant dress in a pale lotus hue. Her hair styled in a simple side bun, adorned only with a pearl hairpin, a small and inexpensive gift from their last meeting. She appeared stunning, her fair complexion accentuating her charm. Yining, are you on vacation or something? Granny Su inquired. Granny, I have redeemed myself and freed my slave status, Yining replied. Granny Su felt a twinge of joy for her. With such beauty, she might find a decent suitor outside. Do you have family coming to fetch you? My family is waiting outside. They dare not approach the Marquis' residence, fearing its grandeur, Yining explained. Granny Su chuckled. You are quite humorous. Where are you planning to go? I will accompany my family to the outskirts of the capital. We reside there, Yining answered. Granny Su felt reassured and said earnestly, wishing you a safe journey. Yining lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had encountered many kind souls during her time in the Marquis' residence. I am aware, Granny, she replied, her voice choked with emotion. Seeing her like this, Granny Su's eyes also glistened with tears. Hurry along. Do not delay any longer. Yining nodded softly, stepping through the gate, then turning back to wave at Granny Su. Before long, she arrived at the location mentioned by Granny Zhang, who was sitting in a carriage. Upon spotting Yining from a distance, she disembarked and waved. Yining hurried towards her, panting slightly. You needn't rush so, Granny Zhang said. Where did this carriage come from? Yining asked, surprised. It's rented. I went out a couple of days ago, Granny Zhang replied, a hint of pride in her expression. Yining admired her reliability, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Granny Zhang. Chapter 43. Then the two individuals halted their carriage at the entrance of the inn. Yining adjusted her veil and followed Zhang Mama as they disembarked. Upon entering, a slender young attendant greeted them. Esteemed guests, would you like to dine or seek lodgings? Accommodation. Please arrange a room for us, Zhang Mama responded. The attendant assessed their attire, surmising that they were relatives of modest means. Please follow me to view the rooms. The rates vary, he suggested. Zhang Mama nodded and led Yining to the rear courtyard. The inn featured dining areas on the front 2 levels, while the accommodations were situated in the back. Yining admired the courtyard, with its rockeries and flowing water, appreciating the pleasant scenery. After some deliberation, they selected a room, somewhat taken aback by the steep price for a more comfortable stay. Zhang Mama motioned for the attendant to bring their meals before closing the door behind them. Yining, you should refrain from venturing out in the coming days. I will scout for a suitable house, and upon finding one, I will return to confirm with you. Yining nodded, aware that her clumsiness and lack of influence could invite trouble, thus deeming it prudent to remain indoors. Mama, what do you think we should purchase a residence? Yining inquired. I believe the western part of the city is ideal. It is less frequented by officials and nobles, with more affluent families and scholars. The northern area is somewhat chaotic, while the east is dominated by dignitaries, and we might inadvertently cross paths with someone from the... Yining acknowledged Zhang Mama's insight. Do you have any specific requirements for the house? She asked, reflecting on her past. She recalled the serene moments spent drying persimmons in the backyard, one of the few times she felt truly at ease. Mama, I hope for a spacious courtyard where we can dry peaches and persimmons, plant flowers, and swing. Zhang Mama nodded in understanding. We could also dry sweet potatoes. I have fond memories of them from my childhood. Both women became lost in their aspirations for a future life. Yining broke the silence. Mama, I shall henceforth call you Aunt. I will declare you as my dear aunt to others, as my parents have passed, and I seek refuge with you. Zand Mama, taken aback yet touched, found herself warming to the idea. After some contemplation, she smiled and replied, Then you shall call me Aunt, and I shall call you. In the following days, Zhang Mama tirelessly searched for a suitable abode, eagerly awaiting the right opportunity. One evening, a couple moved in next door, initially perceived as an ordinary pair. They soon revealed a darker side. Yining overheard the man's harsh voice berating the woman. Are you foolish? You can't even pour tea properly. Thinking it was merely a trivial quarrel, Yining was startled the next day to hear the man's voice again. Do you believe I one tea beat you to death? This was followed by the woman's soft pleas for mercy. Yining felt a pang of discomfort, wanting to intervene but unsure how to act. That night, the commotion resumed. Why can't you serve me properly? The man demanded, while the woman quietly pleaded, explaining that her monthly cycle rendered her uncomfortable and urging him to lower his voice. The man, indifferent to her plight, raised his voice increasingly, declaring, I married you to serve me. If you refuse, do you intend to seek another man? The woman, feeling humiliated, pleaded softly, yet the man remained relentless. Eventually, The muffled sounds of her sobs mingled with his satisfied chuckles reached Yining's ears, growing increasingly unbearable. Zhang Mama rose from her seat and patted her back, remarking, "Some men are simply like this. It's nothing extraordinary. You should get some rest." The following noon, the man's voice echoed once more. "Why are you so foolish? I asked you to fetch a dish, and I specifically requested wine. Why did you not bring it?" The woman responded with a soft, submissive plea. "Husband, I will go get it right away." "What good will it do you? You can't do anything right. Do you want me to beat you to death?" With that, the man took the opportunity to strike her face with his palm. Yining perceived that the man was not genuinely angry. Rather, he was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, seeking trivial excuses to unleash his violence upon a woman weaker than himself. Unable to endure any longer, Yining donned her veil and stepped outside, only to find no one to intervene, compelling her to descend the stairs alone. She called upon a seemingly astute young attendant. "There's a very loud man upstairs. Please help me think of a solution." Handing him some coins, she watched as he nodded knowingly, accepting the payment before departing. Returning to her room, she closed the door behind her, yet the man next door appeared increasingly enraged, resorting to kicking his wife. Yining could feel the force of each blow through the wall, while the woman merely wept quietly, begging for relief from the pain. The more she pleaded, the more the man berated her, claiming he needed to teach her a lesson and awaken her senses. After a quarter of an hour, finally, someone arrived. A coarse male voice pounded on the door with vigor, exclaiming, "Which bastard is making all this noise?" Chapter 44. Kindness and fear of evil in an instant. Yining heard the voice of the man next door come to an abrupt halt, leaving only the soft sounds of a woman weeping. The man outside grew increasingly impatient. "Which scoundrel is hiding? Come out!" he bellowed, continuing to pound on the door. The woman's sobs ceased, and Yining discerned that the man had covered her mouth. The banging intensified, and more people emerged to witness the commotion. Peering through the crack of the door, Yining found some amusement in the crowd that had gathered. They had remained silent when the woman was being beaten. "Inside there, you cowardly dog, if you dare disturb me, and yet do not show your face, I swear. Once I break down this door, I will end you." Yining observed the source of the voice, a burly man with a thick beard, exuding a menacing aura. It seemed the innkeeper had a knack for selecting formidable individuals. "If you do not come out soon, your fate will be even more dire, you wretched cur." The trembling figure of a man finally opened the door. Yining scrutinized him. He appeared frail, his legs quaking, presenting the image of a delicate scholar. He feigned politeness. "May I inquire what brings you to my door? After all, I am a scholar. Your pretentiousness is of no concern to me. If you do not open this door, I will gladly break your hands." The burly man roared. The scholar's brow glistened with sweat, realizing that his status as a learned man held no sway over this brute. "What noise is this outside my door? If it continues, I shall summon the innkeeper or even report to the authorities. Go ahead. I have no fear of you, you shameless wretch, making such a ruckus in broad daylight. Who knows if you're up to no good, lingering behind closed doors. Why are you making such a commotion? I too shall report you for your disgraceful behavior." The burly man's words elicited laughter from the onlookers, leaving the scholar's face flushed with embarrassment. Caught off guard, the man turned back inside and dragged the woman out with him. "I apologize. My wife has been disobedient and has insulted her elders. I was merely teaching her a lesson." Yining felt a surge of anger. How dare he treat the woman in such a manner? The woman, frightened, shielded her face, but the man forcefully removed her hands, revealing her bruised visage and disheveled attire to the harsh light of day. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. The burly man, uncertain of how to proceed, uttered a few more threats before descending the stairs. The spectators dispersed, some returning home while others lingered, eager for the spectacle. The man delivered a kick to the woman. "You shameless creature, disregarding your elders." With that, he offered a mock bow to the onlookers before dragging the woman back inside and slamming the door shut. Yining's heart raced violently. She felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she clutched her chest, bewildered by the woman's humiliation and her own helplessness in the situation. When the night fell and Zhang Mama returned, Yining recounted the day's events to her. Zhang Mama sighed deeply. "Ninger, This world is indeed such that it is commonplace for men to bully women. This was precisely the reason I was reluctant to marry. Finding a truly good man feels akin to imploring the heavens in vain. To avoid further distress, I have chosen this path, remaining childless and alone at 50. Observing Yining's melancholic demeanor, Zhang Mama offered her solace, stating, "You have done your utmost today. This is all that could be expected. We now live in a man's world, where they hold the reins of power and dictate the terms." Yining nodded, her heart heavy with concern for the fate of the woman next door. Fortunately, after 10 days had passed, the sounds of violence from the adjacent household had ceased, with only the occasional muffled curses from a man. Yining surmised that the threats from the burly man had made an impact. At this point, Zhang Mama had also identified a suitable residence and returned to discuss it with Yining. Chapter 45. The purchase of a courtyard Ninger over the past few days. I have found an exquisite 2-entry house with a vast courtyard. Yining felt a flicker of anticipation. "Mama, please elaborate for me," she urged. "It is located on the western outskirts of the city in a pleasant environment. I visited today, and it is quite convenient. Just a short distance away lies the market." I inquired and discovered that to our right resides a scholar, while to our left lies a merchant. The owner of the property is also an educated man, whose son, now in government service, intends to purchase a courtyard in the eastern part of the city. Thus he plans to sell this western courtyard, setting the price at 800 taels. Yining nodded in understanding. The surrounding environment is favorable, and the previous owner is selling due to a joyous occasion. "Now, Mama, tell me about the layout." It is a 2-entry courtyard. Upon entering, to the left is the kitchen and to the right is the servants' quarters. Passing through another flower-laden gate leads to the main house, which has a room on either side, the east wing and the west wing. The rooms are spacious, and the main house is particularly expansive. Upon entry, one finds the main hall. To the right is the inner chamber, and to the left is the study. Zhang Mama paused, noticing Yining's engrossed expression, and continued. The front courtyard is exceedingly spacious. To the right stands a large persimmon tree, with a designated area for drying clothes. To the left, there is a pavilion adorned with a small artificial mountain, accompanied by a grand osmanthus tree. In the future, we could sit in the pavilion, enjoying mooncakes, gazing at the moon, and inhaling the fragrance of flowers. Despite the numerous items, the courtyard remains vast, suitable for drying fruits and taking leisurely strolls. Yining's heart brimmed with yearning as she listened. "Mama, let us purchase it." Zhang Mama felt a swell of pride, pleased with her discerning eye for property. Yining hesitated, summoning her courage, as she wished to confide in Zhang Mama. If they were to buy the courtyard, she believed it best to have it under Zhang Mama's name. She did not wish for anyone to remember her or seek her out. "Mama, I have something to discuss with you." Zhang Mama, noticing Yining's embarrassment, was taken aback. "Yining, you haven't lost the silver notes, have you? What shall we do?" Zhang Mama, in a fluster, began pacing the room. "No, it is not that. I may be pregnant," Yining confessed. "Ah." Zhang Mama's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, momentarily speechless. After a moment, she regained her composure and spoke seriously. "Yining, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Yining poured out her reflections from the past few days. "Mama, I believe that marrying may not necessarily be a good thing. Now that we have wealth, we can secure our own courtyard and ensure a good life for our child. I think it is meaningful to bring the child into this world. However, I do not wish for the child to be recognized by the family. Perhaps the Ho residents would not welcome this child either." Zhang Mama contemplated Yining's words. "What is your intention?" "Mama, I wish for the courtyard to be in your name, so that no one can trace my whereabouts, ensuring absolute safety. Are you not concerned that I might take your property and wealth and cast you out?" Zhang Mama countered. "Thus, I am also taking a gamble. If we both leave the Ho residence, you shall be my family, as well as my child's," Yining replied. "I naturally wish to provide security for my child, yet I harbor a fear of being discovered by others, of revealing the existence of this child." Zhang Mama was somewhat touched by Yining's mention of family. Indeed, it was true. Accompanying Yining out of she sought to embrace her as kin, having endured solitude for far too long. Noticing Zhang Momo's silence, Yining spoke up. "Momo, are you prepared to accompany the servant to purchase a courtyard?" After acquiring the courtyard, we shall require your assistance in furnishing it, and we must also make garments for the child." Hearing this, Zhang Momo felt a surge of anticipation, understanding the matter clearly. She was not one to speak unnecessarily, and thus promptly agreed to Yining's proposal. The following day, she established a female household, leveraging connections to alter Yining's identity, transforming her into her true niece, and arranged for the purchase of the courtyard. That evening, under the flickering candlelight, they gazed at the property deed, both unable to suppress their tears. In the days that followed, Zhang Momo procured various necessities for the house and acquired a young maid of around 10 years and a middle-aged woman skilled in cooking. Zhang Momo intended for the latter to manage the kitchen and procurement, while the young maid would be responsible for cleaning and laundry. She arranged for them to move in 2 weeks in advance to prepare the space. As another fortnight passed, Zhang Momo finally completed all the arrangements. This past month had been exhausting, and Yining felt a sense of confinement, rarely stepping outside her room. She began to experience the discomforts of pregnancy, finding herself increasingly unwell. When it came time to settle the bill, both women felt a wave of excitement. Chapter 46. Arrival. Upon dismounting the carriage, Yining entered the courtyard, pleasantly surprised to find everything beautifully arranged. The snow in the courtyard had yet to melt, with a persimmon tree on the right, as mentioned by Granny Zhang, and a osmanthus tree on the left, accompanied by a rockery pavilion below. The courtyard was spacious and airy, adorned with various greenery, and the ground was paved with blue stone slabs suitable for drying fruits or taking leisurely strolls. The beauty of this place exceeded Yining's expectations. "Aunt," Yining exclaimed joyfully. Glancing back, Granny Zhang wore a beaming smile. "Isn't it lovely? I'm quite pleased as well." The two shared a laugh as Granny Zhang led Yining into the main house. The main hall featured a pair-wood table and chairs, with 2 large flower pots in one corner, lending an air of elegance. They proceeded into the inner chamber, which also contained a pair-wood couch adorned with cloud patterns, accompanied by a small round table and embroidered stools. Deeper within was a beautifully carved bed draped with a light blue gauze canopy, a dressing table embellished with lotus patterns, and a cradle for an infant. Yining gazed at the cradle in delight. "Granny, this is simply exquisite." Granny Zhang's eyes twinkled with joy. "I purchased it in advance to air it out. We can gradually acquire the remaining necessities later." She was genuinely looking forward to the arrival of new life. Granny Zhang then introduced Yining to the staff, the maid responsible for cleaning, Irya, and Wang Pozi, who managed the kitchen and shopping. After meeting everyone, Yining returned to lie on the couch, feeling as if she had just awoken from a dream. Gazing at her courtyard, it seemed as though all her sorrows had been swept away. With a smile, Yining caressed her belly, realizing that according to the timeline, she was over 2 months along and starting to experience pregnancy symptoms. She had been subsisting on pickled vegetables and rice, much to Granny Zhang's concern. Once everything was settled, Granny Zhang promptly instructed Wang Pozi to prepare the ingredients and boil water. Wang Pozi, having taken her husband's surname, had previously worked as a chef in a tavern. After over a decade of marriage without children, they adopted a nephew from a distant branch of the family. When they adopted him, he was a frail 6 or 7-year-old, and while they initially hoped for a small infant, their compassion led them to take in this boy, believing they could nurture him. They even supported his education, hoping he would become proficient enough in accounting. However, tragedy struck when Wang Pozi's husband suffered a stroke when their nephew was around 16 or 17, leading the boy to cast them out. Left with no choice, Wang Pozi found refuge in a dilapidated temple with her husband. Having long moved to the capital, they had no relatives to support them. Eventually, Wang Pozi found herself in dire financial straits, burdened with debts after her husband's passing. In desperation, she sold herself to a brothel, using the proceeds to ensure her husband received a proper burial. As Granny Zhang recounted this tale, both women sighed, and Yining softly remarked, "The world is filled with suffering." Wang Pozi and her husband were kind-hearted. It seems that good deeds do not always receive just rewards. When I visited the brothel, I had not intended to purchase Wang Pozi. She appeared somewhat dazed, perhaps due to her husband's death, which had left her in despair. He had treated her well, and their life as a chef had been relatively comfortable, even though she had not borne children in many years and had never considered remarrying. It was only later that the brothel owner shared her story with me, revealing the depths of her plight. The young woman also recognized her husband, describing him as somewhat portly, yet possessing a generous spirit. Yining felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. It was a poignant reminder that loving couples sometimes meet unfortunate fates. "Madam, your decision to employ Wang Posey was indeed wise," Zhang Momo remarked with a smile. "Primarily because Wang Posey is an excellent cook. I sampled her culinary skills last time, and you shall have the pleasure soon. In this harsh world, life can be arduous for women. Since we have ventured out and possess some funds, we ought to live well and indulge in good food and drink." Yining nodded in agreement, recalling that her intention in bringing Zhang Momo along was precisely for this reason. Her companion relished fine dining and had a free-spirited nature. Before long, Wang Posey began serving the dishes. Yining settled herself on the embroidered cushion, while a young maid brought water for the two to cleanse their hands. Yining gazed at the table adorned with fragrant, tantalizing dishes: stewed chicken with mushrooms, rabbit drizzled with scallions, and steamed base. However, the sight soon made her feel queasy. Zhang Momo, noticing her expression, realized that she could not bear the sight of meat. Initially intending to nourish her, she sighed and beckoned to Wang Posey with a hint of exasperation. Wang Posey anxiously fidgeted with her clothing. "Is it my cooking that does not suit your palate, my lady?" she inquired. Zhang Momo replied, "Not exactly. My niece is with child and must avoid meat. Please prepare some lighter fare for her." Wang Posey nodded repeatedly in understanding and promptly went to prepare the requested dishes. Chapter 47. Pulse diagnosis in the blink of an eye. It was late March, a time when the warmth of spring permeated the air, prompting Yining to don lighter garments. With the move into their new abode, her pregnancy began to reveal itself, and as she calculated the time, she realized she was already over 3 months along. The realization caught her somewhat off guard. Although the morning sickness made her days feel interminable, the confirmation of this milestone filled her with astonishment. After Mammy Zhang moved in, she procured numerous new items for the household. Of late, Mammy Zhang had been in high spirits, enjoying a more prosperous life than she had anticipated. Yining did not object, for Mammy Zhang proved to be quite adept at managing their resources. Not only was the food sumptuous, but the furnishings were also tastefully chosen, elegant, visually pleasing, and reasonably priced. On this particular day, Mammy Zhang invited Dr. Zhao, a renowned gynecologist from the nearby Huichuntang, to check Yining's pulse. After discussing it with Mammy Zhang previously, they decided to have a pulse check every fortnight for reassurance, preferably from someone nearby for convenience. As the time approached for Yining to give birth, they would arrange for a midwife to be brought home in advance. To Yining, the child growing within her symbolized new hope and a promising future. And this sentiment held equal significance for Mammy Zhang. "How does it look, Dr. Zhao?" Mammy Zhang inquired nervously. "The pulse is good. There is no need for miscarriage prevention medication. Just ensure she remains active to avoid fatigue during labor," Dr. Zhao replied, eliciting smiles from both women. Mammy Zhang promptly retrieved her purse. "Dr. Zhao, here is the fee for your visit, and also some osmanthus cake made by the old woman. It's not a valuable item, but it will be nice for you to have something to nibble on." After a few polite refusals, Dr. Zhao accepted the offerings, especially since the osmanthus cake had proven to be quite delectable the last time he tasted it. "I shall take my leave now. Madam, do take care, and should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek me out," he said, bowing slightly. Mammy Zhang quickly held back the curtain to see him off. As Yining entered her 3rd month, her pregnancy symptoms gradually improved. Unlike before, when every scent induced nausea, she found herself able to enjoy meat dishes once again. She had also begun to forge a bond with the other women in the courtyard, Old Wang and Arya, who shared in the anticipation of the child's arrival. Old Wang pondered what dishes to prepare for dinner when Arya approached, her face alight with joy. "Old Wang, the madam wonders if there are any preserved fruits left. She is craving them at the moment." Upon hearing this, Old Wang hurried to retrieve the preserved fruits she had purchased from the market a few days prior, arranging them neatly on a small plate to bring to Yining. Yining, upon receiving the fruits, reached for a plum. After Mammy Zhang sampled one, Her face contorted at the sourness, yet Yining found them utterly delightful. "Madam, you seem to have a penchant for sour flavors. They say that craving sour indicates a boy," old Wang remarked. Yining paused, taken aback by the thought, for she had not yet considered the gender of her child. Mammy Zhang interjected, "Either gender is fine, as long as the child is healthy and grows strong." Noticing Yining's momentary distraction, she surmised her thoughts were lingering on the future heir and beckoned Arya and old Wang to step outside. "Yining, what are you pondering?" Yining snapped back to reality. "Aunt, I've been pondering whether the child within me is a boy or a girl. Which do you wish for, a boy or a girl?" Yining contemplated seriously. "If I were beside the heir, I would hope for a son, someone who embodies his father's strength and valor, safeguarding our home and nation. However, in the absence of the heir, I find myself yearning for a daughter, one who might remain by my side, allowing me to teach her literacy and the joys of learning, while you, dear aunt, could instruct her in the art of household management. Yet, I am apprehensive about whether a girl would be treated kindly by her in-laws in the future. As for a boy, I confess, without a trace of jest, that I am uncertain how to raise him." Zhang Mama could sense the bittersweet undertone in Yining's words. Had the heir been present, he would undoubtedly provide her with clarity. Even the strongest among us occasionally longs for companionship and guidance. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Mama resolved to speak firmly. "Yining, now that you have left the Marquis residence, for the sake of the child you carry, you must not hastily dismiss your own worth. You are the child's most steadfast pillar of support. This child is one you are determined to nurture, and you cannot afford to maintain such an ambiguous attitude. Regardless of the child's gender, the anticipation remains the same. Do not dwell on your perceived inadequacies in parenting. If you feel unprepared, simply learn." Yining felt tears welling in her eyes. "And I understand. Whether it is a boy or a girl, I am indifferent. What I must do is cultivate greater strength within myself, ensuring that my emotions do not adversely affect my child. Should we indulge in some fish soup tonight to nourish ourselves? I have heard that consuming fish soup can make children more intelligent." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Mama suggested an additional meal for Yining. "Aunt, I find myself somewhat helpless in this matter." With a bittersweet smile, Yining reached for a plum. As her pregnancy became more pronounced, she found herself increasingly anxious, plagued by concerns over her ability to raise a son properly, and worrying that as a publicly declared widow, she would be unable to support a daughter once she married. However, after hearing Zhang Mama's words, she felt a renewed sense of optimism. Chapter 48. Gu Dingchen. On this day, Yining basked in the warm sunlight beneath the persimmon tree, while Zhang Mama and Wang Posey had gone out to purchase groceries. Yining relished this rare moment of tranquility, as the incessant chatter of the two women often left her feeling both cherished and somewhat apprehensive. The late spring sun bathed the world in a gentle warmth, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. As she lounged in the sun, her eyes half closed, Yining gazed up at the persimmon tree, her mind wandering to the cherries just beyond the wall. The tree was barren, its branches devoid of fruit, save for the fresh green leaves that had recently unfurled. Her gaze drifted to the cherry tree on the other side, where vibrant red cherries glistened like garnets, while others remained an unripe greenish yellow. The mere sight of them ignited her imagination, conjuring thoughts of their sweet and tangy flavor. Yining's mouth watered as her cravings intensified during her pregnancy. The longing for a particular treat could gnaw at her heart. The cherry tree was tantalizingly close, and the wall that separated them was not particularly tall, just about her height. She contemplated negotiating with the neighboring household to purchase some cherries or perhaps trade for them. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open startled her. "Is anyone home?" she called out, unable to contain her excitement. Gu Dingchen, having just hung up his laundry, was about to retreat to his room with a book when he heard a sweet, melodious voice. Turning, he beheld a young woman with her hair styled in a side bun perched atop the wall. Her complexion was fair and rosy, suggesting she was around 15 or 16, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that sparkled like water. Her lips were full and red, and she stood there with an air of youthful charm. The sunlight danced around her, and the gentle breeze tousled her hair, enhancing her delicate allure. Noticing that her neighbor did not respond, Yining felt a tinge of shyness. The sun was bright, making it difficult for her to discern Gu Dingchen's features. I don't mean to be greedy, I just wanted to ask if you're selling those cherries. Just as Gu Dingchen was about to reply, Zhang Mama entered the room. Upon seeing Yining precariously balanced on a small stool, she gasped in alarm. "Madam," she exclaimed, dropping her basket and rushing over to steady Yining. Startled, Yining was gently pulled down as Zhang Mama began to scold her. Furrowing her brow, Zhang Mama expressed her dismay. Yining sensed the rising tension. "Aunt, I was just standing on a small stool," she replied, attempting to defend herself. Zhang Mama's frustration only deepened, fearing that her concerns might lead to a dire consequence. She had cautioned Yining countless times, and now, after merely stepping out for groceries, her niece was attempting to climb over the wall. "Ninger, do you understand how dangerous this is? You are soon to be a mother. A slip could cost you everything." Yining had not realized the gravity of her actions. "Aunt, I truly didn't know," she said, her voice laced with sincerity. Zhang Mama frowned, uncertain of how to express her feelings without causing undue stress to Yining, who was already in a delicate state. A moment of silence hung between them, both unsure of how to navigate the tension. At that moment, a refreshing voice broke through the air. "Your neighbor has sent you some fruit." Yining turned to see a small dish of cherries, glistening like red gemstones, being placed delicately on the edge of the wall by a hand. Gu Dingchen had just heard Yining inquire whether cherries were for sale. As he was about to respond, he heard someone call the woman madam, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Noticing a hint of grievance in her voice, he swiftly fetched a stool, picked some cherries, and handed them over. Yining's expression transformed into one of delight tinged with shyness, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. Zhang Momo, aware that women often crave certain foods during pregnancy, felt grateful for the kindness extended and hurried over. "Truly, you have my gratitude. May I ask how you are addressed?" Gu Dingchen, for reasons unbeknownst to him, found himself blushing as well, acutely aware that the woman beside him was listening intently. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke up. "I reside next door. You may call me Gu Dingchen." Zhang Momo, noting the youthfulness in his voice, felt a pang of admiration for the young man's benevolence. "Then I shall not be polite. I will take these cherries, and shortly, you must try the pastries we prepare." Yining chimed in with a soft thank you. Gu Dingchen's face reddened further as he scratched his head. "There is no need for formality. They are merely my fruits, of little worth. If you wish to indulge, simply call upon me to gather more." Zhang Momo marveled once again at the neighbor's kindness, glancing at the cherries on the wall. Such fruits were a rarity in the capital, and if Yining truly enjoyed them, it would indeed be a favor to ask. "Then I must trouble you, young man. We shall send the pastries over shortly." Yining's attention had completely shifted, her gaze fixated on the plate of cherries. Zhang Momo found the situation both amusing and exasperating, noting how pregnancy had transformed her into a childlike state. "Ninger, you should return to your room. I will bring you some once they are washed." Zhang Momo felt a sense of helplessness. Yining beamed, her eyes crinkling in joy. "Thank you, Auntie." Zhang Momo watched Yining's retreating figure, feeling an increasing affection for her. She had genuinely come to regard Yining as her own niece. Chapter 49. Cherries. Yining gazed at the fruits on the table, each resembling a ruby, glistening with moisture. Impatiently, she plucked one and popped it into her mouth. "How is it?" Zhang Mama inquired with a smile, also indulging in one. Perfectly sweet. And it's too sweet. I prefer the greenish-yellow ones. They're a bit more tart," Yining expressed, feeling somewhat disheartened. The whims of a pregnant woman's appetite were inscrutable, so Zhang Mama decided not to dwell on it. "We shall see if we can find some tomorrow at the market." In the afternoon, Wang Po, carrying her renowned osmanthus cake, knocked on the door of her neighbor, Gu Dingchen. Upon returning, she began to exchange furtive glances with Zhang Mama, who assumed there was some secret to be shared and approached with a sense of curiosity. In the pavilion, Zhang Mama sat sipping a yogurt drink and savoring the osmanthus cake, enjoying the vibrant spring scenery of the courtyard. "Wang Po, what was that secret glance about earlier?" "Oh, madam, this afternoon I brought the osmanthus cake to our neighbor. And guess what?" Wang Po replied, her enthusiasm piqued. "What happened? Did they throw your osmanthus cake away?" Zhang Mama teased, knowing well the nature of her companion. "Old madam, it's far more serious than that. Wang Po retorted playfully. Do you think they found the cake so delightful that they wanted to pay a premium to have me over? Wang Po decided to press on. Today, when I visited, the door was opened by a woman in her 50s named Chen Posey. After chatting for a while, I learned that she has been working there for years, primarily cleaning and cooking. Zhang Mama feigned disinterest, finding the mundane beginnings of the tale lackluster. Yet she recognized Wang Po's eagerness to converse. Wang Po continued. She takes care of the Gu family, presumably the same young man who sent the cherries. That young man is quite unfortunate. Zhang Mama's interest was piqued. Unfortunate? How so? His name is Gu Dingchen. He used to live with his parents and younger brother, with his father running a silk shop nearby. They were a happy family, well off in content. Gu Dingchen, being the eldest son, excelled in his studies. However, 5 years ago, a tragedy struck. What happened? He seems like a fine young man. Warm-hearted and kind, Zhang Mama inquired, intrigued. 5 years ago, during the Qingming festival, Gu Dingchen was still studying at the academy, having just passed his scholar examinations. His family was filled with hope for the future. During Qingming, his parents took his younger brother and some friends for an outing on the river. When the younger brother's companion fell overboard, he jumped in to rescue him. Seeing their son had not resurfaced, both parents leapt into the water as well, and none returned. Zhang Mama felt a pang of sympathy. What a tragic fate for that family. Wang Po, is there something amiss with the Gu household? Upon concluding her words, Granny Zhang hesitantly touched her arm, a flicker of trepidation crossing her face. The once warm and radiant spring sunlight now seemed to lose its luster. Granny Wang was about to clarify her intentions, but witnessing Granny Zhang's unease, she too began to feel a sense of dread. As the sun gradually descended, the dimming twilight cast an eerie hue upon the surroundings, transforming the landscape into something almost unrecognizable. Both women glanced around, their hearts heavy with an unsettling apprehension. Chapter 50. Ancestry. Madame Zhang and Madame Wang hurried back to the main hall, and Yining noticed that they appeared somewhat startled, leaving her puzzled. Aunt, Madame Wang, what is the matter? Madame Zhang, still recovering from her fright, confessed, Ninger, we are fine. We were just startled by a mouse. Yining was somewhat skeptical, yet she chose not to press further. Aunt, what do you think of this garment? Yining presented the small outfit she had meticulously sewn. Timing her efforts, she recalled that her confinement coincided with the most sweltering days. Thus she had only dared to craft a few lightweight belly wraps from the thinnest fabrics. Both Madame Zhang and Madame Wang were captivated by the garment. Having led a life of leisure, Madame Zhang had never sewn a stitch, while Madame Wang possessed the skill but was too occupied with her daily duties. They fondly handled the tiny clothing, enchanted by its diminutive yet exquisite charm, already envisioning themselves cradling a child. Yining observed that Madame Zhang had indeed found a confidant in Madame Wang. Their camaraderie blossomed naturally. For decades, Madame Wang had basked in her husband's affection, never having known hardship, and her inherent kindness and vivacity shone through. Following her husband's stroke, she had endured some trials. Yet her spirit had revived since coming here, allowing her to connect effortlessly with Madame Zhang. Ninger, your hands are truly skilled. This little outfit is simply delightful. Madame Zhang gently examined the stitching, checking if it might prick the skin. After her inspection, Madame Wang eagerly sought her turn, leading to a playful tug-of-war between them as they chattered animatedly. Noticing their lively exchange, Yining grew apprehensive that the topic might soon shift back to her, prompting her to interject, Madam, I would like a bowl of sour plum soup. Understanding Yining's current fondness for tangy flavors, Madame Wang reluctantly set the garment down. Madam, I shall fetch it at once. With that, she lightly touched the garment once more before departing. Madame Zhang, unconcerned by Madame Wang's absence, continued her inspection of the stitches. Yining quietly exhaled, relieved that the two women had not conspired to gossip about her. Aunt, our neighbor next door gifted us cherries today. Did you not ask Madame Wang to send over osmanthus cake this afternoon? Yining inquired with curiosity. Madame Zhang recalled the conversation she had just had with Madame Wang and reflected on the unfortunate family next door, left with a solitary youth in their courtyard. She recounted to Yining the tale of the bereaved family, lamenting, I hear he is yet to reach his coming of age. Losing loved ones at merely 13 or 14 is indeed tragic. Fortunately, he is now growing up. Yining pondered the boy's plight, recognizing that she and Madame Zhang were, in fact, more pitiable. They were sold despite having parents, striving to flourish like weeds. At least that boy had been loved by his parents throughout, receiving the best of care and provisions. Aware that Madame Zhang, due to her age, was particularly sensitive to the plight of such children, Yining refrained from dissenting. Shifting the conversation, she asked, "Aunt, how many garments do you think we should make?" Although I was born at the end of August when the weather was sweltering, September ushered in a refreshing coolness. Over the past couple of days, I have been pondering how many garments to prepare, and I find myself quite perplexed regarding the appropriate sizes. This left Grandma Zhang utterly bewildered, as she had only encountered infants a handful of times. She attempted to gauge with her hands, estimating that a newborn might be approximately this size, or perhaps this size instead. The more she contemplated, the more uncertain she became, prompting her to seek counsel from Grandma Wang later that night. Chapter 51. Cherry-picking. Yining paid little heed to what Granny Zhang had said and remained indifferent to her neighbor. However, Gu Dingchen found himself ensnared in a one-sided affection, though he was blissfully unaware. One day, while perusing a book in his chamber, he reflected on the fact that he had passed the provincial examination last year. Yet this year he was hindered by unforeseen circumstances, thus he must await the exams of the following year. Should he succeed, he would ascend to an official position and fulfill the expectations of his parents and his own aspirations over the years. Gu Dingchen's mind wandered, preoccupied with thoughts of a lady he had encountered a few days prior. In the innocence of youth, a fleeting glance can ignite an unexplainable yearning, leading one to believe that this individual is their destined beloved. Naturally, Gu Dingchen dared not entertain such thoughts, knowing she was another's wife, nonetheless. Yining's image lingered in his mind. He set aside his book and turned to gaze at the cherry tree outside, contemplating whether he should seize the opportunity to deliver a plate of cherries to her, not one to dwell in indecision. Gu Dingchen promptly opened the door and ventured to the kitchen to fetch a plate. Yining was reclining in a rocking chair, basking in the warmth of the late spring sun, the rays just beginning to grow pleasantly warm as she sat in the shade, enjoying the gentle breeze. Her eyes longingly fixated on the slightly greenish-yellow fruits above, she could already imagine their tartness. For days, Granny Zhang and Aunt Wang had scoured the market in search of such fruits, yet to no avail. Yining worried that if the cherries were not harvested soon, they would ripen beyond her desire, losing their tempting allure. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard, noticing a stirring among the branches, and upon closer inspection, discerned that it was her neighbor plucking cherries. Remembering how generously the neighbor had offered her cherries previously, Yining resolved to shamelessly request some more. She retrieved a small stool, selecting one that was particularly low and stable, just the right height for her to stand upon. "Neighbor," Yining called out, a hint of shyness in her voice. Gu Dingchen, engrossed in gathering the fruits, initially thought he was imagining things upon hearing the familiar voice. Turning, he was greeted by the sight of Yining perched atop the wall, appearing as ethereal as before. Her misty brows and enticingly rosy lips left him momentarily spellbound. This was Yining's first encounter with her neighbor. She had heard Granny Zhang mention him before. He was yet to reach his 20s and indeed appeared to be a clean and refreshing young man. Although Li Shize and Su Yining were not much older, they lacked the youthful exuberance that radiated from the boy before her. Standing tall like a pine tree, with brows sharp as a sword, he exuded an air of authority, yet his smiling phoenix eyes softened his demeanor, rendering him both warm and innocent, attributes that would endear him to most. Gu Dingchen snapped back to reality, suddenly feeling a rush of embarrassment as his face flushed. "Do you like cherries?" His voice was clear and resonant, befitting his youth. Yining, having never encountered a man with such an aura, found herself blushing in response. Gu Dingchen gazed at her with anticipation. "May I have a few?" "Certainly, I am in the midst of picking," he replied, extending the plate behind him for her to see. "Then might I request the greenish-yellow ones?" "I have developed a taste for the sour ones," Yining shyly inquired. Gu Dingchen's expression darkened as he recalled the words of the old lady, who had mentioned her pregnancy and advised caution. A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within him. His voice, tinged with hoarseness, replied, "All right, you may go down now, but do be careful. Once I've picked the fruit, I shall place it on the wall and call for you." The young man spoke with a gentle tone and a warm demeanor, prompting Yining to reflect on his admirable character, recalling how Granny Zhang had praised him just days prior. "Thank you," she said, carefully descending from the stool. Reclining in the rocking chair, she gazed expectantly at the wall. Before long, the young man's voice reached her ears. "Is it convenient for you to take it? I placed it here." On the wall appeared a dish of yellow-green cherries, and upon seeing them, Yining felt a rush of saliva in her mouth. "Thank you," she exclaimed, her excitement propelling her forward. "You're welcome. I shall pick another dish for you tomorrow," the neighbor replied, his voice gradually diminishing. Eagerly, Yining sampled one, the tartness and sweetness delighting her palate. Though the sourness prevailed, it was precisely to her liking. However, she had not quite heard the young man's words. "Neighbor, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that," she inquired, assuming he had said something significant. Hearing Yining's voice, Gu Dingchen took a deep breath, summoning his courage, yet ultimately found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. "I said, you needn't be polite. The fruits from our garden are of little value. Feel free to enjoy them." Chapter 52. The Intruder at Noon. Yining held a plate of cherries in her room, demonstrating remarkable restraint by consuming only half of them. She was cautious not to indulge excessively, not only due to the belief that overindulgence was ill-advised, but primarily out of concern for being scolded by Granny Zhang. Upon returning home, Granny Zhang and Aunt Wang freshened up and changed into clean garments before entering the main room to check on Yining. To their surprise, they found her reclining and enjoying cherries, which were still a pale yellow. "Where did you acquire these cherries, Ningo?" Granny Zhang inquired. "They were given to me by the neighbor next door," Yining replied nonchalantly, spitting out the pits while her eyes fixated on a novel, chuckling merrily. Granny Zhang was well aware that the cherries had come from the neighbor, as there was no one else they were acquainted with in that vicinity. However, the sudden gift raised questions. After all, wasn't the neighbor just a boy yet to reach adulthood? The combination of boy and male seemed incongruous. Why had he suddenly decided to bestow cherries upon her? Feigning indifference, Granny Zhang pressed on. "I saw the neighbor picking cherries today and asked if he could spare a few for me." A wave of concern washed over Granny Zhang, fearing the neighbor might be a rogue. Yet, she recalled her own words about the boy's good nature, kindness, and warmth, compelling her to keep her thoughts to herself. She glanced at Yining beside her, whose delicate complexion resembled that of a blooming flower, still shy of 16. She was lovely in every way, and it was no surprise that a youthful man might be drawn to her. Moreover, the current era encouraged women to remarry. Granny Zhang resolved to inquire further about the boy's character, deciding that she ought to learn more. Yining remained blissfully unaware. "Aunt, would you care for some?" Yining offered. Granny Zhang waved her hand with a hint of sorrow. "No, they're too tart for my teeth." Yining, oblivious to Granny Zhang's underlying concerns, had grown up in a brothel in her past life, where she had paid little mind to the intricacies of male-female interactions. In this life, she was like a quail, without anyone to teach her what to heed. She had always navigated life through her own explorations, becoming increasingly cautious as she recognized her own lack of wisdom. Consequently, she refrained from speaking or listening carelessly, which contributed to her ignorance about many matters, prompting her desire for Granny Zhang's company in the Marquis' residence. As days passed, Yining grew more familiar with the boy next door. Although their conversations were scarce, they at least knew each other's names. Yet, as the cherries ripened, Yining found her enthusiasm waning. She did not enjoy the sweetness of ripe cherries. Gu Dingchen, growing restless, had become accustomed to waiting for her to pick cherries for him each day, even relocating his writing desk beneath the tree. Why had she suddenly lost interest in cherries? Lost in thought, he gazed blankly at the wall, hesitant to approach for fear of disturbing Yining. Unbeknownst to him, Yining was entirely absorbed in her own world. Reclining in a rocking chair, snacking on dried fruits while waiting for the sun to rise higher before retreating to the pavilion or indoors, desiring to savor the comforts of life. That night, Gu Dingchen lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to comprehend his recent peculiar behavior. Suddenly, he heard a rustling noise. Initially dismissing it as a stray cat, he paid little heed until he caught a faint sound, a soft ah. It was Yining's voice, one he recognized. Cautiously, he opened the door and approached the wall, straining to hear the sounds emanating from the other side. Yining had long since succumbed to slumber, having developed a propensity for sleepiness since her pregnancy, retiring earlier than usual. Just as she tucked herself in, contemplating her meals for the morrow, she swiftly fell into a delightful dream. In her reverie, she and Granny Zhang adorned themselves with gold on their left hands and gemstones on their right. However, the weight of the golden necklace around her neck grew unbearable, chilling her skin and startling her awake with a gasp. Before her stood a burly figure, cloaked in black. A dagger pressed menacingly against her throat. "I'm a master," Yining stammered, fear rendering her nearly speechless. The thief, taken aback by the discovery of such a delicate beauty hidden within the household he had been surveilling, was a local ruffian from the marketplace. Ever since Granny Zhang had moved here, he had kept a watchful eye, intrigued by her lavish acquisitions, mistakenly believing her to be a newcomer to the capital, indulging in commerce alongside her husband. To his astonishment, after incapacitating the women, he found Yining residing in the main quarters, rather than the elderly woman he had been shadowing. His mind raced with speculation, pondering whether Yining might be someone's mistress. He calculated that even if he were to force himself upon her and abscond with her possessions, she would likely remain silent, particularly given her charming beauty. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps she would even become his paramour, a union that could be mutually advantageous. As he reveled in his depraved fantasies, Yining felt a wave of revulsion wash over her at the lascivious glint in his eyes. Just as she prepared to call for Granny Zhang, the thief silenced her with a hand over her mouth, pinning her down. "Little beauty," he taunted, "I have rendered them unconscious with a potion. They shall not awaken for some time. How delightful it is to witness you, a precious beauty, struggling beneath me." Yining, at a loss for words, grappled with her thoughts on how to navigate this perilous situation. As a frail woman, she knew she could not overpower such a scoundrel. Yet the prospect of submission filled her with dread, for what if he chose to murder her afterward? Perhaps it was better to fight for her life, for there remained a chance she might yet preserve her existence. Chapter 53. The Escape. Yining surveyed her surroundings, keenly observing for any opportunity to flee, while discreetly scanning for potential weapons. The thief, however, mistakenly believed she had submitted, grinning as he set his dagger aside and hastily began to undress. "My little beauty, my darling, I assure you, I will bring you joy," he leered, tearing at Yining's garments. As it was late spring, once her outer clothing was removed, only her undergarment remained. The thief's gaze ignited with lust as he beheld Yining's fair and radiant skin, and he reached for her undergarment. Seizing the moment, Yining shifted to the side to grasp the dagger. Just as her fingers brushed its hilt, the thief caught her wrist. "My little beauty, I placed it here especially for this," he sneered. Before he could finish, Yining drove a hairpin from her left hand into his neck. He clutched his throat, watching as blood flowed down, panic sparking within him. Upon assessing his wound, his fury intensified. The pin had not struck a fatal point, and emboldened by rage, he sneered. "Little whore, today I shall defile and then kill you, leaving your naked body for the beggars to touch and gawk at. Enjoy yourself." As she met the vicious glint in his eyes, Yining understood her perilous situation. She had not been ruthless enough, and the pin had not penetrated deeply enough. With the thief about to lunge towards her, Yining frantically scanned for any means of defense. Tremors coursed through her body, her teeth chattering in fear. The thief, observing his bloodied hands and then Yining's pale form against the darkened backdrop, felt his madness escalate. He envisioned painting her body with blood, believing it would enhance the act of violation. "Little whore, I am coming for you. Since you wish for death, I shall ensure there are no survivors," he growled. Advancing with a sinister grin, he approached slowly, extending his hand to seize Yining, but as he reached the edge of the bed, bang, a resounding crash echoed, and the thief collapsed, replaced by another figure. In her daze, Yining momentarily thought it was Shize. "Zhao girl, are you unharmed?" A soothing voice rang in her ears. Yet Yining remained in a stupor, her body stiff from the harrowing ordeal she had just survived. Gu Dingchen approached, noting Yining's dazed state, her clothing torn, revealing her delicate skin. Her eyes were reddened, exuding a sense of despair and brokenness. A wave of pain and guilt washed over Gu Dingchen. He did not shy away, but instead examined her closely, relieved to find no external injuries, allowing a burden to lift from his heart. He removed his outer robe, wrapping it gently around her. "It's all right. You need not be afraid," he reassured her, observing her continued stupor. Gu Dingchen understood that experiencing such perilous events could leave one in shock. He recalled his own numbness following the deaths of his parents and brother, where he too had wandered in a daze, only to be consumed by grief at the funeral. Tentatively, he embraced Yining, softly patting her back and murmuring words of comfort. "Miss Zhao, all is well now. If you don't believe it, touch your belly. Your child is waiting for you in perfect health." Upon hearing the mention of her belly, Yining was abruptly awakened and gently caressed it with her hand. The months of shared bloodline filled her with gratitude that both she and her child were safe. However, the grievances she had harbored for months suddenly erupted at that moment. She felt a pang of resentment towards Shize for failing to protect her adequately, leaving her, a pregnant woman, to endure such hardships alone. Did he not seem to love her dearly? Yining found herself at a loss for words. Her only response a torrent of tears. She had no one to confide in, no means to express her feelings to Shize. The sense of injustice weighed heavily upon her. The nausea of pregnancy was unbearable, and she longed for his presence to share in her trials. Gu Dingchen, unsure of how to console her, could only watch as she wept, his own eyes reddening with emotion. He held her gently, stroking her back, repeatedly whispering, "Miss Zhao, everything is all right. Both you and your child are safe." Chapter 54. Ningzhou in Ningzhou. Although it was clearly late spring, snow continued to fall. The Hu people had suffered relentless rain, snow, and hail since last August, leading to the near extinction of their cattle and sheep. Even those that had not been swept away by the storms were on the brink of starvation. The Hu people saw their only hope for survival in incessant raids and attacks on the Great Xia Kingdom. At this juncture, the military forces defending the Great Xia were divided into two factions. One was the Li family army, stationed year-round at the border towns and led by the Northern Protector, Lord Li. The other was the Ningzhou army, under the command of Shize, who served as the chief commander. Furthermore, the emperor had dispatched his son, the third prince, granting him the title of Qi Wang to oversee the military in Ningzhou. Many court officials speculated that the geographical position of Ningzhou was not particularly strategic. Thus, the emperor had merely sent the third prince for the sake of appearances, effectively designating him as the crown prince. Numerous officials' families flocked to visit the Qi Wangfei and her maternal family in the capital. In a short span, the Qian family, related to the Qi Wangfei, experienced a remarkable rise in status, while the Qi Wangfei herself hesitated to venture outside. In contrast, the wife of Inspector Qian was tirelessly attending various banquets. After all, Li Shize, the son of the Northern Protector, had earned numerous military accolades and was regarded as a worthy successor to his father's legacy. With the Qi Wang serving as military overseer alongside him, the chances of failure were significantly diminished. Historically, the Hu people had targeted the border towns for their attacks, primarily due to their proximity to the Liao kingdom, while Ningzhou had only a small section adjacent to Liao. The terrain was treacherous, resulting in 70% of the military strength being concentrated in the Li family army, with the remaining 20% stationed in Ningzhou. As the war intensified, the Hu people fought with desperation, while the soldiers of the Great Xia grew increasingly weary. After 4 months of relentless conflict, both sides found themselves drained, awaiting the final outcome determined by who would bravely embrace death. Li Shize felt the weight of exhaustion more than ever. For 4 continuous months, he had worked tirelessly. Previously, he had followed his father's lead, focusing solely on specific tasks, but now the entire army depended on his oversight. Each morning, he, as usual, inquired about the conditions in the various regions overseen by the commanders. He then examined the arrangements for the soldiers, checking on their horses, armor, bows, arrows, and provisions. While the soldiers could rest in shifts, he could not afford such luxury. Observing the scene around him, Shize contemplated the necessity of swiftly concluding this war. Recognizing that prolonged conflict would only lead to suffering and depletion for the great Xia, his thoughts drifted to Yining, far away and he tenderly caressed the pouch he had received from her that fateful morning before his departure, a secret he had chosen not to share with her. Regarding the emperor's arrangement to betroth the princess, he intended to provide an explanation upon his return. Sending a letter now would only raise suspicion, especially with the emperor's men likely present If he delivered a message, it could jeopardize Yining's safety. Although he had initially attempted to reject the emperor's proposal of marriage, he had not succeeded. He pondered whether, should he achieve merit in battle, he could persuade the emperor to rescind the decree. After all, it was ill-suited for a princess. Holding military power while marrying into royalty would be too ostentatious and conspicuous. The sound of war drums echoed, signaling yet another attack by the Hu people. Shize had long grown accustomed to their sporadic incursions. He dispatched scouts to assess the strength of the enemy forces. Upon learning the number of adversaries, he swiftly mounted his steed, leading 5,000 soldiers to confront the foe, ultimately achieving yet another victory. Shize was acutely aware that a fierce battle with the Hu people was inevitable. However, his region was not the primary battleground. His greater concern rested with his father, the Duke of Jinbei, who was tasked with defending the border city. The enemy's strength was formidable, and this skirmish directly threatened their lives and the safety of their families. Yet, the great Xia kingdom could not afford to retreat, for it too was home to its own citizens. Shize pondered the duration of these frequent minor disruptions, but it was evident that the Hu could not sustain their efforts for long. A swift resolution was paramount, otherwise the elderly, women, and children in their rear ranks would face starvation. Shize studied the sand table, estimating how soon the Hu would launch a full-scale assault. Suddenly, a soldier arrived with alarming news. "General, it is dire. The grain supplies in the northern part of the city have been set ablaze." "What?" Shize's eyes widened in fury as he rushed to the tent's entrance, only to witness flames soaring into the sky. He promptly summoned the military leaders. "How much of our grain can still be salvaged?" "General, less than 20% remains," replied the officer in charge of supplies, his head bowed in shame. Shize gazed sorrowfully at the distant inferno consuming their provisions. "What caused this? Have we determined who is responsible?" "General, we have apprehended the arsonist. He claims to be one of the Hu, seeking revenge for his kin. The winds here in Ningzhou are fierce, and the flames spread rapidly." Shize no longer lingered on this matter. While he would ensure the truth was uncovered, his immediate priority was to arrange for supplies from the capital. "I shall draft a letter. Deputy Sun, have someone expedite it to the capital, an 800-mile journey." He then turned to Li, the officer responsible for supplies. "Wait outside. You will accompany me to see the arsonist shortly." With orders given, the officers dispersed. Shize turned to his personal guard. "I will write a letter. Ensure it reaches my father." "Yes, my lord," the guard replied. As he watched the guard depart, Shize reflected on the Li family troops stationed at the border city for decades, surely amassing some resources. He hoped to secure the grain needed to alleviate Ningzhou's crisis. With that thought, he exited the tent. "Deputy Li, lead me to the arsonist." The group proceeded swiftly, soon arriving at the northern part of the city. Dismounting, Shize approached the arsonist, who had already endured torture, his body riddled with injuries, yet he remained silent and defiant. Taking his seat in the main position, Shize regarded the man closely. The arsonist immediately unleashed a torrent of curses in both Han and Hu dialects. "Deputy Li, what is his situation?" Shize inquired. "General, he is a recent recruit. He speaks Han well and possesses a household registration, but it appears he is of Hu descent," Deputy Li replied, his brow slick with cold sweat. He was genuinely unaware that they had welcomed such an adversary. With the war intensifying, they had been conscripting soldiers, particularly those responsible for transporting supplies, who were seldom trained for battle and managed with relative ease. Shize naturally comprehended the intentions of Deputy General Li. He descended and quietly observed the arsonist before him. The newcomer, however, met his gaze without a trace of fear. After a moment of scrutiny, Li Shize averted his eyes and returned to his seat of authority. Deputy General, how are the arrangements on Prince Chi's side? Deputy General Li appeared momentarily taken aback before bowing respectfully. General, the individuals you mentioned have been arranged. Li Shize waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I understand. Take them away. Tomorrow, execute them in front of the soldiers. As the others departed, Deputy General Li expressed his confusion. General, what is the meaning of this? Li Shize replied in a grave tone. This individual is not a Hu person. Be vigilant in monitoring. Ascertain whether he attempts to send messages tonight. Chapter 55. Trapped having spoken, he turned his horse around to return. On the way back to the tent, Li Shize suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Leading troops into battle was already exhausting, and now he had to witness these princes scheming and plotting for a coveted position. It was likely that some schemer in the capital, who did not wish for Prince Chi to ascend to the throne, was behind this. They believed that Ningzhou was no longer a critical border stronghold, and thought it inconsequential to act maliciously. Li Shize felt a sense of helplessness. The lives of tens of thousands of soldiers in the city, the common folk of Ningzhou, and the countless citizens behind Ningzhou were mere pawns in a game. If the soldiers were to starve and the city of Ningzhou fell, would the lands and people behind it be spared? When would this senseless conflict cease? If there must be a struggle, it should not come at the expense of the lives of soldiers and civilians, nor should it jeopardize the very existence of a nation. Rubbing his temples, Li Shize gazed at the sky, which was nearing dawn. Having not slept throughout the night, he resolved to return and rest, lest he lack the strength to confront what lay ahead. The following day, Deputy General Li arrived. General, you were indeed correct. Last night, this individual attempted to send a message from his prison cell. He refused to divulge any information, but we traced the source and apprehended the messenger. Through rigorous interrogation, we have extracted the truth. Who is the mastermind? Li Shize inquired. After a moment of hesitation, the deputy general spoke. It is the fifth prince. Li Shize pondered this revelation. The fifth prince was not a contender in the fierce competition for the crown prince position. In fact, he had hardly registered on Li Shize's radar during his time in the capital. Moreover, the fifth prince had not yet been granted a title, yet he had already begun working in the six ministries, albeit in an unremarkable capacity. This could not be dismissed as an excellent opportunity for experience. Was it possible that the emperor had set his sights on the fifth prince instead of the third? Li Shize felt a mix of exasperation and absurdity. The royal struggle for power was indeed ingenious, feigning interest in one son while secretly nurturing another, using Prince Chi as a mere target. The inability to transition power smoothly stemmed from the emperor's reluctance to relinquish his authority, leaving the common people to suffer in the crossfire. The Li family had never been concerned with such intrigues. For generations, they had been loyal and honorable, safeguarding the border cities, driven solely by the desire to protect their homeland, a family creed handed down through the ages. Yet, Li Shize felt a surge of irritation and decided to rest instead. The sound of war drums jolted him awake from his slumber, and soon a soldier rushed in with urgent news. The Hu people are attacking. Li Shize no longer hesitated. He donned his armor, grasped his spear, and mounted his horse. In that moment, he could not discern whether there were insiders aiding the enemy, or if it was a mere coincidence that their supplies were ablaze, allowing a significant number of Hu troops to advance. With no time to ponder, he began to muster his forces and organize a response. Leading 10,000 troops out of the city to confront the enemy, the battlefield soon erupted in a cacophony of clashing steel and cries of battle. Amidst the fierce combat, Li Shize sensed something amiss. The Hu troops were attacking in relentless waves. Logically, their forces should have been evenly matched, which could only indicate that the Hu had received reinforcements, substantial ones at that. Quickly, he seized a nearby trusted guard. Go to the city gate and inform Deputy Su, who is on watch, to request reinforcements from the border city. Do not concern yourself with my fate. The gates must not be opened under any circumstances. The Vice-General Su stood atop the city wall, observing the unfolding battle, and sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to open the city gates for reinforcements, he noticed Zhao Yi, the personal guard of Li Shize, signaling him from below. Su promptly commanded his men to hoist Zhao up in a bamboo basket. Zhao, what is the situation? Does the general require our support? Su's voice was tinged with urgency, his concern palpable. The general said, Zhao replied, the enemy may have further schemes. You must quickly send someone to the border city to request assistance from the northern Marquis. Above all, do not open the city gates. Su was momentarily taken aback, his lips quivering. Are you suggesting that the number of Hu people far exceeds our own? What of generally? The general stated that the main force of the Hu has likely arrived in Ningzhou, aiming to seize it in one fell swoop. Therefore, Vice General, you cannot open the gates. If you do, the soldiers within will be lost. We must hold fast and immediately seek aid from the border city. The general has instructed us to disregard him. They will hold the line up front for now. Su gazed into the distance, where the Hu forces had encircled a small area, estimating that Li Shize was trapped within. Anxiety gnawed at Su, yet he recognized the truth in Li's words. They could not open the gates, and Li must lead his men against the Hu, for otherwise, they could not maintain their defense for long. Only by Li's steadfastness could he inspire the soldiers to endure, buying precious time for their survival. At that moment, Prince Qi approached with his retinue. The assembly bowed in respect. Prince Qi, though nearing 30, bore a youthful appearance, his fair complexion and clear features making him resemble the 20-year-old Li Shize. Su briefed him on the dire situation, and Prince Qi turned to gaze at the encircled area. How long has generally been engaged? Approximately an hour, came the reply. Then the soldiers must be nearing exhaustion. They are employing a strategy akin to a war of attrition. Prince Qi expressed his astonishment, having not anticipated such peril in Ningzhou, believing the Hu forces to be primarily stationed at the border city. Su's heart sank as he looked ahead, knowing that Li Shize could only hold out against the tide. This battle had caught them off guard. Indeed, Prince Qi, our duty now is to defend the city. I've already dispatched a messenger to the border city for reinforcements. Su silently prayed at the city gates for Li Shize to endure a little longer. Li Shize had already claimed countless lives. His armor was stained beyond recognition, his visage smeared with blood. The soldiers guarding him fell one by one, and he could do nothing to save them, only strive to delay for Ningzhou's sake. Suddenly, he felt a blade strike from behind. Surprised, he turned to see a personal guard attacking him. Without hesitation, he retaliated, bringing the assailant down. The sight of their general being struck sent the remaining soldiers into disarray. With only 1,000 men left, their morale crumbled. General, called a soldier, approaching. Li Shize swiftly mounted his horse. Hear my command. Follow me as we break through the encirclement. He sought to lure the Hu forces away, hoping to buy a little more time, though their numbers were dwindling and their spirits waning. He surmised that the Hu people sought his life, for he was indeed the son of the northern town Marquis. The soldiers, witnessing him being struck down, were nonetheless invigorated as he mounted his steed once more, embodying the valiant young general clad in resplendent armor. Their morale surged, and they rallied behind him, breaking through the encircling forces. The Hu leader, upon observing this, dispatched a contingent to continue the assault on Ningzhou, while he led his men in pursuit of Li Shize. Having clashed with Li Shize on several occasions, he was acutely aware that eliminating him would deliver a crushing blow to the great Xia kingdom. Not only was he the son of the northern town Marquis, but he was also the most promising general of the younger generation. Should he succeed in slaying Li Shize, it would not only be a monumental achievement, but would also leave the military spirit of the great Xia kingdom without a successor. At that point, would they still have any doubts about their iron cavalry trampling through the great Xia kingdom? Chapter 56. The battle. Li Shize charged ahead, brandishing the firearm gifted by his father, galloping forward with determination, while the remaining soldiers closely followed in his wake, pursued relentlessly by the Hu people. The sheer number of the Hu was overwhelming. After running several kilometers, they found themselves encircled. Yelshio rode forth on his beloved steed, eager to engage in combat. He had clashed with Li Shize on multiple occasions. Years prior, Li Shize had been bested by him, suffering a grievous wound to his chest. It was said that the strike nearly claimed his life, yet fortune favored him, allowing him to survive. Today, Yelshio was seized by a sudden desire to claim Li Shize's head as a trophy, a fitting tribute to present to his father. Li Shize's father. The Marquis of Northern Defense had long been the arch-nemesis of Yelshio's father. For decades, the latter had sought to conquer the great Xia kingdom, only to be thwarted at every turn by the Marquis. Whenever Yelshio's father spoke of the Marquis, it was with a seething rage. In the royal court, none dared utter his name. Years ago, after Yelshio struck Li Shize, news of a victory had reached his father, who rewarded him with 1,000 taels of gold, 20 Han women, and 100 fine steeds, along with a portion of military authority from the Liao state, should he succeed in severing the head of Li Shize, the sole heir of the Marquis. He could only imagine the delight it would bring his father. Excitement and exhilaration sparkled in Yelshio's eyes as he regarded Li Shize. Noting the wounds that marred the latter's back, his armor slashed and torn. Truly, the heavens were favoring him. With a spirited voice, Yelshio called out, "Li Shize, do you dare to engage me in a duel, to prove that your Han people are not cowards?" Li Shize, aware of Yelshio's intentions, did not decline. He understood that this duel would serve to buy time for Ningzhou. Concerned shouts arose from his comrades. "General, no. You are already gravely wounded. That scoundrel seeks to exploit your vulnerability. We must continue to flee. We pledge to protect you with our lives." The soldiers' voices rose in a fervent chorus. Yet Li Shize, raising his spear, commanded silence. He bowed slightly to his men, then spurred his horse forward. They recognized his sacrifice was a strategy to delay for Ningzhou, and though they knew he was marching toward certain death, they resolutely supported him. "General! General! General!" Their calls echoed behind him, but Li Shize paid them no heed as he rode into the center of the encircled area. Addressing Yelshio, he declared, "Yelshio, I cannot vouch for the character of the Han, but I am certain you are nothing more than a bluster, all show and no substance. I, Li Shize, the commander of Ningzhou, accept your challenge." The young warrior, bloodied and wounded with crimson still seeping from his back, spoke with a voice that, though not loud, resonated with indomitable spirit and presence. Yelshio approached, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "I am eager to see how the man who once fell beneath my blade will fare this time. I shall hang your head upon the banners of our Liao state, a testament to your ineptitude on the battlefield." "Gome," Li Shize replied, his tone dripping with provocation. The two engaged in fierce combat, their skills evenly matched. Unable to determine a victor, Li Shize was acutely aware that his endurance was waning. With each clash of their weapons, the pain of his back wound reverberated through him, threatening to unseat his very insides. He deliberately allowed Yelshio to strike him on the back, feigning vulnerability. In a swift motion, he severed the horse's hoof of Yelshio and swiftly turned to deliver a lethal thrust, ending his life. Yelshio's eyes widened in disbelief. Torn between regret for underestimating his opponent in single combat and astonishment at the formidable strength that Li Shize had exhibited, the Hu warriors fell into a momentary silence. Their commander was lost, and the favored seventh prince of the royal court had perished. If they failed to eliminate Li Shize, they feared the king's wrath would be upon them. Soon, 1,000 steeds would thunder forth. Chapter 57. The Death of Li Shize. The air was filled with the thunderous cries of battle. Li Shize, riding valiantly, led his remaining soldiers in a desperate flight, the howls of his fallen comrades echoing in his ears, yet his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to run, to buy time for Ningzhou. Upon reaching the precipice, he realized that few of his men remained at his side. Under the misty sky, he understood he had no choice, though he yearned for life. He turned to gaze at the cliff and then at the scattered soldiers who followed him. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the distant figures of the Hu people. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved that even in death, he could not allow himself to be captured by the Hu. For the son of the esteemed general of the north, being taken prisoner would shatter the backbone of the Li family army, bringing disgrace upon the great Xia dynasty. With that thought, he spurred his horse and leaped into the abyss. In that fleeting moment of descent, memories flooded his mind. The first encounter with Yining, her tear-filled eyes beside the bookshelf, a pitiful sight that made him ponder who would protect her should he perish. He recalled his parents, the sole child in their twilight years. The Hu warriors observed as Li Shize, wounded by 2 blades and recently struck by an arrow in his back, plunged into the chasm, his chances of survival nearly non-existent. Their commander, Yel Xiao, had fallen, and with the vice commander still outside Ningzhou, they could not afford to waste time here. After executing the remaining soldiers who had not leaped into the abyss, they departed. Li Shize lay slain beneath his horse. The Hu cried out as they returned to Ningzhou. Upon receiving news from Ningzhou, General of the North rushed to provide aid. The journey took merely 3 hours, but alas, it was still too late. By the time he arrived, Ningzhou was on the brink of collapse, and Prince Shi had also been struck by an arrow. Deputy Su, what is the situation? Where's my son, Shize? Deputy Su, bloodied and bruised, could not bear to speak the truth. The voices of the Hu echoed from below the city walls. The commander of Ningzhou has been slain beneath our swords. Upon seeing the severed head displayed upon their standard, the general of the north struggled to comprehend, his vision blurring. He nearly collapsed, relying on his spear for support. Aware that time was of the essence, he led the Li family army out of the city. The soldiers, understanding that their beloved general had fallen, rallied behind him, knowing that he was their spirit. Approaching 50 years of age, the general of the north prepared for Shize to assume the mantle of leadership, for they had watched him grow and placed their unwavering faith in him. With his fall, the question loomed: how much longer could the Li family army endure? The battlefield resounded with the clamor of combat, stretching over 2 to 3 days, as they drove the Hu back several hundred miles. The general of the north pressed on, targeting the imperial court and claiming the head of the Liao. All remaining soldiers, the elderly, women, and children, were mercilessly slain upon sight. Confirming that the Hu lacked the strength to return, at least for decades to come, he finally led the Li family army back to Ningzhou, prepared to cleanse the battlefield, knowing that this battle had been a desperate gamble with countless lives lost. In the aftermath, he felt as though he had aged 20 years. His back now stooped under the weight of his losses. After understanding the unfolding events in Ningzhou, the Duke of Jinbei urgently entrusted a dispatch to a messenger, spanning 800 li. Upon learning of the catastrophic defeat of the Liao kingdom, the emperor was immensely pleased, bestowing honors upon the Duke of Jinbei in the Grand Hall and declaring the posthumous title of King of Chongning for Li Shize. The emperor was indifferent to whether Li Shize was alive or dead, as he was merely the son of a duke. After all, the Liao kingdom had lost its significance, and the Great Xia kingdom would always possess its own stalwart general to safeguard the realm. Upon receiving this news, the Duke of Jinbei refrained from protest, merely requesting that Li Shize not be posthumously honored with the title of King of Chong'an, for they wished to remain oblivious to the fate of their son, considering him still alive and retaining his status as heir. Furthermore, he sought permission to retire to his homeland, having been separated from his wife for over 2 decades. Given the Duke's lineage of loyalty and the resolution of the most pressing internal threat, with the remaining minor states rendered insignificant, the emperor granted his request. The Duke of Jinbei chose to retain the Li family army, albeit diminished after a fierce battle against the Hu people. The current state of the Li family army was tragic, with many lost and others severely wounded, leaving only a handful remaining. The Duke ensured that the disabled soldiers were well cared for and meticulously compiled a list of the deceased, petitioning the emperor for generous compensation for the families of the fallen. By the time all matters were settled, over 6 months had elapsed. Having completed his duties, he returned to the capital, preparing to spend the remainder of his days in the company of his wife and mother. The men of the Li family had always departed from their mothers to the battlefield from a young age. Upon marrying, they would leave their wives and children to continue guarding the borders, only to later bring their sons to the front lines, perpetuating the legacy of the Li family army through generations. The Duke of Jinbei felt a profound weariness. After over 30 years of warfare, he had transformed into a true elder. Chapter 58. The fetal movements. Yining remained oblivious to the world around her, engrossed in sewing garments for her unborn child by the window. Suddenly, an intense fluttering in her chest caused her to inadvertently prick her fingertip. Puzzled, she pressed her hand to her heart, bewildered by the sudden acceleration of her heartbeat. Once her heart settled, she called out to Mama Zhang for assistance in bandaging her wound. "Auntie," Mama Zhang entered, a smile gracing her features, having just shared a conversation with Gu Dingchen from across the courtyard. Ever since Gu Dingchen had rescued Yining, the two families had grown familiar. He frequently visited, bringing seasonal fruits such as cherries. He had learned from Mama Zhang that Yining had recently lost her husband and was now a widow. Each night, a secret yearning within her heart burgeoned like wild grass. Mama Zhang harbored no objections to Yining's association with Gu Dingchen, believing that at merely 16, Yining should not hastily decide her future. She ought to have ample choices. Naturally, she welcomed a man who cared little for Yining's status as a widow with a child, especially one as admirable as Gu Dingchen. Yining, however, remained unaware of the subtle exchanges between Mama Zhang and Gu Dingchen. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the child within her, now 5 months along, with movements she could distinctly feel. Each day, she greeted her baby during its stirrings, while remaining cautious not to disturb it at other times. As for Gu Dingchen's visits, she found them perfectly normal. After all, he had saved them, and she was immensely grateful. His daily tales of fresh happenings and stories beyond the pages of her books delighted her, and she cherished these leisurely days. Watching their conversations brought her joy and comfort. Upon noticing Yining's injured finger, Mama Zhang was taken aback. After examining the wound and confirming it was not severe, she felt relieved. As she prepared to bandage Yining's finger, Yining remained somewhat dazed, still pondering the cause of her earlier racing heart, as if she had lost something precious. Meanwhile, Gu Dingchen had ventured to another part of the western city to pursue his studies. Under normal circumstances, he would perform adequately. Yet, after meeting Yining, he aspired to enhance his knowledge further. As Mama Zhang tended to Yining's injury, she chattered about Gu Dingchen's intention to visit a scholar named Zhou, a former Hanlon academician who had retired to the eastern part of the city. Uncertain about an appropriate gift, as there were no elders at home to guide him, he had come to seek her advice. Yining listened with little interest, resting her chin on her hand while gazing out the window. It was early summer, and the garden was lush with vibrant blossoms and greenery, teeming with life and vitality, a sight she usually cherished, yet today felt instinctively resistant to. Gently, she caressed her abdomen. "My baby, do you have something to say to your mother?" The fetus responded to her touch with a subtle movement. A surge of joy filled Yining. In her eyes, everything seemed to rejuvenate. She excitedly exclaimed to Mama Zhang, "Annie, the baby is moving." Zhang Mama felt a surge of joy as she delicately placed her hand on Yining's abdomen, experiencing the subtle flutter of the baby for the first time. She rushed to the door, shouting, "Wang Posey! Wang Posey!" Startled, Wang Posey jumped, hastily wiping her hands on her apron before hurriedly exiting the kitchen to inquire about the commotion. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhang Mama spoke in a flurry, grasping Wang Posey's hand and leading her into the room. Gently positioning Wang Posey's hand on Yining's belly, they soon found themselves in a whirlwind of emotions, both weeping and laughing with joy. Chapter 59. The tale in the sweltering heat of summer. Gu Dingchen's visits became increasingly frequent. Yining's belly had begun to swell, prompting Zhang Mama and Wang Po to exercise greater caution. A few days prior, when Yining expressed a desire to sew a small quilt for the fetus, they flatly refused, deeming the task too daunting and harmful to her eyesight, fearing that the needle might prick her delicate fingers. Ever since Yining's belly had grown, they had prohibited her from handling needle and thread. Ultimately, it was only after Yining repeatedly assured them of her safety and insisted they personally select the fabric and watch her so that they relented. Zhang Mama and Wang Po deliberated for quite some time over the fabric, ultimately concluding that there were no suitable materials within the house. Thus, they ventured to the market, spending an entire afternoon scouring various fabric shops, bickering for an extended period before settling on a piece they both adored. It was not a matter of persuasion. Rather, Wang Po succumbed to the formidable influence of the elder matron. Yining watched incredulously as the two of them spun tales within the confines of the room. For was it not they who had procured the heap of fabric? Both Zhang Mama and Wang Po took great pleasure in all matters concerning the baby. In addition to their daily routines, they devoted their time to deliberating on what Yining should eat, striving to ensure she remained well-nourished yet not overly plump. They had heard from the physicians at the rejuvenation hall that it was best for pregnant women to avoid excessive weight gain while still eating sufficiently. a concern that weighed heavily on their minds. Each day, they concocted an array of dishes, fortunate that Wang Po's culinary skills were a legacy from her husband, a renowned chef at one of the capital's finest establishments. Otherwise, Yining might have found the relentless culinary experimentation intolerable. Every day, they also took Yining for walks in the courtyard, and no matter how she tried to evade the exertion, she could not escape. In these moments, Zhang Mama would take pride in having chosen a spacious residence, for otherwise, Yining would have had no place to exercise. As evening descended, Yining and her companions sat in the pavilion, surrounded by a rockery and verdant shade, feeling unbothered by the heat. A gentle breeze wafted through. As they became engrossed in the tales recounted by Gu Dingchen about the enchanting fox Lian and the scholarly Lu Shang, Gu Dingchen's melodious voice gradually unfolded the narrative within the tale. According to the story, the cosmos was divided into realms: the human world, the demon realm, the celestial realm, and the ghost realm. The celestial realm established rules that forbade the demon and ghost realms from disturbing the order of the human world or interacting with it. Lian, a fox born into one of the 7 noble families of the demon realm, was a paragon of beauty and possessed remarkable talent, supported by her family's wealth. Many from these families had ascended the celestial ladder. Lian, blessed with exceptional beauty, would often gaze at her reflection in the lake, captivated by her own allure. Surrounded by admirers. However, after wandering through the Fox clan and perusing numerous tales of talented individuals, her curiosity about the human world grew. She had heard of the many delightful and captivating things it offered, such as cosmetics, exquisite cuisine, and the chance to meet the legendary talents of the human realm. Initially, her intention was merely to explore the human world before returning home, yet her kin and parents vehemently opposed her plans. Aware of the treacherous nature of human society, a lesson that had been passed down through generations, Lian, the cherished jewel of her parents, was a remarkable fox. For foxes often faced great difficulty in conceiving. Many elder foxes had traversed a lifetime without offspring, and Lian's parents, after decades of marriage, were blessed with her as their sole child. Desperate to venture into the human realm, Lian pleaded fervently, even resorting to a hunger strike. As time passed, her parents, unable to withstand her anguish, tearfully imparted numerous words of caution before ultimately permitting her descent from the mountain. With tear-filled eyes, they bid her farewell, and Lian, softened by their sorrow, was uncertain whether she absorbed their wisdom or, with a heavy heart, turned away to embrace the human world. Young, brave, yet innocent, she arrived in the human realm, offering her assistance to anyone in need. Having studied the healing arts of the Fox clan since her youth and possessing magical abilities, she became a revered healer, saving lives and alleviating suffering in this new domain. Chapter 60. The Tale of Fox Lian. Fox Lian gradually gained renown, becoming a celebrated divine physician far and wide. One day, a scholar by the surname Lu arrived at her apothecary while she was attending to patients. She did not charge a penny for those unable to pay. Lu was a talented scholar who had lost his father at a young age, raised by his widowed mother. Despite being born into a farming family, he possessed striking looks and was devoted to his mother. He diligently pursued his studies and was well regarded as a good son in the county. Upon arriving at Lian's apothecary, Lu patiently queued at the back, even allowing an elderly man to cut in front of him. Lian noticed this and felt an affinity towards him, appreciating not only his handsome appearance and intellect, but also his understanding and noble character. When it was Lu's turn, Lian's tone softened as she inquired about his health. However, Lu was not seeking treatment for himself, but rather for his mother, who had been supporting his education through her embroidery skills. Embroidery required great finesse, and she could only work for 2 or 3 hours each day. Yet, for Lu's sake, she toiled late into the night. Each time he implored her to rest, she would silently gaze at him with warmth, saying, "As long as you are well, my son, I am content. This is your father's wish for you." Lu's voice trembled as he spoke, and Lian's eyes glistened with tears. Finally, he asked if there was any remedy for his mother's deteriorating eyesight. Lian did not hesitate, genuinely wishing to assist Lu. She chose a day to close her apothecary and accompanied Lu to his home to examine his mother's condition. While she was skilled beyond the average physician, his mother's ailment was beyond the reach of conventional medicine, resulting from years of excessive strain on her eyes. Though she could employ supernatural means to heal her, the laws of the celestial realm forbade interference in human affairs. Should she resort to such magic, it would inevitably draw the attention of the celestial realm, and she would have to transform into a human, losing her connection to the spirit world forever. Seeing her dilemma, Lu offered her solace, expressing his deep gratitude for her willingness to visit his ailing mother, especially since many physicians hesitated to come due to his lack of funds. Observing the bare walls of Lu's home, Lian felt a strong desire to assist him. She inquired if Lu would be willing to work as an assistant at her apothecary, allowing him to bring his mother along, with provisions for lodging and meals and a monthly stipend of 1 or 2 silver coins. Lu hesitated to accept her generosity, glancing at his mother, realizing this was their only chance for a stable life. With his mother unable to continue her embroidery, he faced the grim prospect of abandoning his studies to become a teacher or clerk, rendering his decade of hard work futile. After careful contemplation, he requested a day to consider her offer. The following day, Lu traveled to the county town to inquire about the typical wages for an apprentice. Upon learning the going rate, he promptly returned to Lian, expressing his willingness to work at the apothecary for a wage of only 300 coins. Lian was deeply touched by Liuxing's sincerity. Thus, Liuxing began working as an apprentice at Lian's pharmacy during the day, preparing medicine for patients, and, in his spare time, he diligently studied by lantern light at night. Over time, their feelings gradually evolved, unspoken affections blossoming between them. Even a mere glance would leave them both blushing and flustered. Eventually, Liuxing mustered the courage to ask Lian if she would marry him. After several days of contemplation, Lian confessed to Liuxing that she might be unable to conceive after marriage. Liuxing appeared troubled, pondering deeply for a long while. Lian felt a pang of sadness, knowing how deeply humanity yearns for progeny. When she looked up again, Liuxing's gaze was resolute. He said, Lian, I wish to be with you. I can accept that you may not bear children. I will love you for a lifetime, please believe me. Touched by his words, Lian agreed, and they began to prepare for their wedding. Though Lian had no family in the human realm, it did not diminish her excitement as a bride stepping into the future. In the second year after their marriage, Lian healed Liuxing's mother's eyesight. Liuxing was immensely grateful, and his mother was overjoyed, treating Lian with great kindness. And their family was blissful. Lian had fully embraced her humanity, for she believed in Liuxing. By the third year of their marriage, Liuxing no longer needed to work as an apprentice. He devoted himself to studying diligently, seeking out esteemed tutors. Lian's pharmacy provided him with a steady, albeit modest, stream of financial support. In the 5th year, Liuxing achieved remarkable success in his examinations, placing 26th among the Jinshe, and he smoothly secured a position as a county magistrate. Before Lian, he passionately declared his ambition to serve the people and be a good official. Lian watched his animated expression, sharing in his joy. By the 10th year of their marriage, Liuxing had risen to the rank of a 6th-grade official in the Ministry of Revenue, receiving numerous visitors who hoped for his benevolence during year-end evaluations. That year, he brought home a female servant for his study. Lian took no offense. After 10 years together, she trusted that Liuxing's love for her was genuine. However, one night, when Lian brought chicken soup to Liuxing in his study, she heard the dulcet, alluring tones of a woman and the sound of Liuxing's labored breathing. From his voice, Lian realized he was clearly enjoying himself. After 10 years of marriage, she noticed that he had spent little time with her this year, attributing it to his fatigue. She never expected it to be this way, causing the soup in her hands to drop to the floor. Shortly after, Liuxing emerged, carefully closing the door behind him. Lian pondered his actions. Was he trying to spare her feelings? If so, why would he treat another woman like this? Confusion filled her mind as Liuxing pulled her into the main house. Chapter 61. Tale 3. Yagu gently urged Lian to sit down. Her tears clouded his vision as he struggled to comprehend the situation before him. Husband, Lian finally broke the silence, unable to bear the tense atmosphere any longer. For a decade of marriage, she had always felt blissful, and even amidst the current turmoil. She yearned for Yagyu to elucidate the matter, to assure her that her fears were unfounded. Yagyu lowered his gaze and sighed softly. Lian, I cannot accept a life without children. I need someone to bear my offspring. Lian found herself at a loss, unable to discern the truth in his words. He had once promised her that they would not have children, yet the agony of betrayal rendered her powerless to contest his statements. She sought solace in a temple. Though as a being of the supernatural realm, she had never placed her faith in such deities. In the realm of demons, her kin had always praised those ancestors who ascended to the celestial ladder, and she had merely followed suit in her cultivation. Truthfully, she had never harbored the desire for immortality. However, now, as a mortal, she fervently wished for the divine beings within the temple to provide her with answers. She resided there for a year, during which Yagyu visited numerous times, even coming almost daily for a span of 2 months. In those months, he expressed heartfelt devotion, and they shared passionate nights, his voice tenderly calling her name, revealing his fervor and sincerity. Gradually, Lian forgave Yagyu, feeling an inextricable bond to him, both physically and emotionally. Upon returning to her home, she discovered that her former maid had given birth. Yet, Lian found herself unable to escape. She did not wish to leave Yagyu. After residing there for half a month, the maid approached her, proudly caressing her own belly. Unable to contain herself, Lian spoke first. What brings you here? The maid sat down beside her, indulging in fruits, and scoffed lightly while casting a sidelong glance at Lian. Do you not wonder why your husband visits the temple so frequently? A wave of panic washed over Lian. She did not wish to know the answer and felt an urge to flee. The maid, noticing her distress, commented deliberately, "It is because I was with child at that time, and your husband did not wish to trouble me. He dotes on me daily, never neglecting a single moment. If you would care to see, now that you have returned, observe whether he shows you any tenderness aside from when I was bearing his child." Lian felt as though struck by lightning, realizing the potential truth in her words. Her face turned pale, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. That evening, Yagyu entered the main quarters. Noticing Lian had adorned herself with care. Despite her enduring beauty, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes filled him with disappointment. He merely greeted her and retired for the night. Lian longed to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. The following day, she prepared a potion herself and consumed it. Granny Zhang was the first to voice her thoughts. Why would the exquisite Lian, blessed with beauty and wealth, choose that scholar? Could she not live a fulfilling life on her own? Old woman Wang chimed in. What does that scholar even mean? Lian supported his rise to power, cared for him, and tended to his mother, and yet he seeks to take a concubine? Arya also expressed her indignation. At first, the scholar appeared to be radiant and lofty. Yet how could his character be so lacking? He even complained that the fox, Lian, would age after transforming into human form, lamenting her loss of beauty and suggesting the need for a concubine. What madness is this? Was it not for him that Lian took on human shape, thus leading to her aging? Granny Zhang promptly interjected, labeling the unreliable scholar as merely a scoundrel. Initially, he had sworn undying love for Lian, dismissing the inability to bear children as inconsequential. Yet merely a few years later, he spoke of filial piety, insisting on finding a woman to bear heirs. Granny Wang expressed her indignation, recalling her own experiences. Her husband had not uttered a word upon being informed by the doctor that she could not conceive. Yet the scholar, who seemed utterly unversed in the world, and who could neither carry nor lift, had initially promised Lian that her barrenness would not matter. Why did he have to change his mind after only a few years? The group seethed with resentment, collectively condemning the scholar for his ingratitude, believing he deserved retribution. Gu Dingchen felt a bead of sweat form. He had merely purchased the most popular tales on the market, unaware that they would invoke such heated controversy. However, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the opinions of those present. Yining spoke up, inquiring of Gu, "What do the people outside think of this book?" Granny Zhang, Granny Wang, and the maid eagerly paused, wishing to hear the external perspective, to see if it echoed their own sentiments regarding the scholar's ungratefulness and their sympathy for Lian. Chapter 62. Preparation. Gu Dingchen wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, uncertain whether the individuals present would tear him apart for his words. Outside, the opinions were plentiful, primarily divided into three factions. Some believed that Lian, unable to conceive for a decade, had every reason for Lu Sheng to return with a new companion. Others contended that Lu Sheng had already lavished Lian with a decade of affection, and she ought not to become too complacent, claiming her demands were excessive. Gu Dingchen continued to elaborate. There were those who argued that Lian should have long accepted Lu Sheng's concubine, thus preventing Lu Sheng from thinking that a sixth-rank official could remain childless for 10 years. The attendees frowned at this notion. It was Zhang Mama who ultimately spoke up, questioning how outsiders could be so blind to right and wrong. She noted that Lian had provided Lu Sheng with considerable support and given Lu Sheng's initial promises to her. He ought to honor those commitments. If he could not, he should have informed her in advance and made tangible amends. The crowd nodded in agreement. It was natural for a man's heart to waver, yet lacking basic integrity was utterly contemptible. Wang Pozi shared a look of agreement with Zhang Mama, thinking to herself that her elder sister was indeed her kindred spirit. There was no need to criticize others further, but those who erred should face consequences. Zhang Mama then turned her gaze to Yining, silently advising her, and spoke aloud, "Ninger, you must remain vigilant. Men in this world are far from reliable." Gu Dingchen was now truly sweating coldly, regretting having made such a statement, fearing that it might lead Zhang Mama and Yining to develop a poor impression of men. Yet Yining, oblivious to the turmoil in Gu Dingchen's eyes, spoke with a hint of resignation. "Aunt, this is merely a story." Gu Dingchen sighed in relief. However, Yining continued, "In this world, all crows are black. It is exceedingly rare to find a man who remains steadfast. Under such circumstances, one might as well live alone, free from the obligations of honoring in-laws or worrying about a partner taking a concubine." The others in the pavilion nodded in agreement, leaving Gu Dingchen nearly at a loss for words, unsure how to counter her remarks. Indeed, many men in the great Xia kingdom treated their wives indifferently, and even those with wealth began to entertain various thoughts. While faithful men existed, one might find that their wives were not living blissfully either. He encouraged himself, assuring that he had ample time to show Yining that he was not of that ilk. All was well. Time flowed gently, and soon the day of her delivery approached. Her belly had grown considerably, and her legs had begun to swell. Each movement became cumbersome, requiring the support of Zhang Mama or Wang Pozi to venture into the courtyard. Throughout these months, Gu Dingchen remained consistent, visiting daily to engage in conversation and share stories to alleviate their boredom. In the course of their interactions, Yining began to develop a fondness for the young man before her, appreciating his amiable nature, his balance of humility and confidence, and his patience, qualities seldom found in men. However, Zhang Mama's perspective had shifted. She now viewed Gu Dingchen as a seemingly affable yet inherently reserved individual. He was diligent in his studies, displaying intelligence and the potential for great success in his endeavors. However, his diligent efforts are aimed at securing a promising future. Should he find himself surrounded by individuals whose status and influence can overshadow him, might he, upon ascending the ranks, begin to harbor disdain for those close to him? Nevertheless, observing Yining, it is evident that her thoughts are solely focused on her own condition. Gu Dingchen likewise remains inscrutable, and Zhang Momo breathes a sigh of relief. During this period, Dr. Zhao from the Rejuvenation Hall, who previously conducted a pulse check every fortnight, has now increased his visits to once every 3 days. Additionally, Wang Pa has sought out a renowned midwife from afar, scheduling her services in advance. It is said that all births under her care result in safe deliveries. Consequently, at least 2 individuals are arranged to remain in the residence each day, ensuring that should any issues arise, a doctor can be summoned without delay. Although everything appears meticulously planned, an unforeseen complication arises. After breakfast on this day, Wang Pa busies herself with preparations for the day's ingredients. With the heat of summer upon them, particularly during the sweltering dog days, perishable items require daily procurement of fresh supplies. Chapter 63. Heavy rain upon hearing doctor. Zhao from the rejuvenation hall diagnosed that everything was satisfactory. Granny Zhang and Granny Wang finally felt a sense of relief. As the saying goes, when the melon is ripe, it will fall. According to Dr. Zhao, the moment could arrive a few days early or a few days late, but it was certain to occur within the fortnight. After seeing the doctor off, Granny Wang proceeded to the market to purchase vegetables, while Granny Zhang, noticing that the sun was obscured by dark clouds, suggested that Yining take advantage of the cooler weather to stroll in the courtyard. Yining readily agreed, and thus, while Granny Wang went to buy groceries, Granny Zhang led Yining for a walk in the courtyard, with air yet tidying up in the kitchen. After a while, Yining began to feel the oppressive heat. Despite the brief walk, her inner garments became damp with perspiration. In the later stages of her pregnancy, not only had her belly suddenly swelled, but her body had also become increasingly bloated, making her feel more cumbersome and prone to sweating during movement. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, she dabbed her forehead with a handkerchief and turned to Granny Zhang. "Aunt, the weather is unbearably hot today. I believe I've walked enough for now. I wish to return indoors to rest." Granny Zhang glanced at the sky, estimating that a downpour was imminent, and led Yining back inside. She instructed Arya to boil some water, as Yining, having perspired, would benefit from a bath to refresh herself. Seated in the tub, Yining gazed at her prominently rounded abdomen, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the transformation. In the past 2 months, her belly had expanded rapidly, having never witnessed another's pregnancy. She was unaware that such significant changes would occur in the final 2 months. She gently caressed her belly, harboring a hidden thought. She wondered where Shize might be at that moment, contemplating how wonderful it would be if he could meet their child. The closer she drew to childbirth, the more she yearned to see him, an innate reliance that had never waned within her. Gradually, the room darkened, and Yining surmised that a torrential rain was about to fall, one that had been long anticipated, having lingered since breakfast without any signs of arrival. Concerned that lingering might render the room too dim to see, she awkwardly grasped the edge of the tub, preparing to rise. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the sky, illuminating the room as if it were noon. The deafening thunder and the abrupt brightness startled Yining, causing her to shudder in surprise. In a flurry of panic, she hastily dried her body with a towel, the thunder's intensity instilling fear within her. Another resounding boom followed, even louder than the first, and once again, the room was flooded with light, only to plunge into darkness thereafter. Outside, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, the weight of the rain striking the windows palpable to Yining. As she wiped the moisture from her legs, she sensed something amiss. She had initially thought it to be water from her bath. However, it appeared that the liquid was continuously flowing down her legs. Calming herself, she realized that labor might be imminent. Disregarding the dampness on her legs, she quickly donned her clothing and made her way to the door, opening it with care. Granny Zhang stood anxiously in the main hall. "Ninger, are you all right?" Noticing the evident water stains on Granny Zhang's garments, Yining understood that she had rushed over without an umbrella after the thunder. A wave of gratitude washed over her. "Aunt, I am fine, but please hurry and call the midwife. My time has come." As soon as Yining spoke, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her, prompting her to cry out in discomfort. Granny Zhang quickly assisted Yining to lie down on the bed in the inner chamber. Observing Yining's pale complexion and the cold sweat beating on her forehead, she understood that childbirth is a perilous threshold for women. She urged, "Ninger, do not rush. I will fetch the midwife for you. Please remain calm and wait for me. All right?" Yining nodded, but the intense contractions left her speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Posey, who had ventured out to buy groceries, found herself caught in a torrential downpour and was unable to return home. Sheltering beneath the eaves of the marketplace, she gazed at the sky and then down at the fresh fish she had meticulously selected and bound with straw, contemplating that Yining often found steamed fish too bland. She resolved to prepare a braised fish for her at noon to satisfy her cravings. Chapter 64. The Birth Inside the Room. Yining had just endured a wave of labor pains, and her body gradually began to relax. Lying weakly on the bed, she knew that this was not the time for wandering thoughts. Instead, she focused intently on Dr. Zhao's words. She recalled him saying that as a woman nears childbirth, her abdomen would experience intermittent waves of pain, separated by brief intervals before the next wave would come. During this time, it was crucial to avoid tension and shouting, to remain calm, and conserve energy for the impending labor. Following Dr. Zhao's advice, she lay quietly on the bed, awaiting the next surge of pain. Zhang Momo stepped outside, instructing Arya to summon the midwife and Dr. Zhao from the Huichun Hall. However, Arya was unaware of the midwife's whereabouts, only knowing the location of Huichun Hall. Left with no choice, Zhang Momo decided to search for them herself. She also advised Arya to prepare a bowl of noodles for Yining and to have warm water ready, reminding her that after the noodles were cooked, she should bring them to Yining. Additionally, she instructed her to brew some ginseng, as it was part of Dr. Zhao's prescription. Ginseng would replenish energy and could potentially save a life in times of danger. Arya nodded repeatedly, indicating her understanding. Zhang Momo, confident in Arya's reliability, set off. The rain poured increasingly, and despite holding an umbrella, it offered little protection. Soon, Zhang Momo's clothes were drenched. She trudged through the water, her steps uneven, making her way to Huichun Hall. As she walked briskly, anxiety filled her heart. She wished she could run, but her corpulence hindered her. After a while, she found the umbrella cumbersome and discarded it. Just when she thought she was making progress, she was knocked to the ground by hurried passers-by eager to return home. Zhang Momo felt a sharp pain in her rear and turned to curse loudly. Preparing to rise again, she suddenly realized something was amiss. The pain was too intense, possibly having injured her back from the collision, rendering her unable to walk properly. The downpour had driven the pedestrians away, and the sky darkened, obscuring visibility. Every household had shut its doors, not one to be deterred. Zhang Momo limped to the doorsteps of various homes, thinking it would be quicker to seek assistance than to attempt reaching the doctor in her current state. Unfortunately, the rain was so loud that no one seemed willing to open their doors, perhaps fearing that trouble awaited them outside, or simply unable to hear knocks. With no other option, she hobbled onward, her anxiety mounting as she realized how much time she had lost. The rain washed over her face, and amidst the downpour, tears streamed down her cheeks. Having lived alone for over 40 years, she had finally found a relative she cherished and was desperate not to lose her. It is often in the face of adversity that one finds both vulnerability and strength. Zhang Momo stumbled several more times, but resolutely picked herself up each time, finally arriving at Huichun Hall. She looked at the entrance with a glimmer of hope, only to find the door closed. In a state of urgency, she knocked fervently. After a while, a familiar attendant opened the door. "I'm looking for Dr. Zhao. Where is Dr. Zhao?" Zhang Momo exclaimed anxiously. The attendant, noticing Zhang Momo's disheveled appearance, quickly offered to assist her inside to rest. Zhang Momo firmly declined, insisting, "I do not need to go in. I'm searching for Dr. Zhao. My niece is about to give birth." The attendant, slightly troubled, spoke up, "Dr. Zhao has gone to see Mr. Li's wife outside the city today. I have just returned to fetch medicine." Granny Zhang, filled with despair, quickly inquired if there were any other nearby apothecaries or physicians. The attendant, scratching his head in contemplation, replied that skilled gynecologists were rare, but there was one in the southern part of the city. Granny Zhang expressed her gratitude profusely, realizing that their only option now was to seek the assistance of a midwife. Meanwhile, Gu Dingchen sat at a study desk, gazing out at the torrential rain. He felt a pang of anxiety for Yining, aware that her time was drawing near. The heavy downpour heightened his concern for any unforeseen circumstances. Resolving to check on her regardless, he grabbed an umbrella and made his way to Yining's courtyard. It was Arya who opened the door, her voice tinged with urgency. "Young master, I thought it was the old lady returning with a midwife. Our mistress is about to give birth." "And what of Granny Wang?" Gu Dingchen asked, his tone revealing his growing apprehension as his fears materialized. "She went out to buy vegetables this morning and has yet to return," Arya replied. Gu Dingchen pondered briefly. He remembered the locations of both Dr. Zhao and the midwife, having inquired specifically before. If Granny Zhang were to seek assistance, she would undoubtedly visit Dr. Zhao first. Given the distance, in an instant, Gu Dingchen made up his mind. "You take care of the mistress. I shall find the midwife, he instructed before dashing into the rain. Yining, already in the throes of pain, felt her consciousness beginning to wane. Fortunately, she had just consumed a bowl of noodles, which still provided her with some strength, though the waves of agony intensified, causing her undergarments to become drenched with sweat. She longed for the child within her to arrive swiftly, as the ordeal was proving to be exceedingly taxing. At that moment, Arya entered the room with a bowl in hand, having already lit several candles, illuminating the space as bright as day. "Madam, please drink some ginseng soup." Yining was propped up to drink the soup, then turned to Arya and asked, "Has my aunt returned?" "The old lady has not yet come back." A sudden wave of emotion washed over Yining, and despite her efforts to bolster her spirits and maintain composure, she truly needed a source of strength in that moment, someone she could trust by her side. Just then, a knock echoed from the courtyard door, prompting Yining to tilt her head in eager anticipation, urging Arya to open the door. Chapter 65. The midwife. The courtyard door swung open to reveal Gu Dingchen, who had arrived with a horse-drawn carriage. He had borrowed the vehicle from a former classmate along the street and hurried straight to the midwife's residence. On the way, he encountered Granny Zhang, who had fallen into a muddy pit, and he promptly brought her, along with the midwife and an assistant from the apothecary, back with him. As Granny Zhang alighted from the carriage, she seized Arya's hand in a panic, overwhelmed by fear. She felt utterly helpless, worrying that if anything were to go wrong, it would be catastrophic, and she could not bear the thought of it. "Ninger, how is she?" Granny Zhang's voice was laced with tears. "Yeah." Seeing Granny Zhang's muddy attire and disheveled hair, along with her limping gait, understood the hardship she had endured on the journey. She reassured her, "Madam, there is no need for concern. The lady is well. She has just eaten a large bowl of noodles and drank ginseng soup. She is still conscious, though her face is pale from pain." With this news, Granny Zhang finally felt a sense of relief and hurried to welcome the midwife inside. Upon hearing that Yining was temporarily safe, Gu Dingchen promptly turned the carriage around, preparing to head to Mr. Li's residence in the outskirts to fetch Dr. Zhao. He reasoned that should any complications arise, Dr. Zhao would be the most reliable choice. He exchanged greetings with Granny Zhang before hastening off. Once he was out of sight, Granny Zhang quickly addressed the midwife. "Jin Yangzi, please go check on my niece. I'm counting on you." Without further ado, the midwife, Jin Yangzi, rushed to the main room and instructed Arya to fetch a basin of hot water. Upon entering to assess Yining's condition, Jin Yangzi announced, "Madam, the cervix has dilated only 3 fingers. It may still be some time before delivery. What we need to do now is to comfort the lady and assure her that there is no need for haste. Pain is inevitable." Good. Granny Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, her anxieties slightly alleviated. She called out from the doorway, "Ninger, do not be afraid. Your aunt is here. The midwife says you're only 3 fingers dilated, so you must endure a little longer. Call for your aunt if you need anything." As she spoke, Arya entered with the hot water. "Madam, would you like to wash up and change your clothes in case the lady needs you later?" Jin Yangzi remarked that it was still early and the critical moment would come later. Reluctant to leave, Granny Zhang recognized the wisdom in Arya's suggestion and allowed her to assist her in changing clothes and freshening up in the adjacent room. While changing, Arya noticed that Granny Zhang's waist and hips were bruised, realizing that her earlier assumption of a mere sprained ankle was far too simplistic. "Madam, your body is covered in bruises. Should we find some ointment to apply?" Granny Zhang was drying her hair and carelessly adjusting her garments. "No need for that. Let us hurry over. You go to the kitchen and prepare plenty of hot water," she replied, limping towards Yining's room. The sky rumbled ominously, and Yining felt the pain intensifying, more acute with each passing moment. "Midwife, how much longer must I endure?" Yining's voice trembled as she inquired once again of Jin Yangzi. The midwife glanced at her. "Madam, the dilation is now at 6 fingers. The progress is accelerating, and you will soon be able to see the child." Yining felt as though the pain would consume her, and her anticipation of the unborn child was dwindling, filled instead with regret over her pregnancy. As Arya busily carried hot water back and forth, Granny Zhang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, feeling increasingly unwell, with a growing numbness spreading through her body, trembling hands, and a spinning head. She suspected that she had hit her head when she fell outside. Yet she could not afford to dwell on such matters in the present moment. By evening, the palace gates finally opened 10 fingers wide, much to the midwife's delight. "Madam, you must push with all your might." The room was saturated with the scent of blood, the laboring woman's cries mingling with the bright candlelight, contrasting sharply with the dark, stormy skies outside, creating a disorienting dichotomy between two worlds. It left one's mind in a haze, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Yining, too, was becoming somewhat delirious from the pain. She hazily regarded the midwife at the corner of the bed and then glanced at the table adorned with flickering candles. In the midst of her confusion, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Shize and, yearning to reach out, found herself grasping at nothing. "Shize," she murmured, unable to distinguish between the tangible and the ethereal. Chapter 66. Dr. Zhao, as the midwife, observed Yining's condition and the blood seeping from the bed. An unsettling feeling washed over her. She called out loudly, "Madam, please awaken. Your child awaits your return." Yining's eyes were half closed, though she was not unconscious. Her gaze lacked focus, and her expression was dazed, suggesting something was amiss. Jean Yangzi shouted toward the outside, "Quickly fetch the ginseng soup, and send someone to summon the doctor." Upon hearing the midwife's piercing voice, Granny Zhang could not help but sway and collapse to the ground, overwhelmed by the situation. Arya hurried to assist her. Granny Zhang, her voice frail, urged, "Do not mind me. Swiftly bring the ginseng soup and call for the doctor." Just then, a knock echoed from outside, and, as Arya entered with the ginseng soup, she rushed to open the door. It was Gu Dingchen returning with Dr. Zhao. "Dr. Zhao, please hurry," Arya cried, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Gu Dingchen and the doctor felt like a lifeline. Dr. Zhao, carrying his medical kit, entered the room, followed closely by Gu Dingchen. In his anxious state, Gu Dingchen momentarily forgot the formalities. Upon seeing Yining's pale complexion and vacant stare, he felt a tightness in his chest, as if half of her life had slipped away. Dr. Zhao swiftly took her pulse and began inserting silver needles into her acupoints. After a while, a glimmer of light returned to Yining's eyes. Mistakenly, she believed that Shize had come, reaching out to grasp his hand. Gu Dingchen, sensing her gaze filled with a flicker of hope and yearning, unhesitatingly took hold of her hand. Dr. Zhao addressed the midwife. Fortunately, she had the ginseng soup to sustain her strength. "Continue with the delivery and call for me if there are any complications." After speaking, he prepared to leave, casting a glance at Gu Dingchen, who was holding Yining's hand. Not one to be bound by convention, Dr. Zhao, experienced in gynecology, had encountered many helpless women. Some women were too ashamed to seek a gynecologist, considering it an embarrassing ailment. Others, even if they mustered the courage to consult him, faced disdain from their husbands for allowing a man to attend to their medical needs. Thus, he felt a profound appreciation for a husband who was willing to remain by his wife's side during childbirth, disregarding societal norms. With a look of approval, he said to Gu Dingchen, "Young sir, take good care of your wife. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to call for me. The midwife has given her ginseng soup, and I have administered acupuncture. She is now entering the true phase of labor." Gu Dingchen repeatedly affirmed, feeling the weight of her hand as if it were 1,000 pounds. A tear of grievance slipped from Yining's eye, but there was no time for contemplation as another wave of pain surged through her. "Madam, push with all your might." The midwife's voice was laced with urgency. Uncertain if the doctor's acupuncture would prove effective, Yining obediently began to exert herself, her voice turning hoarse from the pain. Thankfully, the earlier acupuncture had restored her some clarity, and with the ginseng soup still providing her strength, she recalled the first time she met Shize. She had looked up at him, his brow furrowed and expression stern. At that moment, the sun had shone warmly, and her only worry had been the lack of money to buy delicious food from the little kitchen. After encountering him, her worries about food and drink vanished, and wealth followed suit. Yet, an incessant unease lingered in her heart, as if such a person were beyond her reach, and that these blissful days could be fleeting. She pondered that perhaps departing would be prudent, otherwise she would remain in constant dread of loss. Feeling aggrieved, she summoned her strength, seizing the moment of childbirth to cry out loudly. Deep down, she recognized the need to let go, to cease dwelling on this individual. Gu Dingchen, hearing Yining's cries, felt a pang of compassion and tenderly kissed the back of her hand. The woman on the bed appeared pallid, her hair dampened by sweat. He lowered his head and murmured, "Yining, you must be well." Yet, before he could finish, Yining's cries interrupted him. Gu Dingchen's heart raced, thundering in his chest. Overwhelmed by anguish, he resolved that he would never allow Yining to bear children again. The thought of losing her during childbirth filled him with dread. What value would a child hold if it meant sacrificing her? He continued to kiss her hand fervently, whispering fervent prayers for her safety. In her haze, Yining felt warm tears cascade over her hand. Turning her head, she realized that the presence she had sensed beside her was indeed real. She gazed at Gu Dingchen, her eyes brimming with tears that flowed unceasingly. Chapter 67. The birth of Gu Dingchen. With a hint of perplexity in her tone, Yining pondered why Gu Dingchen had entered the room at such a critical moment. She was aware that, in the great Xia kingdom, it was customary for husbands to avoid the birthing chamber, believing that the sight of blood could tarnish a man's fortune. Yet, despite her thoughts, she could not deny the profound sense of gratitude she felt for his presence. She desperately needed someone by her side at that moment. Gu Dingchen grasped Yining's hand firmly, his voice urgent yet soothing. "Yining, do not be afraid. I am here with you. Focus on bringing our child into the world. The pain will soon pass." The midwife chimed in at the opportune moment, encouraging her, "Madam, push. Your husband is here to support you. Such a devoted husband is indeed a blessing. Why did you come in?" Yining's gaze was fixed on Gu Dingchen, seeking an explanation and a sense of relief. He locked his eyes onto hers, wishing to etch her image into his memory, fearing that once she understood his feelings, he might never have another chance. He replied deliberately, "I came in because I was worried about you." Upon hearing his answer, Yining had no time to contemplate further. She resumed her efforts. "Madam, the head is visible," the midwife exclaimed with delight, causing a stir among those waiting outside. Granny Zhang, having just been roused by Dr. Zhao, disregarded her own condition and stood at the door, pressing her ear against the door panel to catch the sounds from within. Upon hearing the midwife's announcement, she rushed outside, falling to her knees with a thud, hands clasped in prayer, fervently murmuring, "Heavenly deities, I implore you, have mercy upon me." Gu Dingchen held Yining's hand tightly, his tone laced with urgency. "Yining, summon all your strength. If you persevere through this, I promise you that every day henceforth will be filled with joy. I vow that my devotion to you, Gu Dingchen, shall remain unwavering until death." The midwife, Jin Yangzi, felt a pang of envy as she listened, for she was renowned in the western part of the city, having assisted countless women in childbirth. Yet, she had never witnessed such a display of affection. At the same time, she genuinely rejoiced for Yining, recognizing the fortune of having such a caring companion. She called out, "Madam, it is almost over. With one final effort, you will soon behold your child." Yining's mind was consumed with a singular thought, to exert herself and bring the child into the world. For the discomfort of remaining in limbo was unbearable. Gritting her teeth, she pushed with all her might, the pain radiating throughout her body, rendering her limbs numb, while the sensations in her abdomen intensified. Sweat soaked the bedding and her garments. In a surreal moment, she felt as though her physical self had dissipated, leaving only her spirit to witness her own suffering. Her soul seemed detached from her pain. Suddenly, she sensed a release, as something substantial slipped from beneath her. Then, the midwife's jubilant voice broke through the haze. "It's a girl. You have given birth." Gu Dingchen was unexpectedly elated. He had not anticipated that witnessing the birth of Yining's child would bring him such joy, feeling as though he had become a father himself. Simultaneously, he anxiously observed Yining, realizing her breathing was steady, indicating she merely fainted. Despite this assumption, Gu Dingchen nonetheless spoke to the midwife. "How is Yining?" The midwife, preoccupied with severing the umbilical cord, noticed the infant did not cry and promptly patted the baby's bottom, urging it to wail. Only then did she exhale in relief. The sound of the baby's cries startled Gu Dingchen, rendering the reality of Yining having a child more palpable to him. Yet, he felt no aversion. Rather, he was enchanted, acknowledging that it was indeed Yining's offspring, as the sound was melodious. The midwife hardly had time to acknowledge Gu Dingchen, simply murmuring, "I just checked. The lady has not experienced significant bleeding. I will examine her again shortly." With that, she hastily wiped the infant and wrapped it in prepared cotton cloth, executing the entire process with remarkable speed. "Young master, do hold the baby. I will check on the lady's condition," she said, placing the infant into Gu Dingchen's arms before he could fully comprehend the momentousness of cradling child. He stared, somewhat dazed, at the baby's glossy black hair, cherubic round face, squinting eyes, and slightly pouting lips that occasionally bubbled. The infant's smallness was astonishing. He had never anticipated a baby could be so diminutive. This child, undeniably born of Yining, bore no resemblance to her whatsoever, yet he found it inexplicably endearing in its perceived awkwardness. Outside, Zhang Mama finally felt a sense of relief. With great difficulty, she rose and approached the door to listen intently to the sounds within. "Dr. Zhao, what shall we do now?" Zhang Mama's voice was hoarse and strained, yet could not conceal the joy evident on her face. Dr. Zhao, equally uplifted, stroked his short beard. "Quickly, prepare hot water for the mother and child, and replace the bedding. The new mother may eat some soft food, like noodles, and we must monitor her bleeding closely." Zhang Mama responded affirmatively, bustling to instruct Arya to carry out the tasks. Then, she returned to the doorway, keenly listening to the infant's robust cries, feeling an exhilarating anticipation for her future. Chapter 68. The Yu. As Yining awakened, the wrinkled little bundle was already nestled in the cradle beside her bed, while Granny Zhang was gently feeding her with freshly expressed sheep's milk, spoonful by spoonful. Gu Dingchen and Arya were attending to Yining, and upon witnessing this, Granny Zhang acquiesced. The fact that Yining had not sent him away during her labor indicated her acceptance of him. Initially, Granny Zhang perceived that a man like Gu Dingchen, overly ambitious yet gifted, was not suitable for Yining, whose temperament could be described as content with a modest life and easygoing, albeit, in less flattering terms, quite lethargic. She worried that, as Gu Dingchen ascended in stature, the fervent love of his youth might gradually fade, leading him to disdain Yining for her lack of social grace and ambition, deeming her unworthy of being his capable partner. However, his presence during Yining's childbirth caused her to waver in her judgment, coupled with Yining's willingness. She decided to let them be. What will unfold in the future can be pondered later. Let us relish the present moment, Granny Zhang silently reassured herself. Old Granny Wang, trapped by the heavy rain for an entire day, eventually succumbed to her worries and ventured back through the downpour. Upon seeing Granny Zhang's disheveled state, she was overcome with sympathy and tears. As she wiped her eyes, she grasped Granny Zhang's hand and exclaimed, "My dear sister, with your ample figure, you should have sent Arya to fetch help." Granny Zhang clenched her teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. Was old Granny Wang mocking her slight plumpness or ridiculing her inability to manage affairs? "Old Granny Wang, your silence does not render you mute," she retorted. Observing Granny Zhang's countenance, old Granny Wang hesitated and promptly sealed her lips. The two then resumed their vigil over the newborn. The birth of the little girl signified a continuation of life for Yining, Granny Zhang, and old Granny Wang, particularly for Granny Zhang and old Granny Wang. The extent of their affection in the days to come would leave Yining astounded. Seated around the cradle, they gazed adoringly at the soft, tiny infant within. Both had only previously attended celebrations for other people's children, never having witnessed a newborn firsthand. "What a lovely little mouth," Granny Zhang exclaimed, unable to resist poking at the bubbles the infant was blowing, much to old Granny Wang's dismay. "Madam, Dr. Zhao has stated the importance of hygiene, yet you seem oblivious to his words." Granny Zhang shot old Granny Wang a glance, as their banter was about to ignite once more, but fortunately, Midwife Jean arrived just in time to quell their exchange. The midwife and Dr. Zhao were diligently monitoring Yining's condition, fully aware that new mothers often faced subsequent complications, such as sudden hemorrhaging. Thus, Granny Zhang had initially invested heavily to secure both their services to remain at the residence for a day post-delivery. allowing Yining to recover from any potential dangers. Although Yining had delivered early, the original agreement remained intact. Midwife Jean and Dr. Zhao were to stay at the Zhang residence for an additional day. Midwife Jean bowed slightly and addressed them, "Madam. The lady has just experienced some fatigue and fainted for a moment. Should we give the little girl a bit of water now and wait until the lady awakens to nurse her?" "What?" Granny Zhang responded with confusion, quickly realizing her oversight. She had always seen women feeding their children as a natural duty, yet today it felt somewhat amiss. "Madam Jean, my niece has endured so much suffering and still needs to nurse. Could this be detrimental to her health?" The midwife, Madam Jean, found it difficult to respond, having never encountered such a predicament before. Generally, women nurse after giving birth. In affluent households where I assist, I have observed that some families prepare wet nurses in advance. Madame Jean replied hesitantly. Aunt Zhang understood her implication. The child had already been born, and it was not feasible to find a wet nurse immediately. Hearing their conversation, Gu Dingchen interjected, "Madam, would you consider stepping outside to inquire with Dr. Zhao for any viable solutions? I share your sentiments. Given the arduous nature of Yining's delivery, she indeed requires a proper period of recuperation." Aunt Zhang nodded in agreement and promptly left to seek Dr. Zhao. Upon listening to Aunt Zhang's concerns, Dr. Zhao raised his teacup and took a sip, contemplating his response. "Madam," he began, "your reasoning is sound. Since a wet nurse cannot be procured at present, perhaps you might consider securing a cow or 2 ewes, allowing the young lady to consume cow's milk or sheep's milk. I have witnessed children thrive on such nourishment, growing robust and healthy, indistinguishable from their peers." Reassured by Dr. Zhao's words, Aunt Zhang spoke. "It is often said that one must rest after illness, and similarly, a woman in confinement should prioritize her recuperation. If she is to nurse and care for the child, how can that be deemed restful?" After a brief pause, she added, "Thank goodness for your extensive knowledge, Dr. Zhao. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for guidance." Dr. Zhao was somewhat taken aback by Aunt Zhang's clarity, as many of her age often struggle with such reasoning. However, as a physician, he felt it prudent not to lean too heavily in one direction. He then addressed Aunt Zhang. "Madam, since a decision has been reached, it would be wise to arrange for the procurement at once, as it is likely the young lady will require nourishment soon." Upon hearing the phrase "young lady," Aunt Zhang's face brightened, and she hurried back indoors to instruct Wang Posey to purchase 2 milk-producing ewes. "Tapter kuskumendu hexa, drinking porike, in incratwali avoke." Feeling as though she had slumbered for an eternity, immersed in an extensive dream that traversed her past and present lives, she gently turned her head and noticed Gu Dingchen beside her, his head bobbing slightly, likely succumbing to drowsiness. He appeared somewhat disheveled, with a day's worth of stubble adorning his chin and his hair in disarray. Yet, despite his disheveled state, she found him rather handsome. Nearby, a cradle rested by the edge of the bed, where Zhang Momo and Wang Po were seated, engrossed in their tasks. Zhang Momo's face radiated with affection as she puckered her lips, calling out "Didu," while feeding the contents of a spoon. Yining surmised that the cradle held her child. Gu Dingchen, keeping vigil at the bedside, had not slept throughout the night, and upon Yining's slightest movement, he startled awake, the first to notice her consciousness returning. With exuberance, he exclaimed, "Madame Jean, Dr. Zhao, she is awake." The others quickly gathered around, instinctively making space for Dr. Zhao to take her pulse. Sitting at the bedside, Dr. Zhao methodically took her pulse, stroking his short goat beard, his expression contemplative, which caused considerable anxiety among those surrounding him. Zhang Momo, ever impatient, urged Dr. Zhao, "How is my niece?" Wang Po tugged at Zhang Momo, signaling her to refrain from disturbing the doctor during his examination. But Zhang Momo shot her a fierce glare without hesitation. Finally, Dr. Zhao withdrew his hand from her wrist. "Madam is not in grave danger. However, childbirth undoubtedly incurs some bodily harm. I recommend replenishing her strength with nourishing foods. I shall write a prescription shortly, detailing the ingredients that will aid in her recovery. You may follow it accordingly." Upon hearing this, the group exhaled in relief, having been anxious about Yining's health after her long night of slumber. They knew well that if a woman suffered during childbirth, her longevity could be jeopardized, a reality they had witnessed among their acquaintances. Wang Pu accompanied Dr. Zhao to procure the prescription while Zhang Momo moved closer, inadvertently pushing Gu Dingchen to the edge of the bed. Gu Dingchen cast a resentful glance at Zhang Momo, perplexed by the sudden shift in her attitude towards him, and began to worry that another obstacle might arise in his pursuit of Yining. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhang Momo was indeed a formidable hindrance. Unfazed by Gu Dingchen's look, Zhang Momo regarded Yining with concern. "Ning, how do you feel? If there is any discomfort, do not hesitate to tell me." Yining, having enjoyed a lengthy rest, felt quite well, albeit slightly hungry. "Aunt, I feel fine, just a bit hungry," she replied softly, her voice gentle yet firm. Zhang Momo's worries began to dissipate as she stood to summon Arya for some warm porridge. Passing by the cradle, she was reminded of her precious granddaughter. "Ninger, do take a look at your beautiful daughter. She is truly the loveliest infant I have ever seen. Look at her lustrous black hair and rosy lips. What a stunning little creature. She will undoubtedly grow into a breathtaking beauty." Gu Dingchen regarded Zhang Momo with a bemused expression, glancing back at the cherubic face of the chubby baby in her arms, feeling that Zhang Momo's praise was perhaps a tad exaggerated. Yining gazed at the infant cradled in Granny Zhang's arms, a child bound to her by blood. She had envisioned this moment countless times, pondering whether she would be overwhelmed with tears or lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. "Aunt, she is truly adorable. Perhaps you should place her in the cradle. I am in the mood for some savory porridge." Yining struggled to articulate her feelings. The overwhelming surge of maternal love eluded her. The chubby little face in Granny Zhang's embrace felt rather unfamiliar. At that moment, her desires leaned more toward satisfying her hunger with something delectable, such as a fragrant congee made with dried scallops and lean meat. Having slept for too long, her mouth felt devoid of flavor, leaving her craving for something delicious. Chapter 70. A precious daughter. Neither Granny Zhang nor Gu Dingchen perceived anything amiss, having never borne children themselves. They merely thought it natural for Yining to desire sustenance after a night of hunger. "Child," Granny Zhang regarded Yining with a gaze filled with compassion. Yining, observing Granny Zhang's expression, felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't Dr. Zhao assured her that all was well? Was there an unspoken emotion concealed from her? "Aunt, what troubles you? Is there something you wish to share with me?" Yining's heart began to race with trepidation. Granny Zhang felt a pang of sympathy for Yining. Dr. Zhao had just advised a bland diet, while Yining typically relished savory and spicy foods. After enduring such hardship, the thought of being denied her cravings was heart-wrenching for Granny Zhang. Both she and Yining were connoisseurs of fine cuisine. During Yining's pregnancy, Dr. Zhao had recommended nourishment that promoted the baby's growth without excessive weight gain. Granny Zhang had earnestly endeavored to concoct delightful dishes that Yining would enjoy, and as she reminisced, tears welled in her eyes. "Child, the doctor has forbidden you from consuming salty or spicy foods." Granny Zhang's voice quivered with emotion. She had not suffered such deprivation for over 30 years. In her youth, due to her unmarried status, she had become a managing matron in her 20s, subsisting on meager wages. She could scarcely fathom the torment of enduring such trials while also adhering to dietary restrictions. Yining, however, remained unfazed by this predicament. Her life of abundance had only begun after aligning herself with Shize. In her previous life, she had only enjoyed 2 years of comfort after reaching maturity. Furthermore, the dietary restrictions would not last long, merely a month. With this in mind, she spoke up, "Aunt, it is quite all right. I can manage." Granny Zhang, mistaking Yining's resolve for mere bravado intended to alleviate her worries, felt even more heartbroken. Yining believed that a month would pass easily, but she was soon to be disillusioned. Once accustomed to a life of luxury, it was indeed difficult to accept a bland existence. On the 5th day, Yining could no longer endure the monotony and quietly implored Granny Zhang for something flavorful. Over the past few days, Granny Zhang had been limping to check on Yining and then glancing at the little lady, her heart brimming with contentment. Upon hearing Yining's request for something more savory, Granny Zhang's eyes brimmed with tears. In the entire household, only Wang Posey remained unyielding. Gu Dingchen had several times contemplated suggesting a treat for Yining, but each time he opened his mouth, he swallowed his words. They were all adhering to the doctor's orders, and Wang Posey had made it clear that anyone who offered Yining special food would be harming her. They had all pledged to uphold this agreement. With such words spoken, who would dare to contravene them? Moreover, the traditional postpartum customs forbade washing one's hair or bathing, leaving Yining feeling unclean, yet everyone felt powerless to assist her, as this was a custom upheld by the women of the Great Xia Kingdom. In recent days, Wang Posey had sought out other matrons for assistance, but unfortunately, had yet to find a satisfactory match. Wang Posey was responsible for Yining's meals and personal care, devoting herself exclusively to Yining's needs. You managed the household meals, cleaning, and laundry. Granny Zhang and Gu Dingchen took turns caring for the little lady, transitioning from a competitive approach to one of mutual concession, ultimately deciding that Gu Dingchen would oversee the daytime, while Granny Zhang would tend to her at night. Originally, Gu Dingchen intended to take responsibility for the evening, concerned that Zhang Momo, due to her advanced age, might not withstand the strain. However, Zhang Momo firmly declined, expressing her own sentiments. They were not yet wed, and spending the night together could tarnish their reputations. As days passed, everyone grew exhausted, worn down to the bone, unable to find a satisfactory caregiver for the child. Wang Posey resorted to selecting a woman from the local area to assist with cleaning and laundry, which alleviated some of the burden, allowing the group to breathe a little easier. For the time being, Yining had not held the child much, as both Gu Dingchen and Zhang Momo urged her to rest, fearing that lifting the infant might strain her health. Gradually, Yining developed a fondness for the soft, chubby little one during their interactions over the past few days. At this moment, with the baby beside her, Zhang Momo suggested they choose a nickname. Otherwise, with each person calling the child by a different name, the infant would be left bewildered as to whom to respond. In the end, Zhang Momo's proposal triumphed, and the little one was affectionately dubbed Qianjin, while Gu Dingchen's Cho Cho and Wang Posey's Shingan were unfortunately cast aside. Zhang Momo, lacking expertise in naming, simply felt that this infant held an irreplaceable value to her. After some contemplation, the group agreed that Zhang Momo's suggestion indeed had a certain charm, and they unanimously voted in favor. Thus, the nickname Qianjin was established for the baby. The discussion of a formal name also emerged. Yining had contemplated this matter for several months, but had yet to arrive at a decision. Gu Dingchen, too, found himself scrambling for inspiration, dedicating his nights to reading by lamplight in pursuit of the perfect name. And so, their simple lives began to unfold slowly in the western part of the city. Chapter 71. Seeking guidance, 2 days later, Yining felt utterly overwhelmed. It was now the end of August, the peak of summer's sweltering heat, and nearly 10 days without a bath had plunged her mood into a rapid decline. Even the comforting words of Mama Zhang and Wang proved ineffective, leading her to feel irritable even at the sight of the precious child. Yining herself was perplexed by this reaction. Having spent the past few days in the company of the infant, she had gradually grown fond of the soft little being. Occasionally, the child would be brought to her bedside by Mama Zhang, and she would quietly gaze at the cherubic face, finding warmth in the sight of the peacefully sleeping infant and inhaling the sweet scent of milk, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. However, the moment she caught a whiff of her own odor and that of her unwashed hair, her agitation would resurface. The meals she partook were bland and unappetizing, and despite everyone's well-meaning attempts to care for her, she felt increasingly stifled. Gu Dingchen, observing her distress, had been particularly attentive to Yining over the past few months, well aware of her naturally gentle temperament. Even during the arduous experience of childbirth, she had not exhibited such irritability or melancholy. He carefully assessed the situation and concluded that Yining's confinement within the house was a significant source of her discomfort. Coupled with her inability to bathe, she had always been someone who valued cleanliness. Moreover, the blandness of her meals weighed heavily on her, as he had heard from Mama Zhang that she preferred stronger flavors. Lastly, the infant's presence in her room at night likely disrupted her rest. In the evening, after discussing the infant's needs with Mama Zhang, Gu Dingchen hurried to the Huichun Tang clinic of Dr. Zhao. As he approached, He found the apothecary's assistant preparing to close the shop. Gu Dingchen raised his hand to halt him. "Excuse me, is Dr. Zhao available? I have matters to discuss with him." "Yes, please follow me, young Master Gu," replied the assistant, who recognized Gu Dingchen from the time he had transported the assistant to seek out Dr. Zhao for Yining's delivery. Dr. Zhao, puzzled by Gu Dingchen's sudden visit, initially thought something might be amiss with the infant. Upon seeing Gu Dingchen enter, he hastily grabbed his medical kit, ready to accompany him to the Zhang residence. "Young Master Gu, is something wrong with your precious child? I am at your service to go with you at once," he said, bowing slightly. Gu Dingchen returned the gesture. "Dr. Zhao, my daughter is quite well. It is about my wife that I wish to consult you." He paused momentarily, his face flushing crimson, and the very utterance of the word wife rendered his voice hoarse. After years of diligent study, he found himself at a loss to articulate the emotions evoked by that singular term. Dr. Zhao, his eyesight waning, mistook Gu Dingchen's reddened complexion for anxiety. Reassured by the news that all was well, he invited Gu Dingchen to sit and offered him a cup of tea. For the first time, Gu Dingchen felt as if he were sitting on needles. Perhaps it was the youthful shyness that had drained him of courage in uttering the word wife. Dr. Zhao, unhurried, instructed the assistant to pour Gu Dingchen a cup of tea. "Young Master Gu, my shop is closing for the day. Please feel free to share your concerns at your own pace, and I shall address each one for you." Gu Dingchen patiently waited for the warmth on his face to dissipate. When he was about to inquire of Dr. Zhao, he discovered, to his surprise, that his voice had become coarse and hoarse. He cleared his throat, yet when he spoke again, his voice remained rough and gravelly. Undeterred, Gu Dingchen continued to express his concerns with unwavering determination. "Dr. Zhao, to speak candidly, I have come today regarding my wife's matters." The two sat across from each other, sipping tea, one eager to inquire, the other willing to respond. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened, and the moon ascended to its zenith. Gu Dingchen felt he had gained considerable insight, and, after expressing his gratitude multiple times, took his leave from the apothecary. Stepping outside, he strolled through the deserted marketplace. Gazing at the full moon above, his youthful figure elongated by the silvery light. Chapter 72. Bathing on the following morning, Gu Dingchen returned to the Zhang residence, ready to take over the care of the young lady alongside Granny Zhang. He found both Yining and the young lady peacefully asleep, so he called Granny Zhang to the main hall for a conversation. When Yining awoke, she noticed subtle changes in the room. The windows were opened, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in. Inhaling the crisp air, she felt her spirits lift considerably, alleviating the inexplicable gloom that had plagued her in recent days. At that moment, Granny Zhang entered. "Ninger, rise and have your breakfast. Afterward, you shall enjoy a bath. By then it will be midday, and the wind will not chill you." Yining, somewhat perplexed, thought Granny Zhang had altered her stance. "Annie, did you not say I could not bathe for a month?" Granny Zhang, having developed a favorable impression of Gu Dingchen after recent events, smiled brightly as she replied, "Ninga, Master Gu consulted Dr. Zhao, who affirmed that if the postpartum tearing is not severe, and after a few days of recovery, you may bathe, albeit for a short duration while avoiding exposure to cold." She continued, "The midwife, Jin Yang, previously mentioned that your condition is not serious." Auntie, are you saying I can bathe?" Yining exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. She felt unclean, especially her hair, which had become drenched in sweat during childbirth. Having gone without washing her hair for 7 or 8 days in the sweltering summer. Compounded by the stuffiness of the room, she longed for relief. Once fond of her lustrous locks, the discomfort had driven her to the brink of despair. Granny Zhang, also cheerful, understood Yining's plight as she herself valued cleanliness. Thus, she had entrusted the care of Yining solely to herself, rather than allowing Wang Po to assist with other tasks, hoping to provide Yining with ample time for cleansing and to prepare delightful meals. However, even with cleaning, it could not compare to a proper bath. Granny Zhang had noticed the unmistakable odor from Yining's hair over the past few days, but refrained from mentioning it, secretly worrying. Now, upon hearing that Yining could wash her hair and take a bath, she felt elated. After consulting Gu Dingchen, they decided that for the time being, Yining could indulge in slightly salty, sour, and spicy foods after some days. Ninger, first have some porridge and breakfast. Today I prepared your favorite congee with dried scallops and lean meat, savory and fragrant. I thought you would relish it. After breakfast, both Wang Pe and I will assist you with your bath. We must ensure you do not catch a chill, and we will hasten the drying of your hair together. Yining felt a swell of gratitude, recognizing that throughout her pregnancy and the days leading to childbirth, it was Granny Zhang and her companions who had borne the brunt of the burden. Her voice quivered with emotion. "Thank you, Annie." Granny Zhang was startled. She was aware that crying during the confinement period was discouraged. During her time at the Marquis' residence, she had heard tales of a young bride who wept during her confinement, ultimately leading to severe consequences for her eyes. The gossip suggested that her husband's family had taken advantage of her vulnerability to impose their authority. Though Granny Zhang knew of those families, she was not well acquainted with them and had often silently scorned them. "Ninger, do not cry. If you do, Granny Zhang might faint. Just rest assured while we prepare everything, and we will summon you when ready." Having finished speaking, she hurriedly went out to make preparations. Shortly thereafter, Wang Posey brought in a bowl of congee made with dried scallops, lean pork, and salted bones. The savory and fresh aroma instantly enveloped Yining's senses, accompanied by date cakes, 3 flavor noodles, and salted duck eggs. Yet, Yining found little interest in the latter dishes. Her gaze was solely fixed on the fragrant congee. She devoured a large bowl in one go, complemented by a luscious salted duck egg, and felt a renewed anticipation for life. Although she had only been in confinement for a few days, it felt as if she were a ferryman who, after much struggle in the river's midst, had finally reached the shore. No one could fathom this sense of fulfillment. Granny Zhang watched Yining with a smile. Once she finished eating, she signaled for Wang Posey to clear the table and began preparing hot water for bathing. This time, the task of boiling water was quite substantial, so Granny Zhang decided to let Yining bathe twice, and to prevent her from catching a chill, she brought in an additional bathtub. She reasoned that changing the water midway would be cumbersome, and having 2 bathtubs would be more convenient. Observing this, Yining occasionally found herself truly admiring Granny Zhang's ingenious ideas, constantly feeling that bringing her out of the was indeed the wisest decision. Chapter 73. Seeking a wet nurse, Yining felt a profound sense of relief as she thoroughly cleansed herself, washing away the remnants of sweat and blood from her labor. The discomfort she had endured during those sweltering days, compounded by her apprehension to fully open the windows for fresh air, had left her feeling stifled. With only a narrow gap for ventilation, she found the oppressive heat unbearable. Each night, the scent of her own hair would dampen her spirits, leading to restless nights filled with tossing and turning. Now, nearly 10 days had passed since her last bath, and the mere recollection of those days sent shivers down her spine, leaving her to lament the absurdity of it all. Now, indulging in a refreshing bath felt akin to being reborn. Sitting contentedly before her vanity, Yining's spirits lifted as she gazed at the rouge and hairpins adorning the table. Usually indifferent to cosmetics, finding them uncomfortable and dismissive of jewelry for its cumbersome nature, she now perceived these items in a new light, sparkling with allure. She contemplated whether to enlist the help of Wang Posey to apply some makeup. As she emerged, Arya and Wang Posey quickly surrounded her, armed with towels to dry her hair, while Zhang Mama had initially intended to assist personally. However, Gu Dingchen had arranged for a carriage that morning, suggesting to Zhang Mama that Wang Posey should directly seek a wet nurse from the nearby village, thereby expanding their options. Yet, given Wang Posey's previous unsuccessful attempts, Zhang Mama decided to take matters into her own hands. Thus, the task of drying Yining's hair fell to Arya and Wang Posey, while Gu Dingchen attended to the young lady outside. Wang Posey observed Yining's reflection in the bronze mirror. Her complexion, once pale as jade, now radiated a delicate pink from the bath. Her lips were naturally rosy, and her eyes, large and round, exuded an enchanting innocence and charm, making her visage irresistibly captivating. It was no wonder Gu Gongzi had fallen so deeply for her. Such a charming and alluring beauty was a treasure to behold. Wang Posey had harbored doubts regarding Yining and Zhang Mama's true identities since entering the household. Her husband, a chef in a bustling tavern for decades, often shared tales of the establishment happenings, enabling her to discern the backgrounds of those around her. Zhang Mama claimed to be a lifelong spinster, living with her brother and sister-in-law until her brother's untimely demise when Yining was just 10. Deeply attached to her brother, her sister-in-law soon followed suit, leaving Zhang Mama to raise her niece alone. After Yining's marriage, misfortune struck once more as her husband perished at the hands of robbers while on a business trip, prompting Zhang Mama to relocate to the capital to evade predatory relatives. Wang Pozi found it difficult to reconcile this narrative, as Yining's demeanor suggested she was more akin to the mistress of a wealthy or influential man rather than a woman of refined upbringing. In contrast, Zhang Mama resembled a capable stewardess. Yet, since entering the Zhang household, her life had improved significantly, particularly due to the kindness of both Zhang Mama and Yining, instilling in her a renewed sense of hope and reliance. Consequently, she was no longer inclined to uncover their true identities. As time passes, certain truths become increasingly concealed, allowing her life to flourish. In her mind, Wang Pozi mused while deftly drying Yining's hair and skillfully arranging it into a casual cloud bun, without the adornment of hairpins. It was better for Yining to rest for the time being. After a prolonged deliberation over her attire, Yining ultimately selected a white strapless top paired with a tender green cross-collared short jacket, complemented by a matching French skirt. Wang Pozi observed that once Yining was dressed, she bore no resemblance to a woman who had recently given birth. Instead, she appeared as fresh and enchanting as a youthful maiden. In a moment of respite, while Wang Pozi and Arya tidied up, Gu Dingchen, having heard that everything was in order, stepped inside. Upon hearing the door creak, Yining turned her gaze and was met with the sight of Gu Dingchen entering while cradling their precious child. A smile broke across Yining's face as she noted that despite her own polished appearance, Gu Dingchen looked somewhat disheveled from the demands of caring for their child and managing daily affairs. Gu Dingchen found himself captivated, his eyes lingering on Yining, who sat by the small window, exuding charm and grace. Their gazes met, igniting a sensation akin to a thunderbolt striking him. He felt an unfamiliar discomfort. After days of witnessing Yining in a state of disarray, her newfound elegance rendered her almost unrecognizable. Yet, this sensation transported him back to the first moment they met, when he was profoundly struck by her beauty, never imagining that a woman could wield such influence over his life. As Wang Pozi passed by with a bucket of water, Gu Dingchen inadvertently obstructed her path at the doorway. With numerous tasks at hand, she could not afford to linger and thus interrupted the moment, addressing him. "Young Master Gu, please make way." Yining chuckled softly, causing Gu Dingchen's face to flush crimson as he cautiously stepped inside, placed their child in the cradle, and hurriedly exited the room. Once outside, he pondered returning but felt too bashful to do so. Instead, he intercepted Wang Pozi, who was busily shuttling back and forth to tend to the bathing tub in the room. He meticulously informed her of how long the child had slept and the amount of milk consumed. Even after conveying this information, his concern lingered. Having been the primary caretaker alongside Zhang Mama, he worried that Wang Pozi might not be aware of the child's habits. Thus, he settled in the main hall, contemplating the moment the child might cry, in which case he would rush in to soothe her. Chapter 74. Aunt Zhugu Dingchen found himself in a state of restless anxiety outside, unable to sit still. Aunt Wang and Arya came and went, casting furtive glances his way, intensifying his torment, as if he were sitting on burning coals. Despite the invitation to enter, he hesitated. Having seen Yining's disheveled appearance for several days, now, with her sudden transformation, his heart fluttered, leaving him both enamored and uncertain. Fortunately, the timely return of Granny Zhang offered him respite. Granny Zhang had personally visited the homes of wet nurses, selecting one after evaluating 2 families. She finally found a satisfactory candidate, a woman in her 30s named Aunt Zhu. Noticing Aunt Zhu's neatly trimmed nails and tidy clothing, Granny Zhang engaged her in conversation, inquiring about her experience with children. Satisfied by her articulate responses and relevant background, she made the decision to bring her back. Upon seeing Granny Zhang, Gu Dingchen felt as though he had encountered a savior. He had never anticipated her arrival with such eagerness. Upon her entrance, he sprang from his seat, his face radiating relief. "Madam, you have returned." Granny Zhang, observing his exuberance, began to question whether she had misjudged his character. This display of joy was hardly befitting of a person of profound restraint. "Thanks to young Master Gu, securing a carriage today made my trip to the wet nurse much easier. This is Aunt Zhu, who will be responsible for caring for our precious daughter. You have endured quite a bit these past few days, young Master Gu." Gu Dingchen, feeling unworthy of her praise, hastily declined the compliment. After exchanging pleasantries, he soon found himself outmatched. It must be said that experience prevails. Granny Zhang, having navigated the complexities of the whole residence for decades, had honed her conversational skills to perfection. At that moment, the sound of the child's cries echoed from within, prompting Granny Zhang to disregard all else as she ushered Aunt Zhu inside. Gu Dingchen watched them enter, his heart a mix of envy and relief. Despite having shared mutual feelings with Yining, he found himself behaving like a bashful youth in the presence of a captivating woman, unable to meet her gaze. With Aunt Zhu's arrival, both Granny Zhang and Gu Dingchen felt a significant alleviation of their burdens. As was customary, Gu Dingchen visited Yining during the day to read to her. Yet now, two additional listeners joined them, the precious daughter and Aunt Zhu. Granny Zhang resumed her role as the matriarch, indulging in daily pleasures while also tending to the child. Since the arrival of the baby, Granny Zhang had seemingly rejuvenated, taking on the role of the child as primary caregiver, second only to Aunt Zhu. She regarded the child as her most cherished possession, akin to her own granddaughter. The baby underwent remarkable transformations, changing almost daily. Before reaching 100 days, she had already blossomed into a plump, delicate beauty. Yining found it increasingly challenging to hold her. After a brief embrace, her arms would ache, prompting her to pass the baby to Granny Zhang or Aunt Wang. Nevertheless, the child's fondness for Yining was undeniable, as if an innate bond drew her closer to her mother. Though Aunt Zhu spent the most time caring for her, accompanying her to sleep and managing her needs, the baby still preferred to nestle her little head against Yining, listening intently to her mother's heartbeat and breath. It is perhaps due to the 10 months of gestation, the profound bond between mother and child, that she sleeps more soundly. Yining gently caresses her precious daughter's chubby little hand, unaware of how swiftly children grow. The garments she had initially sewn during her pregnancy are now too small. Consequently, Granny Zhang and Aunt Wang hurriedly procured fabric and commissioned someone to create new clothes. Yining had intended to craft them herself. However, each time she picked up the needle and thread, she found herself lost in thought, only to set them down again. Since the birth of her daughter, Yining felt increasingly lethargic, reluctant to exert even the slightest effort. Her days consist of indulging in delectable foods, cradling and entertaining her daughter, engaging in conversations with Granny Zhang, Aunt Wang, and Aunt Zhu, and listening to Gu Dingchen's tales, all leading to a restful night's sleep. Life feels profoundly fulfilling. Chapter 75. Auspicious attire. The inhabitants of the Zhang residence cherished their tranquil and fulfilling days. Each person had their own responsibilities, and the division of labor was clear, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere devoid of fatigue or quarrels. Yining and Granny Zhang were not demanding individuals. They maintained a reasonable standard for the monthly wages. However, both Yining and Granny Zhang had a fondness for good food, and they were kind-hearted, ensuring that the servants enjoyed excellent meals. After 3 months at the Zhang household, Zhu Pozi inadvertently gained 10 pounds. Despite her weight gain, she felt genuinely pleased. For a servant, being well-fed was certainly preferable to being undernourished. Arya was responsible for the servants' meals and the procurement of kitchen supplies. Trained by Granny Wang, whose culinary skills rivaled those of a master chef, Arya's cooking was notably commendable. She had effectively become the head of the kitchen. Granny Wang, now the steward of the Zhang household, managed the daily meals for Yining and Granny Zhang. The atmosphere at the Zhang residence was one of peace and contentment, with everyone diligently attending to their respective duties. However, Gu Dingchen felt a sense of urgency. He desired to marry Yining, longing to spend day and night by her side. Yet, he understood that given Yining's current circumstances, Her inclination towards marriage was likely weak. The situation seemed to have reached an impasse. Despite the mutual feelings they shared, neither party advanced their intentions further. Gu Dingchen found himself at a loss on how to resolve this stalemate. As the seasons transitioned from the sweltering heat of summer to the biting cold of winter, the 100-day celebration for the precious daughter was approaching. The household bustled with activity, each individual engaged in their own tasks. Even Yining and Granny Zhang, who were typically prone to idleness, found themselves drawn into the preparations. Yining was tasked with sewing the auspicious red attire to be worn on the day of the celebration, while Granny Zhang was responsible for selecting the fabric, as well as the gold bracelets and locks to be worn on that day. Granny Wang took charge of preparing various styles of auspicious steamed buns, and Arya was in charge of procuring the ingredients for the feast. Since Yining and Granny Zhang were not acquainted with anyone in the area and wished to avoid complications, they decided to invite only Gu Dingchen to the celebration. Although they had initially intended to invite Dr. Zhao from the Huachuntang and the midwife Jin Yang, the two renowned healers declined, concerned that their presence at the banquet might divert them from their duties should someone require their assistance. The Zhang residence was alive with activity, joy evident on everyone's faces. This was the first banquet the household had ever hosted. Although it was a small gathering, the festive occasion infused the atmosphere with happiness. Outside, the biting wind howled, and the ground was blanketed in snow. Though it was only November, Xia had already witnessed its first heavy snowfall of the year. Inside, the warmth was akin to spring. Yining sat on a couch, leaning against a dark yellow cloud-patterned pillow, clad in an apricot-colored front-button jacket and an indigo skirt adorned with intricate patterns. Her hair was styled in a side bun, simply adorned with 2 pearl hairpins, exuding both innocence and allure. She gazed at the freshly cut red fabric before her with a sense of deep frustration. Procrastination had plagued her for several days, and with the 100-day celebration fast approaching, she was reluctant to begin her work. The more pressing the deadline became, the less inclined she felt to act, watching time slip away before her eyes. As the moments drew nearer, Yining felt a mix of urgency and helplessness. Yet, each time she contemplated taking action, a little voice in her head urged her to rest instead, lamenting the fatigue that sewing would bring. The love of a mother cannot sustain Qianjin in her endeavor to sew the ceremonial garments. Granny Zhang, holding Qianjin, casts a watchful eye upon Yining. Ninger, Granny Zhang called out with a smile that did not reach her eyes. In the past, she would have never believed it. Yining, who once worked diligently in the Marquis' residence, producing exquisite garments, now seemed disinclined to sew even a single piece of clothing for 10 days or half a month. Chapter 76. The blessing bun. Yining wore an expression that was somewhat humble yet ingratiating. Aunt, perhaps we could have someone make a celebratory garment for the 100-day milestone? My back aches. Zhang Mama's demeanor turned frosty. It must be said that after decades of service in the Marquis' household, her sternness could be quite imposing. Ninger, you promised the young lady. Just a few days ago, you mentioned you would create the most exquisite celebratory garment for her, so she could become the most beautiful little darling. And if my memory serves me right, you were complaining of a headache just 2 days ago, and prior to that, you mentioned feeling out of sorts. So tell me, on which day do you anticipate feeling better? I need to ensure the young lady can wait until then to celebrate her 100-day milestone. Ninger's spirit sagged completely. Resigned, she picked up the needle and thread, her lips pouting as she seemed about to protest, but one sharp glance from Zhang Mama silenced her. The young lady, curious, glanced at Zhang Mama and then at Yining. Though she did not fully comprehend the situation, her interest was piqued. Observing the young lady's eyes, which sparkled like grapes, along with her cherubic round face, Zhang Mama's heart softened once more. She affectionately nuzzled the young lady's cheek, exclaiming, "Oh, my darling, your chubby little face is simply precious. Are you feeling cold? Should I have someone stoke the Kong to keep you warm? We certainly wouldn't want you to catch a chill. It would break my heart." At that moment, Wang Mama entered, lifting the curtain and bowing respectfully to Yining and Zhang Mama. Upon seeing the young lady nestled in Zhang Mama's arms, she immediately began to call out affectionately, checking to see if she was warm enough, occasionally touching her little hands and neck in concern. Yining felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ever since the young lady's birth, both Zhang Mama and Wang Mama seemed to have eyes only for her. She mused that perhaps the affection reserved for grandchildren truly exemplified the notion of generational favoritism, while it signified a diminishment in her own importance. She found herself quite fond of the current atmosphere. Assuming Wang Mama had come to discuss matters regarding the 100-day banquet, she cleared her throat and inquired gently, "Wang Mama, did you come for a particular reason?" Wang Mama, a bit awkward, rubbed her hands together. She merely sought to check on the young lady, feeling a pang of worry after not seeing her for a short while. Unlike the elder madam, who could openly embrace the young lady daily, she could only steal brief moments to catch up and chat with Yining. "Madam, I merely wish to inquire what style of blessing buns you envision, and what fillings you would like to include." Yining, unfamiliar with these customs, recalled Wang Mama mentioning that in her hometown, it was traditional to steam blessing buns for the 100-day celebration, symbolizing prosperity and good fortune. Zan Mama interjected, "Wang Mama, please elucidate what styles and fillings are typically prepared in your region." "Ninger, you must promptly attend to the celebratory garment for the young lady. These trivial matters are beneath your concern." With another piercing glance from Zhang Mama, Ninger, who had previously entertained thoughts of idling, no longer dared to linger and swiftly took up her needle to begin crafting the garment. Madame Wang was meticulously counting the designs of the auspicious buns. As for the old lady, she said, the buns can be crafted in the shapes of the zodiac animals, such as pigs, cows, and sheep, or even lions. For the fillings, we could use red bean paste or date puree. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Zhang decided to prepare a selection of each, believing that a variety imbued with good fortune would suffice. Madame Wang, affirmatively agreeing, did not leave but instead took a seat beside Madame Zhang, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at the precious child, playfully holding her chubby little hand and occasionally teasing her. Madame Zhang, wise with age, understood the true purpose of Madame Wang's visit but did not object. Their camaraderie was well established, and the presence of a few others only served to alleviate the monotony of the day. Furthermore, Madame Wang was meticulous in her work and, having never borne children herself, had watched over the child since her conception, naturally fostering a fondness for her, a sentiment entirely reasonable. Madame Wang was not only efficient in her tasks, but also possessed a skillful touch, ensuring that her presence would not hinder productivity. Thus, Madame Zhang welcomed her company. As for Madame Zhu, Madame Zhang harbored concerns regarding the child's nighttime awakenings. Madame Zhu often had to stay up late, which could leave her fatigued the following day. The thought of her possibly dropping the child was worrisome, leading Madame Zhang to prefer that Madame Zhu rest during the mornings to recuperate. Madame Zhu, with her fair complexion and slightly plump figure, was not devoid of wit. She understood the unspoken sentiments that permeated the household. The Zhang family was harmonious, and she took diligent care of the child. Having navigated the world for over 20 years, she was acutely aware that many individuals with wealth would employ servants who were incessantly laboring, leaving them with little respite. She yearned to continue her service in such a benevolent household as the Zhangs. Although Madame Zhang exhibited a touch of laziness, it could not be denied that her ability to maintain her position as a matron for decades spoke to her competence. Lady Yining trusted her wholeheartedly, treating Madame Zhang with the respect due to an elder. With a hint of melancholy, she turned her gaze to Madame Zhang and Madame Wang, who were engaged in playful antics to entertain the child. Despite her toothless grin, the child would silently chuckle in delight. The sight of her laughter only spurred them on further. At times, the little one would attempt to scratch her head, but being only 3 months old and rather chubby, she found it difficult to reach the top of her head. Her earnest efforts to raise her short arms often elicited hearty laughter from everyone, filling the Zhang residence with joy and mirth. Lady Yining wanted to lounge on the couch, savoring dried fruits while watching Madame Zhang and the others engage in lively conversation with the child, glanced at the red satin fabric in her hands. She knew that Madame Zhang's particularity would not allow for anything less than perfection in her work. With a sigh, acknowledging Madame Zhang's formidable nature, Lady Yining resigned herself to the task of sewing garments. Chapter 77. Enigma. Yining hurriedly completed the auspicious garments just a day before the grand celebration. She gazed with satisfaction at the embroidered attire adorned with symbols of 100 children, representing her fervent hope for a lifetime of prosperity and joy for her beloved. This garment encapsulated her aspirations. She sought nothing more than a life filled with good fortune for her cherished one. With a wistful thought, she reflected on her embroidery skills, which had not waned over the years, a testament to her dedicated training at Tianxiang Tower in her previous life. Rubbing her sore neck, Yining mused on the ease with which one descends from frugality to extravagance, yet finds it arduous to revert. In her past life, she would have been occupied with countless tasks in a single day. Setting aside the garments, she approached the dressing table, peering through the small lattice window to behold the world outside. The persimmon tree stood bare, its leaves fallen, leaving only dark, gnarled branches. After several days of relentless snowfall, the air was frigid, and the snow remained unthawed, blanketing the branches in a thick layer of white, contrasting vividly against the azure sky. Despite the somewhat desolate winter scene, the brilliant blue sky infused it with a sense of vitality. The burdens of her recent sewing endeavors seemed to dissipate in the presence of such beauty. Resting her chin in her hand, she gazed dreamily at the snow enveloping the earth, lost in contemplation of the merits of a life lived in tranquil monotony. At that moment, Gu Dingchen entered through the flower-laden gate, donned in a deep indigo round-collared robe, cinched at the waist with a jade belt. His raven hair was elegantly gathered with a jade hairpin. With a prominent nose and fair complexion, his tall figure exuded a youthful charisma. He stood on the stone path, where the maid had cleared the snow, wary of the slippery ground. His gaze fell upon Yining by the window, his expression a mix of complexity. For days, he had pondered their current stalemate, uncertain how to break the impasse, which had robbed him of restful nights. This was the first time he had been enamored with a woman, and he had experienced sleepless nights longing for Yining. He had come to realize the depth of yearning one could possess for another, meticulously envisioning her within his future. He had traversed the exhilarating journey from their first meeting, through the realization of his feelings, to the joy of mutual affection. Yet, despite the passage of over half a year, no moment felt as agonizing and fraught with trepidation as the present. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of what answer he awaited or what outcome he could accept. As the snowflakes gently descended from the sky, they settled upon his shoulders and head, dampening his outer garments, yet he remained rooted in place. After observing him for a while, Yining decided to indulge in an afternoon nap. Granny Zhang had already taken her beloved to rest, and given the cold weather, the Zhang household typically retreated to their rooms in the afternoons. Approaching the window to secure it tightly, Yining's gaze fell upon Gu Dingchen, encased in snow beside the persimmon tree. Concern etched upon her face, she felt a pang of worry for his well-being, yet simultaneously hesitated. It was she who had extended the invitation for him to enter, and she who felt the need for companionship when he had stepped forward. Now, due to her own lethargic disposition and her unwillingness to alter her current state of existence, coupled with a fear of change, she has unilaterally distanced herself from Gu Dingchen. Yining pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The two gazed at each other from afar, but when their eyes met, they hastily averted their gaze. Gu Dingchen feared that Yining might genuinely reject him, while Yining was apprehensive that Gu Dingchen would shatter this delicate barrier between them. Chapter 78. Clarification. Gu Dingchen stood in the snow, lost in thought, his heart in turmoil. He could not bear to see Yining in such distress, yet he dreaded the thought of losing her. He parted his lips slightly and called out softly, "Yining." Yining pressed her hand against her chest, her heart pounding fiercely. Filled with guilt and sorrow at the thought of losing Gu Dingchen, she truly wished to retreat, to escape. It was not that she lacked affection. How could she not admire someone who had devoted themselves to her, who excelled in every aspect, and who had always been there when she needed him? Yet, her feelings were not profound enough to sacrifice everything she currently possessed for him. Would marrying him truly lead to a better life? She feared that in the future, she would have to bear children, manage household affairs, and worry whether he would fall for a younger, more vibrant woman. Yining always considered the long term. In her previous life at Tianxiang Building, she had witnessed countless individuals, yet never encountered a man who remained steadfast. Did Zhao Yining not still harbor feelings for Pei Wuo? In this life, Li Shize, with whom she had shared countless days, was that merely a haughty? What would be the outcome in the end? Yining lacked the courage to gamble once more. Perhaps in her moments of vulnerability, she had wished to take a risk, but now she did not. Now, she possessed wealth, her own residence, and the companionship of Aunt Zhang, individuals who relied on her. She lacked nothing and would not risk it all again. Gu Dingchen watched as Yining moved behind the window, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. For the first time, this young man had placed someone so dearly in his heart. How could he accept being cast aside? With a helpless cry, he called out again, Yining. Yet, he could not bring himself to force her, nor could he bear to see her suffer further. Gu Dingchen slowly approached the window, his voice hoarse. Yining, I have known you for only a few months, yet in my heart, it feels as though we have shared a lifetime. I hope you will reconsider. If we are to be together, you need not bear children. Witnessing you endure the pain of childbirth has filled me with dread. You can live the life you desire, and I can enter your family. It would be no different from living in the Zhang household. After a brief pause, he worried that his words might pressure Yining. He spoke again, Yining, whether we are together or not is destined. I wish to honor your wishes above all else. That is my greatest desire. Yining leaned against the wall, clutching her chest, feeling helpless as she listened. She admitted that every word from Gu Dingchen struck heavily upon her heart. Shattering the walls she had painstakingly built, his words were incredibly tempting. In her 2 lifetimes, no one had cared for her in such a manner, nor had anyone made such promises. Had she encountered a man like him in her past life, at Tianxiang Building, she would have undoubtedly thrown herself into the flames without hesitation. Yet, now many things were different. Gu Dingchen, please go back. It is too cold outside. Her voice trembled. In an instant, Gu Dingchen's eyes reddened. He had heard Yining pronounce his sentence of doom. He gazed around, his eyes filled with bewilderment. In truth, over the past month or two, Yining's deliberate avoidance had prompted him to contemplate this outcome numerous times. Yet, he never anticipated that upon truly hearing those words, it would pierce his heart so profoundly, as if life had suddenly lost all its promise, leaving him unable to take another step forward. Chapter 79. The gift. Gu Dingchen stood outside the window for an extended period as snowflakes danced from the sky, settling upon his head and shoulders, melting and falling in an endless cycle until the warmth of his body could no longer dissolve the icy remnants. His mind was a haze devoid of thought, as if his very soul and strength had been drained, leaving him numb to everything. It was only when Qianjin awoke from her slumber, crying out for nourishment, that Gu Dingchen felt the world around him again. He yearned to plead with her, to at least attempt to avoid dismissing their shared future so easily. Yet, he feared that standing outside Yining's chamber might cast a shadow upon her, bringing her distress instead of comfort. Thus, he turned back reluctantly as he exited the Zhang residence. Yining concealed herself behind the wall. Even as she heard his footsteps, she dared not steal a glance at him. The thought of facing him directly made her anxious, fearing that their eyes would meet and her resolve would waver. The following day marked the 100-day celebration of Qianjin, and Gu Dingchen arrived bearing gifts, a longevity lock, along with a small wooden horse and pig, both painstakingly carved by his own hands. As Qianjin was born under the sign of the pig, he endeavored to create a likeness of it. The wooden horse, a common toy for children, was also crafted for her, as this was his inaugural attempt at carving, and the results were far from perfect. He placed the gifts into the hands of Arya, who opened the door for him and followed her into the main courtyard. Upon lifting the curtain to enter the inner room, his gaze fell upon Yining, adorned in festive attire, seated gracefully on the couch, gazing down at the equally jubilant Qianjin. Oblivious to his arrival, she wore a crimson jacket with delicate floral patterns, complemented by a dark-hued skirt adorned with gourd lantern designs, her hair styled in a bun, embellished with a finely crafted gold hairpin. Her face was adorned with a peach blossom makeup that accentuated her youthful charm. To match the celebratory atmosphere of the day, Yining's attire was more elaborate than usual. Upon noticing Gu Dingchen's presence, she lowered her head slightly, softly cooing to Qianjin. Zhang Momo, observing them, sensed a subtle tension between the two. Typically, they exchanged glances frequently, yet today, they seemed to be avoiding each other. Had they quarreled? Her mind swirled with questions. But she said nothing, merely expressing gratitude to Gu Dingchen for attending the 100-day celebration. As Gu Dingchen conversed with Zhang Momo, he reached for Qianjin's hand. When he saw her giggling at him, his heart melted. Having grown accustomed to caring for her, he took her from Zhang Momo, shaking a rattle gently while whispering soothing words. After a short while, he settled at a round table, placing Qianjin in her cradle, observing Yining's deliberate indifference towards him. As though she sought to establish distance, he raised his teacup to his lips, but as he glanced up, he caught Yining stealing a look at him. Seeing the signs of fatigue etched on his features from the previous day brought a flush of embarrassment and unease to her. A flicker of joy ignited within him, as if his spirit had been rejuvenated. He was certain that Yining harbored feelings for him as well. He returned yesterday and pondered carefully over the current situation of Yining. It is entirely reasonable for him to be reluctant to make a hasty decision. As long as she remains unmarried, he still has a chance, especially since their families reside in close proximity. The inhabitants of the Zhang residence have grown familiar with him and hold a favorable impression, which grants him an advantage over others. As he contemplated these thoughts, Gu Dingchen felt a surge of renewed determination. He gently lifted the precious child once more, engaging her in conversation, guiding her to recognize the various artifacts in a room, and sharing delightful tales. Chapter 80. The Longevity Lock. Qianjin's eyes twinkled with curiosity, darting from one object to another. At this moment, she found immense joy in discovering new things, particularly captivated by items adorned with vibrant colors. Gu Dingchen, undeterred by fatigue, expertly carried Qianjin around the room, delighting her with playful antics. Madame Zhang entered the room, calling for Gu Dingchen to take his seat at the table, and she then handed Qianjin over to Granny Zhu. Gu Dingchen nodded in agreement and followed Madame Zhang outside, glancing back at Yining with a hopeful gaze, yearning for her to look up at him, though he reminded himself not to rush, confident he could wait patiently for Yining. A part of him still wished for her attention. Yining, however, remained seated on the couch, her gaze fixed on the intricate floral embroidery on her sleeve. The banquet, though intimate, was lively. Granny Wang showcased her culinary skills, presenting a delectable array of dishes: the soft and fragrant 5-flavor apricot lamb, the aromatic scallion rabbit, the boldly spiced wild game stew, and the golden, crispy-skinned roasted squab, bursting with juices. Additionally, the copper pot, filled with an assortment of rare winter vegetables, mushrooms, and meats, created a vibrant tableau, steam rising enticingly, igniting everyone's appetite. Due to the small gathering of familiar faces, Madame Zhang took the initiative to arrange everyone around a large table. Her joy was palpable, her cheeks flushed with happiness. This was the day she had longed for, surrounded by family and friends, living peacefully without worry. She felt an urge to speak, yet feared that uttering a word might unleash tears of joy for the happiness she currently embraced. It was Granny Wang who broke the silence, presenting a small cotton jacket. "Madam, this is what I have embroidered over the past few days." Wishing Qianjin boundless fortune and delight, Madame Zhang gently touched the jacket, admiring the meticulous stitches, realizing that Granny Wang had indeed invested considerable effort. For a woman who spent her days cooking, to find the time and skill to complete such a fine piece was truly commendable. Arya also presented a small wooden horse she had carved, which appeared far more intricate than the one Gu Dingchen had prepared, causing him to blush slightly. Gu Dingchen then produced the longevity lock he had brought, placing it around Qianjin's neck with a smile, proclaiming, "I wish for our Qianjin to experience joy every year and to achieve all her desires." Madame Zhang gazed in astonishment at the heavy gold piece adorning Qianjin's chest, marveling at Gu Dingchen's generosity. Reflecting on his family's background in the silk trade, she concluded that they must be quite affluent. This realization filled her with satisfaction, akin to a mother-in-law growing fonder of her son-in-law with each passing moment. Yet, she remained discreet, knowing that everything hinged on Yining's feelings. Yining, touched by the atmosphere, observed Gu Dingchen's smiling demeanor, recognizing how genuinely kind he was to Qianjin, resembling a truly devoted father. Even in her previous life, while her parents were present, She had never received such affection. Memories flooded back to when she had not yet been sold to Tianxiang Tower, where her days were consumed with cutting pig feed and returning home to wash clothes for her family while caring for her younger sister. All the while tending to the pigs and chickens, regardless of the scorching sun or inclement weather. The feed for the pigs remained constant, regardless of the circumstances. Pigs, even chickens and ducks, hold far greater value in her household than she does. Since she can remember, her parents have never held her in their arms or uttered a tender word. Instead, her mother has incessantly complained and resorted to scolding in moments of dissatisfaction. Each day begins with an overwhelming array of chores, leaving her weary and burdened. Consequently, when she was sold to the Tianxiang Tower, she felt no nostalgia for her former home. Her sole desire has always been to live a better life. Yet, upon witnessing her daughter enveloped in such affection, tears of joy welled in her eyes. Yining thought to herself, how wonderful it is. Her thoughts drifted to Shize, whom she had heard about months ago. Recently, the great Xia kingdom celebrated a significant victory, and the townsfolk sang praises of the North Town Marquis, commending him for driving out the nomads, striking deep into the Liao kingdom's court, and severing the head of its king. The great Xia kingdom now stood without formidable foes, and the North Town Marquis had become a revered hero in every household. It was said that citizens near the nomadic territories had erected memorial arches in his honor, daily lighting incense in his name. Everyone proclaimed that the lives of the people in the great Xia kingdom would only improve from here on. If that were the case, surely Shize had returned to the capital by now. Yet, he had not sought her out, though she had resolved to distance herself from Shize and the Marquis, understanding that even the imperial family's might was beyond her reach. She feared that should the princess learn of her circumstances, she would find herself without any means of survival. Nevertheless, upon becoming pregnant and giving birth to a daughter, she still harbored a longing for that individual to care for her and her child. She pondered whether, upon discovering he had a daughter, Shize would be like Gu Dingchen, tenderly nurturing her with his own hands, feeding her, changing her garments, soothing her to sleep, and teaching her about the world. Chapter 81. Yang Mei wine. After exchanging auspicious words, Granny Zhang called for everyone to dig in, and they began to eat with great enthusiasm. Mistress Wang, a chef trained in a bustling tavern, had the copper pot bubbling with a rich broth, which was enticingly red and inviting. The bold spiciness and aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the unique humidity of winter, awakening appetites among the guests. The base of the soup was a stock that Mistress Wang had prepared the previous night, and to accommodate those who might be sensitive to spice. She also concocted a mushroom broth. Granny Zhang, ever the first to indulge, swiftly dipped a thin slice of lamb into the pot. Upon tasting it, the initial kick of spice was followed by the savory essence of the meat, a delightful explosion of flavors. Indeed, nothing could surpass the joy of meat. As she spoke, she eagerly added more morsels to the pot. Yining, aware of Granny Zhang's affection for meat, smiled and brought a plate of lamb to her. "Aunt, please enjoy." Granny Zhang, without hesitation, urged Yining to join her in feasting on the meat. Gu Dingchen observed from the side, cherishing Yining's joyful demeanor. He discreetly noted her preferences and subtly placed her favorite dishes within reach. Surrounded by the warmth of the hearth and the table laden with steaming dishes, the group felt no chill from the snow-covered world outside. As they continued to eat, Granny Zhang suggested bringing out the wine. Mistress Wang hesitated, glancing at Yining, concerned that the revelry might lead to drunkenness and neglect of their duties. Though she held some trepidation towards Granny Zhang, she recognized that Yining was the true matriarch of the household. Yining, not one to dampen spirits, promptly instructed Mistress Wang to fetch the homemade Yangmei wine she had brewed. This was a special concoction made from ripe Yangmei purchased in June, and she had seen Granny Zhang indulge in it multiple times, drawn in by its rich aroma. Previously, during her pregnancy, she had been disallowed from drinking, and even after giving birth, she had abstained. However, noticing her longing, Granny Zhang had devised a plan for Yining to secretly enjoy the wine at night, with some snacks prepared by Mistress Wang. Eager to partake, Yining too wished to savor this occasion. Mistress Wang joyfully responded and stepped out to retrieve the wine. Once it was served, the group found it hard to stop. Mistress Wang's brew was rich with Yangmei flavor, the alcohol content mild and smooth, making it easy to drink. The wine, freshly brought from the kitchen, had taken on a slightly icy chill due to the weather, yet paired perfectly with the steaming copper pot. A sip of Yangmei wine followed by a bite of meat was utterly delightful. At this moment, Qianjin had fallen asleep, and Granny Zhang instructed Zhu Posey to place the child in the cradle so she could join the meal. After a while, the group found themselves pleasantly tipsy. Being women who seldom drank, their tolerance was naturally low. The Yangmei wine, with its slight sweetness and refreshing aroma, was deceptively potent, leaving a lingering effect. Only Granny Zhang, with her robust constitution, had consumed the most and was in high spirits, inevitably becoming intoxicated. In her tipsy state, she rose to engage in a playful contest of fists with Mistress Wang, unable to clearly discern whether Mistress Wang was throwing punches or cloth, leading to a light-hearted dispute. Zhu Posey observed the scene, her eyes slightly dazed yet sober. Gu Dingchen gazed at Yining, who was also inebriated. Her originally pale complexion had turned a rosy hue, and her ears blushed a vivid red. Her eyes, shimmering with moisture, conveyed an extraordinary softness, and her lips were a luscious red. She was utterly delightful, provoking an irresistible urge to embrace and cherish her. Although Gu Dingchen himself was not intoxicated, he had consumed a fair amount. His concern for Qianjin made him attentive to the sounds emanating from the inner room. Typically, when she awakened, she would softly whimper for milk, stealing furtive glances at Yining. His gentle gaze was imbued with affection and a deep-seated possessiveness. Yining sensed his lingering gaze. Perhaps it was the enchanting atmosphere, the warmth of the hot pot, or the effects of the wine. She felt her cheeks flush further under his scrutiny, and her heart raced. Unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze any longer, she turned to him, her voice softened and laced with allure due to her slight intoxication. Gu Dingchen, why do you look at me like that? Unaware of how long he had been gazing, Gu Dingchen was caught off guard when Yining met his eyes. In that moment, the world around him faded, leaving only the reflection of Yining's radiant face in his darkened pupils. His throat tightened as he attempted to articulate a response, but the words eluded him. Seeing his bashfulness elicited a soft laugh from Yining. Gu Dingchen, overwhelmed by her laughter, felt increasingly awkward, his ears burning with embarrassment. He longed to rise and distance himself, yet was reluctant to leave her side. At last he stammered, his voice raspy, Yining I. Struggling to find the words, his heart thundered in his chest, intensifying his feelings of frustration and foolishness. He had never felt so inept, unable to articulate a single word before Yining. Chapter 82. Heartbeat Gu Dingchen gazed intently at Yining, nearly drowning in the tender allure reflected in her eyes. He yearned to utter something, to seize this moment to deepen their connection, yet no sound escaped his throat. He noticed a delicate cluster of hair cascading from her forehead, complemented by her misty, captivating gaze, an exquisite weapon capable of slaying him. The atmosphere was almost unbearable, and he feared it was but a fleeting illusion, that once Yining regained her composure, she would revert to her previous, aloof demeanor. Yining observed Gu Dingchen's flushed cheeks and his earnest yet flustered expression. Initially, she found the thrill of her heart racing amusing, yet now it filled her with a tinge of melancholy. Who was Gu Dingchen? A strikingly handsome young gentleman, of impeccable lineage, destined for a promising future. He was someone she could scarcely have dreamed of in her past life. Yet what was she? An ephemeral beauty, once tasted by countless admirers. And now, in this life, she had even given birth to a precious daughter. Gu Dingchen regarded her with such sincere eyes that it brought her a pang of shame. A bittersweet sensation coursed through Yining, yet her eyes curved into a smile. She shifted her gaze to the embroidery on her sleeve and spoke softly. Gu Dingchen, I am not as good as you think. Surely, the wise Gu Dingchen was well aware of the things even the village matron knew. He hailed from the esteemed Changshan Academy of the capital, and at a tender age had already excelled in the imperial examinations, ranking impressively. He was no fool. This year, he was slated to participate in the grand examinations. But his mentor, the head of Changshan Academy, deemed him too young and impetuous, fearing he might be impulsive in the political arena and suffer for it. Thus, It was deemed prudent for him to wait another year, allowing him to mature further. His mentor would regularly assign him coursework, and Gu Dingchen visited him bi-weekly for guidance. Having spent numerous years at Changshan Academy, most of his peers were either affluent or noble, and the rivalries there were no less intricate than those in the officialdom. Coming from a well-off family with commendable knowledge, he was among the top students at the academy, far from ignorant. In truth, he had seen much of the world. It was only in the presence of the woman he adored that he seemed somewhat naive. Yet, it was precisely because of her that he perceived many matters clearly, but ultimately deemed them inconsequential. In such a vast world, if one were to quibble over every detail, what meaning would life hold? Gu Dingchen's countenance paled. His heart ached painfully at the sight of his beloved woman bowing her head in such a manner. In this era, many challenges were beyond her capacity to withstand. She should not feel inferior or embarrassed due to circumstances beyond her control. He reached out, gently brushing his hand over Yining's head. Yining, you need not worry. My feelings for you remain steadfast, regardless of what transpires. He continued in a jesting tone. Moreover, I have my own imperfections, which you have yet to discover. For instance, I snore while sleeping. My mother used to say that if I continued like this, my future wife would be quite unfortunate. No one is perfect. We ought to focus on the present and the future. Yining, would you be willing to understand me more deeply? Yining lifted her gaze in surprise, meeting Gu Dingchen's handsome face and sincere eyes. A wave of warmth surged within her heart, nearly bringing her to tears. She despised shedding tears, for no one would ever pity her for it. Li Shize had led her to believe she had found redemption, yet he merely passed through her life like a fleeting shadow. Zhao Yining watched her as if she were a mere spectacle, only to engage in even more outrageous behavior. It was Gu Dingchen who regarded her with unwavering equality, making her feel that their relationship was one of mutual respect, as if she were just one of countless ordinary women being pursued by man. In that moment, she truly felt her heart stir. Chapter 83. Marriage? In a moment of impulsiveness, Yining spoke up. Gu Dingchen, let us marry. Surely what you said yesterday was not mere deception, was it? Gu Dingchen momentarily stood in stunned silence, his face flushing with excitement. Although he could not fathom the drastic change in Yining's demeanor, it did not deter him from promptly agreeing, fearing she might reconsider. Yining, wait for me. I shall fetch the token of our commitment. With that, he dashed out of the Zhang residence like a gust of wind. Yining remained momentarily dazed by her own declaration, her gaze quickly falling upon Gu Dingchen's retreating figure. It was at this juncture that she comprehended the weight of her words. How could they, unable to meet each other's eyes, engage in hurtful exchanges when they were now drawn together? Yet, how had she dared to utter the notion of marriage? Some emotions arise in an instant, and with a burst of courage, one can irrevocably alter the course of events, transforming the future entirely. Those lacking such bravery find themselves ensnared in endless contemplation and struggle. Neither approach possesses an inherent right or wrong. Originally timid by nature, Yining found confidence in Gu Dingchen, which empowered her to articulate her feelings. Before long, Gu Dingchen returned in haste, clutching a square box made of sandalwood, which appeared rather substantial. Yining assumed the token of their commitment would be a piece of jewelry. Meanwhile, they had completely disregarded the presence of others. Zhang Mama and Wang Posey had succumbed to slumber, their heads resting on the table. However, Zhu Posey and Arya were wide awake, feigning sleep. Yet their ears perked up at Yining's unexpected proposal of marriage, exchanging astonished glances before silently resuming their fade, eager to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. With trembling hands, Gu Dingchen placed the box upon the table and meticulously unveiled its layers, his eyes brimming with nearly overflowing joy as he murmured, Yining, you must not retract your words. As the layers were revealed, Yining beheld a jade bracelet atop the first layer. Beneath it lay a substantial stack of silver notes, ranging from 50 to 500 taels, neatly arranged and appearing quite impressive. The third layer contained a few property deeds, not many in number. Feeling a sense of unease, Yining voiced her apprehension, sensing that Gu Dingchen's gesture was rather extravagant. Is this bracelet truly the token of our commitment? Gu Dingchen gazed at her, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a gentle, warm glow that enveloped her face in a delicate golden veil, accentuating her ears that blushed a deep crimson. He felt an urge to gently bite her earlobe, curious to see if her cheeks would blush in kind. This thought caused a tightening in his abdomen, compelling him to subtly shift his lower body away. He silently berated himself for losing composure at the mention of marriage, fearing that Yining might perceive him as a hypocrite. Yining, this is my fortune. Since we are to marry, it is only right that I offer it all to you. Ah, wasn't this meant to be the token of our commitment? Yining felt a sense of inevitable resignation wash over her. Gu Dingchen's expression darkened. Yining, do you think this is insufficient? Is my inadequacy? Wait until I pass the imperial examination next year. Our lives will surely improve. Yining found herself at a loss for words. She was never particularly eloquent, and thus she could hardly contend with Gu Dingchen. With a sense of helplessness, she gazed at the substantial stack of banknotes before her. Having experienced poverty, she harbored a strong aversion to those who feigned destitution. Her tone grew somewhat frosty as she remarked, I believe this is excessive. Gu Dingchen immediately discerned the hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. He understood that his attempts to tease her were unwelcome, yet he appreciated her sincerity in revealing her true self before him. He regarded Yining earnestly and said, Yining, now that we are to be wed, I wish to entrust everything I possess to you. These are my belongings, and I desire to give them all to you. Please do not consider them too numerous or too few. They are all yours. After a brief pause, he added, should you refuse, it would imply that you wish to retract your commitment or that you harbor disdain for me. Yining found herself in a quandary. Indeed, impulsiveness was fleeting. Just moments ago, she was eager to marry, but now she hesitated, beginning to worry that married life might not meet her expectations and fearing what Gu Dingchen might discover in the future. Observing her changing expression, Gu Dingchen secretly rejoiced at his quick thinking. He had anticipated this very reaction, which was why he had brought all his possessions to her. He was well aware of Yining's character, innocent, tender-hearted, yet remarkably stubborn. However, since she had expressed a desire to marry, it signified that she genuinely entertained the thought. He was unperturbed by her current indecision. Most individuals struggle with making decisions in a game of chess, let alone in matters as significant as marriage. As long as he understood her sentiments and confirmed her intentions, he would be there to propel their journey forward. Chapter 84. Determining one's intentions. What matters most is her intent. Gu Dingchen, concerned about Yining's forthcoming words, was just in time to hear the soft cooing of the infant, presumably awakening and yearning for nourishment. Yining, I shall fetch some warm goat's milk from the kitchen. You should attend to the child first. Bewildered by Gu Dingchen's suggestion, Yining was led into the inner room, where the baby's sounds grounded her back into reality, making her feel as though moments ago had been but a fleeting illusion. Approaching the cradle, she beheld the infant raising her chubby little hands high, her round, bright eyes intently focused on her own tiny fingers, as if she had stumbled upon a wondrous new realm. Shize, despite his cold demeanor and social awkwardness, was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome man, while Yining was a rare beauty in her own right. It was only natural that their offspring would be exceptionally lovely and endearing. Though the infant was plump, it did not diminish her charm. Her features hinted that she would undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. As Yining gazed at the child, who bore a resemblance to Shize, her confusion deepened. Gu Dingchen entered, carrying the goat's milk, and found Yining in a daze before the cradle. A pang of unacknowledged sorrow stirred within him, and he lowered his gaze to conceal his unease. Yining, the child is likely hungry. I shall feed her. Observing as Gu Dingchen placed the bowl on the round table, Yining watched him gently lift the infant and settle onto the embroidered stool, feeding her spoonful by spoonful of the warm milk. Indeed, although the infant was Yining's own child and held the closest bond with her, Yining had yet to nurse or change her. Everyone had been cautious, insisting that she should rest well for at least 3 months and avoid bending down, allowing her only brief moments of holding the baby. Gu Dingchen's demeanor remained gentle, occasionally murmuring greetings to the infant. The child's favorite companions, aside from Yining, were Gu Dingchen, who spent ample time with her. His carefulness and strength allowed him to play with the baby for long stretches. teaching her about her surroundings and lulling her to sleep without fatigue. The infant responded with soft coos, and as Yining watched this heartwarming scene, she began to feel that her choice might not have been misguided after all, returning to reality from all fanciful notions, if given the choice. Gu Dingchen was indeed an excellent match. Gu Dingchen, I apologize for earlier. Yining's voice trembled slightly. From her tone, Gu Dingchen discerned her sentiments and felt a flicker of joy, relieved that he had not erred in his approach. He feigned seriousness, saying, Yining, as someone on the brink of marriage, your reactions are entirely natural. If one were to feel solely joy, that would be rather strange, as one is to entrust their life to another. I too am anxious, fearing I may not meet your expectations. For reasons unknown, Yining felt a profound certainty, yet found herself on the verge of tears. Lowering her head and biting her lip, it wasn't long before her eyes glistened with tears that fell like raindrops. Though Gu Dingchen was occupied with feeding the infant, he remained acutely aware of Yining's presence on the couch. Noticing her silence and lowered gaze, he sensed her emotional turmoil. In matters of marriage, regardless of gender, one is bound to experience a myriad of thoughts and feelings. It is impossible to possess only a single emotion. He understood this and was prepared to embrace her complexities. Gently, he placed the infant back into the cradle. The precious child has had her fill, and, when placed inside, neither cries nor throws a tantrum. She merely gazes around with her round, sparkling eyes. Gu Dingchen approaches Yining, crouching down to meet her gaze, gently wiping away the traces of tears on her face. It is only upon feeling the sensation on her skin that Yining realizes Gu Dingchen is so close to her. They have never been this near before. When they first encountered each other at the beginning of summer, he was still a youthful lad with a bright demeanor, tall yet exuding a strong sense of boyish charm. Now, after more than half a year, that youthful essence has faded somewhat, revealing the appearance of an adult man. Broad-shouldered and with a straight back, Yining feels, for the first time, the undeniable aura of masculinity emanating from him. She is taken aback, her body instinctively shrinking away. Yet Gu Dingchen senses her unease and feels a pang of concern in his heart. He is not as purely innocent as Yining might believe, endowed with remarkable intelligence. He had been apprenticed to the headmaster of Changshan Academy from a young age, surrounded by peers from affluent and influential families. He has witnessed the actions of many such individuals and recognizes that Yining's demeanor is clearly amiss. Gu Dingchen speaks softly, Yining, I promise. Being with me will not bring you harm. I'll protect you well. If I break this vow, then let me. Yining covers his mouth, feeling no need for such assurances. She can sense the sincerity and earnestness in Gu Dingchen's demeanor. Having made her decision, regardless of what the future holds, she is grateful for the days he has treated her with genuine kindness. In the span of a century, who can guarantee that life will remain unchanged? With her eyes glistening, Yining gazes at him, and Gu Dingchen, unable to suppress his desires, feels his throat tighten. Since Yining expressed her wish to marry, the yearning within him has become a tumultuous force, utterly beyond his control. He is irresistibly drawn to her, to the point of physical ache. Kneeling before her, he kisses the palm of her hand. Yining looks up, their eyes locking, and she feels a flicker of fear at the intensity of his gaze, one that is both assertive and insistent. Instinctively, she attempts to withdraw her hand. Gu Dingchen notices her discomfort, lowering his gaze and reverting to a gentler demeanor, as if Yining's apprehensions were merely a figment of her imagination. Chapter 85 Negotiation. Madame Zhang could never have imagined that after indulging in a drink during the 100-day celebration of her granddaughter, she would awaken to a transformed world. Rubbing her aching forehead, she lamented her advancing years, realizing that the effects of alcohol now hit her harder than in her youth, when such indulgences were trivial. Arya entered, lifting the curtain to present a cup of honey water. "Old madam, please drink some honey water. It will alleviate your headache." Zhang madam accepted the cup and gulped it down, having felt parched after her lengthy slumber. Noticing Arya's gaze fixed upon her, she initially assumed the girl sought a raise in her wages. Given that Arya had taken over the kitchen duties and was responsible for daily purchases, a raise seemed warranted. Feigning nonchalance, Zhang madam cleared her throat and inquired, "Arya, do you have something on your mind?" She then popped a piece of dried fruit into her mouth. Caught off guard by the old lady's sudden query, Arya was momentarily stunned, having just witnessed a significant matter concerning the mistress. As a servant, she felt it was inappropriate to address such topics with Zhang Madam, wishing to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Perhaps it was best for the mistress to speak directly with the old lady. She had yet to devise an excuse to sidestep the issue. At that moment, Wang Posey burst through the curtains. Zhang Madam frowned at her abrupt entrance, but Wang Posey seized her hand, her eyes wide and breathing rapid. Her complexion flushed. She appeared quite urgent. Zhang Madam, equally alarmed, urged Wang Posey, "What is it?" "It's serious, very serious." Zhang Madam's anxiety grew. Was so serious. Gradually regaining her composure, Wang Posey cast a glance at Arya. Understanding the cue, Arya thought to herself that she was already aware, but discreetly excused herself from the room. "Wang Posey, what is it?" Zhang Madam's impatience began to surface. She had little tolerance for secretive behavior. "Old Madam, I just entered the mistress's chamber and overheard young Master Gu discussing the necessities for the wedding and inquiring about the mistress's preferences and style." "Huh?" Zhang Madam exclaimed, rising abruptly. "Is it true?" "Old Madam, please take a moment. You should wait before heading over. I believe they have been conversing for a while now." Yet, Zhang Madam could hardly contain herself. This was indeed a matter of great consequence. She hurriedly made her way into the room. Upon her entrance, Gu Dingchen greeted her with a respectful bow, sharing his plans with her. Yining's cheeks flushed, surprised at Gu Dingchen's candidness. She shot him a discreet glare, to which he responded with an encouraging smile. Observing their silent exchange, Zhang Madam felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. With a hand pressed to her forehead, she turned to Yining and asked, "Is it truly set for marriage?" Yining, though initially hesitant, recognized that since a decision had been made and Gu Dingchen had offered his assurances and intentions, there was no turning back now. She steeled herself to move forward. She gazed at Granny Zhang, her voice resolute. "Indeed, Granny." After a brief pause, she continued, "I have just conferred with Master Gu regarding the wedding. It shall be a modest affair, merely a meal with the Zhang family. Following the marriage, we shall break down the walls between our two households, and we will continue to reside in the Zhang residence, with no alterations to that arrangement." After contemplating for a moment, she turned to Gu Dingchen and stated, "Furthermore, after the marriage, we shall finalize the name for our daughter, and her household registration will be under Master Gu's name. I also intend to reduce her age by half a year, asserting that she was born in early spring of next year." This was the agreement they had just reached. Yining did not wish for their daughter's identity to be publicly known, and she planned to discreetly manage matters with the midwife and Dr. Zhao. Gu Dingchen showed no objection. To him, their daughter was no different from his own child. After all, he did not intend for Yining to bear any more children post-marriage. Thus having their daughter under his name brought him a sense of joy. Although Granny Zhang was taken aback, she found it inappropriate to question Yining's decisions, especially considering how exceptional Gu Dingchen was in every regard. Chapter 86. Embracing her, Zhang Mama murmured softly, "Since you have made your decision, your aunt shall support you." Yining felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Zhang Mama, a person with a strong sense of boundaries, had always stood by her unconditionally, treating her with kindness. This unwavering support was one of the primary reasons Yining was reluctant to leave the Zhang residence, even after her marriage. Despite her words, Zhang Mama eventually stepped outside, claiming to be slightly inebriated and declining Yining's offer of assistance back to her room. Deep down, she felt the need to collect herself. This was the first time Zhang Mama experienced the bittersweet pangs of giving away a daughter, while Yining found herself too shy to lift her gaze. She could not fathom the reason for her embarrassment. It was overwhelming. Having never engaged in discussions of marriage in her 2 lifetimes, she found her heart racing far faster than she had anticipated at this pivotal moment. Initially fraught with worry and panic, she now felt herself submerged in shyness and longing. Gu Dingchen sat beside her, observing her poised figure clad in a crimson robe, which accentuated her beauty akin to a peach blossoming in spring. Her delicate features, framed by misty brows, appeared even more enchanting in the dim candlelight, as if she had transformed into a captivating spirit meant to ensnare him. Yet, He willingly surrendered himself to this allure, determined to remain ensnared until the end. Although Yining was not petite among women, she appeared diminutive in Gu Dingchen's presence. He noticed how his shadow seemed to overshadow her, igniting a fervent desire within him that threatened to break free from its confines. He coughed lightly, attempting to mask his feelings. At the tender age of 20, he had never ventured into romantic entanglements. Previously, he had found his classmates' tales of seduction repugnant. However, now that he found himself in a similar predicament, he began to comprehend that mindset. He entertained impure thoughts, envisioning himself pinning Yining beneath him, compelling her to call out his name, with her eyes reflecting only him. Yining, concerned for him, assumed that Gu Dingchen had caught a chill from last night's cold wind. However, she was met with his intense gaze, their eyes locking, revealing a fierce possessiveness that sent shivers down her spine. Perhaps it was the certainty of their impending union that shifted Yining's perspective. Though she felt apprehensive, a greater sense of shyness enveloped her. Suddenly rising to her feet in a bid to escape, she intended to step outside for some fresh air, but forgot about the small step down from the platform. Though it was not high, the sensation of misstepping startled her, and in her dazed state, she tumbled forward. Alarm surged through her as she felt her limbs freeze. She was not one to react swiftly. As she braced to fall onto the stone-paved ground, she instinctively closed her eyes, dreading the impending pain. In the next moment, a powerful arm pulled her into a firm embrace. The urgency of the situation prompted her rescuer to grip her tightly, causing her to collide forcefully against him, her softest area meeting his chest. Instinctively, she wished to shield her chest and crouch down, feeling a sting of discomfort. She subsequently bumped her nose and forehead against him, though this impact was considerably gentler than the first. Yining quickly realized the strength of the muscular arms encircling her waist. Gu Dingchen was nothing like the youthful lad she had always perceived him to be. She had never realized that Gu Dingchen was such a formidable man. His broad shoulders and strong back, combined with his upright posture, created an overwhelming sense of pressure as he held her so closely that she felt as if she might be devoured by his piercing gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, she shifted her focus to the black robe adorned with intricate patterns that he wore today, which only intensified the feeling of oppression. Unable to restrain herself, she murmured, "Gu Gongzi." Gu Dingchen seemed oblivious to her words. It was the first time he had embraced Yining in such a manner. He had never known that a woman could possess such softness, her body as pliant as a cloud, especially at her bosom. Unconsciously, his arms tightened, yearning to pull her even closer. "Ah, Gu Gongzi, it hurts a little," Yining exclaimed, feeling the pressure of his embrace becoming unbearable. She began to struggle gently against him. Only then did Gu Dingchen register her voice. Coming to his senses, he quickly released her. Lowering his gaze, he observed her flushed cheeks and the enticing swell of her bosom, his heart racing involuntarily, the desire to possess her becoming increasingly evident. Yining felt the weight of his stare but dared not lift her eyes again. Unfortunately, as she looked down, she was confronted with the unmistakable prominence of Gu Dingchen's physique. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she wished to vanish on the spot, unsure of how to proceed. Should she look up or remain bowed? Caught between these two choices, she found herself unable to decide. Chapter 87. The wedding date. It was Zhu Posey who came to the rescue. Pretending to be sober after a midday nap, she entered the inner room and took the precious child away. Now that the young lady had awakened from her afternoon slumber and had her fill of milk, she began to seek her mother. Zhu Posey had no choice but to carry the child to find Yining. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Gu Dingchen realized that his earlier gaze had betrayed him completely. As he glanced down at Yining, her dark tresses stirred something within him. Yet, as he followed the line of her hair downwards, he noticed her reaction to his presence. They instinctively moved a bit farther apart, sharing an unspoken understanding. Feeling somewhat awkward, Gu Dingchen settled onto a nearby embroidered stool, clearing his throat softly to mask his unease. Yining, seated on the couch, could not help but feel anxious. Her heart raced, and she was at a loss as to where to place her hands and feet. Observing Yining's discomfort, Gu Dingchen chuckled softly, lowering his gaze. Yining shot him a fierce glare, then raised her teacup to take a sip, steadying her breath before calling Zhu Posey to enter. As Zhu Posey stepped in, she immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. Gu Dingchen's earlobes were flushed, and Yining was not far behind in color. She inwardly chastised herself for her poor timing. Yet since she had already knocked and entered, she resolved to proceed as usual. "Madam," Zhu Posey spoke gently, "the young lady is looking for you." Yining took her daughter from Zhu Posey's arms. The child was pleasantly plump, and everyone in Zhang's household adored her. The little one gazed at Yining with delight, flapping her arms like wings and kicking her legs in excitement. However, Yining soon found it difficult to hold her. It was Gu Dingchen who brought over some warm water, taking the child back to feed her gently with a spoon. Watching Gu Dingchen as he fed the child, Yining felt her heart soften. Perhaps it was indeed a blessing for the young lady to have such a father. She spoke tenderly, "Gu Dingchen, what do you think would be a fitting name for her?" To be honest, Yining had contemplated names since her pregnancy. Yet now that the child was over 3 months old, she found herself still at a loss. Each name she thought of was soon deemed unsuitable. Gu Dingchen listened intently, feeling a tingle in his ears. He anticipated that Yining's voice would sound even more melodious after their marriage, sweet and intoxicating. "Yining, what kind of name do you envision for our daughter?" Yining pondered for a moment. "I truly do not know, but it should be something straightforward." Gu Dingchen found himself equally stumped. He prided himself on his knowledge, yet he was in the same predicament as Yining, having settled on ideas that later seemed inappropriate. They were unaware that the challenge of naming a child confounds countless parents, rendering their experience entirely normal. Gu Dingchen gently reassured her, "Perhaps the right name for our daughter has yet to come to us. It will reveal itself in due time. Much like when I seek a book and cannot find it, only to discover it sitting on my desk days later." Yining found herself amused by Gu Dingchen's words. What should have been an unfunny situation became entertaining as her defenses lowered. Observing Yining's laughter, which seemed to blossom like flowers, and glancing at the child in his arms, Gu Dingchen felt that such days were indeed delightful. Once the decision to marry was firmly established, Gu Dingchen became increasingly occupied. Aware of Yining's desire for discretion, he invited the residents of the Zhang household for a meal, opting to refrain from extending invitations to his distant relatives, as Yining had suggested. However, Gu Dingchen was determined not to let her feel any sense of compromise. With no one else to take charge at home, he sought the counsel of a matchmaker to inquire about the necessary items and the accompanying customs, which proved to be rather intricate. Each morning, he meticulously arranged for the acquisition of relevant items and expended a considerable sum to engage a renowned embroideress from the capital to craft Yining's bridal gown, along with several celebratory quilts and handkerchiefs. Given the impending wedding date, he was reluctant to delay proceedings and thus opted to hire professionals for the task. He wished for Yining to be spared the burden of these preparations, fully aware of the strain that embroidery could place on one's eyes and neck. Having previously run a silk shop, in the afternoons, he would visit the Zhang residence to accompany the young lady and share dialogues with Yining. Often, when the elder women, Granny Zhang and Aunt Wang, were momentarily absent, he would seize the opportunity to gently squeeze Yining's hand, causing both of them to blush profusely. Each time Granny Zhang witnessed this, she could not help but find Gu Dingchen increasingly irksome. Upon returning home in the evening, he continued his rigorous studies. Although he possessed a sharp intellect, it was well known that many who reached this level of achievement were equally gifted. Moreover, some families had engaged esteemed scholars who were more adept at discerning the preferences of various examiners and mastering the art of pleasing those in higher positions. Thus, Gu Dingchen devoted extensive hours each day to studying, unraveling problems, and solving exercises. Chapter 88. The Phoenix Crown and the Crimson Robe. As the wedding day approached, Gu Dingchen had already arranged for the walls between the two families to be demolished, creating a moon gate for convenient passage. According to the customs of the capital, the bride and groom were not permitted to meet for 2 weeks prior to the marriage, a trial that Gu Dingchen found profoundly challenging, truly experiencing the sentiment that a day apart felt like 3 seasons. Each day, he could only converse with Yining through the window, attempting to alleviate her boredom. Yining, accustomed to Gu Dingchen's presence, found the sudden onset of marriage somewhat disconcerting. Surrounded by a blinding sea of red, she felt the sting of tears welling up, a tumult of complex emotions surging within her. This was the moment she had long yearned for, to don the phoenix crown and crimson robe, and to marry the man she adored openly. Yet, it was also something she had never dared to dream could come to fruition so easily, all thanks to Gu Dingchen. Madame Zhang and Old Wang, observing her emotional turmoil, understood the gravity of the situation. Marriage for a woman was inherently a gamble, and Yining's circumstances were particularly unique. Madame Zhang grasped Yining's hand, imparting her wisdom. "Ninger, I may not know much about other matters, but once married, you must take charge of the household finances. Never compromise your own interests. Always prioritize your own needs." Yining nodded, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Fully aware of the importance of financial independence after a lifetime of poverty. "And I understand. Money is paramount. I shall keep my silver close, no matter what." Madame Zhang's voice quivered with emotion. "And remember to keep a watchful eye on Gu Dingchen. If you sense any signs of infidelity, you must act decisively to extinguish it. Do not rely solely on his self-discipline. A man's resolve is often as fleeting as a pig climbing a tree." Yining had not considered such matters and did not entirely agree. Since her fortunes had changed, her focus had been solely on herself and her child. She feared that involving herself in others' affairs would only lead to exhaustion. Moreover, she had never possessed the confidence to manage others, and regardless of how her life transformed, remnants of insecurity lingered in her heart. She offered a perfunctory nod, inciting Madame Zhang's frustration. Though Madame Zhang felt a twinge of anger, she recognized Yining's stubborn nature and noted the girl's delicate beauty illuminated by candlelight. With a heavy heart, she gazed at the young woman, now on the cusp of motherhood and marriage, and, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Yining, tears streaming down her cheeks. Old Wang, sensing the validity of Madame Zhang's words, glanced at her and, upon witnessing her tears, found herself similarly moved. They were reluctant to part with Yining. The experience mirrored that of marrying off a daughter. After months of companionship, they had come to regard Yining and her child as part of their own lineage. Together, in the small courtyard of Zhang's residence, they found warmth and solace in each other's presence. Fortunately, Yining would continue to reside nearby after her marriage. The thought of her absence was unbearable. Their tears ceased only when Arya arrived to announce that the seamstress from the embroidery pavilion had come to deliver the wedding garments. Due to Gu Dingchen's urgency, considerable persuasion had been required, inevitably leading to a significant increase in the price, before the proprietor finally acquiesced. At long last, after a fortnight of diligent preparation, the auspicious date of their wedding, the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, is upon them. The skilled embroiderers from the Jinxioj have worked tirelessly through the night to deliver the finished garments, ready to make any necessary adjustments. As the 8th day of the 12th month arrives, the Zhang residence is adorned with an atmosphere of festivity, vibrant red decorations embellishing every corner, while Zhang Mama and Wang Pa bustle about with great urgency. Early in the morning, Yining is gently roused from her slumber. Gazing out the window, she is met with a shroud of darkness. The previous night, she had struggled to find rest, as Gu Dingchen had stealthily approached her window, whispering sweet nothings. Awakening so early again this morning, Yining is plagued by a throbbing headache from her lack of sleep. A joyous matron, hired by Gu Dingchen, assists her with her grooming, expertly kneading dough for her breakfast, followed by the application of makeup and the donning of her attire. As she gazes into the mirror, adorned in a resplendent phoenix crown and embroidered silk robes, she cannot help but marvel at the grandeur of her ensemble. No wonder it bears such an illustrious name. It renders everything around her pale in comparison. The striking red fabric, lavishly embroidered in gold, dazzles the eye, while the pearls and tassels of her crown sway gently, accentuating the bride's allure. Her eyes, sparkling with the vivacity of spring, evoke a sense of disbelief at her own reflection, for she appears simply breathtaking. Chapter 89. Marriage. As the final touches of her adornment were completed, the sun had risen fully. After wearing the phoenix crown for a while, Yining began to feel its weight pressing down upon her head. However, considering the significance of the day, she resolved to endure the discomfort. Sitting somewhat forlornly on the embroidered stool, occasionally glancing into the bronze mirror to admire her own beauty. At that moment, Mama Zhang approached, bearing a plate of osmanthus cake. "Ninger, have a bite to quell your hunger," she urged. Yining obediently nibbled on the delicacies, and at that moment, Qianjin was also brought over by Granny Zhu. Dressed in a vibrant red garment, the child appeared adorably charming. Yining leaned closer, pressing her soft cheek against the little one's, her heart swelling with joy. Yet, Mama Zhang felt a pang of sadness. They were concerned about the potential for gossip amidst the crowd, hence the wedding was rather subdued. Only a few members of the Zhang family were present, along with the matchmaker and the groom, Gu Dingchen. The matchmaker had been specifically summoned from the outskirts of the capital by Gu Dingchen, and Mama Zhang wondered if he had learned something that prompted him to seek her out. She mused that a wedding should ideally be more festive, otherwise, it would feel rather disheartening. At that moment, the sound of firecrackers from the neighboring Gu residence erupted, instantly bringing to Yining's mind the image of Gu Dingchen playfully igniting them, causing her to stifle a chuckle. The matchmaker, aware that this signaled the arrival of the groom, swiftly checked Yining's appearance for any signs of distress, applying a touch of rouge and adjusting her veil. As the room was enveloped in a sea of red, Yining felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, tightening her grip on the embroidered handkerchief. Mama Zhang then stepped outside, assuming her role as a matriarch, taking her place at the head of the seating arrangement to await Gu Dingchen's arrival. Meanwhile, it took a considerable amount of time before the firecrackers ceased, indicating that Gu Dingchen was finally approaching. Yining felt a surge of emotion, knowing that he had taken charge of all the wedding arrangements, which touched her heart deeply. Suddenly, the sounds of the firecrackers fell silent, and Yining surmised that Gu Dingchen was nearing the threshold, given that the Zhang household was composed solely of women and servants. The atmosphere lacked the liveliness found in other families, where poetry and riddles were exchanged. Yining could faintly hear Mama Zhang conversing with Gu Dingchen outside, a realization that heightened her anticipation and anxiety, causing her to tremble slightly. Seated on the intricately carved bed in her chamber, surrounded by flickering red candles and draped in a magnificent red silk quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks frolicking in water, she sensed the imminent arrival of her groom. Before long, the door creaked open, and Granny Wang began to utter auspicious phrases, followed by the steady sound of footsteps. Yining knew that Gu Dingchen had entered. As the matchmaker greeted him with blessings, she handed one end of the bright red silk to Gu Dingchen while placing the other in Yining's hands. With her veil obscuring her vision, she could only make out the black auspicious patterned boots and the vivid red ceremonial robe of her groom. Gu Dingchen looked upon the striking figure before him, his heart brimming with joy, and without delay, he was ready to proceed with the next steps. The matchmaker assisted Yining to her feet, and she understood that it was time to bid farewell to her parents. Gu Dingchen held the other end of the crimson silk, leading Yining out the door with a steady and resolute stride. Yining followed closely behind, feeling as though he had transcended the essence of youth. In the main hall, Granny Zhang awaited, and upon catching sight of Gu Dingchen, tears welled in her eyes. When she saw Yining emerge from the room, her sorrow cascaded down her cheeks. Beside her, Granny Wang hastily offered a handkerchief, unable to suppress her own tears, turning her head away to wipe them discreetly. With a voice tinged with emotion, Granny Zhang implored, "Master Gu, you must treat our Yining well." Gu Dingchen, standing nearby, spoke slowly yet firmly, and, "Marrying Yining is a decision I have pondered for a long time. I shall not forsake her." Upon hearing this, Granny Zhang could no longer contain her feelings. She rushed forward and grasped Yining's hand, weeping uncontrollably. The two had relied on each other for over half a year, and their bond was akin to that of family, if not stronger. Yining felt a lump in her throat, wishing to utter soothing words, yet fearing that speaking would unleash her own tears. As the matchmaker had said, a bride must not weep on her wedding day. Granny Wang quickly pulled Granny Zhang aside, helping her to sit and signaling to the matchmaker that it was time to proceed. The matchmaker, understanding the urgency, instructed Yining and the others to pay their respects to Granny Zhang. After the formalities, Granny Zhang continued to dab at her tears with a handkerchief, fully aware that her emotional display was inappropriate, yet utterly unable to restrain herself upon witnessing the scene before her. Gu Dingchen, still holding the silk, guided Yining toward the Gu residence, where they intended to consummate their marriage, planning to move back to the Zhang household afterward. Chapter 90. The toast of union. Yining followed step by step behind, peering beneath the veil at the other end of the red silk, gazing at the man she was to accompany for a lifetime. After bowing to heaven and earth in the grand hall of the Gu residence, she was ushered into the chamber by the matchmaker. The matchmaker helped Yining settle onto the bed, and Gu Dingchen joined her. Yining felt the mattress dip slightly under their weight, followed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Gu Dingchen's hand, equally grasping the red silk, resembling that of a scholar, distinctly knuckled, pale yet undeniably strong. With a beaming smile, the matchmaker said, "Young Master Gu, lift the veil and behold your bride." Upon finishing, she handed the ceremonial rod to Gu Dingchen. Taking a deep breath, Gu Dingchen turned slightly, his hand trembling as he lifted Yining's veil. Listening to the matchmaker's voice, Yining tightened her grip on the silk handkerchief, still unprepared for the moment when the red veil was swept aside. Raising her eyes, she met Gu Dingchen's gaze, the candlelight accentuating his features, his high nose and clear brow, his eyes reflecting excitement and a fierce possessiveness. Clad in a vibrant red ceremonial robe, he appeared even more handsome. Gu Dingchen regarded Yining, whose porcelain-like face flushed with shyness, the pink hue of her cheeks contrasting with her glistening, downcast eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered, embodying an irresistible charm. Gu Dingchen was momentarily entranced, his throat constricting as he spoke in a husky voice. The matchmaker, sensing the intensity of the moment, intervened. The bride and groom must partake in the toast. With that, she approached with a tray. Gu Dingchen lifted a cup of wine and offered it to Yining, his gaze smoldering as though he wished to consume her whole. Overwhelmed by shyness, Yining found it difficult to meet his eyes, astonished by the intensity of his presence. Was he merely feigning the guise of an innocent and modest youth? As she accepted the cup, she dared not lift her head, mirroring Gu Dingchen's movements. The wine, specially prepared by the matchmaker, was a fruit concoction, gentle on the palate. Typically, after the toast, Gu Dingchen would be expected to greet the guests outside. However, as they had not invited anyone today, that step was omitted. The matchmaker, observing the powerful glint in Gu Dingchen's eyes as he looked at Yining, felt her knees weaken. The man's aura was overwhelmingly commanding, making it no wonder that Yining struggled to hold her head high. Who could remain unafraid in his presence? She mused silently that the bride might face some challenges tonight, for she bore the demeanor of someone with considerable worth, unlike a timid soul lacking such intensity. Having completed the formalities, the matchmaker prepared to join the feast, her stomach growling after a long morning of work. Knowing the schedule, Arya offered to accompany her to the Zhang residence. Gu Dingchen, aware that everyone at the Zhang residence was busy and that Yining had not eaten, called out to Arya to bring some food. Turning back, he carefully approached Yining to remove her phoenix crown. Mindful of its weight and cautious not to entangle her hair, Yining watched Gu Dingchen's earnest demeanor as he stood close, admiring his prominent nose and lips, the atmosphere thick with unspoken intimacy. The image of him this morning, playfully igniting firecrackers, brought an involuntary chuckle to her lips, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Gu Dingchen, observing the seductive glimmer in her eyes, resembled a famished wolf as he fiercely captured Yining's lips with his own, his arms encircling her back and cradling her head, fearful of her slipping away or escaping. It was not until Gu Dingchen, panting heavily, relinquished his hold that Yining could catch her breath. He, however, remained breathless for a moment longer before finally releasing her. His gaze remained fixed on Yining, gently supporting her head, their foreheads touching, as they both took time to regain their composure. Suddenly, he recalled that Yining's makeup required cleansing, lest it become uncomfortable. "Yining, I shall fetch some water," Gu Dingchen uttered in a husky voice before rising to head towards the Zhang residence, wary that lingering any longer would render him unable to maintain control. Behind the screen, he had prepared a bath, and since everyone at the Zhang household was engaged in a feast, he refrained from disturbing them, instead bringing Yining her meal. urging her to eat while he diligently transported buckets of hot water. When Arya arrived with more food, she noticed Yining already dining and was about to apologize. But Yining silenced her with a gesture, prompting the smiling Arya to bow and retreat. Within the room, the flickering red candles illuminated the scene as Yining savored her meal, glancing around at the red silk drapes hung by Gu Dingchen, adorning the beams, the bed frame, and the dressing table. Her gaze fell upon the vibrant red quilt adorned with intertwined lotus patterns, atop which lay an array of red dates, peanuts, longan, and lotus seeds. After a while, with the water prepared, Gu Dingchen urged Yining to bathe first while he finished the remnants of his meal. Chapter 91. The Kiss Within the Chamber. The dragon and phoenix candles flickered gently, heralding the sun's ascent to its zenith. Gu Dingchen, known for his swift dining habits, soon finished his meal. Although the year drew to a close in the chill of December, the warmth from the heated floor kept the room comfortably temperate. As he listened to the soothing sound of water flowing from behind the screen, he realized his cheeks had flushed once more. Concerned that Yining might find the aromas unappealing, he filled a food container to take back to the Zhang residence. On his way, he encountered Arya and handed her the meal box. Arya regarded Gu Dingchen with a smile. "Congratulations, my lord, on your nuptials. This evening, I will come with Li Pozi to bring water and food." Gu Dingchen felt a sense of relief upon hearing the first part of her statement. Yet his ears reddened at the latter, realizing that bringing Yining to Gu Manor might have rendered her somewhat inconvenienced. Thankfully, he had already resolved to return to the Zhang household 3 days hence. Now devoid of parental presence, he found solace in Yining's happiness. Upon returning to the room, he discovered that Yining was nearly finished with her bath. He seated himself at the round table, awaiting her arrival. Hearing a sound, he turned his gaze toward the source. Yining emerged slowly from behind the screen, adorned in a scarlet jacket embroidered with auspicious patterns and a matching skirt. The tailored jacket accentuated her slender waist, enhancing her allure. Having just bathed, her complexion appeared soft and delicate, akin to tender tofu, untouched by cosmetics, with her long lashes casting shadows upon her rosy lips. As Gu Dingchen contemplated the woman before him as his lawful wife, a potent surge of possessiveness ignited within him. His breath quickened, and he felt a stirring within. Feeling a sense of trepidation at the intensity of Gu Dingchen's gaze, Yining fixated on the floor tiles, taking tentative steps forward. After a few paces, she heard his breath grow more hurried, and instinctively, her legs felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. It was not the act itself that frightened her, but rather the overwhelming sensation of being consumed. Gu Dingchen observed Yining, motionless and bowed, like a fragile blossom at his mercy. His heart raced faster, and his fingers tightened around the wine cup in his grasp, as though she had transformed into the vessel itself. With a hoarse, restrained voice, he inquired, "Yining, what troubles you?" Hearing his voice only heightened her anxiety. Her ears flushed as if on fire. She stammered, I'm Fine." Yet Gu Dingchen could no longer contain himself. He lacked the patience to tease this enchanting woman any longer. Rising abruptly, he strode toward her, bending down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. In that moment, Yining acutely felt the strength of the man before her, her cheeks ablaze with crimson. It had been so long that she had almost forgotten the fierce hunger of an adult man. A fleeting thought of Li Shize crossed her mind, prompting her to shake her head, realizing it was inappropriate to compare. When she stole a glance at Gu Dingchen, their eyes met, and in fright, she instinctively retreated into his embrace once more. Gu Dingchen chuckled lightly, the vibrations from his chest stirring Yining's heart. As she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat, she sensed his own excitement mirroring hers. Initially, she presumed that Gu Dingchen intended to lead her to the bed. Instead, he seated her beside him on the couch. Confusion flickered in her gaze, but Gu Dingchen, understanding her perplexity, had no time to respond. He lowered his head and captured her crimson lips in a kiss, neglecting the necessity to breathe. It was only when they could no longer sustain their breaths that Gu Dingchen reluctantly parted, yet he held her tightly in his embrace, fearing that she might escape. The matchmaker had mentioned they could only share a chamber by nightfall. Gu Dingchen addressed her unspoken questions, his voice tinged with breathlessness. Yining's cheeks flushed anew. She cast him a reproachful glance, only to be startled into retreat by his unabashed gaze, hastily seeking refuge in his arms. Yet Gu Dingchen would not relent, pressing her back onto the couch to kiss her tenderly. Unlike their previous encounters, where savoring was overlooked, this time, despite his urgency, Gu Dingchen approached with profound patience, gradually mastering the art of breathing amidst their passionate exchanges. Eventually, breathless and exhilarated, they paused, their lips lingering in the aftermath of their fervent kisses. Chapter 92. The kiss. To Yining found herself genuinely startled by Gu Dingchen. The kiss had left her lips aching, and he showed no signs of stopping. As he leaned in for another kiss, she instinctively covered her mouth, feeling a surge of anxiety. Gu Dingchen, please don't kiss me anymore. It hurts too much. Noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes and the misty allure of her brows, Gu Dingchen's voice turned husky with concern. What is it? The moment Yining heard his voice, she felt as if he were a ravenous beast, and she was his prey. With a quiver of grievance in her tone, she replied, "My lips hurt too much. Please don't kiss me like that." Just the sound of her voice ignited his imagination, conjuring images of Yining beneath him that night. He recognized his own mounting impatience, but found himself unable to restrain his desires. "Let me see," he murmured, moving closer to tenderly kiss the back of her hand that shielded her lips. Yining felt a tingling sensation from the kiss, as if her entire being were aflame with an insatiable itch. Overwhelmed by this sensation and unable to escape his lips, she began to cry in fear. Hearing her sobs, Gu Dingchen paused, observing her trembling form beneath him. Initially concerned that he was pressing down too hard, he propped himself up on his hands. Yet, the gentle contact between their bodies only fueled the fire within him, intensifying his desire to explore further. Straining to maintain composure, he took several deep breaths before lifting Yining into his arms. "Do your lips hurt?" he asked softly. Yining was genuinely frightened by his overwhelming aura of possession, compounded by the nervousness of her new role as a wife. She wished to respond thoughtfully, but her tears made it nearly impossible. With a hint of exasperation, Gu Dingchen gently pried her hands away, revealing her swollen and rosy lips, which only deepened his concern and stirred an unfamiliar tightness in his abdomen. Lacking experience, he struggled to navigate the delicate situation with Yining. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. The desire within him clawed at his insides, urging him to abandon restraint, even as he endeavored to maintain the haughty of a gentleman, soothing Yining with gentle words. As he held her close, he yearned to imprint himself upon her entirely, yet feared causing her pain if he were too forceful. Yining's collar had loosened slightly from their earlier kisses, and as Gu Dingchen tenderly kissed the corners of her lips, he spoke playful words, desperately clinging to the remnants of his rationality. Gradually, her emotional turmoil began to settle. In that moment, Gu Dingchen's attention shifted to her collar. He gazed at the fair skin beside her neck, his mind flooded with the memory of her soft pleas. He looked down at Yining's innocent and enchanting features, akin to a Navi sprite unaware of the world's complexities. An impulse surged within him to envelop her in his essence, igniting a fierce blaze of longing that left him parched and devoid of reason. Gu Dingchen felt the fraying thread of his rationality threatening to snap, glancing at the light streaming through the window, aware that night was still some time away. Once again, I recall that the old matriarch remarked that newlyweds sharing a bed during daylight might hinder their prospects for a lasting union. It is imperative to wait until nightfall. He found himself at a loss, gently coaxing Yining to recline on the couch while he moved to the round table to pour himself a jug of cold water. The room was not particularly warm, and he wore only a single garment beneath his vibrant red wedding robe, which had become somewhat damp at the back. Yining was puzzled as to why Gu Dingchen's attire was so soaked. Yet, he turned his back to her and spoke. "Yining, I need to take a bath." With that, he stepped into the bathing area behind the screen. "Gu Dingchen, the water is a bit cold. Should I have Area change it?" Yining's voice drifted from behind the screen. "No need. The water temperature is just right now." "Yining, you should rest for a while," Gu Dingchen replied, glancing at his hands with a sense of helplessness. Yining, sensing the absence of water sounds, found it rather odd until she heard Gu Dingchen's labored breaths. Lowering her gaze slightly, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she felt that her perspective on married life had shifted significantly. Chapter 93. Venison. Initially, Yining felt a slight flush of embarrassment as she awaited Gu Dingchen's arrival, but after an hour had passed without him emerging, her interest began to wane. Hesitant to call out, she succumbed to the drowsiness of the afternoon and soon found herself dozing off at the round table. Gu Dingchen, on the other hand, was not reluctant to emerge. Rather, he was paralyzed by trepidation. After seeking solace in a warm bath, he found himself submerged in the cooling waters, struggling to regain his composure. Just as he settled his mind, the realization struck him that this was the bath Yining had used, igniting a renewed fervor within him. Overwhelmed with apprehension, he feared that, as his classmates had warned, excessive indulgence might leave Yining dissatisfied. In an effort to divert his thoughts, he focused on the challenging questions posed by the dean, contemplating how he might approach them should he find himself before the court. Adhering to the edicts issued by the sovereign in recent years, after a lengthy period of contemplation, he finally recognized that the water in the tub had turned icy. Rising to dress, he felt a twinge of unease as he stepped outside the screen, worried that Yining had been waiting too long. His heart ached for her gentle nature, and he yearned for her to speak to him without reservations. It was then that he discovered Yining had fallen asleep at the table. Mesmerized, he gazed upon her serene visage. Her lips slightly parted and her cheeks flushed. She resembled a delicate peony floating atop rich cream, pure and enchanting. Concerned that she might be uncomfortable or catch a chill, he approached their marital bed. Gently removing the lotus seeds and red dates he had meticulously arranged there the previous day, he then carefully lifted Yining and laid her upon the bed. As he gazed at her, the tumult of desire faded, leaving only a profound affection in his eyes. Leaning down, he pressed a tender kiss upon the back of her hand, lingering in that moment. Though he had witnessed the world's harsh realities, his heart had grown numb since the death of his parents at the tender age of 13. The deceitful faces of classmates and distant relatives had left him jaded. They sought to undermine him, hoping to seize the inheritance left by his parents. He had encountered the darker aspects of humanity, yet his innate intelligence had enabled him to endure. Reluctant to dwell on the bitterness of his past, he was nonetheless acutely aware of the shadows it cast upon his heart. The first time he laid eyes on Yining standing in the sunlight, her radiant spirit sparked hope within him, and he admitted to being somewhat enchanted by her beauty. As their interactions deepened, he began to aspire to mend his fractured heart, envisioning a warm home for both her and himself. Yining was not the only one plagued by doubts about their relationship. He harbored his own fears. With his parents gone, he questioned his ability to nurture a family, having not opened his heart to anyone in years. He worried that his heart had rotted from neglect, rendering him incapable of love and care. Now, his heart resembled a dilapidated house, battered by years of solitude and repression, in dire need of repair since the passing of his loved ones. Every instance of her deliberate avoidance and rejection pierced his heart, leading to restless nights spent questioning what flaws he possessed that caused her reluctance to embrace him. It was through encountering her that he found the resolve to rebuild his heart, despite its repeated collapses. Gu Dingchen gently placed her hand against his face and whispered, "Yining, I hope we grow old together." When Yining awakened, twilight had already descended. Perhaps it was due to an early rise or the overwhelming emotions of their marriage that had drained her energy, resulting in an unusually prolonged afternoon slumber. As soon as she stirred, Gu Dingchen glanced over at her, engrossed in his reading by the round table. The urgency of his newfound marital status instilled in him a fervent desire to excel in the upcoming imperial examination, a goal he had cherished for over a decade. His aspiration had always been to serve as an official, to implement tangible improvements for the citizens of the Great Xia. Now, an additional hope blossomed within him, to elevate Yining's status and ensure her future prosperity, so that their daughter could also find a worthy match as she grew. He contemplated that perhaps this was the very reason his father had tirelessly managed the silk shop, finding fulfillment in the labor. He approached her gently, assisting her to sit up, and inquired softly, "Yining, would you care for some dinner?" Yining perceived that Gu Dingchen had reverted to his usual self, the earlier pressure dissipating. However, Recalling the events of the morning, her ears flushed crimson. Fortunately, at that moment, Arya arrived with a food box. Otherwise, Yining felt she might not be able to face him again. Although Gu Dingchen appeared his former self, it did not mean she could treat him as before. Gu Dingchen personally opened the door. Arya's eyes sparkled with a certain gleam as she observed Yining on the bed, her gaze brightening further. Gu Dingchen made no effort to stop her, merely thinking that such a look would likely cause Yining to lower her head even more. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Yining felt utterly mortified at Arya's scrutiny, wishing fervently that something significant had transpired to justify such attention. Yet, Arya remained oblivious, her eyes darting between the two, distractedly listing the dishes. "Master, madam, here we have chestnut stewed chicken, perfect for winter to warm the body. And this is venison, specially procured by the old lady at a high price." Yining's ears burned with embarrassment. She was well aware of her unreliable aunt. Gu Dingchen turned to look at her, his lips pressed together, and in the dim candlelight, the tenderness and amusement in his eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. Chapter 94. The wedding night, the two enjoyed their first dinner as a married couple. After obtaining the information she desired, Arya quietly withdrew, leaving the atmosphere increasingly harmonious. Gu Dingchen served Yining her favorite dishes. Perhaps it was the delightful ambience, or the fulfillment of long-held wishes, or perhaps the solitude that had plagued them for years was finally coming to an end. Gu Dingchen gazed at Yining under the candlelight. She sat gracefully on her embroidered stool, quietly savoring her porridge. The warm glow enveloped her, while her eyes shimmered with shyness and hope for the future. Gu Dingchen felt a surge of emotion, his eyes turning misty. The world harbors much malice, indifference, and coldness. He cared little for most of it. He longed to protect her, wishing for her to always possess a radiant light in her eyes. Sensing the warmth in his gaze, Gu Dingchen turned his head slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He was not a sentimental man and did not wish for Yining to see him in such a state. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Yining continued to eat, too shy to glance back at the intense gaze directed her way. When she nearly finished her meal, she noticed that Gu Dingchen had yet to take a bite. Knowing he had eaten at noon, she realized he must be hungry now. After much internal conflict, she hesitantly asked, "Gu Dingchen, aren't you going to eat?" His expression had returned to normal as he tenderly brushed her hair, his eyes filled with affection and understanding. "Are you worried that I won't fulfill my important task tonight?" Yining felt her ears flush. She hadn't anticipated Gu Dingchen would change how he addressed her. She dared not meet his gaze, feeling that the term Ning was far more intimate than Yining. The way he spoke, his voice husky and lingering, intoxicated her, leaving her momentarily lost. With the double dragon and phoenix candles burning brightly in the room, Gu Dingchen offered her tea to rinse her mouth. Yining summoned her courage to engage him in conversation, as they had not had a proper dialogue all day. However, before she could say anything, he swept her into his arms, carrying her towards the candles for her to extinguish. As she stared at the flickering flames, the heat felt almost overwhelming, igniting her shyness to the point of being unable to compose herself until Gu Dingchen gently pressed her down. She felt the warmth of his skin through his clothes as he earnestly kissed the corners of her lips and then her forehead. Sensing her relaxation, he began to untie one side of her garment. Yining waited in anticipation for his next move, but when she opened her eyes, illuminated by the faint moonlight, she noticed beads of sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to untie her intricately crafted jacket. It was not that Gu Dingchen lacked the skill. The dim light and the complex knot, designed by Granny Luo to accentuate her waist, made it challenging. Flushing, Yining found herself instructing him on how to loosen it. Once their outer garments were finally unfastened, Gu Dingchen's perspiration increased, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to the difficulty or something else. The droplets of sweat trickled down from his forehead to his chin, and as Yining watched one bead slide into his collar, she nervously swallowed. Gu Dingchen chuckled softly before removing his clothing, inviting Yining to admire him. The night unfolded with passionate waves. On the afternoon of the following day, the sunlight poured in at an angle, casting a warm glow indoors. Gu Dingchen had already awakened, as he had done for the past several years. At the precise moment of Chun, Yining opened her eyes and beheld Gu Dingchen, engrossed in a book at the round table beside her. A hint of shyness washed over her as she recalled the events of the previous night. Gu Dingchen was undeniably vigorous and substantial, with broad shoulders, a strong back, a slender waist, and long legs. Despite her discomfort, he had shown no intention of relenting, gently soothing her with soft words while persistently engaging her time and again. Upon noticing Yining's awakening, Gu Dingchen felt a twinge of embarrassment, for this was his first experience of such candid intimacy. Although a man, he too harbored a degree of shyness, unsure of how to face Yining in the light of day. In a flurry, he stepped outside to instruct Arya to bring in water for Yining's bath. Once Arya entered to attend to her, he found himself pacing nervously outside the door, glancing at the snow-clad scenery, yet unable to find tranquility within himself. Chapter 95. The return gift. It was only when Arya stepped out to push the door open and Gu Dingchen entered the room that he comprehended the source of his unease. Upon seeing Yining, his heart regained its steady rhythm. In the subsequent 2 days, Yining truly witnessed the fervor of a man newly awakened to desires. Although Shize was equally matched, he was even more ferocious in their intimate moments. However, he had responsibilities to fulfill, rising early each day to attend to military affairs. And the bustling matters of the capital required his attention. He also had to navigate the social intricacies of the Marquis while keeping Yining's existence concealed from others, leaving him little time for indulgence. In contrast, Gu Dingchen was unencumbered, merely a scholar immersed in his studies at home, with no relatives or elders to offer counsel. Consequently, his thoughts were consumed entirely by Yining. She felt as though she had relinquished all sense of modesty, as each day brought unexpected moments where Gu Dingchen would sweep her off her feet and toss her onto the bed or the couch. Even during serene moments by the window, admiring the snowfall, his primal instincts would erupt. When she inquired about his motivations, he merely stated that he found her silhouette exceedingly appealing, leaving Yining feeling exhausted. Naturally gifted and quick to learn, Gu Dingchen's rapid development left her apprehensive. Despite having endured years of hardship at the Tianxiang Tower in her previous life, she now found herself wanting to plead for respite. Arya had grown accustomed to the sight of their flushed faces, the novelty of it long since faded. Yining eagerly anticipated the swift passage of these 3 days, longing for her return to the Zhang household, where she hoped to find some semblance of protection. She harbored concerns for her own well-being. Though she had never heard of land being ruined through cultivation, she felt that under such circumstances, while the ox may remain unscathed, the field would inevitably suffer. As she awaited the arrival of the 3rd day, Yining's desire to return to the Zhang residence intensified. After Arya delivered breakfast, she urged Gu Dingchen to prepare for their departure. "Gu Dingchen, when shall we return? I long to see Qianjin," she implored. Gu Dingchen, observing Yining's wandering gaze and the hint of fatigue upon her countenance, recognized the duality in her words. "Do you truly wish to see Qianjin?" he teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Upon meeting his gaze, Yining realized that he had discerned her facade, leaving her feeling helpless against his perceptiveness. However, Gu Dingchen chose not to press her further, concerned that Yining might genuinely feel discontented. He promptly retreated to a nearby room to retrieve the meticulously prepared return gifts he had assembled days prior. Upon seeing the array of red brocade boxes on the round table, Yining's eyes lit up with delight, and Gu Dingchen's heart swelled at her joyful expression. He cherished her happiness and could not bear to see her disheartened. Yining gazed in astonishment at the numerous boxes, resembling a small mountain. Curiosity piqued, she opened a few, discovering ginseng, deer antler, royal jelly, along with fine wine and tea. "Gu Dingchen, how did you manage to prepare so many items within a fortnight? Did you do this all on your own?" she inquired. "These were not difficult. I merely followed the suggestions of the matchmaker, who provided a detailed list of these items," he replied nonchalantly. Yet Yining understood the exhaustion that accompanied such undertakings, realizing why he had lost some weight during this period. Her gaze drifted around the room and courtyard, taking in the red silk, lanterns, and even the small dragon and phoenix candles, bowls, chopsticks, and embroidered handkerchiefs, all of which he had painstakingly arranged. Yining's eyes were slightly reddened. And once again, she felt the genuine sincerity with which Gu Dingchen treated her. She playfully embraced him, wrapping her arms around his neck, her tone sweet. "My dear, you are truly wonderful." Gu Dingchen felt as if his heart were immersed in honey. No wonder his former classmates remarked that he did not understand the virtues of women. He now admitted that he indeed lacked such understanding, having previously been too narrow-minded. At this moment, even if Yining were to demand his life, he would willingly offer it, for the sensation was intoxicating and yet utterly delightful. "Ninger, do you truly think I am good? If so, we still have time, Before Gu Dingchen could finish his sentence, Yining had already descended from him and opened the door, standing at the threshold awaiting him. The emptiness left him with a tinge of melancholy, yet looking at Yining at the door, he felt fortunate to have married her. With too many items to carry, Gu Dingchen could not manage alone, so he called for Arya and Wang Pe. Throughout this process, Yining stood at the door, too timid to step back inside. Chapter 96. The return. As they were about to leave, Gu Dingchen draped a fox fur coat over Yining, mindful of the biting cold outside. The relentless snow had accumulated for days, and he worried she might catch a chill, having specially procured the coat a few days prior. Yining caressed the soft, pristine fur, surprised by its quality. She was well aware that such garments were quite expensive, especially one of such exquisite hue. What astonished her most was Gu Dingchen's thoughtfulness. How blissful it would be if such a person could remain by her side for a lifetime. Although Yining harbored concerns for the future, she found greater joy in the present moment. She gazed at Gu Dingchen, who was clad in a dark red round-collared robe adorned with intricate diamond patterns. In the sunlight, his gentle demeanor and striking features exuded youthful charm. With a playful smile, Yining wrapped her arms around his waist and said, "My lord, I find myself growing fonder of you by the day." This rendered Gu Dingchen quite bashful, his cheeks flushing crimson as he averted his gaze, reluctant to release her, opting instead to embrace her lightly. Meanwhile, Wang Pe and Arya were busy tidying up inside. Yet, the warmth of their affection seemed to illuminate the space around them, dispelling any shadows and instilling a sense of fearlessness towards the challenges that lay ahead. Zhang Momo, having received the news, awaited at the entrance, with Zhu Po holding the precious child nearby. The return ceremony naturally adhered to certain customs, with the bride's elders expected to be present. In her desire to uphold Yining's dignity, Zhang Momo had been discreetly inquiring about the events of recent days, advising Arya to remain astute. Thankfully, the news Arya brought back was satisfactory. Before long, Yining and Gu Dingchen appeared within Zhang Momo's line of sight, with Wang Pe and Arya carrying gift boxes, their faces alight with joy. The Zhang family welcomed the occasion with enthusiasm, as Yining's marriage brought a mix of excitement and anxiety. For the Zhang household was their source of livelihood. As Gu Dingchen approached, he bowed deeply in reverence before Zhang Momo, fully aware of the hardships Yining had faced and recognizing Zhang Momo's unwavering support throughout. His heartfelt gratitude was palpable. This left Zhang Momo somewhat flustered, as she hastily urged him to rise. "Nephew-in-law, please get up. Noble aunt, it is through your care that Yining has reached this point. I, Gu, am sincerely grateful to have her as my wife," he declared, bowing his head again in respect. Zhang Momo, unaccustomed to such gestures, was touched. According to the customs of the great Xia kingdom, a new son-in-law was not required to bow before the bride's family. Gu Dingchen's actions not only demonstrated his esteem for Yining, but also honored her in the eyes of her kin, which warmed her heart. "Nephew-in-law, your intent is duly noted. I merely hope you will treat our Ninger well. That is my only wish." As Yining observed Gu Dingchen's broad back, she truly felt that he would be the one to shield her from life's tempests and walk hand in hand with her through the years. She was grateful for his profound respect towards her. Gu Dingchen, gently assisted to his feet, turned to Yining, his eyes brimming with affection. Such was the bond of newlyweds. With the frigid air biting, Zhang Momo, concerned for Yining's comfort, hurriedly urged them to enter the warmth of the inner room and requested Arya to prepare hot tea. Yining entered the main hall, cradling a steaming cup of tea, feeling somewhat better amidst the warmth of the heated khan. The outside air was indeed quite cold, with snow lingering for over a month. Typically, she was hesitant to venture outdoors, preferring to merely open a window for a breath of fresh air and to gaze at the scenery beyond. Fortunately, the small group had grown accustomed to each other's company, and the atmosphere remained lively. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Granny Zhang couldn't help but steal glances at Gu Dingchen while openly observing Yining. Their conversation meandered, and Gu Dingchen was already cradling the precious child from Granny Zhu's arms, entertaining her with various introductions and playful banter, all the while Yining observed from the side. Granny Zhang contemplated that something seemed amiss, despite Yining's attire of a pomegranate red brocade jacket, which accentuated her rosy complexion and charming demeanor. It was she who appeared genuinely fatigued. After several attempts to formulate a question, Granny Zhang, unable to conceal her curiosity, found herself at a loss for words. It was only when Granny Wang inquired about serving the meal that Granny Zhang snapped back to reality, prompting the two to step aside for dinner. The day's menu was exquisite, a testament to Granny Wang's thoughtful preparations. Spicy and fragrant Dongan chicken, crispy-skinned roasted pigeon bursting with juices, fresh and delectable perilla shrimp, uniquely flavored wine-steamed catfish, tender scallion rabbit, crystal winter melon dumplings, and soft, glutinous milk cake, complemented by warm, sweet ginger honey water, a perfect remedy for the winter chill. Gu Dingchen carefully passed the precious child back to Granny Zhu and took a seat only after Yining and Granny Zhang had settled. Upon seating himself, he raised a toast to Granny Zhang, intending to convey his respect. However, she seemed determined to counter his gesture, intent on inebriating him. Knowing that many families held the custom of toasting their sons-in-law on their return visits, signifying the support of the maternal family, Gu Dingchen found himself unable to withstand Granny Zhang's seasoned persuasion, especially as she invoked Yining and the child's names. As Yining watched their playful exchange, both gradually succumbed to intoxication. She attempted to intervene, but was pushed aside by Granny Zhang. Ultimately, Granny Wang, with a sigh of resignation, assisted Granny Zhang back to her room, leaving Yining to support Gu Dingchen back to his quarters. She instructed Arya to prepare a hangover remedy and observed Gu Dingchen lying on the bed, returning to his usual youthful demeanor, rather than the wolfish guise he had assumed in recent days. Chapter 97. The abyssly Shize opened his eyes to the dazzling sunlight glimmering upon the snow, its brilliance almost blinding. Attempting to shield his eyes with his hand, he soon realized he was immobilized, left with no choice but to survey his surroundings through his gaze. Not far from him lay his beloved steed, Swift Wind, collapsed and blanketed in a delicate layer of snow. The landscape was a pristine expanse of white, dominated by a towering tree above, flanked by steep cliffs and scattered patches of vegetation, all shrouded in frost. His last recollection was of being compelled to leap off the cliff while mounted, after which he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Awakening now, he felt a numbing absence of pain throughout his body. Li Shi's deduced that the frigid temperatures had rendered him immobile, and the prolonged exposure had dulled his senses. If he remained in this state, survival would be improbable. He needed to devise a means of self-rescue. With great effort, he turned his head and raised his hand, striving to regain control over his body. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to move one arm. With newfound mobility, he grasped the snow, slowly feeding it into his mouth, fully aware of his dire need for hydration. The snow, too cold, took an age to melt within him. Having finally quenched his thirst, Li Shi's scanned his surroundings. Seeking a refuge, prolonged exposure could lead to his demise, even if he initially felt no immediate danger. Fortunately, he spotted a small cave not far off. Summoning all his strength, he began to crawl, laboring for a considerable time before reaching the cave's entrance. As he exerted himself to move, he felt warmth gradually returning to his body, yet he was painfully aware of the wounds that marred his flesh. He had sustained 2 gashes on the battlefield from Yel Xiu and his loyal guards, and an arrow wound in his shoulder. When he plummeted from the cliff, a branch of the great tree had broken his fall, but it had deepened the arrow's penetration into his flesh. The impact had also inflicted trauma on his waist and shoulder, as his body collided with the branches of the tree. The foliage and snow had merely softened the blow. He realized that his waist injury was severe, leaving him unable to rise. Furthermore, his left leg felt immobile, possibly fractured during his descent or from the tree's embrace. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he recalled the last time he had broken Zhao Yining's leg. Now, he found himself in a similar predicament. Fortunately, the icy conditions prevented infection, and his immediate concern was to extract the arrow from his shoulder and mend his fractured leg. Both injuries posed a significant threat to his life, but it was the injury to his waist that truly terrified him, as it could render him unable to stand for the rest of his life. A broken leg might leave him limping, yet he could still return to battle. It was the prospect of being unable to stand that filled him with dread. At long last, he managed to crawl into the cave, surveying the modest space. Though not expansive, it offered a semblance of shelter from the biting wind and relentless snow. He gathered some branches within the cave and subsequently retrieved a fire starter and provisions from his clothing, intending to first warm his body before consuming the meager rations. The fire starter, provisions, and dagger were essentials for any soldier going into battle, yet the supply of food was scant, sufficient for merely 2 meals. Once he felt his body warm and his strength somewhat restored, Shize began to sense the gravity of his situation. While he could endure knife wounds, arrow injuries, or even a broken leg, this injury to his waist posed a different dilemma. With his years of military experience, he could discern that the injury to his back might render him unable to stand again, condemning him to a life of helplessness. In that fleeting moment, he found himself engulfed in uncertainty about the will to continue living. A life akin to that of a cripple was one he could not bear. Having fallen from the cliff, and with no one coming to search for him, it was evident that the Duke of the North and the people of the great Xia kingdom had assumed him dead, since they had already tacitly accepted his demise. He questioned whether he should simply relinquish his struggle. Shize wrestled with his inner turmoil, his gaze flickering towards the dagger. He no longer wished to persist. As the son of the Duke of the North, living in such a state would only invite ridicule upon the Duke's household. From the moment he stepped onto the battlefield, he had devoted himself to defending his homeland, and this time he had exerted every effort to delay a portion of the enemy forces. He had upheld the honor of the Duke of the North and had not failed the people. Chapter 98. Surviving Shize stared intently at the dagger, remaining utterly motionless. In that instant, he found himself devoid of the will to live. One's existence is often sustained by the anticipation of certain outcomes. Yet all his hopes for the world dissipated in that very moment. His hair was disheveled, his face smeared with dirt, his armor stripped away, and his garments thoroughly stained with blood, tattered by branches as he had recently crawled forth from the snow, leaving him in a most disheveled state. Shize was not only the most capable young general of the border city, but also the next generation's Duke of the North, a beloved son of the border city's populace, and the embodiment of the Leaf family army's faith. He was a figure of striking presence, unafraid of any tempest. Yet, he also bore the haughty demeanor characteristic of a scion from a long-standing noble family, with sharp features, a cold and unapproachable aura, and an undeniably handsome appearance. Though he seemed difficult to approach, his nature was gentle and accommodating. Yining's favorite aspect of him was the warmth in his gaze when he looked at her. However, at this moment, that sparkle had vanished. Shize had never feared death. From the age of 13, when he first set foot on the battlefield, he had resigned himself to the possibility of dying in combat. Gripping the hilt of the dagger, he gazed at the blade, which exuded a chilling aura, and was poised to plunge it downwards with great force. Yet, just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce his throat, the memory of Yining's tears before their parting surfaced in his mind, along with her wish for him to return alive. Even if he were to be maimed, he ought to ensure Yining's future was secured first. With all his trusted allies perished in battle, there was no one left in the Duke's household who understood her circumstances. Should he perish, would Zhao Yining, whose leg he had broken, seek retribution against her? Before departing, he had known Zhao Yining's leg would never heal properly, and he imagined he had now become a cripple. After he had left for battle, he heard that the Zhao family had urgently reassigned Zhao Yining from the capital to serve as governor in Shuzhou in the south, indicating that he could no longer remain in the capital. In this dynasty, one could not hold an official position with a disability. If any family became aware of his condition, his career would be irrevocably ruined. The Zhao family likely intended to take this opportunity to facilitate Zhao Yining's recovery. If that proved impossible, they would orchestrate an incident of injury in the line of duty to elevate him. Zhao Yining was indeed a standout of his generation within the Zhao family, which had invested heavily in his rise, hoping he would ascend to a position as influential as his father-s. The Zhao family was a prestigious lineage in the Great Xia, and Zhao Yining's mother hailed from a renowned family as well. It was clear that neither family wished to see Zhao Yining's potential extinguished so easily. He had to return to the capital, to keep Zhao Yining and the Zhao family in check, to safeguard Yining, and to arrange for her future. He must survive. Yining was akin to an ant, easily crushed by their whims, but he was not. Having previously broken Zhao Yining's leg, he felt no remorse. He understood Yining's gentle and timid nature, knowing she would never willingly follow Zhao Yining into the wilderness. The reason for Zhao Yining taking Yining away was as evident as day. The Zhao family dared not provoke him, for he had the backing of the Duke of the North and the Li family army at his disposal. No matter how esteemed the Zhao family might be, with their myriad connections, they were merely a collection of voices. Having reached this conclusion, Li Shize slowly extended the dagger into the fire. He resolved to first extract the arrow. With no medicine at hand, he had no choice but to cauterize the wound. Fortunately, amidst the biting cold, Li Shize felt a renewed hope for survival. As the months swiftly passed, the new year approached. For the past several months, he had been dwelling at the bottom of the cliff, and the wounds upon his body had taken an agonizingly long time to improve. There were numerous moments when he contemplated relinquishing his life. Throughout the summer, his injuries would repeatedly become inflamed, necessitating the excruciating process of cauterization with a dagger. This agony had rendered him considerably emaciated, yet sustenance was not entirely lacking, as a nearby river provided water. The cliff's base was teeming with small creatures. Although he could not walk, he devised traps to capture them or used sharpened branches to spear them directly. Having trained in martial arts for over a decade, he was capable of confronting the fiercest foes, such as Yel Xiao, the most valiant of the Hu people, so enduring these hardships was not insurmountable. Nonetheless, he had grown exceedingly thin, often questioning the purpose of his continued existence. Yet, each time he retrieved the pouch meticulously sewn by Yining before his departure, he felt a renewed determination to persevere. Gazing at the white snow outside the cave, Li Shize prayed for his wounds to heal entirely in the harsh winter, so that come spring, he might find a way to ascend once more. Chapter 99. Lanterns in the Capital. The biting cold wind swept through the city as heavy snowflakes began to fall, enveloping the entire capital in a blanket of white. In the bustling streets, the approach of a new year drew an increasing throng of pedestrians. Households ventured out to procure delightful treats, ensuring a bountiful celebration for their families. Children seized this opportunity to plead for candied hawthorn skewers and freshly made sweet rice cakes. On such a joyous occasion, adults were loath to refuse their requests. The air was filled with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, the laughter of children, the spirited haggling of customers, and the clatter of horse-drawn carriages, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The snow had been falling intermittently for over a month, rendering this winter as exceptionally frigid as the last. However, unlike the previous year, there was no looming threat of barbarian invasions, no worries for personal safety. Thus, even amidst the harsh cold and snow, the common folk found themselves somewhat relieved. In just 2 days, the new year would arrive, marking the first celebration since Yining and Gu Dingchen's marriage, as well as the first new year for their precious daughter. Perhaps due to the recent joyous events and the new addition to their family, coupled with the impending festivities, Grandma Zhang placed great importance on this year's celebration. Early in the morning, she personally accompanied Granny Wang to procure supplies, filling the Zhang residence with festive cheer. In the courtyard, Arya and the diligent Granny Li hung red lanterns and affixed couplets for the new year. Undeterred by the biting wind, the two women eagerly anticipated the blessings of the forthcoming year. Their lively chatter infused the atmosphere with joy, and even the little one inside the house was swept up in the excitement, flapping her arms like tiny wings, eager to join in the festivities. The child, bubbling with enthusiasm, emitted gleeful sounds, reveling in the vibrant colors and the novelty of her surroundings. The residents of the Zhang household adored her, indulging her spirited nature, which in turn contributed to her somewhat tempestuous temperament. After a while, Granny Zhu found it challenging to hold onto the plump child, who was undeniably adorable, yet quite heavy. Yining wished for her daughter to shed a little weight, but the little one was a glutton, fiercely protective of her food. Even a mere suggestion to reduce her milk intake would provoke heart-wrenching cries. She insisted on being fully satisfied. Once satiated, she would fall silent, content to lie in her cradle, beaming up at her mother. Observing Granny Zhu struggling, Yining took over the child, bringing her to the window to watch Arya and the others hang lanterns. As she gazed at the lively scene in the courtyard, Yining felt her spirits lift. It had been over half a month since the wedding, and her life had not changed significantly since then. Gu Dingchen continued to use his study, departing after breakfast to immerse himself in his books, returning for lunch, and later enjoying a brief afternoon nap with Yining. In the afternoons, he would entertain their daughter, narrating stories to amuse everyone, and after dinner, he would retreat to his study for more reading. She was aware that Gu Dingchen would face the imperial examination in April, and scholars devoted years to their studies, yearning for the day they would achieve fame and serve in the court. Hence, she refrained from intruding upon his scholarly pursuits, even sending nourishing meals prepared by Granny Wang to sustain him through his diligent studies. The daily routine remains largely unchanged, maintaining a rhythm reminiscent of the past in Yining. However, as night falls, Gu Dingchen transforms into a formidable wolf, a situation that Yining finds somewhat unbearable, leading to a persistent ache in her waist and an extended afternoon nap by half an hour. Before their marriage, Gu Dingchen had asserted that Yining would not bear any more children, a statement she initially deemed a jest. The prevailing cultural norm in the Great Xia Kingdom strongly emphasizes lineage. It seemed inconceivable that Gu Dingchen would genuinely accept a childless existence. To her astonishment, following their union, he proactively sought out Dr. Zhao for a potion to ensure male sterility and arrange for the registration of their daughter into his household. Now both Yining and the child are listed under his name, deepening Yining's affection for Gu Dingchen and affirming her belief that she has chosen wisely. He is indeed a companion for life. The child, now named Gu Shuer, bears a title that embodies simplicity, symbolizing the hope for her to navigate life with ease and success. Yining revels in her current existence, yearning for a tranquil and unadorned life to persist. Yet, as she gazes upon her daughter's features, increasingly reminiscent of Shize, memories of him resurface, particularly the realization that they have yet to share a new year together. Perhaps the significance of the festive season stirs her thoughts, but after a moment of reflection, she resolves to set those musings aside. In her present circumstances, she feels profoundly content, having amassed so much already. To dwell on other matters might diminish her blessings. Lowering her head, she gently plants a kiss on her daughter's cheek. Unaware of her mother's sentiments, the child instinctively turns her head away, pouting in mild discontent. Moments later, her attention is captured by the swirling snowflakes outside. Marveling at the scene of the red lanterns hanging from the nearby Li family, filled with joy as she listens to their chatter, her little mouth babbling in delight. Chapter 100 Firecrackers. At the break of dawn, Yining was roused from her slumber by the cacophony of firecrackers. She felt somewhat displeased, pouting her lips and instinctively burrowing deeper into her blankets, yearning for the cotton cover to muffle the incessant noise that irked her spirit. Realizing the futility of her efforts, she nestled into Gu Dingchen's embrace, pressing one ear against his chest while using his hand to shield the other. Although the clamor diminished slightly, it remained impossible for her to drift back to sleep, her heart increasingly vexed by the persistent bursts of sound. Since leaving the Marquis' residence, she had grown accustomed to waking at the auspicious hour of the third watch, never before disturbed in such a manner. Thus, being roused abruptly today left her with a tinge of morning irritability. Gu Dingchen, too, was awakened by the din. He peered outside to find the sky still shrouded in twilight, casting a muted gloom within the room. Observing Yining, who, after being startled awake, initially frowned and retreated into the blankets, only to discover it was in vain and then burrow into his embrace, he found the scene somewhat amusing. After a night's rest, Yining's hair was slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed, rendering her a picture of adorable vulnerability. Although he felt a pang of sympathy for Yining being so abruptly awakened, Gu Dingchen resolved to rouse her personally. It was not his desire to deprive her of slumber. Rather, today marked the grand occasion of the new year, and regardless of her desire to continue sleeping, the firecrackers would soon be set off in succession throughout the neighborhood. It would be far better for her to awaken early. He thought it best for her to rise, wash, and refresh herself before enjoying breakfast and perhaps indulging in a short nap afterward. By then, the clamor would have subsided, allowing for a more peaceful rest. Gu Dingchen planted a gentle kiss on Yining's earlobe, drawing her closer as he softly murmured, "No, my dear wife. Would you allow your husband to help you dress and rise?" Yining felt a warmth near her ear, followed by Gu Dingchen's voice. Though they had been married for over half a month, and she had become accustomed to his endearments, she still found herself slightly flustered, unable to resist. She touched her arm, shivering at the unexpected sensation, thus fully awakening. Yining believed she was naturally inclined to avoid overly intimate or ambiguous expressions. When the atmosphere grew thick with sentiment, she could manage a few words, but hearing such phrases daily made her wish to vanish into thin air. Of course, she would never voice such sentiments to Gu Dingchen, as it was their honeymoon phase, and his affectionate nature was a testament to his fondness for her. Yining was unwilling to let trivial matters tarnish their marital bond. After all, her decision to marry him stemmed from genuine affection, and she currently harbored immense satisfaction with Gu Dingchen, feigning that she had just been awakened by his gentle call. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed a soft kiss upon his lips. Noticing Gu Dingchen's gaze darken with desire, Yining prepared herself for what was to come, knowing it would leave her a bit fatigued afterward, yet the experience was thoroughly enjoyable. Gu Dingchen was remarkably talented, quick to learn, and possessed commendable stamina. He was also adept at attending to her needs, which made the entire experience pleasurable. Regrettably, Granny Zhang, oblivious to Yining's sentiments, was already knocking at the door. "Ningya, rise quickly. It is time to pay respects." With that, she hurried away, for today was filled with numerous duties, and Granny Zhang was no exception. Gu Dingchen cast a resigned glance at Yining, nudging her gently with his body. Yining found herself tender and delicate under the fervent embrace of Gu Dingchen, a situation she relished immensely. With her eyes glistening like spring water, she timidly shot him a glance, a mere fleeting moment that rendered Gu Dingchen utterly defenseless. Yining's beauty, with its charming innocence and enchanting allure, evoked an overwhelming sense of affection and possessiveness within him. That singular gaze, imbued with a captivating charm, ignited a fiery passion in Gu Dingchen, leaving him consumed by a desire to dominate the woman before him. He felt a twinge of frustration at being so completely ensnared by her, whether in the bed or on the floor. In a fit of pique, Gu Dingchen pulled Yining to the window, compelling her to stand and listen to the raucous sounds of firecrackers outside, his hand resting upon her bosom as he sought to reclaim some semblance of control. As Yining stood shyly by the window, Gu Dingchen resembled a furtive feline, and this secretive demeanor only heightened his excitement. Unwilling to concede, Yining responded with words of seduction, leaving Gu Dingchen no choice but to abandon all restraint, plunging them both into a night of fervent passion.